Malice. The torrential rain poured down, bringing with it a biting chill. Sang Ning reached out to grasp the blanket, but found only emptiness. Dazed, she sat up and blinked, utterly bewildered. Where am I? Before her lay a vast expanse of wilderness, lush green grass beneath her, and the ground saturated with rainwater. Not far away, a mighty river surged and roared, its relentless sound echoing in her ears. Across the river, enormous, vibrantly colored ferns and towering trees reached for the sky. A prank? A time slip? A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind, and Sang Ning let out a muffled groan, cradling her throbbing head as she curled into a ball, awaiting the influx of recollections. Minutes later, having assimilated the new memories along with her own, Sang Ning sighed. She had truly crossed over. Moreover, she had arrived in a future world of remarkable technological advancement. Her gaze fell upon the silver bracelet encircling her wrist. She recognized it as a survival band, also functioning as a broadcasting device. The original host shared her name and was an orphan, participating in a program titled Survival on the Wild Star. The original host harbored little desire for the prize money, having grown accustomed to poverty. She scarcely knew how to spend wealth, even if she obtained it. However, the planet deemed habitable was a different story. The original host had been born and raised on a planet with an exceptionally harsh environment. Constantly ravaged by sandstorms and sandworms, it lacked water sources. Bathing was out of the question, and finding a drop of clean water was a formidable challenge. The original host had dreamt of escaping her native planet to live on a picturesque world more suitable for human habitation. Yet, she too was unfortunate. The original host, upon being cast into the survival zone, was so overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the lush vegetation that she stumbled and met her demise. Indeed, that single misstep led to her downfall, paving the way for Sang Ning's arrival. The original host's unfortunate fate left Sang Ning at a loss for words. She had no desire to traverse into another's existence. Yet such a journey was akin to a one-way ticket. She must simply endure. The immediate priority was survival. Everything else could wait. Taking a deep breath, Sang Ning suppressed her discomfort and rose to her feet. She surveyed her surroundings briefly before heading towards the woods in the southeast. As she made her way in that direction, a magnetic male voice emanated from the wristband she wore. Contestant 238, you have just slept for 1 hour and 10 minutes in the pouring rain. How are you feeling? The familiar tones of the Huaxiao language brought her a sense of comfort. She opened her mouth, contemplating a response that conveyed her distress, how cold she felt, and her desire for warm clothing. Instead, she settled for, aside from being a bit cold, and doing well. The Moikaz universe is teeming with diverse life forms and intelligent species, yet the varying speeds of time across different galaxies complicate matters. Numerous intelligent beings were watching the live stream. The original host's performance had been dismal, hailing from a poverty-stricken star and lacking access to gene modificati. She represented an unoptimized strain of humanity. Consequently, her live stream attracted the fewest viewers among all contestants, with merely over 13,000 online. Upon hearing her words, the chat exploded with derision, filled with mocking comments from the audience. Those impoverished wretches without even a thermal suit have no business participating in the Desolate Star Survival Challenge. It is a waste of valuable slots. Trust me, 238, don't even mention enduring 3 days. It's uncertain whether she can last through today. Why is she still alive? She should perish quickly. Her death would free up a spot. Indeed, such an unrefined primitive being, lacking any genetic enhancements, ought to relinquish her opportunity. Among 5,000 contestants, she alone is an unrefined specimen, leaving everyone baffled as to what gives her the audacity to compete against these genetically optimized elites. Lest she ultimately gains no prize and forfeits her life instead, that would be a most unfavorable outcome. May she swiftly meet her demise. Her existence merely wastes air and nutrient solutions. Her death could enrich nature. That is her rightful end. As the sole contestant who has not ingested any genetic enhancement solutions and hails from a destitute planet, the audience in Sang Ning's live stream harbored a plethora of malice toward her. However, Sang Ning remained blissfully unaware of all this, diligently searching for a place to take refuge. As the seconds ticked by, she ventured into the woods and, after a thorough search, finally discovered a tree hollow. This hollow was situated within a tree with a diameter of about 5 to 6 meters. Its expanse was considerable, and its height adequate. Most importantly, it was sufficiently dry. Peering outside, Sang Ning deemed this tree hollow an ideal temporary refuge. Yet, she refrained from recklessly entering instead. She found a branch and cautiously prodded and tapped around. After waiting a few more minutes and observing that no bats, snakes, rodents, insects, or squirrels emerged, she cautiously stepped inside. After a thorough inspection, she found no trace of animal droppings and let out a long sigh of relief. This will be my refuge from the rain now. I must simply wait for the downpour to cease. Seated at the entrance of the tree hollow, she gazed outward as the rain fell incessantly, enveloping the surrounding scenery in a misty shroud, rendering her vision hazy and indistinct. Desiring to kindle a fire for warmth, she realized she had neither flames nor firewood. Although there were some dry leaves within the hollow, they were insufficient for her needs. Thus, she could only wait for the rain to stop. Cross-legged at the tree hollow's entrance, she focused on her breathing and practiced her mental techniques to warm her body. This body possessed no martial arts foundation. Its meridians were narrow and sluggish, requiring her to patiently and gradually circulate her energy to clear the blockages. In the live stream, viewers who wished for her demise stared in astonishment as her pallor transformed back to a normal hue. Wait, how did she return to normal? I don't know why she looks fine now, but one thing is certain, she's no longer shivering from the cold, indicating that she won't perish anytime soon. Truly a lowly and inferior life form, yet surprisingly resilient. I just want to know when she will finally die. A newly arrived viewer observed the barrage of comments wishing for the demise of number 238, feeling puzzled. Chapter 2, the so-called biochemical package. Do you all suffer from some grave illness? Why do you wish for her demise? Has she offended you or slain your entire family? To warrant such malice? I perceive that you are the ones who are truly unwell. Is it not permissible for me to rejoice in her death? What business is it of yours? Your meddling is quite excessive indeed. Indeed, a life of inferior quality does not deserve to persist, particularly one that emerges from a destitute planet, which undoubtedly diminishes the overall standards and caliber of the empire. Speaking of standards, I am reminded of a question. Has 238 received an education? If that is the case, then 238 is indeed illiterate. Excellent. She has acquired yet another reason for her inevitable demise. Die, die, die. Oh, do not perish just yet, for competitors are arriving. Suddenly, a colorful barrage of comments flooded the entire screen, and after a brief moment of astonishment, the audience hurriedly turned to watch the live stream. They then beheld 3 men and 1 woman. Upon seeing these 4 individuals, the viewers erupted in excitement, chanting for her demise, eager to eliminate a rival. Sang Ning also took note of the scene. 2 humans, drenched to the skin, and 2 humanoids resembling humans but adorned with tentacles and horns. From the original owner's memories, Sang Ning recognized the races of these 2 humanoids. The female with tentacles on her forehead belonged to the Mo E Sang Luo Wisdom clan, while the horn male was from the Ling Shi Wisdom clan. At that moment, the appearance of these 4 was rather disheveled. They were not only soaked to the bone but also bore injuries on their exposed skin. Upon encountering Sang Ning, they appeared taken aback, evidently not expecting the presence of anyone in this location, and simultaneously fell silent. Greetings, I am Sang Ning, contestant number 238. Would you care to come in and take shelter from the rain? Exchanging a glance, the woman with tendrils adorning her forehead politely replied, Hello, Sang Ning. We shall not impose. Not at all, please come in. Sang Ning stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Subsequently, the 4 of them filed in. The audience. This was not what they had anticipated. Weren't they supposed to be rivals? Instead, they found themselves seeking refuge within a tree hollow. This hollow was indeed spacious. The 4 newcomers, along with Sang Ning, did not feel cramped. A young man with a cherubic face flashed a friendly smile, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Hello, Sang Ning. I am Yin, contestant number 63. Thank you immensely for allowing us to take shelter from the rain. Before Sang Ning could respond, he continued. May I inquire about your survival tool? After a moment of contemplation, Sang Ning replied, a short dagger. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them were taken aback. A dagger? Does such a thing even exist? And Yin inquired curiously, might we see what it looks like? In silence, Sang Ning retrieved the dagger from her boot and presented it. It looks like this. The 4 of them, along with the audience in the live stream, were astonished. The sole piece of survival equipment was an imitation of an ancient cold weapon. Its practicality was exceedingly low. Attempting to survive on such an item in the wilderness of a desolate planet for 3 years was akin to chasing a mirage. How unfortunate for contestant 238. You are truly pitiable, and Yin remarked, returning the dagger to Sang Ning. Sang Ning remained silent. Was she pitiable? No, she was not. The opportunity for rebirth after death is a rare fortune not bestowed upon everyone. The true victim is the original owner. A handsome man produced a lighter from his pocket. A woman with antennae on her forehead presented a disposable cup-sized item to Sang Ning, introducing herself as Connie. Anyan displayed his lightsaber with a flourish before tenderly securing it at his waist. I possess a biological pack, declared a man with horns on his forehead. Sang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. A biological pack? Such an item exists for survival. Indeed, Eli's survival item is a biological pack, Anyan interjected. It provides an absolute advantage in the wild. He then urged, Eli, show Sang Ning your biological pack. No, give it. As Sang Ning instinctively attempted to refuse, Eli straightforwardly retrieved his biological pack, opening it and presenting it to her. Feel free to examine it. With the pack thrust before her, Sang Ning accepted it and began to inspect its contents. Upon closer observation, her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of world is this, where spices such as chili, ginger, and Sichuan pepper have become biological items? The original owner's memories clearly held recollections of natural foods, with bustling restaurants that specialized in the production and sale of natural ingredients. One would assume familiarity with the uses of these seasonings. The abundance of biological items leaves one speechless. She pulled out a vibrant red lantern pepper, inquiring curiously, how is this used? In times of peril. Crushing the red fruit releases a pungent aroma that can deter wild beasts, granting a fleeting opportunity for escape. However, is it truly effective? Sang Ning found herself at a loss for words. One must understand that even the most potent chili peppers can only release a limited amount of capsaicin. In a confined space, particularly with varieties such as ghost peppers, the effect is undeniably powerful and can indeed be utilized as a biochemical agent. Yet, in an open environment, the sharpness of the capsaicin dissipates swiftly with the wind. Eli nodded in agreement, affirming that even a few seconds of delay could suffice for escape. Is this method applicable to other items as well? Sang Ning inquired, lifting a piece of aged ginger. Quite similar, came the response. This yellow block is a natural enemy of the cute beasts. Sang Ning continued to ask about the remaining items, each inquiry leading to an increasingly complicated understanding, while the gazes of Eli and the others transformed into expressions of deep sympathy. Even the viewers in the live stream, instead of wishing her ill, expressed their pity for her ignorance regarding even the most basic biochemical substances. They remarked that out of compassion for her plight, they would momentarily refrain from wishing her demise, suggesting that once she had gained more experience and knowledge, it would be timely to reconsider. After all, it was evident that she would not reach the end of her journey on the desolate star. With a sudden spark of joy, she stood up, exclaiming that the rain had ceased. Really? And Yin exclaimed, rushing over to peek outside. Her face lit up in a broad smile as she waved at Mo Ching, saying, Old Mo, we can go find something to eat now. Mo Ching responded with a nonchalant sound, turning to Eli and Connie to ask if they wished to join in their quest. The two exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Thus, Mo Ching's gaze once again fell upon Sang Ning. What about you, Sang Ning? Chapter 3. The emergence of bamboo craft. Sang Ning did not hastily acquiesce. Instead, she regarded the four of them, articulating each word with care. I hail from a poverty-stricken planet and have never consumed gene optimization fluids. In other words, I am an unaltered human. Are you certain you wish to journey with me? Discrimination, irrespective of the era, remains a fundamental flaw of sentient beings, unrelated to race or species, but rather tied to self-interest. In Sang Ning's native world, prejudices based on ethnicity and geography are rampant. In this technologically advanced age, rife with diverse, intelligent races, discrimination is omnipresent. She wished to gauge in Yin and the others' attitudes before deciding whether to accompany them. The prudent course of action would be either to go solo or to band together, familiarizing themselves with the conditions of this planet before taking further steps. For the moment, she refrained from questioning the motives behind Yin's invitation but was concerned about their demeanor towards her. The fact that her body was unaltered and of primitive human stock was an undeniable truth that would become apparent in their interactions. Rather than endure discrimination after establishing a relationship, it was preferable to clarify matters from the outset. As for how Yin and the others would respond, it mattered little to her. They were strangers brought together by circumstance, potentially competitors, whether they traveled together or apart. They would ultimately diverge in pursuit of the substantial prize and the habitable planet. Now, it was a matter of observing Yan's attitude. Sang Ning's revelation of her identity left Yin and the others in a state of astonishment. They understood. Sang Ning, with an air of calm, remarked, "But there is no other way. Having come this far, one must reach the end, or else this journey would be in vain." Upon hearing her words, Yin and the others were left speechless, and the viewers in the live stream were not faring much better. After a brief silence, the audience's emotions surged. What audacity! Sang Ning boldly claims she will reach the end. Who bestowed upon her such confidence to speak so recklessly? Surely she must have been struck by a meteor and lost her senses. Yet, her unwavering confidence suggested she was certain of her success. Those lacking self-awareness often become subjects of ridicule. It's best to treat such declarations as mere entertainment, for taking them seriously would lead to defeat. Honestly, I find a measure of admiration for 238's bravery. Regardless of whether she ultimately reaches her destination, her attitude is commendable. The barrage of comments continued, while Yin and his companions conveyed their stance. "I refuse to accompany you," declared Yin, with Eli and Connie echoing the sentiment of refusal, while Moe Ching remained indifferent, displaying an air of nonchalance. Yin, growing agitated, exclaimed, "You all. Farewell, everyone." Sang Ning interjected with a smile, turning gracefully to depart. Sang Ning, "Wait. I will join you with old Mo," she called out. "Thank you for the kind offer, but it is unnecessary," she replied. In a fleeting moment, she vanished from their sight entirely. Watching her departure, Yin sighed, "Since Sang Ning has left, we should too. Let us go." The four turned and walked in the opposite direction of Sang Ning. The audience responded with exclamations of disbelief. Separated as they were, heaven knows how much they worried about shamelessly requesting to form a team. Four genetically enhanced evolved humans accompanying a solitary primitive human equated to Sang Ning's assured victory. Such behavior is reprehensible and unjust. The ecological environment of the wasteland is bountiful, with lush vegetation indicating an abundance of survival resources. After parting ways with Yin and the others, Sang Ning immediately entered foraging mode. She resolutely avoided unfamiliar species, instead harvesting known edible ones, wrapping them in a massive fern leaf before continuing her journey. Ahead, a thicket of bamboo appeared, and Sang Ning, elated at the sight, hastened towards it. Knowing she had found tools for water collection and soup making, the dagger was too small for chopping and could only be used for slicing. Observing her as she cut into the bamboo, the audience in the live stream expressed their confusion. What was she doing cutting bamboo? Was she unable to catch prey and intended to consume the bamboo instead? Perhaps she planned to use it as firewood? The latter seemed unlikely, as it was too damp to ignite, and moreover, she lacked any means to create fire. Perhaps she would resort to the long-lost method of friction-based fire starting. She certainly would not possess such a skill. If she did, I would livestream myself consuming sticky worms. That seems feasible, so let us agree on this, shall we? Agreed. A man of his word must keep his promises, as long as she can start a fire by friction. I would not only eat sticky worms, but would even call her father. The audience's discussions and wagers continued, while Sang Ning's actions became increasingly perplexing. Having severed a bamboo stalk, she did not cease her efforts. Instead, she wielded a dagger to meticulously remove all the branches and tendrils from the bamboo's body. The dagger was rather diminutive and short, rendering it somewhat unwieldy. By the time she completed her task, her hands bore wounds that were quite unsightly. Her palms were marred with scars, though fortunately, the injuries were superficial, merely oozing a trickle of blood that quickly coagulated. The audience, increasingly bewildered and astonished, watched in rapt attention as Sang Ning deftly assembled an oval-shaped object from broad bamboo strips, slender bamboo fibers, and various stems and leaves. Their pupils dilated in shock. How on earth was this accomplished? It was utterly enchanting. The way these bamboo pieces and foliage coalesced into an entirely new creation was simply absurd, as if absurdity itself had been granted entrance to a home. Does anyone know what this is? No one did. Suddenly, the magnetic baritone of the live broadcast host echoed once more. Contestant 238, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sang Ning replied politely, her hands never faltering, fingers dancing like blossoms in the wind. At the audience's behest, she was prompted to inquire of Contestant 238. What exactly is this you have crafted? What purpose does it serve? This is a sieve, a type of bamboo utensil, which can be utilized as kitchenware as well as a tool for storage and drying. After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, the tattered basket housed in the Central Historical Museum is also a bamboo basket, akin to the sieve, both belonging to the category of bamboo artifacts. Chapter 4. Upon the utterance of these words by Sang Ning, a profound silence enveloped the room. Both the person in charge and the audience in the live stream found themselves conjuring images of the dilapidated object housed in the Central Museum. A basket so worn that its original form was barely discernible, purportedly dating back over 6 millennia. Collectively, they stood in disbelief, unable to fathom the implications of what they had just heard. It was revealed that this basket was known in full as a bamboo basket, meticulously crafted from bamboo. Yet, I resolutely rejected the claims of 238. How could a primitive being hailing from a destitute planet possess knowledge that renowned history professors from esteemed institutions could not? Surely, 238 was merely fabricating tales. I too found this assertion dubious. How could someone deemed illiterate possibly know such things? But then, I pondered, did 238 explicitly declare her illiteracy? Are the inhabitants of impoverished planets unworthy of education? Even if one were to be financially constrained, there exists a plethora of public courses available on the Star Network. So why perpetuate educational discrimination in this modern age? In my view, 238 must have received an education and likely possesses substantial academic credentials. The situation as described by the individual above, while plausible, seemed at odds with the realities of 238's planet, where relentless sandstorms and sandworms plagued the inhabitants year-round. In a context where mere survival was a daily struggle, it was unlikely that anyone would indulge in pursuits unrelated to their existence. The audience in the live stream erupted in fervent debate regarding whether Sang Ning had indeed received an education or if she was, in fact, illiterate. The large screen was segmented into countless smaller screens, showcasing the live streams of 5,000 contestants, with Sang Ning's feed being deliberately magnified. The chief director's gaze fell upon Sang Ning, keenly aware that she might become the focal point of the reality show Survival on the Wasteland. The reason was simple. She embodied an abundance of intrigue and contradictions. With a soft chuckle, the director spoke gravely, Mr. Luo, what are your thoughts on contestant number 238? Mr. Luo. The individual who had been conversing with Sang Ning pondered for a moment before replying, controversy. I perceive immense controversy surrounding contestant 238. If managed adeptly, even if she ultimately does not reach the finish line, she could achieve fame through the show. He smiled slightly, adding, because her controversies are numerous. The likelihood of her becoming notorious is exceedingly high. The chief director nodded. Keep a close watch on her. I need to observe further. With that, he turned and departed the live broadcast room. Mr. Luo, watching him leave, was left in a state of confusion. What did the leadership mean by observe further? Moreover, to what extent should he focus on her to be considered as giving her special attention? After contemplating for a while staring at Sang Ning's live feed, he turned to the connection device and addressed, Contestant 238, the audience in the live room is curious about how you acquired this knowledge. Sang Ning, who was finishing up with a small wrought tin basket, replied nonchalantly, once one principle is understood, countless others become clear. The same applies to craftsmanship. If one can weave vines, one can weave bamboo as well. She chuckled lightly and continued, on planet E72, aside from the thorny vines, no other plants can survive. What does it mean? The responsible person, Luo, and the audience were utterly perplexed. The E72 planet is situated in a particularly remote galaxy, compounded by a struggling economy and frequent sandstorms. It is widely acknowledged that this planet is impoverished, so destitute that during the Triennial Governors Conference, the official in charge of E72 would lament their financial plight, pleading for budget allocations. However, such allocations are distributed based on planetary ratings, and E72 has consistently ranked at the bottom. Consequently, the governor ultimately returns empty-handed. The state of poverty on E72 has persisted. Yet, the specifics of the circumstances on this planet, the depths of its deprivation, remain largely unknown to the populace, with only a select few privy to the truth. In this technologically advanced era, such ignorance is rather astonishing. However, it cannot solely be attributed to the public's lack of knowledge nor the E72 government's effective suppression of information. Rather, the ferocity of the sandstorms severely disrupts communication networks. One moment you might enter the second world, and the next, you could be forcibly disconnected, expelled from the online realm. In such conditions, disseminating the struggles of E72 and seeking support from the broader society becomes a futile endeavor. Thus, when Sang Ning spoke, the audience expressed their confusion. What does it mean? Luo, representing the wider public, articulated the collective bewilderment. Sang Ning paused momentarily in her task of unwrapping the leaves, then continued to place the gathered items into her basket. Explaining, due to the extreme poverty and poor network connectivity, our transportation relies primarily on our own feet. Cooling is achieved through sand pits, and we depend on these same sand pits for protection against the sandstorms. Communication relies on shouting, and nutrient solutions are purchased once a year. Many essential items of life must be acquired using existing resources. The presence of thorny vines serves a significant purpose. They are edible and can be woven. Reflecting on the experiences of the original inhabitant, Sang Ning sighed in resignation, stating that weaving is a skill everyone on E27 must learn out of necessity for survival. Everyone. It is difficult to articulate, but hearing 238 express such sentiments in a calm tone evokes a twinge of sorrow within me. It feels somewhat pitiable. I resolved not to scold her or wish her ill. It is not her fault that she is a primitive human, nor is it her fault that she cannot afford genetic optimization solutions. The poverty of E72 is to blame, and 238 remains blameless. Indeed, she is innocent. Yet I sense no hint of inferiority in her. She candidly acknowledges her impoverished circumstances and chooses not to deceive in Yin, openly admitting her status as a primitive human. Her attitude is commendable. It is as if she believes that by not revealing the truth, the 63rd group would remain oblivious. However, the distinction between genetically optimized humans and primitive ones is readily apparent in daily life. Physical strength cannot be concealed. Elite humans can effortlessly attain a strength of 500 kilograms, while primitive humans barely reach 50 kilograms at their peak. Look, 238 is heading towards the riverbank. Indeed, with her basket, sieve, and bamboo cup in hand, Sang Ning made her way to the river. Water is indispensable for humanity. One may survive a week without food, but exceeding 3 days without water is certain death. Thus, a reliable water source is of paramount importance. The river water is vibrant, having recently been replenished by rainfall, though it appears somewhat murky. However, this poses no concern. With a brief respite, the sediment and debris will settle, rendering the water clear once more, suitable for boiling. Chapter 5. Friction fire. A fish, no larger than the palm of one's hand, flickers in and out of visibility within the water. With remarkable agility, she deftly scoops it up with a strainer and swiftly lifts it out, revealing a lively creature. The audience gasps in astonishment, while Sang Ning, quick as lightning, tilts the strainer towards the shore, allowing the fish to tumble onto the ground, where it begins to flounder joyfully. The spectators tense, their hearts racing in anticipation. Sang Ning, however, is determined to prevent any such mishap. She promptly retrieves a slender vine from her small wicker basket, harvested from the forest, and expertly secures the fish by threading the vine through its gills, ensuring it cannot escape back into the water. She then continues her endeavor, using the strainer to catch 2 more fish before pausing her pursuit. By the riverbank, she employs a dagger to meticulously scale the fish, eviscerate them, and clean their insides, wrapping them in leaves and placing them into her basket. Satisfied with her catch of over 20 large rice snails, she begins to collect water using a bamboo tube, departing with a smile on her face. Oh my, 238 is truly unexpected. While other contestants flounder in confusion, she has already amassed a commendable supply of sustenance. Impressive. Perhaps it has to do with boiling water. Although the beetle may seem small, gathering over 20 should yield a substantial amount of water. Why speculate endlessly? We should simply inquire with the person in charge. That essay sounds suggestion. Thus, Manager Luo steps forward once more. Contestant 238. May I inquire about your intentions with the aquatic beetles? To consume them. Sang Ning's succinct response left the audience and Supervisor Luo astounded, perceiving her as quite formidable, even resorting to eating beetles. However, that particular species may not be edible, Supervisor Luo interjected. Sang Ning merely chuckled, asserting, they are indeed consumable. The inhabitants of planet E72 even feast on sandworms. Sandworms, akin to scorpions, differ significantly from the scorpions native to Sang Ning's original world, where these creatures are magnified versions, towering 1 to 2 meters high and several meters long, commonly found in the environment. On E72, scorpions prey on humans and humans, in turn, hunt scorpions when the nutritional solution is depleted and the new supplies have yet to arrive. The sole sustenance left for the inhabitants of E72 consists of scorpions and thorny vines. The audience was taken aback. Are sandworms actually edible? An idea struck me. How fortuitous. I share the same notion as the individual above. I have already placed an order for a sandworm, eager to sample its flavor, although I wonder about its palatability. Can I express my desire to taste the aquatic beetles? I have already ordered. Worst case scenario, I'll simply follow in the footsteps of 238. The audience, invigorated by the topic of food, exhibited a rare tranquility, refraining from quarrels or insults, and notably, they did not question why Sang Ning was still alive. This was deemed a commendable development, at least in Supervisor Luo's eyes. As time pressed on, Sang Ning resolved to seek a secure location to establish a stable residence. Contemplating her future in the 3-year ordeal of surviving on the desolate planet, a fixed and safe sanctuary is of paramount importance. The tree hollow previously discovered in the forest proved unsuitable, as it was perilously close to the river. Should a deluge of persistent rain occur, the waters would undoubtedly rise. She harbored no desire for her painstakingly established home to be inundated. Thus, after surveying her surroundings, she made her way towards the undulating mountains to the west. The forest was equally treacherous, yet it offered caves. Provided she took adequate precautions, she deemed it manageable. As the ancient saying goes, a horse dies from running towards the mountains. The seemingly nearby peaks took her nearly 2 hours of brisk walking to reach. By this time, her clothes had dried under the sun, and the continuous flow of her internal energy kept fatigue at bay, leaving her only slightly sweaty. Finding a suitable cave for a permanent residence was no small feat, yet fortune smiled upon her. After a thorough search, she stumbled upon a commendable cave. This cavern stood approximately 4 to 5 meters high, well ventilated, devoid of unpleasant odors, spacious, and dry, marked only by the presence of animal droppings, all of which were desiccated. Furthermore, the cave boasted excellent concealment, as its entrance was cloaked in lush, cascading vines, effectively serving as a natural curtain. She divided the vines in two, tying them back to maintain visibility, and placed a filled basket and a shallow dish at the cave's mouth. Then, with her dagger, she fashioned a broom from the branches and vines, meticulously sweeping the cave clean. Despite her hunger and fatigue, she prioritized her tasks over sustenance, diligently gathering dry hay and withered leaves to pile in a corner, followed by collecting brittle twigs. She remained industrious, not pausing for even a moment. The onlookers, bewildered, were left in a haze, unable to comprehend her actions. How was she still preparing food? If one refrains from consuming fish, it may soon spoil. I cannot shake the feeling that she is rearranging the bedding in pursuit of a more comfortable slumber. Surely, at such a time, one ought to prioritize filling their stomach first. There remains ample opportunity to tend to the bedding after a hearty meal. It seems to me that contestant 238 exemplifies a classic case of misplaced priorities. Perhaps, at this juncture, a perplexing turn of events unfolded. As Sang Ning plopped down upon the leaves, wielding a dagger and carving a hole into a piece of desiccated wood, barely 2 fingers wide, she then filled the hollow with shredded hay and inserted a stick, vigorously rubbing it between her hands. What on earth is contestant 238 up to? Is anyone privy to her intentions? It seems rather irrational. Perhaps a meteorite truly did disrupt her cognitive faculties. I believe I may, in a vague sense, grasp what contestant 238 is endeavoring to achieve. The barrage of comments momentarily ceased, as if the live stream had frozen, but soon returned to its lively rhythm, with an avalanche of messages speculating on her actions. Among them was a reference to the ancient practice of friction firemaking. However, given that this technique hails from a civilization over 10 millennia ago, and considering the substantial loss of knowledge throughout human history, the records are far from comprehensive. Thus, I cannot assert with certainty that 238 is indeed engaging in firemaking through friction, yet, based on my subjective judgment, I am inclined to believe she is. The viewers in the live stream, upon encountering this comment, found it utterly bewildering. Can 2 sticks truly generate fire? How to express this? It is hard to believe. In a flurry of activity, I wager that 238's efforts are in vain. Just wait and see. Perhaps a genuine diamond may indeed emerge. Chapter 6. Regretful Reflections. If a real diamond does surface, I shall call her father and simultaneously donate $1 million to the E72 star, along with a generous gift of 10,000 boxes of nutrient solution. Are you certain you haven't had too much to drink? I can't shake the feeling that you might be inebriated. This statement seems rather extravagant. By the way, What quality is the nutrient solution you intend to donate? It feels somewhat embarrassing to contribute something of inferior quality if we are to give it all. This sentiment is quite valid if one is to donate. It should be of the finest quality. Offering something subpar would be rather disgraceful. I am not lacking in funds, yet money does not come without effort. Inferior quality is out of the question. High quality is equally unattainable, but something of moderate quality is certainly feasible. Upon the release of this comment, the audience erupted in laughter, inundating the screen with comments, eager to capture this moment as proof. Consequently, when this comment was made, flames erupted from Sang Ning. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the flickering flames. Those who claimed not to be short on funds, yet shouted for Sang Ning's father. Alongside the generous donation of 1 million and the 10,000 boxes of nutrient solution, were on the brink of regretting their words. Could it be that a genuine diamond truly emerged? After a brief silence in the live stream, the comments exploded in a frenzy. I seriously suspect there is something wrong with my eyesight. How did it emerge? What is the principle behind the flames? Can anyone provide an explanation? Perhaps, just perhaps, 238's genetic mutation renders them capable, even without the use of gene optimization fluid. The individual above has uncovered a remarkable aspect. Do you recall the transformation of 238's complexion from pallid to rosy during the torrential downpour? I am indifferent to how 238 managed to emerge from the flames. What concerns me is the portly friend known as star lighting. Will the promised donations of nutritional liquid and funds be fulfilled? Star lighting, indeed. I acted with undue haste. Truly reckless. Had I known that 238 could genuinely emerge from the fire, I would not have been so obstinate. Now, alas, it seems a significant financial loss is imminent, is private savings. Upon checking my personal account balance, I discovered that star lighting, with tears in his eyes, placed an order for 10,000 boxes of mid-tier nutritional liquid from a certain nutritional liquid conglomerate, alongside a $1 million transfer generously donated to the E72 planet. Simultaneously, he tearfully shared the donation screenshot in the live stream and utilized a thought input device to generate a comment. From this day forth, 238 shall be my father. The audience, upon witnessing this comment, erupted in uproarious laughter after a brief silence. Ha ha ha. Thanks to policy number 1, Star Lighting finds himself unable to withdraw from the network. Otherwise, we would have missed this grand spectacle of embarrassment. This statement rings profoundly true. In the interstellar era, policy number 1 reigns supreme. Identity terminal numbers, Star Network accounts, bank accounts, and the like all share a singular digit. While usernames may be altered, the account number remains immutable. In today's landscape, the notion of social death and withdrawing from the network to return with a new account is utterly non-existent. This underscores the reason behind Star Lighting's tearful yet painful donation. Coupled with his declaration of familial allegiance, Sang Ning was blissfully unaware that her simple act of creating fire through friction would earn her a bounty of 10,000 boxes of medium-grade nutritional solution and 1 million in donations, along with the unexpected title of older son. After successfully igniting the flame, she paused her efforts with the wooden stick and added the dry grass she had prepared earlier. The initial spark of fire gradually grew larger as she fed it more grass, followed by the placement of dried twigs atop the burgeoning flames. As the branches began to burn, the fire stabilized, and she added several thicker pieces of deadwood. The crackling sounds echoed in the cave as the roaring flames radiated vibrant colors and warmth. The intensity of the fire dispelled the chill within the cavern, raising the temperature to a comfortable warmth. Feeling the heat, Sang Ning let out a sigh of relief, grateful to finally have fire to boil water and prepare a meal. A radiant smile graced her face as she busied herself with cooking. Meanwhile, the audience and Director Luo were left in astonishment. Quick, quick. Ask her how she managed to make fire. The screen was flooded with comments urging the director to take action. Director Luo, to be frank, was quite curious himself. So he decided to inquire. Good evening, contestant Sang Ning. Good evening. I have a question. Is your method of creating fire the historical technique of friction fire? Sang Ning acknowledged with a nod, recognizing the intent behind his inquiry. Without waiting for him to elaborate, she explained. The principle of friction fire is quite simple. It is based on the physics of heat generated through friction. Director Luo's eyes widened in realization, followed by disbelief. Is it truly that simple? It was never particularly difficult. Sang Ning remained silent, while the person in charge, Luo, and the audience pondered, why was she not speaking? It was indeed disheartening. What was so impressive about her? She merely managed to create a fire, yet she seemed oblivious to the true essence of her achievement. Indeed, It is quite an impressive feat. I attempted it myself and ended up with calloused hands, without successfully igniting a flame. This illustrates that the art of friction fire is quite a skilled endeavor. I cannot ascertain the prowess of Sang Ning. But one thing is clear. In the annals of human civilization, the technique of friction fire represents a significant milestone in our developmental journey. Legend has it that during the primordial age, our ancestors, devoid of civilization, discovered the means to create fire through friction, which subsequently evolved into methods using flint, matches, and gas. The Central History Museum even houses a gas canister, purportedly used for cooking during the medieval period. While other fire-starting tools have long since faded into the mist of time, the audience member spoke eloquently, with comments flooding in one after another, ultimately emphasizing that he was a student specializing in ancient human history at the Imperial Comprehensive University. The audience reacted with amazement, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow, a scholarly genius from the Imperial Comprehensive University, truly impressive." I believe Sang Ning is indeed remarkable. Let us not forget that she embodies the essence of primitive humanity. While countless elite individuals may remain unaware of the technique of friction fire, this primitive individual has managed to achieve it, which is genuinely commendable. Furthermore, I have serious doubts regarding Sang Ning's lack of education. Her manner of expression and mode of speech suggest that she cannot possibly be illiterate. At this moment, the person in charge, Luo, spoke up. Sang Ning was not illiterate, although she had not received formal education in a school. She had extensively attended open courses on the Star Network. Her examination scores were commendable, and had she undergone formal education, her results would have qualified her for admission into the Imperial Comprehensive University. Is that true? The audience expressed skepticism, and Luo chuckled, affirming that indeed. The personal profiles of the contestants undergo meticulous verification. Implicitly, this indicated that there was no possibility of deception. The crowd realized, after much contemplation, that the true jesters were themselves. Perhaps it was best not to subject themselves to further humiliation and instead focus on the unfolding events. Wait, what is she doing? Sang Ning was preparing a meal. Chapter 7, Iron Stick Yam. To say she was cooking would be somewhat inaccurate, constrained by limited ingredients and tools. Her ambition for a sumptuous and delectable feast was thwarted. All she could manage was to roast fish and the flesh of river snails, without oil or salt. Achieving a delightful flavor was an impossibility. Nevertheless, she foraged for some wild scallions, wild ginger, and gathered a few wild fruits to serve as seasonings, making the dish somewhat palatable. As the audience watched her consume the roasted fish and river snails bite by bite, they found themselves inexplicably tempted. The live stream heightened their senses, and some, unable to resist their cravings, sampled the fish and snail meat. How to describe the taste? It was not particularly enjoyable. Yet it was not entirely unpalatable either, merely edible. Instantly, those who had tasted it were left disheartened. It was far inferior to the fare sold at natural restaurants. However, considering that the beetles were edible was a newfound discovery. Reflecting on this, the crowd concluded that it was not such a disappointing experience after all. Expressionless, Sang Ning finished all her food and sipped some water boiled in a stone pot she had picked up along the way. The pot was small, capable of holding only a bamboo tube of water at a time. Despite being washed several times, the water still possessed a peculiar taste. Yet, it sufficed, it was drinkable. In the absence of a bicycle, one could hardly dream of motorcycles or cars. Bathed in the flickering firelight, the girl's visage exuded tranquility as she chewed on a willow branch she had foraged, using it as a makeshift toothbrush. Before lowering the vines at the cave's entrance to enter a state of rest, the live stream fell silent, while far away on the distant planet Duaway, a group of expert scholars fixated on the holographic screen, watching intently. The screen displayed the image of Sang Ning skillfully generating fire by friction. Finally, an elderly man with white hair broke the stillness of the room. In this era of advanced technology, we have forgotten the principle of friction generating heat, as well as the first law of thermodynamics concerning energy conservation. With a sigh, the elder expressed a sense of regret, stating that we owe a debt of gratitude to this young girl. Without her, the milestone of the energy conservation law in human civilization might never see the light of day again, ultimately fading into obscurity like the magnificent history created by our ancestors. Another elder reflected on the changing times, noting that different eras uphold different scientific laws. In today's society, the 3 laws of thermodynamics are far too antiquated, and their obsolescence is entirely understandable. Indeed, it is understandable, yet this does not excuse our forgetfulness. A middle-aged woman with elegant red hair spoke sternly. Let it be known that all researchers and students in relevant fields must revisit the lost scientific laws. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Indeed, it was time for a review. However, such an endeavor would surely invite harsh criticism. But who cares about the scorn? It won't cost us anything, someone remarked. I may not be entirely certain, yet I personally believe the young lady speaks the truth. No matter how impoverished or backward E72 may be, and despite the unreliability of the star network, she has no need to lie before the entire universe of intelligent life. I concurred with Mon's sentiment, though I sensed a certain discord. If every individual on E72 possesses the skill of weaving, why does the local government not consider embracing the path of retro art to stimulate economic growth, instead of relying annually on budget allocations? This question rendered everyone silent. Indeed, why not pursue the avenue of retro art? The mere fact that everyone on E72 can weave could leverage the popularity of the Central Museum's enigmatic bamboo basket. It is worth noting that the populace is increasingly captivated by the splendid history created by their ancient ancestors. Anything linked to the brilliance of ancestral wisdom is bound to sell. Numerous merchants thrive by capitalizing on the allure of their forebears' legacy. Such a promising path towards poverty alleviation and prosperity, yet the governor of E72 failed to recognize it, and even the government officials of E72 remained oblivious. It is no wonder that E72 has languished in poverty for so many years, perpetually ranking at the bottom of the planetary classification. Their lack of foresight and narrow-mindedness render them neither competent governors nor capable administrators. The criticized officials, upon hearing this, let out a resounding sneeze, but paid little heed, returning their focus to the urgent task of combating the sandstorm as depicted in the holographic projections. Unbeknownst to them, the storm they had inadvertently incited. Sang Ning peacefully slumbered through the night, awakening at the break of dawn. Rising, she approached the cave entrance, parting the vines, and inhaled deeply the crisp and refreshing air of the forest. The survival terminal on her wrist indicated it was 6:05 a.m. Just past 6 o'clock? Manager Luo greeted her through the communicator. Sang Ning, what are you up to? She raised the woven basket in her hand. I am in search of food. Primarily, she aimed to locate salt flats or salt bush, for the human body cannot thrive without salt. While it is possible to endure short periods without salt replenishment, prolonged deprivation would be unsustainable, jeopardizing one's health. Should she fail to find salt flats or salt bush, her only recourse would be to capture wild animals to extract salt from their blood. Wishing you success. Thank you. An ancient saying goes, it is easy to ascend a mountain, yet difficult to descend, a truth that resonates across all eras. Sang Ning had no intention of descending. During her 3-year survival on this desolate planet, she sought to explore the environment, undeterred by the passage of a day or two. Thus, she commenced her search atop the mountain. Was she not in pursuit of sustenance? Why dig up tree roots? The audience watched in bewilderment as she searched fervently, eventually setting down her wicker basket and crouching to excavate the root of a plant with a dagger. Their curiosity piqued when she unearthed a root and carefully placed it into her basket. Fortune favored her. Sang Ning was aware of the viewers in the live stream and recognized that every utterance from Director Luo was in response to their requests. To preempt any unexpected interruptions from Director Luo, she decided to take the initiative. This was yam, specifically the esteemed variety known as iron stick yam, which could be consumed raw or cooked. It contains 16 of the 20 essential amino acids required by the human body. After briefly expounding on the yam's properties and medicinal qualities, she disregarded the audience's thoughts and, wielding her dagger, excavated 2 more yams before continuing her journey. Did you comprehend that? I understood it. This root-like entity called yam is indeed a valuable find. Chapter 8. Strength or Fortune. I just took a stroll through the marketplace and found no yams for sale. Neither did I. Rest assured, the absence now does not imply a lack in the future. Trust me, capitalists are earnest when it comes to profit-making. Just wait. By this afternoon, yams will be available. I never doubt the speed at which capitalists generate wealth. Yet I question Sang Ning's words. This yam truly does not appear particularly appetizing. Whether it is palatable will be revealed when she cooks it and offers a taste. However, a moment's delay in sampling was inevitable as Sang Ning embarked on her adventurous journey. Or, to phrase it differently, an expedition of gleaning. With intermittent pauses, the wicker basket became replete. The contents of the wicker basket were then transferred into a newly woven receptacle, which she hoisted onto her back, continuing her exploration. I perceive an aesthetic quality in the burden she carries. Quite rustic, adorned with foliage and blossoms, possessing a distinct allure. Inspiration strikes. Allow me to temporarily disengage to sketch a design. Ah, a designer in the vicinity? Highly probable. The professions necessitating sketching are limited, diminishing the likelihood of alternative industries. Observe. Observe. She stands stationary, head tilted upward, engaged in what activity? Subsequently, the collective attention of the audience was captivated by Sang Ning. She inhaled the aroma permeating the atmosphere, and after a moment of contemplation, decisively altered her course, proceeding in the direction from which the scent emanated. The mountain path was arduous, yet she traversed it with ease. The staff in her hand tapped rhythmically, startling peculiar creatures aplenty, though not a single serpent. These creatures encompassed scaled, feathered, and furry varieties, regardless of their classification. Their aesthetic appeal was unparalleled. Along the journey, Sang Ning discerned a pattern. The fauna of this planet exhibit a tendency toward diminutive and exquisite forms. Passing through an olive grove laden with fruit, she, with acquisitive delight, plucked a selection. She even sampled a verdant yellow olive, the flavor of the pristine, unadulterated olive being fragrant and delectable. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns upon Sang Ning, imbuing her with a serene and picturesque quality as she harvested the olives. I cannot help but wonder if it is merely my illusion. But I find the primitive human species 238 to possess a certain charm. Removing the semblance of doubt, it is evident that, in terms of facial features and skin condition, 238 does not appear as a typical primitive being. Rather, it rivals that of evolved humans. This leads me to question whether she is indeed a pure specimen of her kind. While many are captivated by her beauty, I find myself intrigued by the peculiar items she has gathered along her journey. In fact, I have taken the initiative to order the small green fruit she consumed from a marketplace. Ah, does your planetary marketplace offer this green fruit for sale? Why is it absent from my location? It is also not available here, yet I can place an order. If I specify the desired items in the order remarks, the marketplace will assist in procuring them. Typically, delivery occurs within half an hour at the quickest, or 2 hours at most. Which marketplace is this? I, too, seek the name of this establishment. Subsequently, this viewer inputted the name of the marketplace, and thus, the chain store, which spans across various inhabited planets, industrial worlds, tourist destinations, and even remote and underdeveloped planets, was flooded with numerous orders for olives and yams. The procurement staff, upon witnessing these orders, wore expressions of bewilderment. Small green fruits and iron-like yams? Newly cultivated fruits and peculiar root vegetables from the Biological Research Center? Upon reviewing the information, it became clear that the recent product launched by the Biological Research Center did not feature such a small green fruit, nor did it include iron-like yams. After perusing the comments, the procurement team suddenly understood. These were, in fact, wild fruits and roots, making the task far more manageable. Once again, she located the screenshots of her yam harvesting, emphasizing the appearance of the yam plants. Subsequently, she compiled and dispatched them to the assorted couriers scattered across various planets, instructing them to search for and gather in the natural zones. After collecting the olives, Sang Ning ventured further and further away. Initially, both the audience and manager Luo were oblivious to her intentions and destination. However, as she continued her relentless journey, traversing dense forests, pushing through thickets, and leaping across ferns, ultimately crossing a brook, upon reaching the mountain summit, the purpose of her expedition became evident to all, for there lay the sea before her. The moment Sang Ning beheld it, her eyes sparkled with delight. Standing at the pinnacle, she leaned forward to gaze down, and upon perceiving the gentle slope of the mountain, she shouldered her basket and gingerly descended along the mountainside. How long had she been walking? Over 5 hours. How was she aware that the ocean awaited behind the mountain after such a lengthy trek? The question left everyone speechless. Yet, the primitive individual known as Sang Ning, designated as 238, had discovered it. Goodness, it seems that 238 is a constant source of surprise. Her fortune is indeed remarkable, amidst torrential rain. She found a sheltering hollow in a tree, and after the rain ceased, she procured sustenance by the riverbank, subsequently uncovering a splendid cave. Now, she has even stumbled upon the sea. Her luck is truly unparalleled. Perhaps it is merely beginner's luck. Yet, luck is a form of prowess. And I believe Sang Ning possesses some skill. Otherwise, how could she have discovered the ocean? This statement holds merit. Yet the majority of the audience vehemently refuses to acknowledge this truth. The acknowledgement of this fact signifies that they concede the notion that Sang Ning, as an original human species, is not merely a trivial entity. As an elite breed evolved through genetic progress, such a realization weighs heavily on their conscience, evoking a sensation akin to a stinging slap to the face. Consequently, the majority of the audience attributes Sang Ning's success to mere beginner's luck, while a smaller faction begins to genuinely recognize her capabilities. As the audience engages in fervent debate over whether Sang Ning's discovery of the sea stems from skill or fortune, she, having discerned no imminent danger after a few cautious steps down the mountain, accelerates her descent with unbridled enthusiasm. This sudden action sends a chill of apprehension through both the spectators and the responsible party, Mr. Luo. Chapter 9. A mutual endeavor. The path descending the mountain is not particularly steep. In fact, many areas are quite level. Nonetheless, it remains a mountainous terrain. Moreover, Sang Ning's rapid descent exacerbates the tension. Everyone watches in wide-eyed astonishment as her feet dart swiftly across various stones, both flat and jagged, a visual spectacle that profoundly challenges the heart's fortitude. Amidst this uncontrollable anxiety, Sang Ning reaches the base of the mountain. Standing on a large rock, she gazes at the waves crashing against the shore, contemplating her next move when a flash of white catches her eye in the not-so-distant waters. Initially suspecting an illusion, she focuses intently, only to behold another head emerging. Soon, this figure rises from the water, cradling a large fish with a tail that thrashes vigorously. Even from a considerable distance, its size is apparent, and upon closer inspection, it appears to weigh around 10 pounds. However, its species remains a mystery. She had been gazing at the individual for such an extended period that he eventually sensed something amiss and glanced back at her. In that fleeting moment of their eyes meeting, a blankness enveloped Sang Ning's mind, but she swiftly regained her composure. Observing the man, who was cradling a fish in one hand while gesturing towards her with the other, she pondered for a couple of seconds before decisively leaping down from the large rock and wading through the seawater towards his direction. Hence, was contestant 238 on her way to rendezvous with another competitor? Judging by her trajectory, it seemed so. However, one puzzling aspect lingered in my mind. Given that the other contestant was not particularly close to her previous position, how did she discern his presence? Perhaps it was akin to her awareness that the sea lay beyond the mountains, a conundrum yet to be unraveled. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast hall of the Survival Headquarters, staff members, including Director Luo, were engaged in a discussion about this very question. Lao Luo, are you certain that the contestant you oversee belongs to the primitive race? Inquired a manager sporting a bushy beard as he placed a hand on Luo Ning's shoulder, smiling as he sought information. Indeed, Luo Ning replied earnestly. The data has been thoroughly vetted by the review committee. A contestant hailing from a destitute planet certainly lacks the stature to warrant any falsification by the committee. Implicitly, he conveyed that there was no need to question the authenticity of Sang Ning's information. The other managers grasped his implication immediately, yet the ensuing confusion deepened. So, how exactly did she accomplish this? This question left Luo Ning at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he irresponsibly suggested, perhaps, it is due to her origins from E27. What do you mean? Please clarify. The disjointed remarks left the various leaders perplexed. Luo Ningxing, without further pretense, articulated his assessment. Even if you are unaware of the specifics concerning planet E72, you have certainly heard of its destitution, backwardness, and peril. Throughout the years, it experiences sandstorms nearly every day, with perhaps only 1 or 2 days of respite. In truth, the entire existence is shrouded in these storms. Alongside the acute scarcity of essential survival resources, one must also contend with the assaults of sandworms. Only those possessing considerable skill can endure. At this juncture, he sighed. Truly, through the lens of Sang Ning, I have begun to discern a truth. Does the genetically optimized elite truly embody superiority? Our sole distinction from Sang Ning lies in our elevated starting point. However, in many other respects, we may not surpass her. Your words are excessive, interjected another leader, his expression darkening. Are you elevating your candidates or belittling us by comparing our elite to primitive humans? I once shared your sentiments. The genetically optimized elite inherently harbors a bias against the primitive, viewing themselves as superior, and I was no exception. Yet, Sang Ning's recent conduct has prompted me to reconsider my perspective on races and matters from a different vantage point. I placed myself in Sang Ning's shoes, contemplating her upbringing and environment, and was horrified to realize that had I been born a primitive human on a planet like E72, I could not have achieved her level of competence. If we were to switch positions, she could thrive, while we might not. The assembly fell silent. Old Luo is beyond redemption. Elevating the perspective of a primitive race aside, it is indeed perplexing to witness the denigration of oneself in comparison to them. In their eyes, one might assume that this individual has suffered a blow to the intellect, perhaps from a meteorite or debris from the cosmos. As the conversation reached an impasse, the various leaders, feeling an acute sense of disquiet regarding Roningsheng, resolved to distance themselves from him. Unfazed by this sentiment, Roningsheng remained fixated on the audience and the live stream in the condition of Sang Ning. He attentively intervened to mediate tensions among the viewers when disputes arose, and offered considerate responses to their inquiries. The discussions within the live stream primarily revolved around Sang Ning, with only a handful of participants occasionally referencing the status of other competitors. Whether sentient beings or inanimate objects, comparisons often evoke trepidation. It is only through juxtaposition that disparities become evident. While Sang Ning found solace in a secure refuge, enjoying the warm embrace of a fire throughout the night, hundreds of competitors were left without shelter, forced to huddle in the darkness, ever vigilant. Each contestant possessed but a single survival resource, devoid of any supplies. Thus, concealing oneself during the perilous night became the most prudent course of action. Sleep was an impossibility, as wild animals possess acute olfactory senses, and slumber could easily lead to becoming prey. Therefore, the only option was to remain alert through the night, enduring until dawn when the sun would herald safety and permit a moment of respite. Consequently, as Sang Ning ventured forth, accompanied by another competitor bearing their shared bounty, countless contestants lay in a deep slumber beneath the sun's warm rays. In Yin was among those who succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Only Moe Ching remained seated, appearing completely unfazed and devoid of any signs of fatigue, while protecting Yin and the others. As Sang Ning strolled along the beach, she suddenly halted and crouched down. The plush ears of Dominic, who was rushing towards her, were comically revealed as he resignedly chose to lay down like a big fish. The onlookers were equally bewildered, watching as Sang Ning began to sift through the sand, their expressions turning to sheer astonishment. What was she doing? Why on earth was there an egg in the sand? This must be an egg, right? The shape resembled an egg, but the species it belonged to was unknown, as she had never encountered anything like it before. I recognize this egg. It belongs to the colorful feathered bird, she mused. This particular bird, adorned with vibrant plumage, was extraordinarily captivating and charming. It would turn into a drenched, bedraggled creature in the rain, its beauty plummeting drastically. Yes, I assure you, you may verify this information. It is highly probable. Originally, Sang Ning intended to collect the egg for consumption. Chapter 10. No free labor. Before her lay a nest containing a total of 27 eggs. Not one to be greedy. She chose to take only 6, carefully covering the remaining 21 with sand once more. There was no need for concern that the female bird would detect an unusual scent and peck at the remaining eggs. Once the seawater dampened the sand, any such scent would be obliterated by the ocean's distinct saline aroma. Placing the eggs into her basket, Sang Ning made her way towards the contestant, who was likewise sprinting in her direction. As the distance between them diminished, Sang Ning finally discerned the true identity of her counterpart. Before him stood a young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and clear, bright eyes. He exuded a sunny and charming demeanor, maintaining a respectful distance of approximately 1 meter. He halted and waved at Sang Ning. Greetings, I am contestant number 23, Mu Tao. Inspired by the phrase escape like a fleeting peach blossom, Sang Ning replied, Hello. I am contestant number 238, Sang Ning. Mu Tao glanced at the basket in Sang Ning's possession, a hint of envy flickering across his face. Is this your survival gear? No, she responded. This is something I fashioned myself. My survival gear consists of a dagger. At her words, Mu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. A dagger? A cold weapon from human history? Sang Ning nodded, and Mu Tao, filled with sympathy, remarked, I believe my situation was dire. But it seems you are in an even more unfortunate predicament. He then inquired if they could converse further, to which Sang Ning readily agreed. Thus, they settled down to engage in dialogue. However, amidst their conversation, he suddenly performed an unexpected maneuver, burying a large fish in the sand. Witnessing this action left not only his audience dumbfounded, but also Sang Ning perplexed. Why on earth would you bury the fish in the sand? I lack the tools to process it, and besides, the fish is nearly dead. I seem to recall someone mentioning that if you bury a fish in sand while it still has a breath of life, it will not spoil. Sang Ning sighed. What kind of upbringing did this child have? He truly possesses no common sense. That fish buried in sand will be utterly useless. With a resigned tone, she added, "Let us dig it out. I will assist you in processing it. Do you know how?" Mu Tao looked at him with skepticism, to which Sang Ning responded affirmatively. "I do." "All right, thank you, Ba Jia," Mu Tao exclaimed joyfully as he swiftly retrieved the fish. Sang Ning took the fish and expertly began to prepare it in the seawater, adding, "Don't call me Ba Jia. It sounds like Zhu Beiji. Besides, it's unclear who is older between us. Just call me by my name." "Okay, Ning Ning." Mu Tao readily complied. Sang Ning paused, glancing up at him. Her handsome features adorned with a warm smile, his eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms glistening with moisture. Sang Ning chuckled. "How do you plan to cook this fish?" "Raw. Not all sea fish are suitable for consumption in their raw state. At the very least, I do not recommend eating this unfamiliar fish raw." Mu Tao sighed in resignation. "I know, but I don't know how to cook fish. Had I known that survival on this desolate star would be so arduous, I would never have signed up. I regret letting my impulsive enthusiasm be ignited by Tada and the others." Thus, he found himself among the 5,000 so-called fortunate ones, enduring 2 days of consuming raw marine life. If not for Sang Ning's timely arrival, he would have had no choice but to eat the fish raw. Sang Ning replied, "Then I'll help you by filleting the fish, making it easier to eat." "All right, Ning Ning." Seeing her deft and swift movements, Mu Tao squinted slightly and feigned indifference. "Ning Ning, how did you come to know this?" "For survival. This Sang Ning truly possesses remarkable skills. However, I refuse to work for free. I am willing to assist you in catching fish, but what will you offer as compensation?" "I can provide you with, but it is of no consequence. He is quite strong. If I recall correctly, contestant number 238 is the sole representative of the primitive race among all participants. Primitive races typically exhibit inferior physical qualities and stamina. Thus, I presume this remuneration will suffice to gain her agreement. I can labor for you, provided you ensure my sustenance." Glimpsing into the basket she set aside, it contained an assortment of peculiar wildflowers, fruits, and various roots. The reluctance to discard them, coupled with the willingness to carry them, indicates their edibility. This suggests that Sang Ning, hailing from a poverty-stricken area, possesses skills for survival. He trades his labor for enough food to satisfy his hunger, a transaction that seems quite advantageous. Sang Ning instinctively considered declining, but upon reflecting on his own strength and comparing it to the astonishing capabilities of the elite human race in this world, whose average strength reaches an incredible 500 kilograms, he felt a shameful temptation. "What is your strength level?" "Not particularly high, only 700. 700 kilograms? Ah." Mu Tao nodded. "My brother's strength exceeds mine by over 200. Sang Ning was left bewildered. What kind of species are these humans of the interstellar era, each one more extraordinary than the last? Is that acceptable?" "Agreed." After preparing the fish, Sang Ning inquired, "How would you like it cooked?" "Anything cooked will suffice." From yesterday to today, due to his inability to cook, he had consumed the marine creatures raw and had grown weary of it. At present, there is an unmistakable scent of the sea lingering in the air, a rather unpleasant odor. Sang Ning let out a sound of acknowledgement, remarking that it was quite manageable. "What are your survival supplies?" she inquired. Mu Tao retrieved a small box from her waist and opened it, revealing a sphere the size of an infant's fist and a diminutive vial. Upon seeing the sphere, Sang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Memory metal?" she exclaimed. "Indeed," Mu Tao replied, a hint of frustration evident in her tone. "This item is rather useless. I would prefer it if you simply exchanged the small vial of salt for a larger portion." Mu Tao is fortunate, possessing not only memory metal but also salt. "No. Your survival items are indeed quite valuable," Sang Ning chuckled. With memory metal and salt in hand, the array of possible dishes had significantly expanded. Salt? The very substance she had yearned for had miraculously appeared. She felt a wave of happiness wash over her. "What?" Mu Tao responded incredulously. "I understand that the human body cannot function without salt, but memory metal." She glanced at the memory metal, puzzled. "Can this actually be consumed?" The viewers in both live streaming rooms were equally bewildered, bombarding the screen with profound questions. Can memory metal be eaten? Naturally, it could not. However, due to its malleable nature and excellent thermal conductivity, Sang Ning had ingeniously shaped the memory metal into a small frying pan. Chapter 11. Such aroma. Mu Tao was not skilled in the art of fire-making, so ultimately, it was Sang Ning who took the initiative to ignite the flames. Mu Tao. Mu Tao stood in astonishment. staring at the blazing fire for a considerable time before finally asking, Ning Ning, how did you manage to create that fire? Why can't I? Friction generates heat. Subsequently, the two succulent pieces of fish oil from the belly of a large sea fish were carefully severed with a dagger and placed upon a metal plate for frying. The metal, renowned for its rapid conduction of heat, caused the fish oil to sizzle and emit a tantalizing aroma, simultaneously releasing the distinct scent of the ocean. As the live stream engaged all five senses, viewers from both channels were enveloped by this olfactory experience. Some commented in the chat that the smell was foul, while others found it irresistibly fragrant, a scent that could indeed intoxicate. Mu Tao belonged to the latter group, deeply inhaling the fish oil's briny essence with a look of rapture. Ning Ning, this scent is delightful. Sang Ning, as long as you enjoy it. I absolutely adore it, he said, swallowing with evident desire. Can we eat it? This is not for consumption. This is not what I envisioned. Regardless of the disparity, it was clear that this was not intended for Mu Tao. While waiting for the fish oil to refine, Sang Ning promptly rinsed a variety of freshly harvested ingredients such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and wild peppers in the clear water from a bamboo tube, slicing and mincing them with precision. Once all the accompaniments were prepared, the fish oil was also ready. The unknown sea fish was sizable, yielding a generous amount of oil from its belly, over half a bamboo tube, though much remained on the iron plate, reserved for frying the fish. Otherwise, there might have been even more. Nevertheless, Sang Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. With oil and salt at his disposal, the possibilities for flavor were abundant. As the fish fillets met the hot iron plate, they emitted a sizzling sound that made viewers wince, and even Mu Tao felt a twinge. But considering he wouldn't have to consume raw fish, he felt he could endure it. As he persevered, he finally achieved the golden brown sear on both sides of the fish. With a sprinkle of salt and an assortment of peculiar green, white, and pale yellow fragments, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air, captivating the audience. The scent was intoxicating, a delightful fragrance that tantalized the senses. Not only did it smell exquisite, but the presentation was equally appealing. The golden fish pieces, harmoniously combined with the delicate hues, created a visually stunning tableau. Uncertain of the taste, he felt his mouth watering in anticipation. With a gulp, Mu Tao's eyes fixated on the fish, pleading, Ning Ning. Can we eat now? Yes, we can, replied Sang Ning, using her bamboo chopsticks to lift a piece of fish and place it on the lid of the bamboo tube, offering it to Mu Tao. All right. Mu Tao, driven by desire yet restrained by his upbringing, refrained from using his hands and instead focused on Sang Ning's chopsticks. There are spare chopsticks in the empty bamboo tube, Sang Ning remarked, relieved she had woven 3 pairs the previous day. Otherwise, sharing a single pair would have been quite awkward, as she had no habit of using one pair with someone else. At that moment, Mu Tao swiftly retrieved the spare chopsticks, eagerly pinching a piece of fish and bringing it to his mouth. The preparation was deceptively simple. With only salt and an assortment of odd ingredients, devoid of the ubiquitous flavor-enhancing products. Yet, the fish's tenderness and flavor were so exquisite that it felt as though his taste buds were on the verge of exploding with delight. He continued to eat without pause, and his audience, unable to resist the temptation he had stirred, eagerly took a bite. Subsequently, they were satisfied. The fish was truly delectable, surpassing the offerings of many natural restaurants. The fish was too substantial for Sang Ning to finish entirely. Nevertheless, the two of them managed to consume half of it together. Mu Tao ate more, while Sang Ning had less, ultimately turning the roasted yam into their staple. With their appetites sated, Mu Tao, wearing a contented expression, gathered their belongings and departed with Sang Ning. Along the way, he could not help but exclaim, Ning Ning, I am truly delighted to have met you. Rest assured, should you require assistance with any strenuous tasks in the future, simply instruct me. The viewers in Mu Tao's live stream exclaimed, is he planning to cling to contestant 238? Sang Ning. Meanwhile, the audience in Sang Ning's stream was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They were genuinely astonished. In previous survival competitions on the desolate planet, contestants would have relished the opportunity to eliminate their rivals. The competition was intensely fierce, with hostility pervasive from the moment they were cast onto the barren world. However, the contestants of this season seemed to present an unusual dynamic. First, there was Yin, who had teamed up with others. And now Mu Tao and Sang Ning had also entered a cooperative mode. This trajectory, while not aligned with their expectations, possessed a refreshing quality. Thus, they found themselves at a crossroads. Should they voice complaints or simply accept the change? With Mu Tao as a formidable ally, Sang Ning felt liberated in gathering survival resources. Are you hungry? Yes. Then wait a moment. I will prepare something to eat. All right. The large-toothed fern becomes increasingly soft with dryness. Ning Ning. You can use it as a cushion while sleeping. It is relatively comfortable and also serves to ward off mosquitoes. Quite considerate indeed. Sang Ning expressed her gratitude with a smile, then set the cold, tossed wild vegetables aside. Next, she prepared some of the remaining fish by pan-frying a portion and simmering the rest into a soup. As usual, the staple was roasted yam. Mu Tao was genuinely an easygoing individual. Perhaps it was the fear of consuming raw food that made her so accommodating. She was not picky and ensured nothing went to waste. Sang Ning was pleased with this arrangement, as their circumstances left no room for waste. Once their supplies of oil and salt were depleted, difficult days would inevitably return. However, this little bit of oil and salt would not last long. Thus, securing more salt and oil was of utmost priority. Olive fruits could be pressed for oil, and seawater could be evaporated for salt. With these two essential resources, it was feasible to manage. Yet, they were only two in number, even with Mu Tao's extraordinary strength. He could not be relied upon as if he were two individuals. Therefore, they required assistance. In your area, have other competitors been introduced? No. Sang Ning felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, thinking it would be just the two of them. However, he added, but I know where other competitors are. You encountered them? Ah, indeed. Chapter 12. A gamble with assured returns. For some reason, a look of distaste crossed Mu Tao's face, as he recalled a particular competitor, one who was delicate, temperamental, and replete with princess-like airs. The audience in Sang Ning's livestream displayed expressions of utter confusion, pondering whom he could be referring to. The audience in Mu Tao's livestream exhibited clear disdain, sending barrage messages expressing their disbelief at encountering such a dramatic woman after all these years. Sang Ning, is she going to do this alone? Mu Tao pondered, her brow furrowing as she sensed something amiss. Ning Ning, you wouldn't be considering teaming up with her, would you? Sang Ning neither confirmed nor denied, instead stating, I dislike complications, but we require assistance. Mu Tao contemplated for a moment before asking, is one person not sufficient to help you? Perhaps not, came the reply. The audience was bewildered, unable to grasp her intentions. Mu Tao felt similarly perplexed. After a moment of reflection, Sang Ning pointed to a cave and inquired, what do you think of this cave? Quite good, Mu Tao replied, her envy palpable. Ning Ning, you are truly fortunate to have found such a cave upon your arrival. You cannot imagine how I fared yesterday and today. I hardly slept and was drenched in the rain. Sang Ning listened patiently, allowing her to finish before saying, this cave is suitable for short-term habitation, but not for the long haul. I have no intention of quitting midway. I wish to construct a house. Build? Build what? Mu Tao questioned, doubting her own hearing, her expression one of disbelief. The audience shared similar sentiments. Even the two individuals responsible for facilitating communication between Sang Ning and Mu Tao exchanged incredulous glances. Lao Luo, your contestant wishes to build a house. The head of show stated with a blank expression. That is indeed what she said, Luo acknowledged with a nod. Zhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Has she studied architecture? The corner of Manager Luo's mouth twitched slightly, mimicking a ghost. Without even a formal education in architecture, he sighed and shook his head. No. Manager Zhou, filled with sympathy, patted him on the back, remarking on the unfortunate situation of having such a contestant. Manager Luo chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief as he replied, you speak as if you were not to be pitied. Let us not forget, your contestant has teamed up with mine. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou could no longer feel sympathy for Manager Luo and began to pity himself instead. Why would one choose to team up with someone so unwise? The mere notion of being paired with Sang Ning, a primitive human, was beyond comprehension. With a sigh, he pondered aloud. Do you think it would be feasible for me to persuade Mu Tao to part ways with Sang Ning? You could certainly give it a try. But you know how it is. She is a primitive human. Primitive humans are synonymous with original sin, representing inferior genes in this world, and are scorned by all elite humans. As Manager Luo contemplated the injustices faced by primitive humans over the years, he felt a strange pang of bitterness rise within him. Uncertain of his motives and intentions, he turned to Manager Zhou and proposed, how about we make a wager? A wager on what? A wager on whether my contestant, Sang Ning, can survive for 3 years and ultimately triumph. That is impossible. Yet impossibility will only be revealed in time. So, will you take the bet? Is there a stake involved? If there is, I shall accept. If Sang Ning achieves victory, you will grant me a dazzling bird. If not, The reverse shall apply. What do you say? A deal. A bet that guarantees profit. Only a fool would refrain from participating. The manager, aware of his own acumen, readily accepted this wager. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning, the two managers had placed their bets on her. She was currently engrossed in sketching her future plans on the cave floor with charcoal. I intend to build a house here, nestled among the mountains, with fresh water nearby and the sea within reach. After 3 years of survival on this desolate planet, I aspire to reach the finish line and achieve ultimate victory, both for the reward and for the promise of a habitable world. However, one cannot merely endure in the short term. Thus, I plan to install traps around my dwelling, not to harm, but to ensure my safety. In addition, I wish to save her life. This place, unlike E72, is free from perpetual sandstorms, offering splendid scenery and clean air without the annoyance of abrasive sand. It is abundant in inexhaustible resources sufficient for me, you, and our future companions to live comfortably. Under the flickering firelight, her visage remained serene, her voice measured yet resonant, exuding an innate strength that compelled trust. There was a cunning quality to her words, painting an improbable future that ensnared Mu Tao. Naturally, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in Mu Tao, who, devoid of the attributes of an elite human, fell for the ruse. Engaging in spirited discussion with her, he appeared genuinely enthusiastic and cheerful. The expressions of those present reflected a mixture of disbelief and amusement. I feel that 238 is well suited for sales. It is indeed remarkable how eloquent she is. Am I the only one intrigued by her proposition of a house constructed entirely of wood? Historians have reported that our ancestors lived in wooden structures while inhabiting the Azure planet. Yet due to the loss of records, there is no substantial evidence to confirm this. If the 238th contestant, Sang Ning, truly manages to create such a dwelling, one can only imagine the astonishment among experts in the field. The critical question remains, can she actually bring this concept to fruition? I find Sang Ning to possess an enigmatic quality. Perhaps she might very well succeed. I do not share this sentiment. She appears to be merely a jester seeking attention. If she were to accomplish this feat, I would proclaim her as my superior. To the individual above, do not be obstinate. Previously, you asserted that if Sang Ning succeeded in creating fire by friction, you would acknowledge her as your superior and contribute generously. Yet, just as you expressed your skepticism, she indeed succeeded in her endeavor. Consequently, you faced both financial loss and humiliation, a true spectacle of social demise. It is essential to avoid being too stubborn. Such rigidity can lead to one's downfall. I believe Sang Ning will achieve success. Not successful. Successful. Chapter 13. The Cradle of Human Civilization. Subsequently, the audience in the live stream divided into 3 factions. One group believes in Sang Ning's potential for success, another doubts it, and a third remains neutral, refraining from participating in the dispute or betting. Indeed, following the 2 leaders, the viewers of the live stream have also begun to wager. Sang Ning continued to share her plans with Mu Tao, emphasizing the essential nature of salt for human existence. Your modest supply of salt won't last long, she asserted. Thus, we must resort to producing our own salt. Can salt even be manufactured? Mu Tao pondered, taken aback. In this era of burgeoning technological marvels, traditional salt production methods had long faded into obscurity. Furthermore, due to the diverse nature of sentient life forms, not every intelligent species required salt, resulting in a lack of attention toward the salt industry. Among all sentient beings, it seemed that only those with specialized knowledge were aware of the processes that transformed salt into a finished product. Mu Tao found herself among the uninformed. Therefore, upon hearing Sang Ning's words, she was filled with astonishment and an insatiable curiosity. How is it done? Is it akin to preparing food? After a moment of contemplation, Sang Ning responded with calm assurance. The simplest traditional method of salt production is solar evaporation, which involves 7 intricate steps: building the salt flats, preparing the flats, allowing for tidal influx, creating brine, measuring the brine, crystallization, and finally, harvesting the salt. It sounded rather complex. Indeed, it is intricate and time-consuming. But how is the salt flat constructed? Sang Ning proceeded to elucidate the 7 stages of solar salt production in detail. Mu Tao listened intently, as did the audience in the live stream. However, as her explanation concluded, a viewer could not restrain themselves from voicing skepticism, questioning the authenticity of Sang Ning's 7-step process. How could someone from a poverty-stricken planet, a primitive species no less, possibly possess knowledge of a method that even professionals are unaware of? Upon the emergence of this questioning comment, The audience, who had been engrossed and found it quite reasonable, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, how could Sang Ning possess such knowledge? The barrage of inquiries was overwhelming, with many calling upon the person in charge to interrogate Sang Ning. Consequently, the voice of the person in charge reached Sang Ning once more. Upon learning of the audience's doubts, Sang Ning smiled and remarked, "How could I know that the method of salt production benefited from ancient texts I perused in my youth?" "What ancient texts?" Director Luo inquired with palpable interest, his eagerness evident. The audience leaned in attentively, as did Mu Tao. Continuing calmly, she asserted, "For those who accuse me of deceit, I urge you to peruse the first article of human interstellar history. The answers you seek shall be revealed." A sensational revelation. E72 is actually the home planet of humanity, the Azure planet? Sang Ning, this news is too astonishing. Perhaps they should indulge in some devilishly flavored nutrient solution to regain their composure. Mu Tao opened her mouth, novelly stating, "I recall the first article of interstellar history mentioning that humanity successfully aligned with advanced civilizations and entered the interstellar era due to the 12 pioneers. If my memory serves me correctly, one of these pioneers shares your surname." With trepidation, she cautiously posed the question to Sang Ning. "Is Sang Jinxing related to you?" "Yes," Sang Ning replied. "He is my ancestor. As for the ancient texts, they have long since perished." Sang Ning anticipated the questions from the director and candidly provided an answer that left everyone disheartened. "However, the contents of those texts were conveyed to me by my father. To be candid, I often drifted into slumber as a child to the tales woven within ancient texts, while those texts were undoubtedly filled with fabrications. The assertion that planet E72 is the ancestral home of humanity, the Azure planet, is an unassailable truth. Sang Jinxing is indeed the progenitor of this body. A fact as steadfast as the previous one, and she is a direct descendant of an unbroken lineage." Upon hearing this, the head of the department fell silent, as did the audience who had rushed to verify the information. They were genuinely unaware that the impoverished and backward E72, renowned among all sentient beings, was the cradle of human civilization. Moreover, they looked down upon the primitive Sang Ning, whom they deemed a waste of air and a polluter of the land. Yet she is a descendant of one of the pioneers who propelled humanity into the interstellar age. Well, how shall I put it? It's rather awkward. Yet, this feeling of awkwardness was fleeting. Soon, another viewer sent a message urging the head to convey to Sang Ning his eagerness for her salt-curing method to succeed. In the ensuing moments, no one sought to nitpick, and the dialogue between Sang Ning and Mu Tao grew increasingly harmonious. Until Mu Tao, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Ning, we can select another contestant to team up with, but we absolutely cannot include Mo99. Her temperament is exceedingly difficult to manage." "Oh," Sang Ning nodded, deciding to address the matter of teammates when the time came. "It's time to rest. We have much to attend to tomorrow." "All right," Mu Tao replied readily, then reclined upon the large fern leaves to the left. To the right of Sang Ning lay Mu Tao, sprawled in a most ungraceful manner, with two leaf beds positioned a considerable distance apart, over a meter, in fact. Between them, a large bonfire flickered, and the live-streaming device, aside from certain specific circumstances, remained operational most of the time. Under such conditions, Sang Ning had no reason to fret over the potential mishaps that could arise from their solitude. The following morning, Sang Ning roused the disheveled Mu Tao, who lay in a rather unseemly position. Handing him a willow branch, she urged him to hasten with his morning routines, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and preparing for the day ahead. Mu Tao, still in a daze, accepted the willow branch and absent-mindedly shoved it into his mouth, only to realize something was amiss, which instantly brought him to alertness. Upon noticing the branch in his hand, he was momentarily taken aback. He looked up at Sang Ning, who was demonstrating the use of the willow branch, her lips and teeth smudged black, resembling the color of charcoal. "Ning, what has happened to your mouth?" Mu Tao inquired. "Brushing my teeth," Sang Ning replied, extending her hand to present a bamboo tube filled with charcoal powder. "You chew one end of the willow branch until it becomes frayed. Then dip it in the charcoal powder to brush your teeth. Admittedly, it may not rival professional dental products, but it is certainly better than not brushing at all." Mu Tao, finding this logic sound, willingly accepted her guidance and proceeded to brush his teeth as instructed. However, the experience left him grimacing, as he found the breakfast unappetizing. Consumed by a peculiar taste lingering in his mouth, he rinsed repeatedly with several sips of cool boiled water from the bamboo tube, finally feeling a semblance of relief. Using charcoal to brush one's teeth is quite uncomfortable, he remarked. Indeed, it is rather unpleasant, Sang Ning concurred. Afterwards, we shall search for materials to make some proper tooth powder. Chapter 14. Swift departure and return. What do the words tooth powder signify? The literal interpretation is quite evident. Mu Tao found it astonishing that such a concoction could be created. Indeed, it can. Sang Ning lifted her backpack, and Mu Tao hurriedly approached, adopting the demeanor of an eager subordinate as he reached out to take it, exclaiming, "Allow me." His obsequiousness was rather conspicuous. Sang Ning did not contest his offer. Instead, she placed the backpack onto him before picking up the basket and strolling out, remarking as she walked, "We might find the raw materials ahead. Is there any on the mountain? I'm not sure. Let us search." Today, Sang Ning chose a different route than the one taken yesterday. Mu Tao followed closely behind, observing as she foraged for items along the way. Eventually, they arrived at a bamboo grove, where the sound of flowing water could be heard in the distance. A water source. Indeed. Sang Ning surveyed the bamboo thicket and spotted some bamboo shoots but refrained from plucking them immediately. Instead, she led Mu Tao deeper into the grove, signaling him to tread lightly. Mu Tao complied. The audience in the live stream watched in bewilderment as the two moved stealthily, their expressions filled with questions. What are they up to? All eyes were fixed intently upon them. And then, they beheld small creatures drinking by a stream about a meter wide, alongside numerous birds. What a remarkable gathering of wildlife. But why would Sang Ning know that there were wild animals by the stream? It remains unclear. It has been said that Sang Ning possesses an uncanny intuition. Perhaps it is not mere intuition, but rather sheer luck. Speaking of those individuals dispatched to the desert, I genuinely feel pity for them. Deprived of sustenance and hydration, some contestants have been driven to drink urine. Really? Which contestant? I shall join the fray. Direct me to live stream number 6, 78, 105, 387, where a surprise awaits you. Subsequently, a throng of viewers hastily departed from the two live streams. As for Sang Ning, her hands were far from idle. She bore upon her back a basket brimming with provisions, alongside which dangled two fowl, their feet, wings, and beaks bound with vine. Her hands were also filled to the brim with items. The audience pondered. We merely took a stroll over to the other contestants. And they managed to procure all this? Indeed. How were those bird-like creatures captured? They are not birds but rather wild chickens and ducks, ensnared by Sang Ning using traps. Traps, you say? Fortunately, the weather was not excessively hot, and the fish remained unspoiled. After partaking in a belated lunch, she instructed Mu Tao to boil a pot of water to scald the feathers of the chickens and ducks before deftly organizing the items from her basket and backpack. Then, she retrieved a thin stone she had collected and found a suitable rock to begin grinding it. The incessant grinding sound was grating to the ears, causing discomfort. Mu Tao squatted beside her, inquiring, "What are you grinding the stone for?" "To make a stone axe." Listening to the abrasive noise, Sang Ning felt a sense of despair. She lamented, "If only I had an axe, I wouldn't need to grind stones here." The crux of the matter is that even after grinding, there is no guarantee of success, which is all the more frustrating. Mu Tao remained silent, his expression somewhat peculiar. Sang Ning, engrossed in sharpening a stone, was oblivious to this subtle shift, yet the viewers in both live streams were acutely aware. Something was afoot. Indeed, little Tao Tao's demeanor was distinctly off. Was he preparing to unleash a formidable tactic? What sort of tactic could it be? Was he intending to eliminate Sang Ning? Surely it had not come to that yet. If he were to truly oust Sang Ning, the memory of his previous encounter with raw marine creatures might well lead him to starve himself. However, one must not forget that under Sang Ning's tutelage, he had acquired skills such as fire starting through friction and knowledge of edible fruits and roots. Should he succeed in eliminating Sang Ning, he would likely manage to survive for a while longer. That notion carries some weight. Thus, will there be an elimination? I support the idea of elimination. Count me in as well. Upon hearing that Sang Ning might face elimination, the majority of the audience in the live stream grew ecstatic, while a minority felt a twinge of regret. Yet, the nature of that regret remained elusive to them. However, Mu Tao disappointed them. He not only refrained from covertly sabotaging Sang Ning, but instead revealed some news. "I know who possesses the laser axe." Sang Ning, a laser axe? One had only ever heard of laser swords, laser guns, and laser cannons. What on earth was a laser axe? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question remained, who wielded the laser axe? "My childhood friend possesses it." Mu Tao spoke solemnly. "Among our group, 37 have registered, but only 4 have been selected. The equipment those four childhood friends received includes a laser axe, an identification device, a medical kit, and a gourmet seasoning package. Sang Ning's eyes brightened instantly. Do you know their drop location? I only know the location with the laser axe. The others remain unknown. Can we form a team? Yes. Shall we go find him? Mu Tao's gaze fell upon the bound chickens and ducks, an insatiable desire flickering across his face. He swallowed hard, contemplating their fate. He pointed at the wild chickens and ducks. Sang Ning nodded, and Mu Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deal. I will go find him. She was unwilling to let this opportunity for labor slip away. Yes, rest assured, I have a keen sense of direction. Excellent. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Mu Tao dashed off like a wild stallion, vanishing from her sight in an instant. It was not until the water in the pot, crafted from memory metal, reached a boil that she paused her sharpening of the stone axe to dispatch the chickens and ducks with scalding water. The blood from the chickens and ducks was not wasted. A pinch of salt would suffice to solidify it in a bamboo tube. Chapter 15. Are you angry? The fundamental purpose of wild creatures is not to serve as sustenance for humans, but rather to propagate their species. Thus, do not expect the quality of wild game meat to be exceptionally fine. For instance, wild chicken is undoubtedly firm and dense, yet lacks tenderness. When it comes to tenderness, one must resort to domesticated poultry. Furthermore, wild chicken is notoriously difficult to cook thoroughly. After meticulously plucking the coarse feathers from the wild chicken and thoroughly cleansing its downy plumage, as well as extracting the innards, Sang Ning first applied wild onions and ginger to eliminate any lingering odor from the fowl. She then set the chicken aside to continue processing the duck. Once the duck was prepared, she commenced the slow simmering of the marinated chicken. However, due to the limited cooking apparatus, only a single pot fashioned from memory metal, she could not stew the duck, so roasting became the only viable option. Yet, there was no urgency in roasting the duck. Sang Ning retrieved the previously foraged olives and proceeded to extract their oil using stones and bamboo tubes, crushing the fruit into a paste. She then employed a woven mat as a makeshift filter. After filtering out the crushed fruit remnants, what remained was the olive oil. While it lacked the clarity of professionally processed oil and contained some cloudy fragments of fruit, it was still perfectly suitable for consumption. She poured the filtered olive oil into the bamboo tube and continued her culinary endeavors. Although the chicken needed for the mushroom stew was absent, the wild chicken was available. While mushrooms were lacking, varieties such as chicken of the woods and red mushrooms were plentiful enough to accompany the wild chicken in a hearty stew. Additionally, she gathered bamboo shoots from the local mozo bamboo, which yielded both winter and spring shoots. The winter shoots were of superior quality and required a discerning eye to locate, while the spring shoots were inferior in taste and texture. After peeling a shoot, she sliced off a small piece to taste. It was slightly bitter and astringent. To enhance the flavor, she knew she must blanch it to remove the bitterness, as it would otherwise detract from the overall taste. Throughout this time, the audience watched intently as she skillfully peeled the bamboo shoots, discarding the husks into a basket to be disposed of later. The natural refuse could be cast aside freely, as it would decompose and enrich the soil with nutrients. Plastic waste is harmful and should not be treated lightly. Bamboo shoots, on the other hand, are classified as natural waste. Consequently, the audience had little to say about Sang Ning's act of discarding bamboo shoots. His childhood friend was not foolish. He could not remain stagnant indefinitely. Mu Tao had already prepared himself for the possibility of not finding him. However, as he walked along the coastline for a couple of hours and arrived at a stretch of muddy land, he finally spotted his friend. The sight was quite disheveled, as if he had just wallowed in the mud. Upon his arrival, he saw his friend struggling to bring a large crab ashore. It was quite a hefty specimen, weighing over 10 pounds, flat and formidable. Mu Tao was puzzled as to why his friend was catching such a creature, yet that was of little consequence. What mattered was that they would soon possess a laser axe. Big Tooth, Mu Tao called out, and Luo Tianya, upon hearing his voice, looked over with surprise. Taozi, how did you end up here? I came specifically to find you. Mu Tao waved him over. Hurry up and join me. You can stick with me from now on. Luo Tianya's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, I'm afraid that if I stick with you, I might starve to death. Fear not. I promise you won't go hungry. There will be plenty of good food, Mu Tao asserted confidently. Luo Tianya regarded him with skepticism, but seeing the clean and composed Mu Tao, he doubted he would be suffering from hunger or hardship. Thus, he cautiously quickened his pace towards him. Are you serious? Absolutely, Mu Tao nodded. I've teamed up with Contestant 238. She can cook. I see. So you've teamed up with 238. Wait, Luo Tianya suddenly realized something was amiss. Exclaiming in surprise, "You teamed up with that primitive species, 238? The audience in Luo Tianya's live stream was in an uproar, deeming Mu Tao to be unwell. With so many elite players available, how could one choose to team up with the primitive being, 238? Was their judgment not struck by a meteorite? No, I am not one to be confounded." Luo Tianya, echoing the sentiments of the viewers, posed a question that seemed to arise from the depths of his soul. Mu Tao, feeling somewhat helpless, asserted with conviction that while Ning Ning was indeed a primitive being, she was not as inadequate as one might presume. As he spoke, Mu Tao grasped Luo Tianya's shoulders, locking eyes with him, and added, "Moreover, I must inform you of a significant fact. Ning Ning's ancestor is Sang Jinxing." Sang. Luo Tianya's mouth was covered as he gazed at Mu Tao. Mu Tao nodded, and Luo Tianya blinked, signaling him to release his grip, assuring him he would not speak out of turn. Without further ado, Mu Tao inquired, "So, are we forming this team, or not?" Releasing his hold. Mu Tao smiled warmly at him. "That makes sense." Mu Tao nodded, his gaze falling upon the large crab in Luo Tianya's hands. "Are you planning to take that with you?" "It is edible." Luo Tianya replied gleefully, "Yes, it is quite delicious." "Raw? Is there any other way?" Mu Tao continued. "What you deem useless is precisely what Sang Ning requires. By the way, what equipment does 238 possess?" "A dagger." Luo Tianya fell silent. And after a long pause, he spoke with a sympathetic expression, "Is it the dagger I am thinking of?" "Indeed. I thought my situation was dire enough. But it seems that 238 is even worse off than I. Nonetheless, his laser axe can serve as a lifesaver in dire situations. And it can also transform into a laser beam that inflicts devastating damage on the creatures that threaten him. As for the 238 dagger, what purpose could such a short blade possibly serve? It is unlikely to even pierce a bird. What an injustice. Indeed, it is not particularly kind to us either. In our cohort, we possess but a single piece of survival gear. Even that solitary item is not a matter of personal choice. Whatever is allocated is what we must accept. One must wonder, does that not incite frustration? Not in the least. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tianya interjected, while Mu Tao, taken aback, exclaimed with surprise, "You were not like this before your deployment. You mentioned it was before the deployment, having been battered by society. I have come to recognize a harsh truth." Chapter 16. Not just anyone. Mu Tao regarded him with a look akin to that of an alien, and then reached out to touch his forehead. Luo Tianya. In a fit of irritation, Luo Tianya swatted his hand away, retorting, "I am not ill." "I thought you were unwell," Mu Tao replied with an awkward smile, "as your transformation is simply too stark. It would have been better not to utter those words." Once spoken, Luo Tianya was filled with resentment. "I have already stated my unwillingness to enroll, yet you all seem to have lost your minds, forcibly dragging me into becoming one of the fortunate ones. Heaven knows I have no genuine interest in surviving on the desolate planet." He sighed deeply, pondering how he found himself in such a predicament. Originally, given his circumstances, he could have enjoyed a life of ease and comfort on the Central Star. Yet, he had now sunk to the point of subsisting on raw food. While it was manageable due to his robust physique and exceptional digestive capabilities, the crux of the matter was that there was only a single survival supply. What did this imply? It signified that for the past 3 years, he had not even had a change of clothes. This existence was truly unbearable. With a furrowed brow, he pondered aloud, "Depazy. Do you think it's conceivable that in the future we might find ourselves resembling the primitive humans, clad only in grass skirts and leaves? What nonsense is this?" Mu Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Why would you entertain such thoughts? Let us not forget that we are adorned in high-end protective suits with self-cleaning capabilities. This is a concern we need not fret over. It is Sang Ning who truly has cause for concern." Indeed, Sang Ning lacked even a protective suit, donning only ordinary clothing. 3 years had elapsed with merely this single outfit. Not only Mu Tao, but even the viewers in various streaming rooms began to worry for Sang Ning. One viewer inquired of the organizers whether the contestants would receive additional equipment in the future. Regardless of one's excellence, facing the chaotic challenges of survival on a desolate planet proved to be an arduous endeavor. Each broadcast invited criticism, yet with each denunciation, their fame only grew and their notoriety flourished. This phenomenon stemmed from a fundamental trait in sentient beings. There exists a penchant for reveling in the misfortunes of others. Nevertheless, Mu Tao and his companions were not in want of wealth. Their desire for prize money was minimal, and they harbored no aspirations for habitable planets. The reason for their enrollment was twofold. Firstly, a desire to challenge themselves, and secondly, a sense of boredom that beckoned them to test their limits. Neither of them had anticipated being selected, yet unexpectedly, both were chosen. Sharing a glance, Luo Tianya murmured, "I only hope that our elimination is not too embarrassing. I truly do not wish to lose face before all the intelligent beings in the universe." Mu Tao chuckled lightly, retorting as if it were his fervent wish, "Lighten up. At least with Sang Ning as our teammate, we need not worry about food and drink." Is Sang Ning truly that capable? Indeed, she is. As Mu Tao led the way, he plucked a purplish-black fruit and offered it to him, saying, "Here, eat this, it is edible. I'll give it a try." Luo Tianya, cradling a large crab, noted its remarkable vitality. Despite being captured for quite some time, it still wriggled energetically, attempting to escape his grasp. Consequently, he had no opportunity to reach for the wild fruit. Then, his eyes sparkled. The wild fruit was delightful, a perfect blend of tartness and sweetness. He wanted more. Sang Ning found it. Luo Tianya raised an eyebrow. How did she manage to catch it? It's difficult enough to capture birds with wings. Especially those accustomed to the wild, they are extraordinarily agile and can take flight at a moment's notice. Often, before one can approach, they have already flown away. He had previously attempted to catch birds for a meal, but after much effort, he had returned empty-handed. Now, however, Mu Tao informed him of a meat source. Was he certain he was imagining things? She trapped it using a vine snare. Luo Tianya suddenly understood. In that case, Sang Ning indeed possessed considerable survival skills. Certainly, otherwise I would not have teamed up with her. Mu Tao chuckled, for I am not one to be trifled with. The audience in Mu Tao's live stream let out a scoff, remarking that this hardly qualifies as indiscreet. After all, a mere suggestion from Sang Ning to prepare a meal led you to hastily offer yourself. If this is not casual, they could scarcely fathom what would be. The seemingly nonchalant Mu Tao continued her stroll alongside Luo Tianya, and as they walked, they stumbled upon a fruit-laden tree. He halted, gazing upwards at the bountiful fruits adorning the branches. Observing this, Luo Tianya, clutching a large crab, stood beside him to admire the view. Just then, Mo99 emerged from the thicket and caught sight of the two fools, obliviously staring upwards. She promptly called out to them. Upon hearing the familiar female voice behind them, both Mu Tao and Luo Tianya grimaced in unison. What a predicament! How could they possibly encounter Mo99? A girl replete with vexations? Shall we move? Luo Tianya uttered in a voice tinged with irritation. Mu Tao contemplated suggesting a hasty retreat, but before she could respond, Mo99 chimed in. Hey, you two imbeciles up ahead. Are you deaf, or what? You're the deaf one. Your entire family must be deaf. Mu Tao, initially intent on ignoring her and fleeing, erupted in anger upon hearing those words. She turned to Mo99, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha! Mo99, you unfortunate soul, how did you end up in such a predicament? Her laughter was unrestrained, revealing no trace of restraint in her mockery of Mo99. Curious, Luo Tianya also turned around, joining in the laughter. Miss Mo, in your current state. The words danced in Luo Tianya's mind, but ultimately settled on an unflattering descriptor. Quite unsightly. As if you all were paragons of beauty. Mo99 felt her eyes redden from their laughter, yet she defiantly approached them, grasping her whiskers with determination. Chapter 17. Not quite proficient, what are you two doing here? She inquired with a tone laced with disdain. Mu Tao chuckled lightly. If you're asking, I must divulge, what delightful matters are on your mind? Well, Luo Tianya replied, lacking any semblance of decorum, that's none of your concern. Oh, Mo99 replied, her demeanor radiating dejection and disappointment. She calmly stated, then I shall take my leave. Wait, where are you going? Upon witnessing her demeanor, Mu Tao blurted out, would you care to team up with us? The moment the words left his lips, he wished to slap himself. Luo Tianya regarded him with astonished disbelief, as if to say he had lost his senses. The audience in the live stream found amusement in the situation, inundating the chat with mocking remarks directed at Mu Tao. Just moments ago, he had declared his aversion to Mo99, criticizing her for being dramatic and princess-like, yet now he was extending an invitation. What can we say about you, little peach? I am at a loss for words. I can hardly be bothered to comment. It has become evident that little peach exists in a state of mental disarray for at least 363 days out of the year, a condition colloquially known as being abnormal. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. I have yet to encounter someone so fond of self-sabotage. The self-sabotaging Mu Tao was regretting his words deeply. However, It was futile to regret, for Mo99 swiftly interjected, I am willing. Mu Tao. Luo Tianyu exchanged a glance, observing the disheveled Mo99, whose face, hands, and neck were marred with wounds, and sighed in resignation. Very well, since we are forming a team, you shall accompany us. Mo99 responded with an O and followed along with her beloved Hushuji Jun, asking, where to? Mu Tao replied, to eat. Mo99 inquired, is there food? Mu Tao clarified, there is no rice, but there is meat. Mo99 swallowed hard, asking, where is the meat? Mu Tao, somewhat impatient, responded, in the pot. Ah. Sensing his annoyance, Mo99 fell silent and walked alongside the two. Yet, it was not long before she began chattering again. In the midst of her ramblings, she broke into tears, genuinely feeling wronged. Initially, Mu Tao and Luo Tianya offered a few words of comfort, but soon realized their reassurances were in vain and ceased to waste their breath on her. This only served to provoke Mo99 further, as she accused them of lacking compassion. Frustrated, the two felt an urge to give her a good thrashing. They often found themselves at a loss for words, their anger boiling beneath the surface. The viewers in the 3 live streaming rooms were nearly in hysterics, flooding the comments with remarks about the trio's childish antics, even struggling to quarrel effectively. It was utterly juvenile, evoking the image of young cubs bickering. As the sounds of their quarrel echoed outside, Sang Ning's ears twitched slightly. This was not right. Were they not supposed to be searching for childhood friends? Why was there a female voice among them? After the final stroke of the knife, she lifted the bamboo bowl and blew away the floating debris. Seeing that it was nearly complete, she swiftly glided the tip of the dagger along the surface of the bowl. Although this was not the first time witnessing such a spectacle, it remained astonishing. Could this be a long-lost carving technique from human history? Are you serious upstairs? I am not serious, merely conjecturing, but honestly, I find Sang Ning's skill truly resembles carving. What nonsense! Let the person in charge inquire, and we shall know. Thus, the responsible individual stepped forward once more. After a courteous greeting, he got straight to the point. Sang Ning, good evening. In response to the requests of the audience, I wish to know whether your carving technique is indeed a lost art. All ears perked up at this query. Those who were merely a few steps away from the cave, including Mu Tao, halted in their tracks upon hearing the question. A lost carving technique. It sounded impressive. So does Sang Ning possess this skill? Indeed, she does, albeit not with great finesse. There exists a significant distinction between having basic knowledge and true mastery. The adage about specializing in one's craft is no mere jest. She possesses a rudimentary understanding, but it cannot be deemed as proficiency. The person in charge, the audience, Mu Tao and the others? Everyone was taken aback by her unexpected revelation. After a prolonged silence, the person in charge finally remarked, it seems to me that you do not appear to lack proficiency. I genuinely lack proficiency. Sang Ning chuckled, remarking that her skills were merely at a novice level, and that true sculptors possess the ability to imbue their creations with a seamless, natural essence. Glancing at her own work, she added with a light laugh that it bore too much of a craftsman's touch, lacking the effortless grace required for genuine artistry. In the presence of true masters, she mused, it would likely be an eyesore. Is it really that bad? Mu Tao interjected, unable to contain her disbelief as she swiftly approached. Ning Ning, let me have a look. Her gaze fell upon the bamboo bowl in Sang Ning's hands. Is it this? Yes, Sang Ning replied, nodding as she handed the bowl over for Mu Tao to inspect. Her eyes then drifted to Luo Tianya and Mo99, who had just appeared, each cradling a half-alive crab and a tuft of beard lichen, respectively, both observing her with curiosity. Hello and welcome. I am contestant number 238, Sang Ning. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, warmly inviting them in while introducing herself. Her tone was gentle, striking a perfect balance, neither overly enthusiastic nor excessively aloof. Luo Tianya, visibly astonished, remarked, you've changed so much. You weren't like this on the spaceship. Sang Ning recalled the original owner's memories and understood her demeanor aboard the ship. Indeed, she replied calmly, the spaceship was filled with elite humans. And as an ordinary person among such distinguished company, it was wise to tread carefully. Her words were indeed quite reasonable. Luo Tianya expressed his understanding, yet Mo99, with genuine sincerity, remarked, Isn't your behavior akin to the saying of our ancestors, when the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkeys claim the throne? Chapter 18, A Dream by Night. Sang Ning, your academic performance must be lacking. Mo99, how did you deduce that? Sang Ning realized that this girl might be a bit simple-minded. It was unnecessary to engage in disputes with someone like her. She smiled and said, "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is your arrival. It was Tauzi and the others who urged me to invite you." Mo99, unabashed, spoke boldly. And Luo Tianya opened his mouth to retort, but was halted by Mu Tao. "Do not stoop to her level, or you will ultimately be the one left frustrated." This was a sage advice. The most effective approach to dealing with Mo99 was to disregard her, rendering her solitary performance futile. Luo Tianya remained unconvinced. He not only wished to retort to Mo99, but also felt the urge to confront her physically. However, a rich and enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, compelling him to swallow hard. His stomach, having been deprived of sustenance for several meals, began to roar with hunger. What is that delightful scent? He inhaled deeply, a look of longing on his face. Mo99 and Mu Tao were equally captivated by the fragrance, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Sang Ning. She rose and approached the fire, placing the roasted duck on clean leaves, and pointed to several bamboo bowls and newly carved chopsticks, saying, "Please wash the bowls and come for a meal." "Certainly." Mu Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, attempting to hand them to Luo Tianya. However, she soon realized that he was still clutching a large crab, which made her burst into laughter. "Why are you still holding on to that? It's a gift for Sang Ning." Luo Tianya, quick on his feet, turned and approached Sang Ning, presenting the magnificent crab to her. "Here, it's for you. You can eat it." Sang Ning, taken aback, replied, "Thank you." If her eyes did not deceive her, this was a horse crab, yet one of such a size was truly unprecedented in her experience. Nevertheless, considering the oversized scorpions from planet E72, she could certainly accept an enlarged horse crab. Just as she received the crab, a beard tooth fungus was thrust toward her. "This is edible too, it's for you," Mo99 said somewhat shyly. "By the way, I am called Mo99. That name rang a bell. As their gazes met, Mu Tao offered her a smile. And Sang Ning instantly understood. This girl would be a delightful companion. "All right, Nai. Thank you for the beard tooth fungus." Sang Ning expressed her gratitude, but did not hastily accept the fungus. Instead, she first used some vines to secure the horse crab before taking the fungus and setting it aside. At this point, Mu Tao had already rinsed the bowl and chopsticks with water from a bamboo tube and hurried over, distributing a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. Ning, can we eat now?" "Yes, we can. Let us eat," Sang Ning replied, picking up her chopsticks to add some bamboo shoots to her bowl. While Mu Tao and the others focused intently on the meat, Sang Ning, however, remained absorbed in her own meal. At this moment, the sky still bore the early light, yet the dense foliage outside the cave obscured a portion of it, casting a dim ambience within. The four individuals sat silently before a metallic pot, their faces illuminated and shadowed by the flickering flames, creating a hazy portrayal for the viewers in the live stream. Furthermore, they were irresistibly drawn to the pot of wild chicken, bamboo shoots, and mushroom soup. Their craving was genuine, uncontrollable saliva betraying their hunger. Tentatively, one of them sampled a piece. The exquisite flavor that graced the palate caused their eyes to gleam with delight. Quick! This wild chicken and bamboo shoot mushroom soup is absolutely delectable. Is that true? It seems that the exquisite dishes sold at natural restaurants are often enhanced with flavoring agents. After all these years, I have yet to taste the essence of pure, natural flavor. Please don't deceive me. I assure you, I can attest to it. I too am tempted. This is genuinely fresh. How is it prepared? The method appears straightforward, and the ingredients are few. However, I believe the fundamental reason this pot of wild chicken and bamboo shoot mushroom soup is so flavorful without the use of flavor enhancers lies in the quality of the raw materials. Is wild chicken a protected species? My friend beside me, I understand your line of inquiry. I have just consulted the information, and I can now definitively inform you that wild chickens and wild ducks are not protected species. They are rather abundant across various primitive planets. Based on the principle that protected animals are off limits for consumption while non-protected ones are permissible, I have just placed an order for 5 wild chickens and 5 wild ducks, along with a generous supply of bamboo shoots and mushrooms. I shall join you as well. Subsequently, a multitude of viewers rushed to place their orders, including the manager, Luo. The orders on a certain online marketplace surged dramatically, which should have been a cause for celebration. However, the diverse clientele from various star systems had chosen items that left the procurement team in a state of distress. It was not a matter of delivery issues or lack of supply. Rather, the sheer volume was overwhelming. These were not artificially cultivated goods, but rather pure wild animals that could not be harvested in controlled quantities. Consequently, it was impossible to guarantee that the available resources would satisfy every customer. They could only attempt to fulfill the orders and, if necessary, extend apologies to each client, perhaps offering a complimentary snack gift pack as a gesture of goodwill. The audience eagerly awaited the arrival of their goods, while Sang Ning and the others indulged in their feasts with evident satisfaction. Among the four, Sang Ning, the pure human, had the smallest appetite. Overeating would lead to discomfort. In contrast, Mu Tao and the others, being genetically optimized elite humans, exhibited increasingly hearty appetites, while Sang Ning felt content after consuming 7/10 of a pot of wild chicken, a roasted duck, and 5 roasted yams. Mu Tao and his companions polished off the remainder. Even then, they remained unsated, with little desire to complicate matters. Sang Ning prepared a few spiny crabs by briefly processing them and placing them in a pot with wild scallions and ginger for steaming. The crabs were too large to fit in the pot in their entirety, necessitating their division into several parts for multiple steaming sessions. As soon as the steaming began, Mu Tao and his 2 companions gathered around, eagerly anticipating the meal. Once the crabs were finished, Sang Ning pointed to the cave floor, inquiring about cleanliness. The tidiness is your responsibility. Ensure the pots and dishes are washed properly. Is that understood? No, replied Mu Tao and Luo Tianya in unison. Yes, countered Mo Nai Nai. Regarding young women, particularly those of striking beauty, Sang Ning exhibited notable patience. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "What troubles you? Why must I engage in these tasks?" The response came, "You are here to collaborate, not to indulge in leisure. If you wish to enjoy the comforts of life without labor, perhaps you should reserve such dreams for the night, for in reality, one must not indulge in fanciful aspirations." Chapter 19. Collecting stones. Sang Ning acknowledged with a hum, preparing to attend to her own matters, when Mo Nai Nai interjected, "Furthermore, I do not indulge in dreams. My sleep quality is exceptional. The kind where I slumber soundly until dawn, without waking." Sang Ning, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced at Mo Nai Nai's earnest expression and replied with an accommodating tone, "All right. I understand. I shall refrain from suggesting such things in the future." Indeed, Mo Nai Nai nodded, praising her. Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them makes you a good person. Sang Ning found herself in a blend of amusement and confusion, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, the audience in Mo Nai Nai's livestream chuckled, recognizing her as a true gem. Just when one might perceive her as overly dramatic or possessing a touch of the princess syndrome, she effortlessly transformed into a strong-willed woman. When one assumes she is merely a girl, she may unexpectedly dissolve into tears, embodying a rather unrefined version of herself. Yet, just as one thinks of her as a sobbing figure, she astonishingly showcases her wit in a rather clueless manner. It remains to be seen what further transformations she might reveal as the narrative unfolds. In contrast, the viewers in Sang Ning's livestream seemed indifferent to Mo Nai Nai's presence and her character, viewing her as a superfluous addition. At this moment, they were more eager for Sang Ning to take action. "Big Tooth, swiftly hand your laser axe to Sang Ning." As Mu Tao hastily tidied up the dishes, Luo Tianya emitted a couple of O's and retrieved a silver mini-axe from the small of his back, presenting it to her. Sang Ning reached out to accept the laser axe, examining it thoroughly before humbly inquiring how it was to be wielded. "Does planet E72 not even possess a laser axe?" Mo Nai Nai exclaimed in disbelief. Sang Ning responded with a simple, "No, we do not. The only advanced technology we have is the 13th generation Xian Ing spaceship." 13th generation. Do you accept donations? If so, I could persuade my family to donate a spaceship that I no longer use. Yes, we do accept donations, Sang Ning affirmed decisively. The notion of accepting handouts was foreign to her, as it had been to the original owner of her body. The dire poverty of planet E72 compelled unity. Without it, the fate awaiting its inhabitants was bleak and devoid of hope. After all, whether it be dust storms or voracious sandworms, the threats to humanity on planet E72 were overwhelmingly severe. In a united front, there were still those who faced death either buried by sandstorms or devoured by sandworms, reduced to mere sustenance. Without solidarity, annihilation loomed. It was true that the original owner yearned to escape planet E72 for a more hospitable existence. But this did not equate to a lack of affection for her home planet or the people who had cared for and assisted her. On the contrary, the original owner held a profound love for her world, one that inspired her to dream of transforming the dire circumstances of planet E72. striving for a better life for its inhabitants. Yet, she lacked the means to effect such change, and so too did Sang Ning in the present moment. However, that is a matter for 3 years hence. For now, if there is a donation, let us proceed. The triennial report conference for the governor is about to commence once more, and she genuinely worries about Governor Zhang taking the dilapidated Xianning to the Central Star. It is exceedingly perilous. Although such a worn vessel may evade the gaze of space pirates, the boundless cosmos is not solely populated by them. There are also meteor showers, cosmic debris, and stellar storms, any of which could easily dismantle the Xianning upon encounter. Consequently, each time the governor embarks on a journey to the Central Star for reporting, the inhabitants of planet E72 enter a collective state of prayer, beseeching for their governor's safe return. They have contemplated purchasing a spaceship. Yet their poverty confines them to merely drooling over various models and versions online during the rare moments of smooth internet access, for they cannot afford to buy. However, now that Mo99 is willing to donate a ship, Sang Ning finds no reason to decline. But are you certain it will not be operational? What uncertainty could there be? Mo99 replied with a smile, rest assured, it will certainly not be a new one. I possess more than 10 ships. The earliest one has been languishing in my warehouse, gathering dust for over 20 years. I lack for nothing in terms of vessels, but I believe planet E72 is in dire need. She patted Sang Ning's shoulder and added, do not feel burdened. My desire to donate is sincere. All right. Mo99's eyes sparkled with excitement, meaning she would not have to worry about daily sustenance any longer. Are you serious? She asked incredulously. Sang Ning affirmed. I stand by my word. Very well, then it is settled. It is settled. Thus, Monet turned to her live streaming room and called out, hey, big brother. Can you hear me? If you can, hurry and make a donation. Far away in Central Star, Monet's younger brother glanced at his elder sibling and said, brother, sister is asking for your help. Upon hearing this, the elder brother sent a message in the live stream to inform the administrator to relay to Monet that he would take care of it, assuring her not to worry, and promptly set about arranging the donation. Monet, your brother asked me to tell you that he has already taken action. The administrator, a sweet-voiced young lady, caught Monet's attention, and she gestured playfully at Sang Ning, saying, I keep my promises. Indeed, Sang Ning replied, giving her a thumbs up, you are a good girl. He he he. It seemed she had not received many compliments, as the girl not only blushed but also broke into a silly grin. Mu Tao and Luo Tianya exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same disbelief and the thrill of discovering new territory. It turned out that Monet was not as impressive as she seemed. It sufficed to be kind and praise her for a good rapport. Feeling flattered by Sang Ning's praise, Monet became her little shadow, eagerly instructing her on how to wield a laser axe. After watching Sang Ning chop some wood, she confidently declared her own newfound skill and offered to assist. Even when Sang Ning declined, Monet was undeterred. Reluctantly, Sang Ning handed her the axe, only to realize that she was not cut out for labor. Monet intended to use the wood for making benches and low cabinets, but her chaotic chopping resulted in uneven and ragged cuts. Monet, perhaps you should join Mu Tao in collecting stones instead. As she continued to chop, Sang Ning pointed towards a white stone situated over 10 meters away from the cave entrance. Collecting stones? Mo99 paused her actions, leaning forward to follow Sang Ning's gesture. Upon spotting the white stone, she curiously inquired, what purpose do the stones serve? They are useful, Sang Ning replied cryptically, refraining from elaborating on their specific utility. Chapter 20. Steady Hands. Mo99 chose not to press further, reasoning that Sang Ning must have a genuine purpose in mind rather than simply toying with her. The fact that she was instructed to gather stones alongside Xiao Taozi suggested there was indeed merit to it. All right, I'll go collect stones with Xiao Taozi. Before her words could fully dissipate, she dashed off to call Mu Tao to join her in the task. Mu Tao, reluctant, found himself unable to resist Mo99's astonishing strength as she, like a stubborn bull, dragged him outside, leaving him no room for protest. Thus, he ultimately accompanied Mo99, carrying a basket to collect stones. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya was alone, washing dishes. It seemed he was a young master unaccustomed to household chores, as he dropped the bowls multiple times. Fortunately, the bamboo bowls were resilient. Had they been porcelain, they would have shattered long ago. However, as he continued his task, he hesitantly approached Sang Ning. Sang Ning squatted before the chopped wood, contemplating how to split it into the desired thickness and width. Not raising her head, she inquired, what is it? The bowls are too greasy. I can't clean them properly, Luo Tianya admitted, visibly exasperated. The audience in the live stream had become restless, inundating the screen with comments branding him useless, questioning what worth he possessed if he couldn't even clean a bowl. Upon witnessing the uproar, the venerable patriarch of the Luo family could no longer remain silent. He unleashed a barrage of thoughts and retorts towards the audience, extolling the virtues of his great-grandson and admonishing the spectators for their disparaging remarks. The exchange grew increasingly heated, rendering even the organizers powerless to intervene. It was not until the elderly gentleman, overwhelmed by the backlash, furiously withdrew from the fray that the matter was settled. Meanwhile, Sang Ning had prepared a bamboo tube filled with wood ash for him. This natural substance was effective in eliminating grease and grime. The wild game was quite fatty, yielding a broth rich in oils, thus rendering the presence of grease on the utensils entirely normal. Wood ash, in the absence of dishwashing detergent, served as a perfect substitute. However, Luo Tianya was oblivious to this fact, as were the onlookers. Consequently, when he saw Sang Ning presenting the bamboo tube of wood ash, he was taken aback. Could the bowls, cleansed with this wood ash, still be deemed safe for use? His disbelief was palpable. Surely it would be toxic. Not at all, Sang Ning clarified. Wood ash contains hydroxides, making it alkaline. Its inherent abrasive properties, when dissolved in water, create an all-natural, pollution-free degreasing solution. If you rinse the bowls thoroughly after washing, they will be perfectly fine. I shall give it a try, Luo Tianya replied, still harboring some skepticism. Yet, he found himself with no other recourse but to heed Sang Ning's counsel. The alternative, abstaining from cleaning the dishes, was unthinkable. The mere thought of enduring another day of unsatisfactory fare, gnawing on the distinctly fishy and peculiar-tasting marine creatures, sent shivers down his spine. For the sake of his own stomach, he resolved to wash the dishes. This time, Sang Ning engaged not only in observation and contemplation but also took a piece of charcoal, seeking a smooth stone slab upon which to sketch and jot down her thoughts. Lines and numbers began to emerge, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. What was she doing? It seemed to be parameters and design sketches for some object. This sketch, composed of only a few lines, appeared somewhat familiar, yet the memory eluded them. No, I must search for it. To those upstairs, if you find it, please remember to share the answer with us. The barrage of comments continued, but no one could elucidate the situation. They could only gaze intently at Sang Ning. As they watched, the audience noticed Sang Ning put down the charcoal and, after a moment of observation with a piece of raw wood, began to chop it with a laser axe. This piece of wood was from the rare Wangwali tree. It was not a large tree. Yet as Sang Ning paused to admire it while passing by, Mu Tao mistakenly believed she had taken a liking to it, and, without hesitation, gave it a kick. Consequently, the beautifully hued, fragrant, and finely textured Wangwali wood snapped with a crisp sound under Mu Tao's impulsive action. To craft a small stool from Wangwali wood would undoubtedly be deemed wasteful by those knowledgeable about wood in Sang Ning's original world. However, in this realm, humanity exhibited no such appreciation for timber. The trees here fell into two categories, protected and non-protected. Protected trees were valued for their rarity, akin to national treasures such as the giant panda or the golden monkey in Sang Ning's world, while non-protected trees were plentiful and commonplace. Unfortunately, Wangwali and taxus trees were quite abundant on this planet. Thus, Sang Ning could utilize this Wangwali wood without a trace of remorse. The laser axe is a remarkable tool. Lightweight and compact yet extraordinarily sharp, far superior to a traditional axe. However, the true essence lies in its adjustable settings. It can transform the laser into a cutting edge or a slicing line, making it a versatile instrument. Initially, the protagonist, Sang Ning, struggled with the laser axe, but now she wields it with remarkable precision and skill. The audience watches in awe as she expertly cuts wood with the laser axe, then adjusts the settings to slice the cut pieces into planks with unparalleled uniformity. Each piece is measured to perfection, the splinters effortlessly removed by the laser, and any stubborn remnants are scraped away with a dagger. The audience is left wondering, what exactly is she trying to accomplish? Furthermore, have you noticed how steady Sang Ning's hands are? From the moment she began cutting the wood to the final shaping of the planks, her hands did not tremble once. This raises a question. Is she the only one among primitive humans with such strength, or do all inhabitants of planet E72 possess such remarkable physical prowess? Allow me to clarify. Every individual on E72 is endowed with such strength. How do I know this? Sang Ning and I hail from the same planet. Upon reading this viewer's comment, the rest of the audience became intrigued. They had encountered a native of E72 who could access the internet, a perfect opportunity to glean more information. Do you all truly possess the ability to weave? Using vines to craft items? Yes, just like the basket behind Sang Ning. Can you do that? Certainly. Though the shapes are somewhat different. Why do you weave these? To hold things? Well, to store daily necessities and the remains of sandworms, among others. Besides weaving, what other survival skills do you possess? There are countless, but I shall not divulge them, knowing would serve no purpose for you, nor would you wish to learn. As these skills are irrelevant to your lives. You already know this. I am aware, when I initially left to pursue my studies, I presented the unique products of our planet as gifts to my classmates and roommates, only to be ridiculed and become infamous at school, labeled as the impoverished outsider. Chapter 21, 6 Eliminated. The audience. This is rather unfortunate. The person upstairs misused the term, undoubtedly struggling academically. This is not the crux of the matter. The real question is, what is Sang Ning truly doing? The emergence of this comment made the chat seem to freeze, and only after a moment did the messages resume, accompanied by new comments. Yet all the remarks were filled with confusion. Ning, what is the purpose of these stones? Mu Tao, who had piled the stones in a corner of the cave, approached with curiosity. Sang Ning paused her woodcutting, then replied casually, let's keep it a secret for now. In a few days, you shall find out. These stones are limestone, quite useful, though she has yet to decide whether to utilize them. The primary reason for sending Mu Tao and Mo99 out to collect stones was to enjoy some peace and quiet. However, this is something she shall not disclose to them. She will share her decision once it is made. Unbeknownst to Mu Tao and the others, Sang Ning harbored her own thoughts in silence. Mo99, curious and somewhat displeased by her secrecy, pressed for answers. However, Sang Ning's lips were unexpectedly sealed. Not only did she refuse to divulge any information, but she also offered no hints, dismissing inquiries with the insistence of confidentiality. Mo99 felt a sense of helplessness, unable to extract any information from her. As the wooden boards took shape, stacked together, Sang Ning adjusted the settings on her laser axe, switching to beam mode. The onlookers watched in anticipation as she began to bore holes into the uncut log. To be precise, she was creating a multitude of small wooden pieces in various shapes, long strips, circles, and more. The spectators were left in a state of confusion, and even Mu Tao, who was closely observing her efforts, couldn't contain their curiosity, inquiring about her intentions. To make tables and chairs, Sang Ning replied succinctly, her hands never pausing in their work. Mu Tao and the others, taken aback, seemed to question their own hearing. With no metal, no specialized materials for furniture, and lacking any components, could Sang Ning truly succeed in crafting furniture from mere wood? After a moment of silence, Mu Tao, the one most familiar with Sang Ning, voiced their doubts under the urgent glances of her companions. Ning, can wood really be made into furniture? Yes, Sang Ning affirmed with a nod. She set aside the final piece she had carved, gazing at the pockmarked log in contemplation. After a brief silence, she put down the laser axe and rubbed her eyes. The darkness of the cave was settling in. Despite the fire being quite vibrant, the expansive cavern limited the area that could be illuminated. Her current position was not far from the campfire, yet the light still affected her. In the absence of a suitable illumination solution, working through the night was out of the question. Thus, it was best to conclude the tasks and resume the following day. You all should rest, she remarked before squatting down to organize the wood. Mu Tao and the others hurried to assist her. Are you not continuing? They inquired. It's too dark to see. We shall return during the day, she replied. Oh, Mu Tao and the others accepted this well, yet the audience in the live stream was less than pleased, eagerly awaiting a resolution to the mystery. Consequently, they felt as though Sang Ning was toying with them, leaving them in a state of suspense. A majority of the viewers began to protest, flooding the comments with demands for Sang Ning to act responsibly, urging the person in charge to convey that she should expedite her work, lest they resort to migrating to another live stream. Upon hearing the words of the person in charge, Mu Tao and the others cast worried glances at Sang Ning, preparing to offer her comfort, only to hear her respond with a simple "oh." Then there was nothing more. Preoccupied with her own tasks, Sang Ning appeared indifferent to the threats from the audience, as if their presence was inconsequential. The viewers were left speechless, as was the person in charge, Luo. After enduring the mounting tension, he finally spoke up. Sang Ning, you must consider the audience's feelings. To which Sang Ning replied, may I inquire why I should care? Whether the audience chooses to stay or leave is their prerogative. Likewise, how I choose to act is my own freedom. The implication was clear. threats held no weight with her. They were free to come and go as they pleased. Frustrated, the audience began to leave for other live streams. Yet, upon scaling the wall, it became evident that, in comparison to the performances of Sang Ning and her companions, the other contestants did not falter significantly. Some exhibited quite commendable prowess. However, these participants were unable to engage with one another amicably. Any encounter quickly devolved into a clash, leading to conflict. Although they professed that a gentleman employs words rather than fists and advocated for calmness and rationality, the very identity of their rivals precluded any possibility of peaceful coexistence or tranquility. Often, before even exchanging a few probing remarks, one contestant would eliminate another, or two would conspire to oust a third. As they listened to the live broadcast announcing eliminations, Sang Ning and her companions, who had just settled in for the evening, abruptly opened their eyes in surprise. Has the elimination process already commenced? Luo Tianya asked, bewildered. Sang Ning nodded, as if the situation were blatantly obvious. Almost instantaneously after her words, the announcement of another elimination resounded. This time, it was contestant number 3, Ning Chung, who had been eliminated. Ning Chung has actually been eliminated? Mu Tao exclaimed in disbelief. The astute and cunning Ning Chung had been ousted so early, he could hardly contain his astonishment. He took a deep breath, and upon noticing Sang Ning's questioning gaze, she inquired, "Is he your friend?" "Not quite," he chuckled, a gleeful expression adorning his face. "We have never seen eye to eye since childhood, and his swift elimination brings me immense joy." Sang Ning found it difficult to articulate her thoughts regarding this display. She glanced at Luo Tianya, silently inquiring whether Mu Tao and Ning Cheng shared a particularly antagonistic relationship. Luo Tianya, grasping her implication, nodded slightly in affirmation. The relationship is indeed strained, far beyond ordinary discord. Otherwise, there would not be such a sense of schadenfreude. Sang Ning understood instantly, awaiting the next announcement. However, after Ning Cheng's elimination, the lively broadcast fell silent, with no further updates. 6 contestants had been eliminated. Mo99 murmured, then said seriously, "I cannot fathom why." With 3 years still ahead, some contestants are already entering competitive mode. The 3 exchanged glances, unsure of where to seek answers. As the saying goes, a single grain of rice yields 100 different people, and just as no 2 leaves are identical, it is impossible for 2 individuals to share the same temperament. Thus, amidst their varied personalities, they found themselves incapable of even analyzing the situation. After a moment of silence, Sang Ning reclined once more, eyes closed, and advised, "From tomorrow onward, we must be vigilant. It is best not to approach other contestants until we can ascertain they pose no threat." Chapter 22. 1,000 miles of pursuit that makes sense. Mo99 responded first, blissfully lying on Sang Ning, cushioned by thick ferns. The comfort may not rival her luxurious bed, but the softness was undeniably pleasant. "I will heed Ning Ning's advice." Indeed, Mu Tao and Luo Tianyo exchanged knowing glances and echoed in unison, "We will follow your lead." Sang Ning smiled. "Let us rest. We must rise early tomorrow." As the 4 drifted off to sleep, the screen of the live broadcast remained illuminated, but the camera automatically shifted its focus to the flickering campfire. The vines have all cascaded down, forming a natural curtain that conceals the entrance while allowing for adequate ventilation. One need not worry about carbon monoxide poisoning from the campfire that burns throughout the night. However, the nocturnal forest is anything but tranquil. On the contrary, it is abuzz with life. Numerous creatures, active by night, roam freely, and fierce beasts emerge as well. Thus, outside the pitch-black cave, the only sounds mingling with the rustle of branches stirred by the wind are the piercing, ferocious, and trembling roars of various animals. The live broadcast captures these sounds impeccably, flooding the viewer's ears with the cacophony. Some, feeling unnerved, choose to scale the walls once more to observe other contestants, while others simply log off. After a restful night, Sang Ning brushed his teeth in the morning using fresh willow branches and charcoal. With newfound experience, Mu Tao adeptly took the initiative. Luo Tianya and Mo99, witnessing this unusual method of oral hygiene for the first time, stood there, wide-eyed, transfixed by the sight. "What are you staring at? Come and join us," Mu Tao beckoned, eagerly offering them the willow branches and charcoal. Although the experience was undeniably unpleasant, it was an effective means of dental cleaning, better to endure than to neglect. Exchanging glances, Luo Tianya and Mo99 felt a deep-seated reluctance toward the willow branches and charcoal, yet Mu Tao was right. It was preferable to forego cleanliness. Thus, They mirrored Mu Tao's earlier grimaces. Brushing one's teeth with willow branches and charcoal was indeed an overwhelming sensation. After experiencing it once, they sincerely wished to never endure it again. It was truly a misfortune. Sang Ning paid them no heed, swiftly preparing breakfast after freshening up. She made soft-boiled eggs, roasted yams, and a salad of wild greens. Given the presence of oil and salt, along with wild ginger, wild onions, and wild peppers, the flavor of the greens was not unpalatable, and Mu Tao and the others relished their meal. Subsequently, Sang Ning washed her hair. Boiling a pot of water infused with hibiscus leaves, the result was quite clean, albeit a tad coarse. However, the original owner's hair quality was inherently poor, a consequence of long-term exposure to dust storms and malnutrition, making such texture rather typical. After the tooth powder, she needed to arrange for fragrant hair oils, osmanthus oil, and soap. There was much to occupy her, yet fortunately, she was no longer alone, now supported by 3 helpers. With diligence, they could procure all that was necessary. Ning, may I wash my hair as well? Mo99 inquired, approaching with a hint of shyness. As Sang Ning was combing her hair with her fingers, she hesitated at the request, replying, "There are no more hibiscus leaves. Would it be all right to wash it tonight?" This was agreeable. They could certainly wait a few hours. The 3 nodded eagerly, prompting Sang Ning to cease her own grooming, grab a basket, and call for them to gather their gear and set off. 2 women and 2 men traversed the lush mountain forest. After a night of rain, the verdant foliage, washed by the downpour, appeared even more vibrant and fresh. Not far from the cave, they arrived beneath a tree adorned with clusters of green fruits, reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. "Can you climb trees?" Sang Ning inquired, gesturing towards the fruit-bearing tree. "We can," Mo99 and the others replied in unison, and without awaiting further conversation. Mu Tao agilely ascended the tree like a monkey, displaying unprecedented nimbleness. "Sang Ning, it appears that the speed of genetically optimized humans has indeed increased. How many do you desire? Please pick a cluster for me to examine and determine its edibility." Consequently, Mu Tao descended with a cluster of fruit resembling grapes and presented it to Sang Ning. "Is this edible?" Mo99 inquired, leaning closer. Sang Ning shook her head, prompting Luo Tianya to ask, "Then why are you picking it?" "To ascertain whether it is safe to consume," she replied, holding the cluster of fruit, each the size of a ping-pong ball. Sang Ning scrutinized it from above and noticed several fruits were damaged. The marks of their imperfections suggested they had been pecked by small insects or birds. She plucked one, peeled its skin, and to her astonishment, the flesh inside was translucent, exuding a delightful aroma. It was quite fragrant. Mu Tao swallowed hard, eagerly reaching for one and stuffing it into her mouth. Her swift action left Sang Ning no time to react, let alone intervene. Once she regained her composure, she observed Mu Tao, who was beaming with delight and mumbling about how delicious it was. With a sigh of resignation, Sang Ning cautioned, "One must not consume unknown items in the wilderness. Particularly in times of scarcity regarding medicine, one must be exceedingly vigilant. What if it is poisonous?" "It's not poisonous," Mu Tao replied, her mouth still full. "I've tried it, and this fruit tastes quite similar to the red raspberry you picked yesterday. It is rather delightful." "Really?" Luo Tianya's eyes widened with excitement, and Mo99's expression shifted as well. "Indeed, I am not deceiving you," Mu Tao affirmed with a nod, and then, with remarkable speed, she began to pluck more fruit, peeling them and eagerly consuming them. Monet deftly placed a fruit into Sang Ning's hand. Under the circumstances of their indulgence, it seemed inconsequential. Thus, Sang Ning partook as well. This verdant fruit, reminiscent of a ping-pong ball, captivated the hearts of the 4 with its sweet flavor and abundant juiciness. Half an hour later, they departed with a basket brimming with fruit. In the following hours, Sang Ning led the trio across the mountains in search of medicinal herbs to replenish their seasonings. If they could not find exact replicas, alternatives with similar flavors would suffice. Intriguingly, some substitutes proved to be even more delightful. They gathered a considerable number of lemons and stumbled upon a beehive. The species of the bees remained unknown, but one was notably large, about the size of a sparrow, and rather striking in appearance. Fierce and vengeful, these bees possessed the ability to track by scent from great distances. Mu Tao and the others, clad in protective gear, felt little fear. However, Sang Ning, lacking such attire, refrained from extracting the beehive, and instead complied with Mu Tao's request to observe from a safe distance. Chapter 23. Stung subsequently. Mu Tao and the others employed the smoking technique taught by Sang Ning, to coax the bees from the hive. Upon being smoked out, the bees seemed momentarily bewildered, not instinctively fleeing, but rather circling the hive in confusion. It was only when Mu Tao and the others began extracting honey with a large spoon fashioned from memory metal that the bees, enveloped in smoke, descended into madness. In an instant, they experienced a brief aerial suspension before collectively redirecting their course and charging towards Mu Tao and the others. Thus began their frantic escape. The three of them screaming in terror as they fled across the mountains, pursued by the relentless swarm. The speed at which they ran was remarkably swift. And despite Sang Ning's relentless pursuit, she was unable to catch up. Consequently, she completely lost track of their whereabouts. The disarray of Mu Tao and her companions elicited peals of laughter in several live-streaming rooms. As soon as this barrage of comments appeared, the screen was flooded with inquiries about what dreadful truth had been uncovered. Sang Ning possessed culinary skills among the 5,000 contestants. Those who remained were few indeed who could cook, not counting those who had been eliminated. I have observed that the majority of the contestants resorted to consuming raw food, and it was a rare occurrence for them to manage to prepare anything cooked over a fire, which was often unpalatable. I believe Sang Ning could easily leverage her culinary talent to capture the hearts and stomachs of any contestant she encountered. By concocting a narrative surrounding today's incident of the relentless pursuit by a swarm, she could effortlessly eliminate contestants, raising the question of whether this truth is indeed terrifying. As for the audience, this speculation, upon first hearing, does possess a certain allure, yet upon deeper contemplation, it reveals itself to be utterly nonsensical. The notion of capturing contestants' appetites is a monumental task. Furthermore, the locations of the 5,000 contestants varied significantly, regrettably. In the area where Sang Ning and her companions found themselves, there were only about 30 individuals at most. The initial encounter with Yin and her group was the closest, situated a staggering distance of over 100 kilometers away. Other contestants were even farther apart. And judging by the directions in which they were moving, they were not approaching Sang Ning and her companions. Based on the routes taken, as long as these contestants did not alter their paths, the distance between them would only grow, not diminish. What does this imply? It signifies that in the near term, Sang Ning and her small group should not expect to encounter any other contestants in the same vicinity. The likelihood of competitors from other regions encountering one another is exceedingly slim. At least, this is true for now. Whether they might meet in the future remains uncertain. Consequently, the spectators, reflecting on this matter, cogently refuted the viewer's perspective, articulating their analysis with great clarity, which left the initial viewer feeling quite disheartened and resolved to keep a close watch on Sang Ning. He firmly believed that his intuition was correct, and the dreadful truth he had uncovered would inevitably manifest. As for whether he could reach the finish line, that was uncertain. However, one thing was assured. Sang Ning would undoubtedly be the last contestant to be eliminated, and he was confident in this belief. The confident spectators noted that Sang Ning had proactively reached out to her supervisor. "Hello, Supervisor Luo, I would like to inquire about Mu Tao and the others." Supervisor Luo glanced at the screen displaying Mu Tao and his companions, which showed them frantically fleeing from a swarm of bees, having scattered in disarray. Luo Tianya had successfully evaded the pursuit by heading southwest, while Mo Nai Nai, running southeast, had also managed to escape the swarm. As for Mu Tao, he fared rather poorly. His hands, sticky with honey from using a large spoon to extract it, seemed to have attracted the relentless swarm, resulting in him being stung. The sight was nothing short of chaotic. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood?" Supervisor Luo inquired earnestly. Sang Ning replied solemnly, "The truth. Being stung by bees is hardly a pleasant experience. Some bee species possess potent venom. Even in the interstellar age, humans, even those like Sang Ning whose genes have not been optimized, possess a certain degree of resistance to toxins. Humans who have undergone genetic optimization possess a heightened resistance to toxins, complemented by an array of detoxification vaccines registered throughout their upbringing. Thus, there is little cause for concern regarding the safety of Mu Tao and his companions. However, the location of the sting requires attention. Sang Ning is eager to ascertain their specific circumstances to determine the appropriate course of action. As the audience observes Sang Ning's anxious demeanor, a silence lingers for 2 seconds before chatter ensues. Do you think she is genuinely worried about Mu Tao and the others? Or does she have ulterior motives? In a world where true love exists, a little more light and a little less conspiracy would render it a more beautiful place. To those upstairs, could you refrain from perpetually harboring malice towards Sang Ning? Reflect upon your previous comments. I seriously suspect you may be a reincarnated keyboard warrior. You are the reincarnated keyboard warrior. Your entire family are keyboard warriors. The bickering resumes. Observing the unfolding drama in Sang Ning's live stream, Manager Luo feels a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Logically speaking, after years of managing the survival program on the Desolate Star, he recognizes that Sang Ning is the contestant who endures the most malice. The audience drawn to her is undeniably diverse in quality. He is genuinely relieved that the rules have changed this time. Had the interactions between contestants and viewers continued as before, given the previous situation in Sang Ning's stream, the young girl might have faced psychological distress from malicious attacks. Fortunately, she remains oblivious to such negativity, which is for the best. As he gazes at Sang Ning's crystalline eyes on camera, Manager Luo reassures her, "You need not worry." Luo Tianya and Mo99 have successfully evaded the swarm and are now making their way towards your location. Mu Tao. Once more, he gazed at Mu Tao rushing towards the river, his tone lighthearted. Mu Tao had been stung, but it was of little consequence. He had now discovered a river where he could plunge in and completely evade the relentless pursuit of the bees. Implicitly, this indicated that Mu Tao was safe and sound. Chapter 24. Plastic Friendship. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, inquiring whether there were any signs of redness or swelling at the site of the sting. Indeed, there were. Supervisor Luo did not attempt to conceal this. He observed the redness on Mu Tao's face, which appeared to number 4 or 5 instances. Sang Ning responded with an O, expressing her gratitude for the supervisor's information. "You're welcome." After concluding her conversation with the supervisor, Sang Ning reflected carefully before turning to retrace her steps. She intended to gather dandelions and purple-flowered herb, and fish mint would also suffice if found. However, along the way, she had not encountered fish mint, though dandelions and purple-flowered herb were in abundance. Each of these 3 herbs possesses certain efficacy against bee stings, while she had yet to find fish mint. Dandelion is widely recognized for its ability to clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling. In Sang Ning's native world, while not universally known, a significant number of people are aware of its benefits. Conversely, purple-flowered herb not only serves to clear heat and detoxify, but also cools the blood, reduces swelling, and alleviates dampness. It is effective against symptoms such as carbuncles, boils, scrofula, jaundice, dysentery, diarrhea, red eyes, sore throat, and snake bites. After briskly walking for over half an hour, Sang Ning finally reached a spot where purple-flowered herb was located, crouching down to begin her collection. Meanwhile, Mo99 and Luo Tian had already arrived at the place where Sang Ning had previously been. After a while, Mo99 broke the silence. If memory serves, Sang Ning was a human whose genes had not been optimized. Indeed, Luo Tian nodded. This was common knowledge. However, what relevance did it have to Sang Ning's disappearance? I mean, is it possible that Sang Ning encountered a danger and was carried off by a bear or a giant python? Mo99 spoke earnestly, prompting a look of incredulity from Luo Tianya. Are you out of your mind? What kind of imagination would lead one to believe that Sang Ning was abducted by a wild beast? It was clear to him that she had left on her own accord. Crouching down to examine the traces, Luo Tianya hesitated, pondering whether they should search for her or wait for Mu Taozi here. Hadn't they been calling for De Taozi earlier? Why had it suddenly changed to Xiao Taozi? Does Mu Tao know how fickle you are? Mo99's focus was distinctly different, and without waiting for Luo Tianya's reply, she declared, "Let us search for Ning Ning. I am quite worried about her. She is rather defenseless and, given her physique, would find it difficult to escape should danger arise." Luo Tianya had no doubt about this. "You only worry about Sang Ning and not Mu Tao? I am concerned about Mu Tao as well, but Mu Tao is stronger than Sang Ning. Moreover, their significance is not the same. In what way is it different? Sang Ning can cook, while Mu Tao cannot." Mo99 stated solemnly, "I do not wish to eat raw food. It is too unpalatable. How about you?" "I do not wish to either," Luo Tianya replied with equal seriousness. "Then, comrade Mo99, let us go in search of Sang Ning." The two exchanged a glance, their smiles equally insincere. The audience was left to ponder. Had Dao Dao truly been discarded by them? Just emerging from the water, Mu Tao let out a resounding sneeze. Gazing up at the sky and reflecting, surely it is Dia and the others who are concerned for my well-being. With that thought, he rose from the water and made his way toward the shore. With each step, his clothes dried a little more. And by the time he reached the bank to retrieve his large spoon, his attire and shoes were completely dry, save for his hair, which continued to drip. He shook his head like a puppy, sending the excess water flying, before finally exhaling deeply and declaring, "At last, I can join them." I wonder if the and the others have managed to protect the honey. The audience observed with intrigue. These contestants were clearly blinded by the allure of food. Luo Tianya and his companions had abandoned Mu Tao to seek out Sang Ning, who was known for her culinary skills. While Mu Tao's thoughts were solely consumed by the honey, exhibiting no concern for Luo Tianya's safety whatsoever. This group exemplified the essence of superficial friendship. As these four individuals came together, their initial competitive spirit was not overly pressing, yet as they progressed into the mid and later stages, one could only anticipate the comedic blunders that would surely ensue. The anticipation for that day to arrive was palpable. Unbeknownst to Mu Tao, who was blissfully unaware of the audience's thoughts, he cheerfully traversed the forest with his large spoon in hand, eager to reunite with Sang Ning and the others. On the road, I chanced upon a rabbit, a wild chicken that, while attempting to leap over a thicket, unwittingly jumped beneath my feet and met its demise under my boot, as well as a nest containing no less than 23 wild chicken eggs. Quite a bountiful harvest, indeed. Mo99 squatted beside Sang Ning, unceremoniously stuffing her mouth with wild fruits while murmuring to herself. Luo Tianya rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, "Pray tell, did a bear disturb your ancestral grave for you to accuse it so unjustly?" Upon hearing this, both Sang Ning and Mo99 turned to him, sensing something amiss in his words. What did he mean by unjustly accusing a bear? Shouldn't he be defending Mu Tao instead? Just as Sang Ning was about to speak, Mu Tao's voice suddenly resonated. Upon seeing Mu Tao, the trio hastily approached him, with Sang Ning even gathering a handful of purple flowers from the stream to tend to his bee-sting-induced swelling. However, upon reaching him, she fell silent. The genetically optimized humans surpassed her understanding, at least in terms of recovery from bee stings. Their healing abilities were far superior. Sang Ning did not believe that the responsible party would deceive her regarding Mu Tao's sting. Yet, observing Mu Tao's face and hands, they appeared entirely normal, devoid of any swelling. The purple flowers and dandelions she had meticulously gathered had lost their medicinal value. Fortunately, both the purple flowers and dandelions were edible, so it wasn't a complete waste. "It's nothing," Mu Tao laughed heartily, explaining that although he had been stung a few times, it had hurt momentarily. But he was now perfectly fine. Chapter 25, Clearly Unruly Sang Ning. Well, she once again gained a vivid impression of genetically evolved humans. Mu Tao's observations were rather peculiar. After speaking, his gaze fell upon the dandelions and purple-flowered herbs in Sang Ning's hands. "Ning Ning, what do you intend to do with these plants?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya and Mo99 hurriedly chimed in. "These are medicinal herbs that Ning Ning picked for you," claiming they can treat bee stings. Glancing around Mu Tao's face, Mo99 could not help but exclaim, "I had already told Ning Ning that they were unnecessary. Considering your robust physique, a bee sting is hardly a grave matter. Yet, Ning Ning insisted on gathering so many." "Really?" Mu Tao was instantly moved to the brink of tears. "Ning Ning, you truly are a good person." Sang Ning replied, "It's not that serious." "So, these herbs are medicinal? They can also be used in cooking. They're edible?" Mu Tao was astonished, never having encountered the notion that medicine could be consumed. Observing his wide-eyed wonder, laughter erupted in the live stream chat. "Haha, De Taozi's astonished expression is quite vivid. I find De Taozi increasingly adorable. You upstairs are certainly not human." I must say, I'm nearly dying of laughter. The moderators overseeing the live stream were puzzled by the flood of laughter in the comments, unable to comprehend the source of the amusement. By the way, is the honey still around? Remembering his honey after marveling at the dandelions and purple-flowered herbs, Mu Tao recalled Sang Ning's mention of honey-glazed chicken, instantly awakening his appetite. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya and Mo99's eyes brightened, and they turned to Sang Ning. "Ning Ning, is that feasible?" Sang Ning glanced at the time and decisively nodded, "Yes." By the time they returned to the cave, approximately 4 hours had elapsed. Mu Tao, ever so attentive, brought out a pot and began boiling water. "Ning Ning, what is this?" Mo99 inquired, pulling out a bright yellow fruit. She held it to her nose and inhaled its fragrance, which was oddly refreshing. "It smells somewhat pleasant." "Lemon," Sang Ning, who was in the midst of preparing a rabbit, answered upon seeing the fruit in her hand. Mo99's expression immediately shifted to one of confusion. "Is this really a lemon?" "No. I remember lemons do not look like this." Intrigued, Sang Ning asked, "What does the lemon you recognize look like?" "About this big," Mo99 replied, gesturing with her hands to form a circle. "Ning Ning, this is definitely not a lemon. The scent is not characteristic of one." Then let us call it a yellow fruit, Sang Ning said amicably. The name is not important. What matters is that lemons are an excellent fruit. They can be consumed as is, infused in water, transformed into beverages, or even used as a seasoning. Discovering a lemon tree and finding a decent yield of fruit is a delightful surprise. We will not be lacking lemons for some time. Mo99, visibly displeased, remarked. That name seems rather unserious. It feels dismissive. Sang Ning merely smiled and continued with her tasks, unperturbed. Mu Tao had captured a rather plump rabbit. Witnessing her swift and decisive action as she swiftly severed its throat sent a shiver down Mo99's spine. In an inexplicable moment of curiosity, she blurted out, Ning Ning, have you ever killed someone? I have killed you, responded Sang Ning, as she collected the rabbit's blood into a bamboo tube. Having never tasted rabbit blood before, she was uncertain about its edibility and how to prepare it deliciously. Thus, she decided to discard it. Once she had completely drained the tube, she sealed it tightly and planned to bury it along with the unwanted entrails in a safe pit at a distance. You never speak seriously, Mo99 scoffed, biting into a lemon with such fervor that her face contorted in response to the overwhelming sourness. Ah, this is far too tart. She spat it out, taking a moment to recover before guzzling half a bamboo tube of cool water. Holding her cheeks, she exhaled and remarked, It's inedible, far too sour. I've never encountered such a tart flavor. This piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, including Mu Tao and her companions. Is it truly that sour? They asked. Indeed. Mo99 affirmed, offering the lemon, which had a bite taken out of it, to them. Try it for yourselves. I shall, said Luo Tianya, wielding a laser axe to slice the lemon into two thin pieces, one of which he handed to Mu Tao while he popped the other into his mouth. The two were instantly transformed by the sourness, their expressions contorted in an exaggerated display of distaste. The audience, who had initially contemplated requesting the organizer to have Luo Tianya cut a slice for them, were now dissuaded by the sight of their faces, which seemed to convey a desire to ascend to the heavens. It appeared far too intimidating, and prudently, they decided against tasting it themselves. Unbeknownst to Mu Tao and the others, the audience had undergone a transformation. That's something you wouldn't consume, Sang Ning interjected coolly. Mu Tao and her companions found the situation unbearable. They were constantly at odds with the others. The ability to cook was indeed remarkable, and certainly, they lacked this skill. Eating yam every day could become quite tiresome, and perhaps what they perceived as the lemon-yellow fruit was, in fact, a rare delicacy worthy of anticipation. The trio, filled with expectation, became Sang Ning's diligent acolytes, attending to her every need, fetching tea, kindling the fire, and obediently following her instructions. Even Mo99, whom Mu Tao often referred to as the princess with a penchant for perfection, displayed an extraordinary level of compliance, meticulously following Sang Ning's guidance while tending to the rabbit roasting over the flames. The wild chicken was transformed into honey-glazed roast chicken, while the rabbit proved to be too large for the pot, necessitating multiple cooking sessions, which was rather cumbersome. Disliking complications, Sang Ning opted to roast the rabbit as well. There was nothing simpler than roasting. Despite the limited variety of ingredients, all essentials were present, coupled with the excellent quality of the wild chicken and rabbit. The resulting flavors were unexpectedly delightful. The four of them savored the meal with great enthusiasm, leaving the audience utterly envious. The dish appeared visually appealing, with a golden, crispy exterior, and emitted an enticing aroma. I wish to try my hand at this. Is anyone from the same planet interested in joining me? Share your coordinates. And if we indeed hail from the same celestial body, let us arrange a meeting. I shall join as well. Numerous viewers, eager to engage manually, transformed the barrage of comments into coordinates. Chapter 26, Self-Reliance. Indeed, there exists a considerable number of viewers from the same planet. Subsequently, these viewers agreed upon a venue for an offline gathering while simultaneously watching the live broadcast. Following this, the purchasing centers of major malls were inundated with a frenzy of orders as they sought out game birds and hares across various planets. The distinctly different yellow lemons, which stand apart from the aromatic lemons currently available on the market, became highly sought after. After satisfying her hunger, Sang Ning, following a brief respite, resumed her endeavors with her small stool, chairs, and cabinets. The freshly cut timber was rather coarse and required more intricate processing. A plane would have been the ideal tool. However, lacking one, she was compelled to seek alternatives. The substitute she discovered was a flat stone with a sharp edge, which she modified for ease of handling. She then addressed the three onlookers beside her, stating that she had a task requiring their assistance. I can help, responded Mo99 promptly, while Mu Tao, unwilling to lag behind, remained ready for any task. Luo Tianya leisurely chimed in, expressing his willingness to serve. Consequently, Sang Ning distributed the modified stones to Mu Tao and Luo Tianya, while she herself grasped another one. She demonstrated how to scrape the splinters off the wooden board before pausing to inquire if they could achieve the same results. Yes, indeed. No problem at all. A piece of cake. The three individuals exuded confidence, and Sang Ning responded with a hum, passing the stone fragment to Mo99. You all handle this. I will take care of the rest. The sun still shone brightly, and outside the cave, the atmosphere was vibrant. The four of them sat before the cave, engrossed in their respective tasks, occasionally exchanging casual remarks, creating a harmonious ambience. The rich, slightly moist texture of the yellow rosewood transformed into flat and cylindrical shapes under their hands, with surfaces and edges devoid of splinters, exhibiting a smooth and flawless finish that radiated perfection under the sunlight, akin to a rebirth. Mu Tao and Luo Tianya scratched their heads in a frenzy, exclaiming how itchy it was. 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Sang Ning, who, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, pointed at the hibiscus leaves meticulously arranged by Mo99. Boil some water, wash the leaves in clean water, then knead them to extract the mucilage, and finally rinse your hair with the boiled water. The trio remained motionless as she sternly stated, Surely you do not expect me to prepare the hibiscus leaves for you and wash your hair afterward, do you? What a fanciful notion. I am your teammate, not your servant. Whatever thoughts you harbor, I advise you to dispel them at once, otherwise we shall part ways. Her words startled the three, who had indeed contemplated such a notion. We'll manage on our own. We do not require your assistance, Mo99 replied cautiously. However, we have never done this before. Could you teach us? Certainly. Teaching you is not a problem, Sang Ning conceded, though deep down, she felt that they relied too heavily on her, leaving them no room to learn independently. Boiling water is hardly a task of significant technical complexity, and the act of kneading hibiscus leaves is similarly uncomplicated. With the use of one's hands and eyes, learning such tasks is rather effortless. In a single instance, Sang Ning had guided the 3 individuals, and they managed to assist one another successfully. The fragrance was quite delightful. Mo99, with her long hair, initially feared that it would not be thoroughly cleansed. However, upon washing, she discovered not only a remarkable cleanliness but also a pleasing aroma emanating from her hair. I believe your sense of smell is compromised, Mu Tao retorted instinctively, asserting that the scent was undeniably foul. He found it overwhelming. Yet, one must admit that washing one's hair indeed brought immense comfort, as if his head had been lightened by more than 10 pounds. In response to Mu Tao's incessant contrariness, Mo99 chose not to engage but leaned closer to Sang Ning and whispered something in her ear. Sang Ning, to be candid, the thought of bathing is quite tempting. What do you mean? Luo Tianya interjected without hesitation, just as Sang Ning was contemplating a casual excuse to deflect the question. Mo99 blurted out, bathing. To ensure the privacy of both parties, Sang Ning fashioned 2 makeshift enclosures resembling cages from vines and thorns, draping them over the leaf bedding. This arrangement not only safeguarded their privacy, but also prevented any encroachment. Given that the chosen vines and thorns were prickly, any attempt to breach boundaries while asleep would surely result in a rude awakening from the sharp thorns. The vines and thorns had been minimally processed, leaving an abundance of branches and leaves, thus creating a dense barrier that obscured any gaps. Lying upon the leaf bedding, the lush foliage overhead evoked a sense of joy and contentment. Monet and Sang Ning leaned their heads together, whispering softly, Ning Ning, do you plan to wear this outfit for the next 3 years? Sang Ning chuckled lightly, responding with a question of her own. Do you think I can last until the end? Reason told her it was impossible, yet her emotions led her to believe in her. Monet turned to gaze at her, but the dim light of the cave, even with a fire pit, obscured her view. The limited illumination greatly hindered her vision. Now, with the plant cage acting as a privacy screen, the already dim light grew even darker. Thus, Monet could not discern the expression on Sang Ning's face, yet she sensed the warmth of her smile. It's strange, she remarked. I actually believe you can reach the finish line. Sang Ning, troubled by the topic, contemplated with a sigh. After a moment, she realized there wasn't much she could do, so she simply replied, I don't know either. I've touched your outfit. Its durability is quite commendable. However, no matter how durable the clothing, it cannot possibly sustain you for 3 years. This was the truth. What do you mean? Monet asked, perplexed. You don't mean to suggest that self-sufficiency entails making your own clothes, do you? I have considered it, but I lack the skills to sell. She continued, tomorrow, I will speak with the person in charge. My expectations are modest. I merely request a change of clothes. The two spoke in hushed tones. Not only the live stream audience, but even Mu Tao and Luo Tianya nearby were aware that they were conversing, yet remained oblivious to the content of their exchange. Monet also yearns for clothing. Indeed, her protective suit possesses self-cleaning capabilities, yet what girl does not cherish beauty? Wearing an indistinguishable suit day in and day out, devoid of any distinction in gender or silhouette, is hardly a delightful experience. Chapter 27. All functions of the survival bracelet unlocked in the stillness of the night. Sang Ning and the others nestled in their cave, lost in sweet slumber. Meanwhile, other contestants were either anxiously awaiting dawn or caught in a state of half-dreaming vigilance. The survival challenge had only just commenced, yet many participants appeared to have aged several years from the strain. Those cast into the desert were the most unfortunate. Without a water source in sight, several had already resolved to withdraw. At this moment, within a conference room in a building on Central Star, all staff members of the Survival Challenge production team gathered. The meeting lacked a formal agenda, as the domineering director, who preferred a monologue format, announced two significant matters. Firstly, starting tomorrow, all survival bracelets will be fully operational, allowing contestants to interact and form alliances with one another, as well as engage in direct communication with the audience in the live broadcast. The tipping feature will also be activated. Secondly, the initial batch of survival packages will be deployed in 1 week. Ensure all preparations are underway. As he spoke, the director smiled at the assembly, inquiring if everyone comprehended. Understood. They chorused in unison. The director nodded in satisfaction and adjourned the meeting. No sooner had he finished speaking than he rose from his seat and made his way toward the door. The others followed suit, with the heads of departments being the last to depart. Head of the department, puzzled, remarked, I can grasp the reasoning behind unlocking the survival bracelets. But the deployment of survival packages was not part of the original plan. It is now, Director Luo affirmed. You clearly haven't examined the planning document with care. The 18th line on the third page states quite plainly that survival packages exist, but their quantity is limited, making it quite a challenge for contestants to obtain them. Alina clicked her tongue. Indeed, the schemers are quite cunning. They dangle the packages to incite contestants to turn against one another. A truly ruthless strategy. Milo laughed heartily. What did you expect? With such a high prize, they must stir things up a bit. It's only fair that sponsors feel a little discomfort in their generosity. This sentiment held some truth, yet it was unfortunate for the contestants. At that moment, Director Lin turned to Director Luo. I have a feeling that contestant 238 won't secure a survival package. Director Luo responded calmly. Perhaps. The survival in Wild Star is merciless. The survival packages offered may not necessarily be a lifeline. They could very well be a deadly poison, depending on the choices made by the contestants. You could offer a suggestion, Director Lin proposed. Director Luo fell silent for a couple of seconds before replying. I will not provide any hints. How contestant 238 proceeds is her own affair. It is not within my responsibilities to offer such reminders. Moreover, that would be against the rules. I believe the violation of rules is the crux of the matter, Director Lin joked. If it weren't against the rules, you would surely remind her. Director Luo acquiesced with a sound. Alas, it is indeed a violation. At this declaration, all the directors burst into laughter. All right, we should commence our preparations. Indeed. It was time to prepare. Unbeknownst to them, Sang Ning and the others were entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. However, on the following morning, before dawn had even broken, all contestants were roused by a notification from the survival ring sprite. At precisely 9 o'clock on the morning of April 26th, the wristbands of all contestants will be activated. Contestants should brace themselves for potential criticism. Additionally, the tipping feature will also be available. Best of luck to all participants. The extent to which you can earn tips from the audience depends solely on your true abilities. I wish all contestants a delightful competition, and thank you for your patronage. Sang Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Finally, it has arrived. So, our wristbands were not activated before? With a bewildered expression, she gazed at the wristband on her wrist. Feeling utterly disoriented, Mo99 cheerfully rushed towards Sang Ning, wrapping her arms around her neck in excitement. Ning Ning. The activation of the wristbands means we can check on the status of other contestants. We can even encourage the audience in the live stream to gather information for us. Aren't you thrilled? Sang Ning replied with a simple affirmation. Yes, I am pleased. There are tips involved, that is quite nice. However, Contemplating the disdain and malice that the elite held towards the primitive, her joy dissipated. The thought of receiving tips became irrelevant. She merely hoped the audience would exhibit less hostility during interactions. The news of the wristbands being fully operational ignited excitement among all contestants, and any lingering morning irritability was quickly forgotten. All participants eagerly awaited the arrival of 9 o'clock, and Mo99 and her companions were no exceptions. Sang Ning, however, remained remarkably composed. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she prepared breakfast. Once satiated, she called Mu Tao and the others to join her at the seaside. It was imperative to prioritize the salt-making task, otherwise they would soon find themselves without salt. As they hurried along, it was almost instantaneously upon reaching the seaside that the functionalities of their wristbands were fully activated. The design of the wristbands was quite ordinary, yet the level of technology embedded within was anything but mundane, integrating features such as positioning, live streaming, and emergency assistance. They also had the capability of projection, with a 16-inch holographic screen that would automatically unfold before one's eyes when activated. Not only could one observe the various live streams, but they could also engage in conversation. At last, all the features of the wristband have been unlocked, allowing direct interaction with the contestants without the need for intermediaries. I am elated. I declare that I shall bestow a reward upon my idol. The tipping feature is now available. I can only wonder when the support function will be reactivated to enhance the experience further. Internal news suggests that the support function has been permanently discontinued. Observing the discussions among the audience, Mo99 sighed, lamenting how wonderful it would be if the support function could be enabled. However, the importance lies not in support, but in swiftly heading to the shore for a sumptuous seafood feast today. No sooner had she spoken than she grabbed her basket and dashed towards the beach. Ning Ning, wait for us. Upon hearing her, Mo99 and the others were invigorated. Ning Ning was right. Rather than fantasizing about the reinstatement of the support function, it would be far more expedient for them to be self-sufficient. I understand collecting crabs. But why is Sang Ning gathering worms? To eat, of course. What else could it be for? The worms are also edible. I recall that Sang Ning and the others seem to enjoy sandworms. Listen, it's not that we desire sandworms. It's simply that we have nothing else to eat. Understand? Dear friends of E72, has the nutrient solution I donated last time not yet arrived? Thank you for the generous donation from Starry Lights. It still hasn't reached us. May I ask from where you made the donation? Starry Lights then provided an address, causing Carlo to twitch his lips in exasperation, sending out a barrage of comments. It is too far. There isn't even a direct flight path to our planet. If it takes convoluted routes, we might receive it in about 6 months. Chapter 28. Delivering coal in snowy times audience. This is simply too long. The humans of E72 truly endure great hardship. To obtain a mere nutrient solution, they must wait for half a year. No wonder they resort to consuming sandworms, because not eating means certain death. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Sang Ning sighed, wondering when the central government would pay attention to the mother planet of humanity. At the very least, they should establish a route for interstellar travel. Ning Ning, look, I've caught a multi-legged monster. The cheerful voice of Mo99 echoed in my ears, followed by the sudden appearance of an octopus before me. It was a specimen of normal size, its flailing tentacles oddly endearing. Upon seeing the octopus, Sang Ning couldn't help but think of spicy octopus dishes. Swallowing hard in a moment of craving, this one is edible. Is it delicious? Mo99 inquired eagerly. The multi-legged monster, being rather unattractive, lacked any intelligent life to consume or prepare it. In all her years, she had never tasted octopus. Sang Ning, I'm not sure. Mo99 looked puzzled, prompting Sang Ning to explain, it depends on personal taste. Those who enjoy it find it delicious, while those who do not think otherwise. Monet suddenly realized, Ning Ning, can you do it? I can give it a try, replied Sang Ning with a smile. Hearing her, Monet cheerfully placed the octopus into the basket and said, then let us collect more. This is fine. If we can't consume the fresh ones, we can process them into dried products. As her gaze fell on the octopus that was nearly crawling out of the basket, Sang Ning handed it to Monet, saying, you hold this. I'll go get a covered container to store these. All right. With that, Sang Ning hurried up the mountain to gather some vines. The seafood they collected was quite varied. Fish, octopus, shellfish, starfish, crabs, and even a bundle of kelp. Sang Ning, do you really want to eat this now? Absolutely. Life is about pursuing variety. I'm tired of chicken, duck, and wild vegetables every day. It's time for a change in flavor. But we have too much. We don't have a pot that large, Sang Ning murmured, causing the audience in the live stream to chuckle. What has to fear about not having a big pot? You can borrow one from a contestant. Indeed, contestant Clyde, who is about 60 kilometers away on the vast plain, has a large iron pot. Sang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. A large iron pot. Yes. It has a diameter of over a meter. Let me check it out. As Sang Ning spoke, she attempted to switch the live stream, but her hand was already outstretched, and she was unsure how to proceed. Nai, how do I switch the live stream? Like this. As Monet approached to instruct her on the operation, she also switched to Clyde's live broadcast room number 122. There, Sang Ning beheld a burly man wielding a large iron pot, mercilessly smashing rabbits. Each strike was precise, and the rabbits, now significantly enlarged, seemed to have mutated, exhibiting formidable aggression as they surged towards Clyde. This robust individual skillfully wielded both pot and feet, preventing the rabbits from closing in, while a multitude of rabbit carcasses littered the ground around him. Glancing at the barrage of comments, Sang Ning noticed that the viewers were praising Clyde's prowess, yet none seemed concerned about the fate of the rabbits. Such an abundance of rabbits, spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit dishes. Hot pot rabbit, Sang Ning murmured, her gaze filled with compassion for the numerous rabbits. Many among them, including Mu Tao, had savored the delicacies of rabbit meat and, upon realizing the culinary potential, immediately began to flood Clyde's live chat with messages. Clyde, stop smashing those rabbits. Hurry and gather a few to join us. We'll treat you to an exquisitely delicious rabbit feast. Clyde's broadcast room experienced a brief pause, quickly followed by an eruption of enthusiasm from the audience, who sent a flurry of comments urging him to reunite with them. However, engrossed in his task, Clyde had no time to glance at the chat, rendering Mu Tao's pleas unheard, as well as the viewers' calls for him to join. It wasn't until a viewer proclaimed, "I am your father," sending a top-tier battleship, that a magnificent firework erupted from the live stream, exploding before Clyde's eyes. He paused momentarily, only to realize that a viewer had bestowed upon him a generous gift. Although he was not short of money, his pursuit of survival on the desolate star was not solely for the sake of rewards. Nevertheless, it remains true that no one ever complains of having too much money, only of having too little, especially since the luxurious and exclusive mid-sized starship he desired was indeed exorbitantly priced. With generous patrons bestowing significant rewards, it was only fitting, both morally and emotionally, for him to express his gratitude. Everything was for the starship. Clyde, humbled by the prospect of the starship, proactively engaged with his audience. He was about to thank the generous viewers when he noticed the barrage of messages urging him to join Sang Ning and the others. Pausing momentarily, he asked, "Have the players formed a team?" "Yes, indeed. They have been a team for several days now." "Old Clyde, hurry up and gather some rabbits. A distance of several dozen kilometers is merely a 20-minute journey for you." Contestant 238, Sang Ning, is quite capable. Her roasted rabbit is exquisite. Take a large iron pot and some rabbits to pledge your allegiance, and you need not worry about food for the time being. "You're right," someone from above chimed in. "Clyde, make haste. There is an old saying about sending coal in the snow." Sang Ning and her team desire a seafood feast, but lack a large pot. Yours is precisely the resource they require. Clyde felt an ignoble stir of desire, but hesitated. "Will they truly want me?" "They will." Mu Tao swiftly replied in a message. "Old Clyde, I am Taozi, and Daya and Nai are with me. Hurry over to join us. Let Sang Ning treat us well. What we need to offer is merely our effort, a most worthwhile exchange." Sang Ning, having seen this message, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation but chose not to comment. Clyde, resolute, declared, "All right, I am coming now. Wait for me." Before he could finish speaking, he bent down to gather the rabbits. As for those that were assailing him, he paid them no mind, allowing the rabbits to kick and bite him while he focused solely on collecting them into the pot. In a short while, he had filled the pot to the brim. Then, he opened Mu Tao's livestream, confirmed the coordinates, and stood up with the pot in both hands, shouting a rallying cry before dashing away. His speed was so remarkable that Sang Ning could only catch a glimpse of a black shadow, which was accompanied by the white and gray of the rabbits clinging to his protective gear, unable to release their grip due to his rapid movement. Thus, a few of the rabbits strayed from their group, lifted by Clyde. With the pot situation resolved, Sang Ning was in the mood to ponder what to eat. Yet, regardless of what he intended to prepare, fire was an absolute necessity. Therefore, the process of creating fire was set in motion once again. Chapter 29. May I borrow a flame? All the equipment for igniting fire was ready, and just as Sang Ning was about to take action, Luo Tianya approached. Eager to try? Ning Ning, may I give it a go? You won't be able to manage. Before Sang Ning could respond, Mu Tao doused him with a bucket of cold water. Luo Tianya retorted, the one who can't do it is you. I can manage just fine. No foul language. Came the admonition. Mo99 seized a large crab and tossed it into the backpack, prompting Luo Tianya to ask Sang Ning. Ning Ning, can you do it? I can. Sang Ning replied, handing him the stick. Go ahead. All right. He was certainly more capable than Mu Tao, after all. Mu Tao had only managed to cause his palm to blister without producing even a wisp of smoke, let alone fire. At least Luo Tianya had succeeded in creating smoke. Upon witnessing wisps of smoke rising, Mu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, while Luo Tianya felt a surge of hope, hastily lowering his head to blow at the smoke. Yet, the smoke dissipated, and the flames failed to ignite. Despite several attempts, he found himself increasingly exasperated but remained undeterred in his quest to kindle a fire. Consequently, he sought the assistance of Sang Ning. She was indeed willing to impart her knowledge, yet she was unable to assume the role of a teacher. Lacking a clear method and relying solely on instinct, this led Luo Tianya to despair while Sang Ning grew impatient. Upon witnessing yet another failure, she could no longer contain her frustration, seizing the stick and declaring, let me handle this. By the time you manage to light the fire, the food will be cold. No sooner had she spoken than she struck the pile of dry grass, which had only emitted a puff of smoke during Luo Tianya's initial attempt. And it began to release wisps of smoke once more. Sang Ning gently blew at the smoldering spot, and with a swift spark, a flame flickered to life. Mu Tao, quick-witted and nimble, placed a handful of grass atop the flame and added some dried twigs. In mere moments, the fire blazed brightly, and the twigs caught flame as well. Meanwhile, Mu Tao swiftly added sturdier wood, cleaved with a laser axe. Luo Tianya, observing in awe, exclaimed. The audience in the live stream reacted with enthusiasm, encouraging him to learn and perhaps start by assisting. Filled with pride, Mu Tao reveled in his success, while Luo Tianya felt a pang of envy. Just then, a notification chimed from his wristband, a gift alert, indicating that a viewer had sent him a gift, likely in response to his less-than-stellar performance. Truly, a heavenly audience indeed. As I stood there, the unfinished words were abruptly silenced by the sight of the donation messages. At that moment, my emotions were a tumultuous blend. Gazing at the donation barrage, I could no longer contain my sarcasm, exclaiming, to insult me as a worthless being and yet graciously bestow a donation, how generous of you. Dear audience, one must wonder about the frivolity of having excess funds to throw around. If you were to donate a modest sum, I could understand, but a substantial contribution? What could possibly be your motive? Do you truly believe that by calling me a waste, your life will reach a higher plane of existence? My musings drew laughter from the audience, while the Big Tooth felt a pang of envy. Big Tooth, they called him, but he was nothing more than a small-time failure. Inept at everything except for his knack for dining and derision. I had always thought that anyone who teamed up with Sang Ning was destined for misfortune. How naive I was. The unfortunate one was not the competitors paired with her, but rather Sang Ning herself, bearing the burden of 3 inept companions. I began to feel a twinge of sympathy for her, as she was left to manage the likes of these 3. At least Tauzi was not entirely inept. He excelled in his laborious tasks. Princess Nai Nai, too, had improved, no longer causing a ruckus and actually listening to Sang Ning's guidance. Far more agreeable than the previous princess who was a dramatic whirlwind. Indeed, among the 4, it was Big Tooth, the small failure, who stood out as the most ineffectual. Enough already, I declared in frustration. Can you not spare me a shred of dignity? Must you incessantly brand me a small failure? You've become a spectacle, a subject of ridicule beneath the gaze of all intelligent life across the universe. What dignity do you still seek? The audience, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated against him. And although Luo Tianya fought back, he stood alone against a throng of spectators. The collective barrage of comments nearly pushed him into a state of despair. It was only when Sang Ning offered him a peculiar fruit that he found solace for his wounded spirit. This fruit, oddly shaped like a flattened oval, boasted a creamy hue adorned with delicate blue and purple patterns, which were quite aesthetically pleasing. Its taste was delightful, crisp and sweet, imbued with a hint of creamy fragrance. Upon taking a bite, his eyes sparkled as he inquired of Sang Ning, Ning Ning, where did you find this fruit? I picked it along the way, she replied nonchalantly. I don't really know. Luo Tianya mused, realizing that the fruits Sang Ning could not name were invariably those she had never encountered before. Curiously, he asked, if you don't recognize it, How do you know it's edible? I saw a fluffy little creature eating it, she explained. Luo Tianya's expression contorted slightly, feeling his earlier sentiments rendered meaningless. Indeed, the imagination could be a troublesome affliction. He inhaled deeply, exhaling in bemusement. So in your eyes, I am on par with a small animal. Sang Ning lifted her gaze to him and replied, if you wish to think of it that way, so be it. However, do not project such thoughts onto me. Offering you this fruit was merely a spontaneous gesture, without ulterior motives. Wow, the big tooth is making quite a statement, he remarked. Do you not think that the big tooth possesses rather remarkable hearing? I concur, she responded. I am indifferent to the prowess of the contestant known as Diazi. My sole concern lies in the arrival of a competitor. Where are they? Why have I not yet seen them? Could it possibly be Clyde? No, it is not Clyde. Some spectators glanced into Clyde's streaming room and discovered that he was still en route, revealing that he would require a few more minutes to arrive. The audience engaged in fervent discussion about the identity of the newcomer, while Sang Ning and others followed Luo Tianya's gaze. Then, they beheld a figure emerging from the woods. A woman, towering over 2 meters tall, reminiscent of an iron tower. With pointed ears akin to the elfin features of Sang Ning's native world, stepped forth. She donned a silver ensemble that accentuated her well-proportioned physique, complemented by 2 long, slender legs that epitomized the notion of all legs below the chest. Greetings, I am contestant number 73, Femin Luya. I. She paused, a blush adorning her fair face, and with a hint of shyness, inquired, may I borrow a flame from you? Chapter 30. Living weather forecast borrowing is permissible, but it shall not be without recompense. Before Sang Ning could utter a word, Mu Tao, Luo Tianya, and Mo9 spoke in unison, Femin Luya. At this moment, the audience seemed to grasp the meaning behind the ancestral phrase describing a skin-flaying visage. De Taizi and the others exhibited that very aspect with remarkable clarity. Femin Luya, without a doubt, is a stunning beauty, according to the principle of same-sex repulsion and opposite-sex attraction. I can understand why Sang Ning and Mo9 have declined my advances. However, it perplexes me that Diazi and Tauzi also categorically refused, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Why is that? There is no need to inquire. These two are undoubtedly epitomes of the ironclad straight man. The glances they exchanged were not those of admiration for a beauty, but rather akin to those directed at adversaries or competitors, filled with vigilance. Our ancestors spoke of the femme fatale. Perhaps Fei Mingluoya embodies that archetype. I believe their reaction was entirely appropriate. After all, they are competitors. Who would lend their hard-earned flames to another without just cause, especially when they are not allies? Such an attitude is indeed the norm. Regarding Mu Tao and the others' requests, Fei Mingluoya remained unperturbed. She stood at a measured distance from Sang Ning and the others, continuing her negotiation. I will not lend without recompense. I can offer payment or assist you in your endeavors, she proposed softly. Then, she inquired, is that acceptable? The group exchanged glances, and Sang Ning asked, may I be so bold as to inquire about your survival supplies? Upon hearing this question, Fei Mingluoya's countenance turned a vivid shade of green, an astonishingly vibrant hue, almost luminescent. The crucial detail was that this luminescence seemed alive. Fei Mingluoya is not human. She belongs to the Moda intelligent race. Humans migrated from the Milky Way, while the Moda intelligent race resides in a distant star region, far removed from the Milky Way, and they are indeed the genuine original inhabitants. This race possesses the unique trait of changing skin color like a chameleon when their emotions fluctuate significantly. The color green conveyed the profound distress of the Motu people, reflecting a state of intense anger and frustration, intertwined with a sense of helplessness. Upon the emergence of the hue of Himanluya, Sang Ning and the others instantly comprehended its implication, the dire condition of their supplies. Indeed, no sooner had this thought crossed their minds than they heard Himanluya, visibly irked and aggrieved, declare, a packet of starch. Starch? Such a whimsical notion. She was certain that this peculiar survival gear was not exclusive to their group. There were undoubtedly even more unfortunate participants who had received even more ludicrous and inadequate supplies. Yes, starch. Himanluya retrieved a packet of starch from her pocket and inquired of Sang Ning, would it be possible to exchange this starch for a fire starter? That was indeed feasible. One could easily trade not just for a fire starter, but even for a bonfire with such a packet. However, she hesitated. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this exchange? This is your sole piece of survival gear, and once traded, you shall possess nothing. Exchange, Himanluya affirmed resolutely. approaching the trio with the packet of starch in hand. I understand that starch is used for cooking, but I lack fire and ingredients. It serves no purpose in my possession. If you require it, it is yours. Yet, do you have anything else? It was evident that her previous decisiveness was but a facade, as they awaited her true intentions. Speak, what do you desire? As long as it is not excessively unreasonable, we shall comply. If you wish to join us, that is also acceptable. Simply seek to please Sang Ning, for she wields both fire and our sustenance. Undeniably the genuine leader among us. Mu Tao interrupted Fei Ming Luoya's words, and Luo Tianya along with Mo Ninai immediately chimed in, engaging in a lively banter. Seamlessly exchanging remarks. Sang Ning found herself utterly speechless by their antics, while the audience erupted in laughter, inundating the live stream with comments expressing their exasperation towards De Taozi's antics. Fei Ming Luoya also felt a sense of discomfort, wrestling with the awkwardness of the situation, as she lamented the inability to take charge of the chaotic discussion. To avoid saying anything inappropriate, she decisively turned to Sang Ning and inquired, "Ning, may I join you?" Sang Ning recalled that her initial desire was merely to switch sparks, never intending to join them. But they invited me. She pointed towards Mu Tao and the others, her expression innocent. The trio protested in unison, "We did not. We are not. Do not make baseless claims." Their denials echoed in unison, however. Fei Ming Luoya chose to disregard them, fervently promoting herself to Sang Ning. Initially, Sang Ning remained unmoved until Fei Ming Luoya mentioned her extraordinary ability to predict the weather, which piqued Sang Ning's interest. "How accurate are you? I wouldn't dare claim 100%, but my accuracy rate reaches a formidable 98%. When discussing her talent, Fei Ming Luoya exuded immense confidence, her fair complexion blushing into a delicate cherry blossom pink, radiating a soft glow. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer, reminiscent of twinkling stars. "Welcome to the team," Sang Ning declared, extending her hand decisively. A living weather forecast with such high accuracy was too promising to overlook. The future could be addressed later, but for now, forming a team was undoubtedly the priority. The skill of predicting the weather holds little significance in bustling cities. Yet it proves to be invaluable on this desolate planet devoid of intelligent civilization. With the aid of Fei Ming Luoya, they can now venture outside attuned to the whims of the weather, aware of impending rain and shifts in climatic conditions. Quite splendid indeed. Fei Ming Luoya paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped Sang Ning's hand, shaking it with gratitude. "Thank you. I possess considerable strength, so do not hesitate to assign me tasks in the future." It seemed to imply that their own strength was rather insignificant. Mu Tao could not resist quipping, to which Fei Ming Luoya responded with a good-natured smile. Handing some starch to Sang Ning, inquiring, "Is there anything you need me to do?" "Let us gather seafood," suggested Mo Nina, as she casually linked her arm with Fei Ming Luoya's, leading her towards the shore. "Ning Ning is preparing a seafood feast for us today. We should collect plenty, or we may not have enough to eat." Agreed. After toiling diligently each day with a small stick to dig for roots, they still found themselves unsatisfied, their cravings for meat driving them nearly mad. Upon learning that crabs, shellfish, and snails were all edible, she gulped in anticipation and redoubled her efforts in foraging, rushing towards the rocky areas to seek out any treasures. To her delight, she stumbled upon a nest of sea cucumbers. While these creatures may not be aesthetically pleasing, at least not in the eyes of the beauty-conscious Fei Ming Luoya, who deemed them grotesque, she initially hesitated to collect them. However, her live stream audience eagerly encouraged her to gather them, even offering rewards for her efforts. In light of the generous donations, Fei Ming Luoya decided to scoop up a sea cucumber. Chapter 31. A conflict I can avoid. The sea cucumber was longer than Fei Ming Luoya's hand, slippery to the touch, and undeniably unattractive. Encouraging her to regret the rewards given by the audience, they flooded the chat with comments expressing their miscalculations, lamenting that this spectacle was far too garish and an affront to their eyes. Viewers who had ventured from Sang Ning's stream sprang into action upon witnessing this. "Fear not, for Sang Ning is present. This ordeal is likely to be bearable in her capable hands. Do you truly possess such unwavering faith in Sang Ning?" The audience of Fei Ming Luoya, steadfast in their devotion, remained indifferent to Sang Ning, caring only for Fei Ming Luoya and relishing her missteps, showing no concern for the well-being of others. They were utterly oblivious to Sang Ning. Upon observing the barrage of comments from Fei Ming Luoya's viewers, those who had crossed over from Sang Ning's stream revealed a knowing smile. Ever since his obstinacy had led him to be taught a lesson at a considerable financial loss and gained him a new father, the netizen known as Xing Xing Dian Deng, whose real name is Abraham Benedict, became an ardent supporter of Sang Ning. The rationale behind this unwavering loyalty was simple: to avoid further financial loss. He genuinely feared falling prey to Sang Ning's cunning once more, despite her unawareness of his plight. The last incident involving friction between them served as a poignant reminder. Thus, to avert such scenarios, Abraham Benedict resolved to treat Sang Ning as a paternal figure, ensuring he would no longer be obstinate or be incited by the chaos-loving audience to engage in reckless behavior that might lead to further losses. This strategy proved remarkably effective. However, the accompanying side effect was an inability to tolerate disparagement of Sang Ning or to question her in any capacity. Upon encountering the barrage of skepticism, Abraham Benedict promptly responded with a message, asserting that Sang Ning is indeed a remarkable and exceptionally capable young woman. He urged those who do not know her to refrain from casting doubt, suggesting that only after truly understanding her can one justifiably question her merits. Some viewers were left speechless by his fervent defense, speculating whether his previous financial losses had left him overly sensitive. They questioned the extent of his admiration, recalling the age-old wisdom that excessive flattery can lead one to lose everything in the end. It seemed prudent to offer him some counsel. A particularly bold commentator remarked on the audacity of claiming that $1 million is merely pocket change and inquired about his profession, expressing a desire to learn from him in the pursuit of wealth, for the path to prosperity is undeniably through financial gain. The conversation then took a turn. As viewers began to express their incredulity, the audience of Famingluya seemed bewildered, pondering whether the viewers in Sang Ning's stream were indeed a collection of eccentric individuals, suggesting that a peculiar audience often reflects an equally peculiar contestant. As Famingluya's situation unfolded, she found herself in a predicament, grappling with the realization that it may be too late to advise against forming a partnership with Sang Ning. However, Famingluya was unwilling to withdraw. She longed for sustenance that was both nourishing and palatable, having grown weary of foraging for wild fruits. Had her survival gear been more equipped, perhaps with a lighter or a small generator, she might have avoided the necessity of consuming raw food. Now, having finally encountered someone willing to share warmth and companionship, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy and commitment to this alliance, vowing to remain partnered unless eliminated. As she could not fathom stepping back from this opportunity, refusing the audience's kind intentions, Famingluya intended to leave with the sea cucumber. But her peripheral vision caught sight of several peculiar objects beneath the reef. Ning Ning, can these be consumed? Let me take a look. Upon inspection, a radiant smile blossomed on Sang Ning's face. They were indeed edible. Without hesitation, the sea cucumber was set aside as a prized find. Similarly, abalone was also a remarkable discovery. Famingluya's hands turned crimson as she not only unearthed a substantial sea cucumber but also located blue-edged abalone. There are many varieties of abalone, yet blue-edged abalone undeniably reigns as a high-end delicacy in the culinary world, classified as a rare find. Sang Ning had only tasted blue-edged abalone once, and its exquisite flavor, coupled with its tender meat, made it a superb choice for soups. Furthermore, the blue-edged abalone that Famingluya had discovered were impressively sized. Today promised a feast of exceptional ingredients. With a smile, she declared, and Famingluya's eyes sparkled, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Really? She exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, came the reply. Mu Tao's ears perked up as he observed Famingluya's figure for a while, feigning calmness as he remarked, I'll go see what she means by those ugly things. In the live stream, the audience sighed deeply, intrigued yet amused by the antics. Just be curious. There's no need to put on a show, Mo9 quipped, exhaling dramatically. Big Peach, you're an adult now. If you continue this childish behavior, you might end up a lifelong singleton. Mu Tao's temperament was indeed a source of distress. She felt concern for the elders, knowing that having such a troublesome grandson would surely rob them of a peaceful old age. As for Luo Tianya, the situation was exasperating. It seemed these two were perpetually at odds with one another. Do not provoke me. I can retreat. Keeping my distance, Luo Tianya quietly sidesteps to the side, taking one step, then another, and yet another. Dia, tell me, which one of us is destined to be a lifelong singleton? The voices of Mu Tao and Mo9 echoed simultaneously. Just as he thought he could escape them, he was suddenly called back, leaving Luo Tianya exasperated and trapped in their quarrel, a source of immense discomfort. Who could rescue him? He would even proclaim daddy if it meant liberation from this torment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice like celestial music rang out. Dia, Dao Tao, I'm coming. The cheerful sound grew nearer, and the figure became increasingly discernible. The newcomer dashed towards them, hands cradling a pot brimming with rabbits, stirring up clouds of dust along the way. Chapter 32. Perseverance is victory, a savior has arrived. Luo Tianya's heart leapt with joy, rushing forward as if greeting a long-lost father. Clyde, you've finally come. Indeed, indeed. I've brought rabbits to join you. Clyde laughed heartily, meeting Luo Tianya in a jubilant embrace. Mu Tao and Mo Nai Nai followed suit, and in that moment, their gazes locked, leading all four to exclaim in astonishment. Luo Tianya and the others were dumbfounded. Holy moly, it's only been a few days, and you've turned as black as charcoal. Clyde, equally shocked, exclaimed. This can't be right. Why haven't you all darkened, and your hair remains clean? His own hair was nearly slick with grime, and even he found the odor overwhelmingly unpleasant. The scent was utterly pungent. The garments possess a self-cleaning function, rendering them impeccably pristine. Yet this does little to alleviate the plight of one's hair, a matter truly intolerable. Pray, inform me, have any among you received the coveted shampoo supplies? I find myself on the verge of becoming an oily-haired gentleman, with my scalp both greasy and itchy, a most vexing predicament. Ah, dear audience, how you amuse me. What an unexpectedly delightful reunion scene this is. The moniker of oily-haired brother seems rather fitting, indeed. Henceforth, Clyde shall be elevated to the status of oily-haired brother. Your sense of humor is rather wicked, yet undeniably apt. I can hardly bear to look upon Clyde's hair without feeling an itch on his behalf. Yet, Clyde is not alone in his oily-haired affliction. It can be posited that among 5,000 contestants, at least half endure the torment of greasy locks. As if this were not enough, consider the lady stranded in the desert, where even quenching her thirst proves a challenge, rendering shampoo utterly futile. Alas, the contestants find it impossible to acclimatize, especially poor Lilia, who, having received the shampoo supplies, finds herself cast into the desert. She is nearly driven to madness by thirst. Desperately yearning for water, to the point of hallucination, wishing to drink the shampoo as if it were water. Yet, behold, dear user Lilia, my beloved, a generous donation of 738 has been bestowed upon contestant Lilia in the form of a top-tier battleship. The substantial donation system announces this, and Lilia, ensnared in a haze of confusion, awakens to the sound of the system as proclamation. She offers a faint smile of gratitude to the benevolent spectator, although she insists it is unnecessary, for she is on the brink of yielding, and does not wish to impose further. As she spoke, her fingers instinctively reached for the button to withdraw from the competition. The audience, upon noticing, grew anxious and began to send vibrant special effects bullet comments, urging, "Don't give up, Lilia. Just push forward a few hundred meters, and you will encounter the other competitors." However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay a few hundred meters ahead, where an enormous cactus awaited. A colossal cactus, capable of providing hydration, nourishment, and a cozy hollow for a few hours of restful respite. Yes, there was indeed a cactus ahead. Lilia, hold on a bit longer. You have persevered through so many days, and it would be a shame to retreat when victory is within reach. Lilia, do not withdraw. Continue onward. We will guide you along the path. Once you meet the other competitors, join forces with them. As our ancestors said, unity is strength. Together, you can traverse the desert. You must endure. Victory is just ahead, Lilia. A flurry of special effects bullet comments soared from the live stream, dancing before Lilia's eyes. Special effects bullet comments are utilized in exceptional circumstances and require a financial investment to activate. Yet, once enabled, their impact is extraordinary, featuring large, vibrant text, accompanied by dazzling visuals and sounds. Thus, upon seeing the audience's comments, Lilia felt a surge of surprise and joy, a renewed sense of capability. Was there truly a cactus ahead? Indeed, we are not deceiving you. They have begun to form teams, so let us join forces. They had come to realize that the participants of this survival challenge on the barren planet were individuals who chose unconventional paths. The current circumstances dictate that they are in different regions, unable to converge. However, when the day arrives that they can finally unite, the collision of their energies shall undoubtedly ignite an intense spark. They eagerly anticipate the arrival of that moment. It is my sincere hope that no contestant withdraws or faces elimination at this juncture. Once they gather, the facade of camaraderie will be torn away, revealing the true spectacle of fierce competition, where underhanded tactics lead to mutual elimination. Therefore, Lilia must strive to excel, enduring until the grand convergence occurs. Only then may she consider withdrawal or accept elimination. Should she wish to exit now, she must seek the approval of her peers. To witness the unfolding drama, Lilia's audience is unwavering in their support, not only peering into other live streams to adjust her strategy and trajectory for the swiftest arrival, but also flitting between streams to inform her that others are faring even worse, thus motivating her through their misfortune and despair. Remarkably, this approach proves effective. It remains uncertain whether the presence of the cactus has ignited Lilia's will to survive, or if the adage happiness is relative plays a role. Nonetheless, her fighting spirit has surged. No longer does her waist ache, her legs feel weak, or her hands lack strength. Well, she remains as parched as ever, but she can endure, if she persists just a little longer. Sustenance and water will soon be within her grasp. With determination, Lilia charges toward the location of the cactus, following the guidance of her audience. She believes her speed is commendable, exerting herself to the utmost, yet the reality is that she moves at an agonizingly slow pace. Her legs and feet nearly drag along the ground, leaving a trail of footprints behind her, which are swiftly buried by the shifting sands. The pace is dreadfully slow, indeed. It is painfully slow. The audience could not help but sigh. I had always assumed that Sang Ning, the primitive human, would be the first to be eliminated. Yet, in reality, she was the first to find a partner and form a team, living the most comfortable existence. It's as if merely switching positions could alter anything. Whether Lilia could thrive in Sang Ning's circumstances remains uncertain, but if placed in the desert, Sang Ning would undoubtedly flourish. Are you upstairs overly optimistic about Sang Ning while disparaging Lilia? Such flattery is unwarranted. Before posting comments, one should engage their intellect and consider the nature of Sang Ning's home planet. It should be evident that the desert environment poses no challenge for her. Upon the release of this comment, silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, when it comes to harsh environments, which inhabited planet can rival E72? Enduring relentless sandstorms, contending with sandworms, and perpetually facing water scarcity, those who survive on E72 are truly formidable. Given such adversities, it is certain that they would not survive were the roles reversed. I find it perplexing why, despite the dire conditions on E72, there has been no relocation. Chapter 33, If I don't eat, then who will? However, the environment on E72 is exceptionally harsh, and the severity of the network mirrors that of the environment. Consequently, there are no inhabitants from E72 in the live broadcast. Sang Ning stands alone as the sole representative. However, as a contestant, she cannot constantly monitor the live stream. She may only gain insight into this matter if she chooses to respond to comments after seeing them. Perhaps offering a reward to ask Sang Ning could be a viable option. Indeed, the question arises, who will offer rewards? Who is willing to contribute? I am. With the mindset that I have already spent a considerable amount, I swiftly donated a starship to Sang Ning. Upon hearing the system's announcement and witnessing the visual effects before her, Sang Ning fell silent for a brief moment before expressing her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the generous gift, Starry Lantern. It was quite extravagant of you." "Not at all," replied Starry Lantern with a chuckle. As a flurry of comments flooded the screen. "Dad, no, Sang Ning, I was merely curious. Given the harsh conditions of your planet, why do you not consider relocating?" This question genuinely perplexed Sang Ning. How could she possibly know why the inhabitants of planet E72 did not seek to leave? Such matters were beyond the comprehension of an ordinary citizen like herself. "I do not know," she candidly admitted. As a mere citizen of planet E72, questions about relocation should not be directed at me, but rather to the ruling officials. The ruling official, who had finally managed to enter the live stream, happened to overhear Sang Ning's words and felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Was it his unwillingness to relocate? Or perhaps a lack of viable options? The higher authorities were utterly indifferent to their plight. He could not even secure funding to purchase a starship. The monumental task of relocating billions of people from planet E72 would require support from above. With no resources, no ships, and no designated new land. If he were to lead the inhabitants away, would they merely drift aimlessly through the vast cosmos, ultimately joining the ranks of space pirates? This task is impermissible. Should one proceed, our ancestors, aware from beyond the grave, would surely rise from the sands to deliver a crushing blow. Initially, I intended to inform the governor that the donation notice from Sang Ning had been received. However, before I could share the good news, I found myself momentarily lost in thought, only to be abruptly expelled from the star network with a resounding thud. Cursing under my breath, the governor, taken aback by the sudden blackout of the screen, erupted in frustration, rising with great fury to storm outside, where he nearly collided with the Secretary General. "Secretary, you have arrived." "Sir, There is trouble. Just now, Old Mu detected that Mona has returned with renewed vigor. Before he could finish, Secretary Yao Qingqing urgently interrupted, further aggravating the already irritable governor. Was she not supposed to have vanished? Why has she returned? He demanded, his tone dripping with menace. You are to immediately broadcast to the public, retreat to the sandproof shelters, and do not emerge unless notified. As he concluded his instruction, he hurriedly made his way outside. The secretary called after him, Sir, remember to don protective gear and be cautious not to be bitten by the sandworms again. The governor stumbled slightly, steadied himself in silence for a moment, then barked in irritation, I know, stop your incessant prattling. Damn the sandstorm. This is never-ending, he fumed. Upon exiting the sand control chamber, he was immediately engulfed by a torrent of yellow sand, which obscured his vision. The governor skillfully retrieved a pair of sealed goggles from his pocket, donned them, and resolutely trudged through the swirling sands toward the sandproof shelter 100 meters away. Almost as soon as he set off, a piercing alarm echoed through the sky. The residents, engaged in gathering thorny vines and searching for sandworm larvae outside, heard the alarm and, young and old alike, hastily gathered their belongings and rushed towards the nearest sand shelter. However, the middle-aged individuals, donned in protective goggles, defied the norm, racing off in various directions instead of seeking refuge. Soon, these scattered figures vanished into the swirling yellow sands. A young child, with a sunburned face, nestled in the arms of an elder, inquired with a tender voice, Grandfather, where did the older ones go? They went to combat the sand, replied the elder. In truth, the elder was not old. In a world where the average lifespan exceeds 180 years, he was not yet 60, still in the prime of life. However, the conditions on planet E72 were drastically different. The harsh environment led many to appear far older than their years due to inadequate food, poor sleep, and inadequate clothing. This was true for the elder, the governor, and even for the original inhabitant. Yet, the original inhabitant, being young, possessed a remarkable recovery ability, and her current condition was vastly improved compared to when she first departed from planet E72. The disparity between her youthful appearance and her actual age was striking. Despite this, when compared to Monet and Fei Meg Luo, Sang Ning's skin and hair health were still lacking. Such matters could not be remedied in an instant. They required time and care. Lacking the means to nurture her appearance, Sang Ning paid little heed to her looks at that moment, focusing instead on feeding herself and Mu Tao. Mu Tao had thrived, having caught a nest of squid, which were small enough to be consumed whole when cooked. The freshly caught squid cooks to perfection with just a brief immersion in boiling water, requiring little skill. However, crafting a delectable dipping sauce demands a certain finesse, particularly when the ingredients are not fully available, making it a challenge to achieve a delightful flavor. Fortunately, Sang Ning demonstrates ingenuity by utilizing local resources. Slices of wild ginger, foraged from the mountains, are combined with a spirituous juice from green fruits to serve as a substitute for cooking wine, effectively neutralizing any fishy odor. Next, she incorporates crushed wild peppers and chopped wild onions, blending them harmoniously and drizzling the concoction with the original broth, resulting in a mildly spicy sauce. The squid is now ready to be savored, best enjoyed while still warm. Reheating would render it tough. Sang Ning, using a spoon crafted from memory metal, portions the freshly cooked squid into the bamboo bowls of her companions. The squid, just out of the pot, carries a hint of pale pink, and the steam rising from it brings a faint briny aroma. The scent is somewhat off-putting. Imo Nai Nai gazes at the squid in her bowl with disdain, questioning its edibility. Absolutely, Sang Ning responds, demonstrating by picking up a piece of squid with serving chopsticks, rolling it in the sauce, and then placing it into her mouth. The saltiness, the slight acidity and fragrance of lemon, combined with the heat of the wild peppers, perfectly subdues any lingering fishiness. With a single bite, all that remains is its freshness and crispness, surprisingly delicious. After consuming a piece, Sang Ning raises an eyebrow at her eagerly watching companions. The flavor is delightful, tender, and fresh. Are you going to eat, or shall I finish it all? We will eat. Chapter 34. Preparing for battle. Oh my, this is absolutely delicious, Mu Tao exclaims, panting with warmth. The squid is both fresh and crisp, with a subtle saltiness complemented by a hint of spice, delivering an authentic taste that is utterly satisfying. Oh heavens! Oh earth! I am on the brink of overwhelming happiness. Clyde was moved to tears, large droplets cascading from the corners of his eyes. Is it really necessary? Luo Tianya remarked with a look of disdain as he handed over a leaf meant for seafood. Clyde accepted it with a hand, wiping at the corners of his eyes. And with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he turned to Luo Tianya, asking, "What is this you've given me?" "It's just a leaf for seafood." Clyde felt an urge to express his frustration but ultimately refrained. He tossed the leaf aside and sighed, "This is too much. You all have no idea how I have endured these past few days." "Do tell," Emo Nine-Eye urged, savoring a piece of squid, though the creature appeared rather unappealing. Its taste was exquisite. Perhaps it was simply that she had not enjoyed good food in quite some time, making everything seem delectable. Regardless, in this desolate place, being well-fed and sheltered from the elements felt like true bliss. Noticing Clyde's silence, she pressed him. "Come on, speak up." Clyde was reluctant to share. Yet his unwillingness was futile as his audience had already betrayed him. Through the barrage of comments, Sang Ning and the others had learned of Clyde's unfortunate circumstances. This fellow was not merely unlucky, he was extraordinarily so, rivaling the original owner's misfortunes. The original owner had met their demise in a fall, and then Sang Ning arrived. Subsequently, his escape pod had inadvertently crushed a baby rabbit. Had he not emerged from the pod, the rabbit horde would not have sought him out. However, due to a malfunction, he had forcefully opened the pod from within, emerging into a perilous situation he could not see. Thus, he and his companions encircled the herd of rabbits surrounding the escape pod, engaging in a close encounter. Clyde had barely comprehended the unfolding events when a formidable rabbit, standing nearly a meter tall, suddenly leaped ferociously, delivering a powerful kick to his face with its strong hind legs. This was no ordinary rabbit, it was a veritable powerhouse. The unprepared Clyde was struck, resulting in a nosebleed and tears streaming down his cheeks. Being inexplicably attacked was intolerable for anyone, and Clyde was no exception. Cradling his nose and regaining his composure, he was soon consumed by a fierce desire for vengeance against the rabbit. However, the reality was that he failed to exact his revenge. While some rabbits met their demise, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the horde for several days and nights. The rabbits, in hot pursuit, thwarted his attempts to escape, leaving him at a loss for direction in this unfamiliar terrain. He could only become entangled with the rabbits until the functions of his wristband were fully activated. It was then, urged by the audience's suggestions and the calls of Mu Tao and others, that he approached with a large iron pot seeking refuge. Mu Tao and the others laughed heartily, expressing their astonishment at Clyde's misfortunes, while numerous viewers in various live streams found his plight both pitiable and amusing, as if he were an endless source of comedic relief for the year. Yet, amidst the laughter, only Sang Ning remained solemn. With a grave expression, she inquired of Clyde amidst the mirth, "Have you not once escaped those rabbits in the past few days?" "No," Clyde replied. "No matter how swiftly I run or where I flee, the herd always manages to find me." At this point, a hint of trepidation colored Clyde's tone as he added, "I suspect that the rabbits on this planet have mutated, perhaps enhancing their sense of smell. Do not linger, gather your belongings and depart swiftly." Sang Ning suddenly rose to her feet and exclaimed, prompting the crowd to gasp in astonishment and inquire, "Where to?" "To escape," Sang Ning succinctly responded, urging them to hasten their preparations. "Once the swarm of rabbits arrives, it will be difficult for us to flee." Upon hearing this, Mu Tao and the others turned pale, casting apprehensive glances at Clyde. Could the rabbit horde truly be pursuing them? They questioned with their words while their hands continued to move swiftly. "Clyde, I have a feeling they can," he replied. Mu Tao felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "Why didn't you say so sooner? I've only just consumed 2 squid." "There's no time," Sang Ning interjected abruptly, her gaze fixed in the direction from which Clyde had come, following her line of sight. Mu Tao and the others peered ahead but saw nothing. "What?" Luo Tianya, who had just begun to speak, stared at the distant moving line, utterly astonished. "What on earth is that?" "Rabbits." Amidst the swirling dust and rustling leaves, the thunderous sound grew increasingly distinct, and the line composed of shades of gray, white, and the occasional hint of red was hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. Sang Ning sighed, "There's no time left. Prepare your weapons for battle." In terms of sheer strength, humans undoubtedly surpassed rabbits, yet when it came to speed, agility, and leaping ability, humans could hardly compete. The rabbits, capable of outmaneuvering eagles in critical moments, were far from the innocuous creatures their adorable appearance suggested. Now, they were confronted not by mere rabbits, but by a vast horde that had been relentlessly pursuing Clyde for days and nights, making an impending fierce battle unavoidable. Sang Ning extracted a branch and deftly fashioned a lovely sword flower to warm up her wrist. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly captivated. Did you notice Sang Ning's recent movements? Indeed, they were rather intriguing. However, I cannot shake the feeling that her gestures seemed more suited to wielding historical weapons, such as swords or daggers. Therefore, does the upstairs imply that Sang Ning possesses skills with cold weapons? Speaking of cold weapons, a memory comes to mind. Do you recall the day of the initial launch? Sang Ning was visibly trembling from the cold, her complexion pale, her garments drenched. Yet, after taking refuge in a tree hollow to escape the rain, her complexion brightened and her shivers ceased. I have a rather unsettling premonition. What a coincidence. I share that sentiment. It appears that we are in sync with one another. As this topic emerged, the audience in Sang Ning's livestream began to fervently discuss it. However, they spoke in veiled terms, provoking the viewers from other streams, who were eagerly awaiting the full story, to grow frustrated. Sang Ning's team comprises 6 members, with the most popular being Fei Mingluoya, whose livestream boasts over 120 million viewers online. Following her are Mu Tao and the others. With Sang Ning unfortunately at the bottom of the popularity chart, her viewership is merely slightly better than that of Lilia, who was cast into the desert. In comparison to Fei Mingluoya and her cohort, Sang Ning's appeal appears rather insignificant. Yet, due to the recent antics of her audience, a notable number of viewers from Fei Mingluoya's stream have begun to migrate to hers. Even if not all have made the switch, at least 1/3 have crossed over. Chapter 35. I am innocent. A third seems insignificant, yet when 5/3 are stacked together, coupled with the existing audience in Sang Ning's live stream, it becomes quite remarkable. Her ranking surged from over 4,000 to within the top 100. Achieving a position in the top 100 grants her a significant opportunity for comprehensive promotion across the entire network. This promotion, in its truest sense, encompasses the vast array of intelligent life forms within the Moika galaxy, totaling over 500 billion registered beings with legitimate identities. This figure excludes the unregistered and rogue entities. And should these be accounted for, the numbers would swell even further. The all-encompassing promotion ensures that any planet equipped with a star network, regardless of whether it harbors merely a single inhabitant, receives a recommendation notification from the Survival on Abandoned Planets production team. The allure of such a promotion is undeniably compelling. And as a result, Sang Ning's livestream witnessed an explosive increase in viewership. The maximum capacity of the room was breached repeatedly, leaving manager Luo in a state of panic. Urging the technical center, "Hurry, we need to establish additional channels." "We've already set up 20, the technical architect replied, juggling the construction of new channels with a sense of resignation. "Old Luo, this surge for Sang Ning is but a fleeting phenomenon. Trust me, it will soon subside." "I am aware," manager Luo acknowledged, fully cognizant of the situation. "Let us retain as many viewers as possible. The immediate priority is to ensure Sang Ning's livestream remains stable." This sentiment was understood without requiring further elaboration, as the technical team recognized their obligation to maintain stability for all participants. Without offering preferential treatment to Sang Ning simply because she is a primitive human, as that would compromise their professional integrity. What ought to be done and what should not be done, the technical intricacies are well understood. In a swift motion, 10 channels were reconstructed, and the system automatically matched for diversion. In an instant, the live broadcast room, which had been stuttering due to an overwhelming influx of viewers, returned to normalcy. The once unclear visuals re-emerged vividly before the eyes of all spectators. Astonishingly, the screen was filled with rabbits, large rabbits, small rabbits, and those of medium stature, in hues of red, white, gray, and black. Sang Ning and his companions were submerged by the rabbits. Viewers could only catch fleeting glimpses of them amidst the onslaught of these creatures, witnessing rabbits being flung away only to regain their footing mid-fall, propelling themselves back into the fray with powerful hind legs. For the seasoned viewers, the spectacle was truly magnificent. For the newcomers, confusion reigned. What on earth was happening? A battle between contestants and a horde of rabbits? The new audience, bewildered, found themselves at a loss, while the veterans, in their boredom, took it upon themselves to enlighten the newcomers about the unfolding events. Fundamentally, this was a misunderstanding. Clyde was innocent. The fault lay with the survival pod, which had been struck by lightning, leading to its malfunction. Had the pod functioned correctly, ensuring a safe landing, the unfortunate incident of the bunnies being crushed would never have occurred, and Clyde would not have had to violently force the hatch open for a confrontation with the rabbit swarm. Thus, the subsequent events transpired. In this scenario, one could only describe it as a twist of fate, an unfortunate coincidence rather than a destined encounter. It seems this group of contestants is indeed facing extraordinary misfortune, not just any misfortune, but an exceptional one. Having lived for so many years, one cannot help but reflect on the annals of history, which have never witnessed such outrageous acts of vengeance. It is, quite frankly, unprecedented and unfathomable. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning and her companions, the audience harbored their own thoughts while the group was driven nearly to madness by the relentless onslaught of rabbits. The sheer density of these creatures was overwhelming. A mere shift of one's foot could lead to stepping on one. The unfortunate rabbit, upon being trodden upon, would retaliate with a bite, and should one attempt to turn away, they would find themselves besieged by several exceptionally agile rabbits leaping towards their face or ears to gnaw at them. These rabbits exhibited an uncanny intelligence, deliberately avoiding areas concealed by clothing and instead targeting exposed skin, such as hands and faces. Monai Nai cried out in agony as her finger was bitten, nearly moved to tears by the pain. Observing this, Sang Ning swiftly dashed over, wielding her dagger with precision, and swiftly dispatched the rabbit that had latched onto Monai Nai's hand. In one fluid motion, she also eliminated several other rabbits clinging to Monai Nai. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering both Sang Ning and Monai Nai. Monai Nai screamed, lamenting the foul odor. Sang Ning, however, felt compelled to prioritize the battle against the rabbits over concerns of smell. This experience was truly bizarre. Before it unfolded, she could never have fathomed that in her lifetime she would find herself besieged by rabbits. The situation was untenable, as their numbers were overwhelming. Just then, another rabbit lunged at her face. Sang Ning executed a swift spin to evade the hefty creature, which must have weighed at least 10 pounds, while once more thrusting her dagger. The large rabbit, sensing danger, deftly maneuvered midair to evade Sang Ning's blade. Then, after the rabbit landed, it cast a profound glance at Sang Ning before abruptly turning and fleeing. As it dashed away, the other rabbits followed suit. Subsequently, Sang Ning and the others witnessed the true meaning of swift comings and goings. This group of rabbits arrived with remarkable speed and departed just as swiftly. Before Sang Ning and the others could comprehend what had transpired, the rabbits vanished like a whirlwind, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the carcasses of their kind. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. The audience pondered, what on earth just happened? It seemed that the rabbit that had attacked Sang Ning had fled, followed by the others, resulting in the spectacle before us. The summary provided by the flower of the Overlord was indeed astute. Being insightful, yet saying nothing of substance, was hardly different. I harbor a suspicion that the rabbit that attacked Sang Ning might be the Rabbit King. Sang Ning shared this suspicion, as the gaze of that rabbit upon her was distinctly abnormal, as if it possessed intelligence. Goodness, these rabbits are indeed ferocious. Suddenly, Mu Tao's voice broke the tension, to which Luo Tianya responded affirmatively. Indeed, they are savage. As he spoke, he glanced at the most disheveled among them, Clyde, and inquired, "You must confess. Did you commit any heinous acts against the rabbit horde?" At that moment, Clyde appeared utterly disheveled, with bites on his hands, face, neck, and even his ears, either broken skin or bleeding. With a twitch of his mouth, he replied, "What do you think I could possibly do to the rabbits?" "Who knows?" Monet sniffled, expressing her grievances. "It's all your fault. Why did you have to provoke the rabbits when you said you were fine? I ended up getting bitten. What enmity could justify such treatment? I am innocent." Clyde, too, felt wronged. "I truly do not understand why these rabbits have set their sights on me. Is it possible that that little rabbit is the offspring of the Rabbit King?" Sang Ning ventured, "Every tribe has a leader, and rabbits are no exception. If your survival pod inadvertently eliminated a prince or princess of a rabbit clan, it is entirely reasonable for the rabbit horde to pursue you relentlessly." Chapter 36. Listening to your words, the crowd. This possibility is not without merit. However, even if the truth aligns with Sang Ning's assertions, what can they do against such a formidable rabbit horde without weapons or equipment? Oh, my seafood feast. Fimant Loya was a woman of great composure, choosing to resign herself to the situation, or one might say, to accept her fate. After all, when soldiers come, they must be met with soldiers. When water flows, it must be dammed. There is no use in rushing now. Instead, she lamented the loss of her steaming seafood banquet. Alas, it was no longer edible. Watching the calamari and shrimp trampled into an unrecognizable state by the rabbits, Fimant Loya felt an overwhelming sorrow. Sang Ning, on the other hand, was less concerned about the food. The resources of the mountains and seas were plentiful, and there was no fear of going hungry. Her heart ached for her woven creations. The sieve was ruined, the backpack was torn, and both the basket and the previously crafted lidded basket were destroyed. Furthermore, the utensils she had carved were either crushed or broken by the rabbits. Let us gather our belongings and relocate. This place is no longer tenable, as no one can predict whether those rabbits will return. As long as we remain united, with our equipment intact, the strength of our 6-person team can certainly forge a new refuge. We shall acquire woven goods, utensils, and other necessities. Thus, the group, initially filled with joy, departed with a sense of despondency. Before their departure, Sang Ning examined the wounds inflicted by the rabbits, which were not too severe but warranted some attention. Clyde bore the brunt of the bites, receiving the most extensive application of herbal paste. Observing the concoction smeared across his fingers and the back of his hand, he could not help but inquire, do these herbs truly possess anti-inflammatory properties? Upon hearing this, Mona and the others exchanged glances of curiosity and indifference. Hilariously, Clyde's appearance was almost comical, resembling a little green creature. However, the focus should not dwell on his color, but rather on the efficacy of these herbs. While the effectiveness remains uncertain, it is known that some components of the plant Sang Ning gathered indeed possess anti-inflammatory properties and are widely utilized in cell repair solutions, nutrient liquids, and targeted detoxification agents. Nonetheless, these are refined components, and I cannot ascertain the potency of the raw application. It can be said that while these plants will have some effect, it is undoubtedly weaker than that of their refined counterparts. Traditional Chinese medicine has fallen into decline in this era, with most people oblivious to its principles. Only the inhabitants of planet E72 steadfastly cling to the practice of traditional medicine in their daily lives. However, the passage of time has rendered the relevant materials and literature lost amid countless sandstorms, leaving only tales passed down through generations. Utilizing traditional Chinese medicine and existing herbal remedies for ailments such as diarrhea and fever poses no significant challenge. Beyond that, she is at a loss. Sang Ning is not a native of this world. She possesses a wealth of ancient, forgotten remedies, yet lacks the means to heal or save lives. While she can certainly create beauty and skincare products and prepare medicinal dishes, and while she is capable of pulse diagnosis and handling herbal materials, she must apologize for her inability to prescribe medicine for healing purposes. This is not her field of study. The herbal remedies I have provided indeed possess anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties, though I cannot guarantee their efficacy beyond that. The group suddenly understood, expressing relief that anti-inflammation suffices. In the wilderness, one fears not much else but the risk of infection and wounds. Although the genes of the elite have been optimized and targeted vaccines administered from a young age, this does not imply they are immune to injury or death. If wounds are not treated promptly, the ensuing infections and complications can be equally distressing. Are you a medical student? Fei Mingluya inquired. Sang Ning smiled and replied, you think too much. I have not studied medicine, only the art of surviving in the desert, which is basic knowledge for the inhabitants of planet E72. So, how much basic knowledge do the people of your planet possess? Mu Tao, unable to suppress her curiosity at the mention of common knowledge, asked, adhering to the principle that an idle tongue is a wasted opportunity. Sang Ning took the time to enlighten them about the efforts made by the inhabitants of planet E72 to survive in harsh environments and the essential knowledge they have acquired for their existence. Mu Tao and the others were momentarily taken aback, responding with expressions of disbelief, uttering phrases like, oh, really? And how can such thoughts be so similar? The audience was no better off. After listening to a single discourse, I felt as if I had squandered my existence up to that point. According to Sang Ning's assertions, if I were to be cast onto planet E72, I would undoubtedly perish. Are these notions truly within the realm of human understanding? At the very least, I possess none of that knowledge. It was as if they assumed we were innately equipped for such challenges. However, truth be told, after hearing Sang Ning's words, I realized that the inhabitants of planet E72 strive incredibly hard for their survival. Effort is not inherently flawed. It is through endeavor that one carves out opportunities for ascendance. Yet, the prevailing conditions on planet E72 dictate that, regardless of their exertions, its denizens can only struggle above the poverty line, unless external forces intervene, such as the central government allocating funds to combat sandstorms, improve the local living conditions, and establish direct interstellar routes. The plight of E72 will remain unchanged. This is a harsh reality, and harboring hopes for government funding is futile. In fact, exploring private investment could be a viable alternative. While the notion is simple, the execution proves to be quite challenging. Few private entities possess the capacity to invest in a planet of E72's magnitude, and those that can are often driven solely by profit. Thus, relying on private funding to ameliorate E72's circumstances seems less feasible than collectively relocating and abandoning the planet altogether. The audience buzzed with fervent discussion as Sang Ning's informative session drew to a close. Once she finished speaking, Mo Nai Nai, seemingly contemplative, inquired, Ning, what specialties does your region have? Sang Ning's lips twitched slightly. If you were to inquire about local specialties, there were indeed many. Sandworms. And then there were thorny vines and the precious cistanche. However, these local products held little value in this world and served no real purpose. This was an era that did not necessitate traditional Chinese medicinal materials. The only rare and valuable item, cistanche, was utterly disregarded in this realm. Mo Nai Nai chuckled awkwardly, remarking on the sheer desolation of the situation. Indeed, it was dire. The original proprietor faced immense challenges from the outset. E72 had perpetually been a domain of hardship. One could pursue the path of weaving, as retro aesthetics had become quite fashionable, particularly those reminiscent of humanity's history, like the baskets and containers one could craft beautifully, delicately, and compactly. The market prospects were, in fact, rather promising. Fei Ming Luoya offered her counsel, to which Sang Ning could only respond with resignation. What you suggest has long been considered by our officials, and actions have already been taken. However, we lack spacecraft and direct routes, making any venture not only arduous but perilous as well. Chapter 37. The decision to relocate. The group gradually discerned that E72 was a planet where poverty was ingrained in its very essence. I cannot fathom, Luo Tianya murmured. E72 is, after all, the cradle of human civilization and our home planet. How could the passage of time fail to improve E72, instead leading it into further decline? Sang Ning gazed skyward, unable to provide an answer to this perplexing question. It was indeed beyond her comprehension. Lunch had been ravaged by a horde of rabbits. And that evening, the group managed to consume only a few bites before they resorted to boiling water, taking turns to wash and cleanse their bodies. The filth was overwhelming. Rabbit fur, grass clippings, and droppings rendered them uncomfortable. Without a proper bath, they felt utterly discontented. Even if the protective suit possessed the ability of self-cleaning, it would still fail to alleviate the psychological burdens, especially considering that Sang Ning lacked such a suit, donning merely a regular outfit that was on the verge of exuding an unpleasant odor. Thus, after taking a bath that evening, she decided to wash her clothes as well. Lacking soap and unable to find any soapwort, she resorted to a concoction of laundry powder made from plant ash and shell powder. The shell powder served to eliminate odors from the garments while also possessing antibacterial properties. The addition of plant ash was quite simple. It contains potassium carbonate, a mineral known for its grease-removing capabilities. When combined with shell powder, it formed a completely natural detergent. The fabric was thin, and after washing, she placed it directly on the fire to dry. It was not long before it was completely dry. Sang Ning and the other two women washed in the cave, while Mu Tao and the other men ventured to the nearby river to cleanse themselves. Tomorrow, we shall seek a new campsite, which, in other words, meant relocating. The group pondered the idea of moving. Mu Tao surveyed the cave and found it quite satisfactory, offering both concealment and safety, as well as ample space, making it an excellent shelter from the elements. He was reluctant to leave. Luo Tianya and the others also regarded Sang Ning with curiosity, with a hint of helplessness. She remarked that while the cave was spacious enough for two people to dwell comfortably, it could also accommodate four without much difficulty. However, with the recent addition of Fei Ming Luoya and Clyde to their group, it would soon feel cramped. In truth, I hardly occupy much space, she added. Fei Ming Luoya interjected sincerely, while Clyde nodded vigorously, seemingly fearful of being ousted from the group, affirming, indeed, it could still work if we squeezed a bit. How humble of Clyde. The audience witnessing this scene could not help but flood the screen with comments, pleading, please do not drive Clyde away. He would be hunted to his demise by the rabbit horde. A dazzling firework erupted within the cave, showering the group with sparkling luminescence. Following this spectacle were the grand golden letters urging not to expel Clyde. Upon seeing this, they all laughed, and Luo Tianya remarked to Clyde, you truly stir concern in the hearts of your audience. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Clyde chuckled, I strive to perform well to ease their worries. He then turned to Sang Ning and inquired, so, why exactly do we need to move? The space is too confined, she replied. It may not seem small for mere habitation, but I desire a more comfortable living arrangement. Sang Ning continued calmly. I wish to sleep on a bed rather than on the ground. While the weather is bearable now, I cannot endure the chill once temperatures drop. That makes sense. Several nodded in agreement, and she elaborated, I aspire to live with quality. 3 years of survival on this desolate planet has been nothing short of a struggle. It is essential to secure furniture and construct a proper dwelling, followed by provisions for clothing and sustenance. All of this requires prior preparation. She tugged at her clothes and remarked, This is all I possess. I wash and wear the same outfit repeatedly. Sooner or later, it will wear out. I do not wish to live like a savage, and I believe none of you desire to don the same attire day in and day out. This was indeed the truth. They had no inclination to continue in such a manner. Famon Loya, intrigued, asked her, Do you know how to weave fabric and make clothing? Oh my, if Sang Ning possesses such abilities, the inhabitants of planet E72 must indeed be extraordinary, seemingly capable of anything. Their survival skills are truly formidable. The audience, with eager eyes and ears perked up, braced themselves to absorb the blows from Sang Ning, the indigenous person of planet E72, only to be taken aback when she declared, I cannot. Her tone was particularly assertive, devoid of any hint of embarrassment. The audience was left bewildered. Is that it? Why the confidence if you can't do it? This was not what they had anticipated. The audience's frustration began to bubble, but before they could voice their thoughts, she added, I may not know how to do it, but I understand the principles behind a loom, am aware of the initial steps of weaving, and know how to create clothing. As she spoke, she looked at everyone earnestly and said, You see, I possess a wealth of theoretical knowledge. As long as we work together and believe in me, we will have fabric, we will have furniture, and we will have a home. So what shall we do? The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant yet intrigued. Mu Tao was the first to respond. Let us do it. Just as you said, surviving on a desolate planet for 3 years is not akin to 3 days. No one wishes to live poorly if a good life is attainable through our efforts. If our endeavors can lead us to that point, why not give it a try? After all, we have plenty of time during these 3 years of survival. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianya and the others readily agreed. Let us do it. Before we face elimination, let us put in our best effort. It will surely be a worthwhile experience. I am a fashion designer, skilled in garment creation. Famon Loya smiled at Sang Ning, saying that if she could indeed weave fabric, she would take charge of everyone's clothing. This could be arranged. Sang Ning's eyes sparkled. Shall we finalize this? It's settled then. Very well, let us retire early. Tomorrow we shall visit the new dwelling-s location. As Sang Ning rose to depart, she was halted by Monainai, who inquired, What do you mean by the new dwelling-s location? Have you already planned to vacate this cave and selected a new site in advance? I assure you, that is not the case. The new location was discovered during my search for supplies and familiarization with the terrain. In fact, you are all acquainted with that place. We are? They echoed in unison. Sang Ning nodded and revealed the new location. However, the group appeared perplexed, with Mu Tao candidly expressing, I do not recall the place you mentioned. I have no recollection either. Monainai raised her hand, resembling a schoolchild. Luo Xianya remained silent, though his expression mirrored their confusion. Chapter 38. Silence is golden, not remembering is of little consequence. We shall know tomorrow. Indeed, after a restful slumber, Sang Ning awoke to the gentle sunlight streaming through the gaps of the descending vines, illuminating the air with dancing motes of dust. The fire had yet to extinguish. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Sang Ning prepared a pot of wild vegetable egg drop soup in a large iron pot, roasted a few yam tubers, and shared the meal with Monainai and the others as they gradually rose. Afterward, she extinguished the fire and departed from the cave. Clyde had finally risen, embracing a life of normalcy. Were his previous days not normal? Normal, my foot. Clyde is merely a hapless soul, perpetually pursued by a horde of rabbits, enduring poor meals and restless nights. This particular evening, however, marks the most restful slumber he has experienced since his arrival, his complexion radiant and his spirit rejuvenated, clearly indicative of exceptional sleep quality. The sound of his snoring is quite resounding. Astonishingly, Big Peach and the others remain undisturbed. I am truly impressed. You stayed up all night, fixated on Clyde's live stream? I am on Mealerstar, where it is presently evening. A stark contrast to the day-night cycle of Clyde and his companions. It seems so. I wonder what the new home is like. The new dwelling is perched on a flat hillside, situated on the southeastern slope of the mountain, with the sea lying below, but several dozen to 100 meters in elevation. standing at the edge of the slope. One can gaze upon the undulating waves of the sea, which, although not particularly large, create a splendid sight as the blue and white surf crashes against the mountainside. Below, a cluster of rocky outcrops is adorned with a dense growth of oysters and hand-shaped snails, all of considerable size, making it quite convenient to indulge in oysters and snails after relocating here. Venturing a few hundred meters eastward from the coastal edge leads to a thicket of trees, the species unknown, with straight trunks devoid of branches, and leaves that sprout directly from the trunks. These trees bear blossoms, each bloom the size of a bowl, with intricately layered petals that create a visually stunning display. Observing Sang Ning's fixation on the trunks, Mo99 inquires, "Are you not familiar with the milk fruit tree?" "Milk fruit tree?" Sang Ning cast a glance at her, and Mo99 responded with a soft HM. Indeed, Sang Ning did not recognize her. But considering the circumstances on planet E72, it was hardly surprising. This was a milk fruit tree. Once the blossoms withered, it would bear milk fruits, which were quite palatable and classified as an economical fruit, wild in nature. Pausing for a moment, she remarked that she was uncertain about the flavor. Sang Ning understood that this milk fruit was indeed a type of fruit. Its quality would only be revealed once it reached maturity. The location was promising. Mu Tao provided an affirmative answer, and Luo Tianya concurred, acknowledging its merits. Clyde, running his fingers through his golden hair, commented that a good location was of little use if they had no intention of constructing a dwelling. Sang Ning raised her hand, stating that while she possessed theoretical knowledge, she had never engaged in the practical aspect of building. She sought their opinions once more. Should they proceed with the construction? The group exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Yes. We shall ascertain the outcome through trial. After all, we have that cave as a fallback, so failure is not a concern. That made sense. Consequently, Sang Ning began to sketch the design on a stone slab with a charcoal pencil, informing Mu Tao and the others of the materials required for their construction endeavor. Presently, the only tools at their disposal were Luo Tianya's laser axe and Clyde's large iron pot. Mu Tao's memory metal and Sang Ning's dagger were of no practical use for building. Fei Ming Luo Ya's equipment consisted of a packet of starch, which was similarly unhelpful. Then there was Mo99's survival kit. Monanai's survival kit is even more peculiar than Eli's biochemical kit. While Eli's kit seems to be merely a fa to deceive, Monanai's is filled with hazardous items, including even aqua regia. Consequently, Sang Ning chose to maintain a respectful distance from Monanai's survival kit, rendering it practically useless. However, possessing a laser axe and a large iron pot suffices for her needs. Upon her conclusion, Mu Tao was the first to voice a query. While I can comprehend the necessity of wood and stone for construction, why is hay and yellow mud required? The purpose is to seal gaps and provide an adhesive quality. The history of human civilization is not a result of sudden achievements. It has evolved from the primitive act of creating fire by friction to thatch houses, adobe structures, and later brick and tile homes, culminating in contemporary reinforced concrete. Adobe houses are crafted by mixing yellow mud and straw, then shaping them into mud bricks. Sang Ning had no intention of constructing an adobe house. It was unnecessary, as the effort required for a structure entirely made of adobe is not less than that of one built from stone. Thus, it is more efficient to proceed directly to the final goal. Therefore, in her view, yellow mud combined with straw serves merely as a gap filler and adhesive. Mu Tao responded with an O, indicating his understanding. He then rubbed his hands together, eager to begin, asking, "Shall we get started now?" Sang Ning did not rush to respond, but instead turned to Luo Tianya and the others, inquiring, "What do you think?" "We'll follow your lead. However you suggest we proceed." "We shall do so." "Very well. Go ahead, and please be careful on your journey. If you encounter any danger." After a pause, Mu Tao, feeling somewhat exasperated, advised Mo99, "Use the items from your survival kit to escape. Please exercise extreme caution during the process." I do not wish to see a disfigured Mo99. Initially, Mo99 felt a sense of joy, thinking that the Taozi genuinely cared for them. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she was instantly infuriated. People often speak for either sustenance or to endear themselves to others, yet you, with your mouth, only utter words that provoke and irritate. You ought not to have a mouth at all. What do you mean by that? Mu Tao was rendered speechless, feeling that his concern was met with disdain. You truly do not know how to appreciate kindness. Thank you for your concern, Mo99 retorted sharply. Seeing his bewildered expression, which indicated he was oblivious to his mistake, her frustration deepened. He was nothing but a fool. Forget it. It's not worth arguing with an idiot. Ning Ning, Luoya, let us go. Mo99 took one hand of Sang Ning and Fei Ming Luoya, leading them away. Mu Tao remained silent for a moment, watching their departing figures, and then turned to Luo Tanya and Clyde, asking, what on earth made Mo99 so angry? Chapter 39. It doesn't hurt to try. This fellow is beyond redemption. Luo Tianya's sighed. Tao, it would be wise for you to speak less in the presence of young ladies in the future, lest you find yourself perpetually alone. Clyde nodded in agreement. What he said is indeed accurate. You are ill-suited to converse with women. Words of concern can evoke resentment, complicating Mu Tao's prospects of finding a partner in the future. Mu Tao pondered, what precisely did I say to incite Mo99's anger? Instead of beating around the bush, please point out the issue directly. The audience, unable to bear the situation any longer, began to flood the comments with sentiments of hopelessness. Mu Tao, increasingly bewildered, was informed that the trouble stemmed from her remark about not wanting to see a disfigured Mo99. Clyde, exhibiting a measure of compassion, noted that had she refrained from such words, Mo99 would not have been angered. Is that all? Mu Tao exclaimed in disbelief. I merely advised her to be cautious. Is that truly so grave? It's hardly a significant matter. Yet, the girls might not share her perspective. Luo Tianya, at a loss for words, opted not to delve further into this issue. Given Mu Tao's disposition, it was evident that she was far from marriage. There was no immediate need to concern herself with her romantic entanglements, especially with Mo99. Thus, this topic could be laid to rest. Come on, let us hasten to gather stones. I am eager to construct a house of my own design. Upon hearing this, Mu Tao and Clyde were invigorated. In the vastness of the world, building a house was paramount, and off they went in search of stones. Meanwhile, Sang Ning and her companions had reached a lush area within the forest, densely populated with vines. Their first task was to weave a few baskets for carrying their belongings. She took a dagger and began to cut the vines, while Mo99 and Fei Ming Luoya assisted her from the side. Half an hour later, the two squatted beside her, watching in awe as her fingers danced deftly to weave a circular base from the vines, and then started to craft a basket upwards. A mesmerizing sight to behold. Initially, their fingers moved in tandem, but soon they halted, not only because their fingers felt as if they were about to cramp, but also because they could not keep pace with Sang Ning's speed. The audience was equally spellbound. With her fingers moving so swiftly, was there no clash between them? While Sang Ning's fingers remained harmonious, mine were at odds. I tried to imitate her, and though my eyes comprehended and my mind grasped the technique, the moment I attempted to execute it, I faltered. We were in the same predicament. Weaving is a technical skill, and learning from Sang Ning proved unreliable due to her extraordinary speed. Unless we could analyze it in slow motion, which was impossible in the live broadcast, a thorough understanding seemed unattainable. It felt as though there was nothing that could not be woven in Sang Ning's hands. Person in charge, could you discuss the possibility of producing a weaving textbook with Sang Ning? I wish to learn. I wish to learn as well. Count me in. Soon. A line of eager viewers wishing to learn vine weaving formed in the live broadcast room. Lo, the person in charge. I can inquire on your behalf. But the decision to publish a textbook primarily rests with Sang Ning. Is that acceptable? It must be. Thus, the person in charge connected with Sang Ning to relay the audience's request. Upon learning of the proposal for a textbook, before Sang Ning could respond, Mo99 eagerly interjected. That can be arranged. She said, Ning Ning, do you have any thoughts on this matter? If you do, we can represent you. You only need to provide the technical expertise, and we can discuss the distribution of profits. We can also collaborate with my family, ensuring you won't suffer any losses. Feynman Loya also perceived a business opportunity and extended an olive branch. Sang Ning. She looked at the two, astonished, and asked, Are you serious? Absolutely. Both nodded in affirmation. She fell silent, mentally organizing her thoughts before responding. This path is not easy. Pursuing a hobby is one thing, but the audience will be limited, which means profits will be scarce. You underestimate the fervor for retro products, Mo99 declared earnestly. Trust me, as long as the woven items are exquisite and visually appealing, the market potential will be significant. As she spoke, she inquired of Sang Ning, Can you weave something aesthetically pleasing? I can, Sang Ning nodded. Yet she was reluctant to weave, and the reason for her reluctance was simple. It was time-consuming. My current principle is to make do. The sturdiness is the same. If I want to create something intricate, I can wait until the house is built. That's acceptable. Let's discuss it again once the house is completed. Agreed. Sang Ning nodded and continued with her task. As the vines gradually dwindled, the circular basket began to take shape. Half an hour later, the first basket was completed. She then proceeded to weave the second and third baskets, completing 3 baskets and 3 small containers before finally stopping. 4 hours had elapsed, and the bored Monet and Feynman Luoya initially possessed the patience to observe. However, as time passed, they could no longer contain their restlessness and ventured nearby in search of treasures. Observing their findings, Sang Ning fell into a contemplative silence. Noticing her stillness, Monet softly inquired, "Are these items problematic?" "Indeed," Sang Ning sighed, resignedly extracting the poisonous mushrooms. "This is the green-capped amanita, the rose amanita, and the white death cap, all of which are toxic and unfit for consumption." Now, it was Monet who fell silent, while the audience fared little better. They glanced around, unable to discern any distinction between the mushrooms Sang Ning had selected and those that appeared gray and oddly shaped. How, they pondered. Did Sang Ning ascertain the toxicity of these fungi? "I feel they all look rather similar," one remarked. Sang Ning replied, "Although they may seem alike at first glance, a careful examination reveals the differences quite readily." With that, she picked up mushrooms that bore a resemblance to both toxic and non-toxic varieties, meticulously instructing them on how to differentiate between the two. Her explanations were straightforward and comprehensible, prompting nods of understanding from the two, who occasionally interjected with questions. Meanwhile, the audience remained perplexed. "Did you grasp the information?" one asked. "I comprehend each word individually, yet when strung together, they elude my understanding. I believe I understand, but I cannot assure that my comprehension is genuine or merely superficial. Practical experience is required to ascertain the truth. Thus, I resolved to venture into the nearest natural area to gain first-hand experience." "Upstairs, you seem rather idle. What is the purpose of your practice?" The desire to savor the flavor of mushrooms picked by one's own hand is a sentiment echoed by many. A compelling argument was presented by an audience member, resonating with numerous individuals who felt its validity. Although the marketplace offers a variety of mushrooms for sale, the notion remains that the experience of consuming self-harvested fungi is distinctly different from that of purchased ones. With leisure time at hand, why not indulge in the experience? Chapter 40. Stone Barbecue. This endeavor unexpectedly led to a surge in visitors at the previously dormant medical service centers across various planets. All the emergency cases presented with strikingly similar symptoms, including nausea, vomiting, decreased heart rate, excruciating abdominal pain, and hallucinations. Upon investigation, it was concluded that these individuals were suffering from poisoning. Thus, the comprehensive antidote made its grand entrance. While no fatalities were reported, the situation escalated to the point of reaching the headquarters of the medical service center. The minister, an elegant and poised lady, had a somewhat stern visage, yet her gaze radiated warmth. Her fiery red hair was elegantly pinned up, and her long, lush eyelashes resembled delicate fans. As she perused the various medical cases transmitted from the planetary centers, she inquired of her secretary about the cause of this sudden influx of poisoning cases. Was it an act of foul play? Indeed, it was a case of self-poisoning, with the patients inadvertently endangering their families as well. The secretary, with a hint of reluctance, recounted the sequence of events. Ms. Mira raised an eyebrow in hesitation and asked, "Are you certain this is the entire truth?" Despite frequent advisories against the indiscriminate consumption of mushrooms, there will always be those who seek thrill, leading to the development of a comprehensive antidote in such scenarios. In previous years, there have been instances of gluttonous individuals consuming mushrooms and subsequently succumbing to poisoning, yet none have been as severe as this occasion. The total number of cases across various planets astonishingly exceeds 50,000. Given the current level of medical care, this figure is indeed alarming. The secretary, with a firm tone, confirmed that this was the reason. "I could scarcely believe it when I first began my investigation, yet the truth left no room for skepticism." He expressed a hint of exasperation, stating, "Madam, this matter has escalated to the central sector. The central sector, apart from the combat and competition zones, is the most bustling area in the holographic world, rife with peculiar occurrences and an ever-growing cast of eccentric characters. The inhabitants, known for their absurdity, thrive on seeking thrills." Upon hearing that the situation had reached the central sector, Ms. Mela grew anxious. "Is there a news blackout?" "Rest assured. I promptly reported to the mainframe and secured a news embargo," the secretary replied. However, this precaution proved futile. As the speed of the absurd online community far surpassed the secretary's ability to contain the topic with the mainframe. Consequently, following the existing 50,000 cases of intelligent life forms suffering from poisoning, medical centers across the planet found themselves inundated with yet another wave of mushroom poisoning patients. Ms. Mela and her colleagues were left utterly speechless by the turn of events. Unbeknownst to them, the instigator, Sang Ning, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. She was overwhelmed with tasks, and so were Mu Tao and the others. Constructing a house is a skilled endeavor, but Sang Ning, despite possessing theoretical knowledge, lacked practical experience, rendering the construction process exceedingly challenging. Whether it was the foundation being improperly laid and requiring a complete redo, or walls being askew and necessitating reconstruction, the multitude of issues was staggering. Fortunately, the 6 individuals were undeterred, unwilling to squander the labor they had invested thus far. They gritted their teeth and persevered. With each successive failure, they accumulated invaluable experience and cultivated a more cautious mindset. Rather than hastily advancing and risking further setbacks that could necessitate a complete overhaul, they chose to extend their timeline and produce meticulous work. Thankfully, their efforts bore fruit. The stone house began to take shape, standing upright and true. Observers, who had witnessed their repeated failures and unwavering determination, felt an exhilaration surpassing even that of Sang Ning and his companions upon seeing the nascent form of the stone structure. Astonishingly, they had indeed managed to create something tangible. Although it remained unfinished, the framework was evident, and they anticipated that a few months would be required to complete it. As the Tao had mentioned, time was their most abundant resource. Having a safe and sturdy stone house to shield them from the elements was undeniably worthwhile. However, this was contingent upon the construction being free of issues. Otherwise, months of effort would be in vain. "Don't jinx it upstairs," a voice chimed in confidently. "They will surely succeed." Yet, among the architectural enthusiasts in the crowd, skepticism lingered. "It's challenging. Without a strong adhesive, the stones won't bond. A gust of wind could topple the structure. Drawing from my years in construction, I can assure you that even if this house is completed, it may prove to be more ornamental than functional." Is that truly the case? Indeed. The architect upstairs has accurately pointed out that the primary issue with the house constructed by Sang Ning and her team lies in its structural integrity. Without addressing this concern, the dwelling remains uninhabitable. The discussion in the live broadcast was fervent, while Sang Ning was occupied with Monet and the others in gathering tung seeds. These seeds can be processed into tung oil, which is renowned for its remarkable adhesive properties, an aspect that particularly attracted Sang Ning's attention. Consequently, they toiled for 3 consecutive days collecting the seeds before finally pausing. Meanwhile, Mu Tao and her companions diligently mixed yellow clay with grass leaves to create earthen bricks. Although they had yet to locate straw, Sang Ning's group discovered a type of gigantic fern leaf. Neither Sang Ning nor Monet could identify this fern, but it exuded an exceptionally strong adhesive sap. After conducting experiments, Sang Ning found that this sap could serve as a powerful glue. In the absence of glutinous rice to prepare the traditional adhesive using lime and tung oil, this sap proved invaluable, effectively substituting for the rice water. "Ning, we have run out of that mixture," Clyde, who was earnestly crafting the earthen bricks, called out. Sang Ning responded with an acknowledgement and expertly retrieved her tools. Proceeding to the stone stove to heat the limestone. "Here it comes. Ning is about to start burning the stones again. Not stones, but limestone, once heated. It transforms into quicklime. I'm aware of quicklime and have researched its properties. It is said to possess disinfecting, sterilizing, and pest-repelling capabilities. Is there a professional who can confirm whether this is true or not?" Indeed, the application is quite nuanced. To harness the antibacterial and virucidal properties of lime, it must be mixed with water. Only then does it become effective in combating pathogens. I have a notion. I am aware of what my friends upstairs might say. They could give it a try and simply inform us of the results afterward. However, perhaps it is best to refrain. The previous mushroom incident stirred considerable uproar, prompting the medical headquarters to issue a formal notification to all citizens advising against the indiscriminate consumption of mushrooms. I fear that should you proceed with this experiment, countless individuals may suffer from Lyme poisoning and flock to the medical center. Oh my, it is indeed miraculous that Sang Ning would actively engage with the live stream's comments. Chapter 41, An Indefinite Wait. Sang Ning chuckled. Is it so surprising that I am watching the comments? It is rather peculiar, considering you typically pay little attention to such matters and do not tend to give gifts or donations. Sang Ning responded with a simple acknowledgement. Well, I am watching today. So, could someone enlighten me on the details of the mushroom incident? The demeanor of the onlookers has remained largely unchanged throughout history. To be a competent spectator, one must not only savor the spectacle but also disseminate the delightful tidbits of information regarding it. In other words, they thrive on the chaos. The audience in the live stream were exemplary spectators. Thus, through their continuous barrage of comments, Sang Ning gleaned the intricacies surrounding the mushroom incident. Once the matter had been thoroughly unraveled, her expression reflected a certain incredulity as she pondered, so, why would one choose to consume them even when fully aware of their toxicity? I seek excitement. My husband has always told me that a true warrior bravely confronts the grim realities of life, which includes experiencing the sensation of poisoning. Before she could utter another word, the next viewer's barrage of comments arrived. How unfortunate was this viewer? Initially, it seemed they had reached the pinnacle of misfortune, yet the comments revealed that among this group, there was no limit to despair, only deeper depths of misery. In response, Sang Ning felt utterly speechless. She had come to realize that in this world, where medical advancements are remarkable and the majority of intelligent species possess optimized genetics, coupled with childhood vaccinations that produce antibodies against various toxins, what would be considered a terrifying poison in her original world could be resolved with a single vial of comprehensive antidote. In other words, death was an unlikely outcome. Consequently, the experience of poisoning here was akin to a mere cold in her original world. Feeling sympathy for these individuals whom she deemed unfortunate, Sang Ning profoundly believed she was unworthy of such sentiments. With a sigh, she gently remarked, "As long as you find joy in it. But you seem rather unenthusiastic." There was indeed a hint of truth in that. She humorously added, "If one day I don a grass skirt and leafy attire, remember to avert your gaze. It's probably about time for the supplies to be distributed, but whether you can seize them remains uncertain. You are simply too weak." Sang Ning, compared to the elite humans of this era, she might seem somewhat lacking, yet she was not so feeble as to be absurd. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the distribution of supplies. With 3 consecutive questions, Sang Ning found herself bewildered, and the audience was equally perplexed. Sang Ning, I am uncertain. It is said by the audience that supplies are being distributed. Perhaps you should inquire with them. Audience, please refrain from questioning us, as such matters elude our knowledge. Allow me to offer a suggestion. You may consult your respective leaders, should they choose to share information. It would be a joyous outcome. Otherwise, it remains unchanged. Indeed, consulting the leaders is the most straightforward approach, yet it has proven futile. Inquiries have been made previously, but the leaders are reticent, merely advising patience. However, as time passes and hope dwindles, the supplies remain elusive. Sang Ning rose to prepare tung oil, an endeavor that does not require vigilant oversight. Thus, she called upon Mo Nai Nai and Fei Ming Luoya to assist in extracting the mucilage. The limestone continued to burn, while the layered fern leaves were gathered by the 3 of them and placed into a hollowed stone, ready to be crushed with wooden sticks. The freshly extracted mucilage emerged as a pale green hue, a curious contrast to the vibrant colors of the leaves, which yielded only a uniform light green when crushed. Once the liquid dried, it turned transparent. The wooden sticks had already fulfilled their purpose several times, becoming coated with the crushed juice, thus acquiring a layer of pulp. Originally coarse, the sticks now possessed a smooth, glossy surface, providing a comfortable grip that was neither abrasive nor slippery. The trio continued their rhythmic endeavor, and soon the first bundle of leaves was thoroughly pulverized, resulting in an increase of juice within the stone cavity. Sang Ning swiftly utilized a split spoon to extract the shattered leaves, while Mo Nai Nai adeptly brought forth a wooden basin and filled it with the mucilage using the large spoon crafted by Sang Ning. Once everything was completed, she carried the basin to the fire and set it down. This viscous liquid would not solidify, but upon leaving the warmth of the fire, it would. The principle behind this phenomenon eluded Sang Ning. She had already become accustomed to the peculiarities of this unfamiliar world and felt no inclination to delve deeper into the mysteries of it all. In life, one must possess clarity when necessary and embrace ignorance when the situation calls for it. The original owner of her body had not received formal education. All knowledge she possessed was gleaned from public courses on the Star Network. In her native world, she was not an academic prodigy, merely an ordinary individual with average intelligence. If one were to identify the distinction between her and the masses, it would likely reside in her unique path. She had studied and inherited her family's intangible cultural heritage skills. Due to her elders, she had encountered numerous inheritors of these traditions, absorbing a variety of eclectic knowledge, yet her understanding remained rudimentary rather than profound. For Sang Ning, simply existing in this foreign land and thriving was sufficient. Beyond that, there was no need for excessive knowledge. As the first basin of viscous liquid appeared, the second, third, and eventually the sixth basin followed suit. At this juncture, the tung oil had also reached an appropriate state of readiness. After assessing the contents, she deemed it fit to be poured out, proceeding to prepare the second batch. 2 batches of tung oil would suffice. She then mixed the tung oil, limestone, and the viscous liquid from the fern leaves in precise proportions, stirring them together to create a novel adhesive. This would be sufficient for today's needs. She lifted the adhesive into the large trough, gesturing for Mu Tao and the others to step aside. Subsequently, she poured the adhesive from the wooden basin into the trough. Clyde immediately seized a large wooden stick and began to stir the yellow clay mixed with the fragments of ferns that Sang Ning had salvaged earlier, reluctant to waste. Chapter 42. Uninterested in teaming up with you, this task required considerable physical effort, necessitating continuous stirring to ensure the complete amalgamation of the yellow clay and adhesive. Water had to be added intermittently, in a balanced measure. Too much would render the mixture excessively thin, diminishing its adhesive properties, while too little would result in a dry mixture that would poorly adhere. After 2 hours, the mixture had wholly set. Sang Ning and her companions began stacking stones upon the framework. To prevent the stone wall from becoming misaligned, Sang Ning utilized bamboo strips as a guide to ensure the walls remained straight. Despite Mu Tao and the others lacking certain skills, they were able to work quickly and effectively under instruction. The stones were neatly arranged beside them, and as Sang Ning was the least strong among them, she took on the responsibility of applying adhesive to fill the gaps between the stones. Mu Tao and the others, being stronger, handled the transportation of the stones, stacking them along the framework. Mo Nai Nai and Fei Meng Luo Yo were tasked with adjusting the positioning of the stones and supervising for any misalignment. Through their collaborative efforts, the stone house gradually began to take shape under the watchful eyes of the group. When the house was nearing completion, with only the roof remaining, the live broadcast sprite issued an announcement. Attention, a notification is being broadcasted. In 3 days, at noon, a total of 102 packages of survival supplies will be dropped. On the day of the drop, the locations will be sent to each contestant's wristband. Those seeking to obtain the survival packages should proceed to the designated drop points according to the coordinates provided. Best of luck to everyone. This announcement was made 3 times consecutively, and all participants heard it. Yin exclaimed with delight, "There are supplies." However, he sighed and confided to Yin, "The survival materials will not be ours. The quantity is far too scarce. With only 102 survival packages available for over 4,000 contestants, we stand little chance of acquiring one." "Fear not, we have old Mo," Yin declared, pointing to Mo I Ching, whose formidable combat prowess was well known. "Old Mo will undoubtedly secure a survival package." "You overestimate my abilities," Mo I Ching replied calmly. "Among the 5,000 contestants, all are elites from various fields, and I truly cannot guarantee that I can outmaneuver those few." He mentioned several names, all of whom ranked among the top 10 in skill. And Yin's expression fell at this revelation. "So, does that mean we have no hope at all?" "Not necessarily. If all goes well, the resources within a single survival package could exceed our wildest expectations," he said with a slight smile. "What I mean is, we should consider forming alliances. While the notion that unity is strength may not apply in every situation, it could certainly help us divert some attention and provide cover. If we manage to secure a survival package, the resources within could be evenly divided between us." He then turned to the others, asking, "What do you all think?" "I have no objections." Anyun was the first to respond, and Eli exchanged glances with his companions, all agreeing that they had no objections. However, a pressing issue loomed. Whom should they team up with? Eli stated solemnly that even a temporary alliance required balanced strength. He had no desire to partner with someone who would hinder their progress, akin to someone like Sang Ning. Coincidentally, Sang Ning's audience had breached the walls to gather intelligence and fortuitously stumbled into Eli's live stream, catching his remark. With a chuckle, they promptly dispatched a special effects comment. "A man of your stature, harboring such narrow-mindedness, ought to seek professional help. You can make comparisons as you wish. But why drag Sang Ning into this? Did she desecrate your ancestors' graves or bestow upon you a green hat? Let me tell you, while you disdain Sang Ning for being a burden, she finds your lack of respect quite troubling. Rest assured, Our Sang Ning has 5 teammates who are obedient, sensible, and heed her commands. She has no interest in joining forces with you. The special effects comment had a unique trait, exploding like fireworks. Its luminous text displaying in every conceivable angle before Eli, rendering it impossible to ignore. Since their last separation, Eli and his companions were genuinely unaware of Sang Ning's current circumstances. Eli harbored no malice. He merely used Sang Ning as an example, as in his recollection. She was the epitome of a primitive human, possessing the least strength, thus making her a fitting reference. Little did he know that Sang Ning had garnered an audience who staunchly defended her, leaving him momentarily bewildered. And Yin, momentarily taken aback by the dazzling barrage of special effects, inquired, "Has Sang Ning formed a team?" Indeed, she has formed a team. Not only has Sang Ning teamed up with her companions, but their dwelling is also nearly complete. Moreover, they enjoy a daily repast that includes an array of meats, vegetables, staples, soups, and fruits, living a life of utmost comfort. Aside from the matter of being pursued by rabbits, it could be said that none of the contestants experience the comforts that Sang Ning and her group do. Once their abode is finished, their future days will be even more pleasant. All comrades of Eli, rest assured, even if Sang Ning encounters you on the road, she will not entertain thoughts of teaming up with you. After all, you hold her in disdain, and your contempt is plainly written on your faces. Speaking of this, Xing Dian felt quite indignant. The moment Sang Ning's livestream commenced, he began to watch. Initially, like many viewers, he harbored malicious intent towards Sang Ning, even joining in the spiteful barrage urging her demise. However, Sang Ning's demonstration of using friction to create fire taught him a valuable lesson, transforming him into a reformed individual who acknowledges his faults. He nearly forgot those earlier sentiments, for the atmosphere within Sang Ning's team was exceedingly harmonious. Even the notoriously dramatic Mo99 had become a good girl, watching them build their house, enjoying food and drink, and playfully engaging with one another brought him a sense of comfort. In fact, there was no need for him to educate anyone, as in Yin, who typically only sought out the streams of the strong, actively searched for Sang Ning's livestream this time. Chapter 43. No such fate then, they beheld Sang Ning, who had already constructed a rudimentary stone dwelling, surrounded by a plethora of assorted items. The collection was indeed substantial, comprising wood, bamboo, leaves, and various other odds and ends. Additionally, there were shells, mushrooms, a diverse array of wild fruits, and objects such as tree roots and clods of earth. Most striking were the fish, lifeless and glaring, hung from branches and sprawled across the stones. Ultimately, Yin and the others' gaze settled upon Sang Ning. Compared to their initial encounter, Sang Ning had undergone a remarkable transformation. After days of survival in the wilderness, most individuals appeared disheveled and weary, and they were no exception. However, Sang Ning was impeccably dressed, her hair neat and clean, her face and hands free of the grime that marked their own from a lack of hygiene products. With dirt and residue from foraging for wild fruits and digging up roots embedded beneath their nails. "Are you hungry?" they heard Sang Ning inquire gently, to which Mu Tao and the others chorused in unison, expressing their hunger. "What would you like to eat?" "A seafood feast," they replied, again in perfect harmony. Sang Ning sighed. "There are no fresh seafood available. Can you wait? If so, I shall descend and gather some." "Certainly, please hurry." Then, Yin and the others watched as Sang Ning picked up a backpack and, with another female contestant, descended the mountainside with laughter, navigating the rocky terrain with ease until they reached the shore. It was a rocky area, and at that moment, the tide had receded, revealing a distant beach. Yin gazed at the impeccably smooth yet exceedingly damp beach, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he pondered. There is nothing on the beach. What could Sang Ning possibly be searching for? "I do not know," replied Eli, his expression darkening. "The variety of edible marine life is rather limited. I doubt Sang Ning will find anything of significance." Upon hearing this, the divers from Sang Ning's live stream who had rushed over were not pleased. "I don't care what you think. I am entitled to my own opinion. You claim Sang Ning will yield no results, but I firmly believe she will be abundantly successful. Just wait and see." Initially, you all looked down upon Sang Ning and hesitated to team up with her. That was your own fault. Yet now, having witnessed the circumstances surrounding Sang Ning and her companions, you still delude yourselves into believing she is inadequate and a hindrance. Such short-sightedness is truly lamentable. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Sang Ning is not as lacking as you presume. She possesses skills in weaving and knows how to harness the resources of nature to tackle life's challenges. I dare say that over the past few days, you have not even brushed your teeth once, while Sang Ning and her team maintain their oral hygiene twice daily and clean themselves thoroughly after meals. They shower and wash their hair regularly, exhibiting far superior cleanliness compared to you. The barrage of comments continued. Yet Yin and his companions found little desire to continue watching. Why are Sang Ning and her group able to maintain their hygiene? Carney murmured. While she did not particularly care about food and clothing, the inability to tend to her personal hygiene over these days had tormented her greatly. She yearned for answers and wished for Sang Ning to teach her the methods. Thus, she decisively entered Sang Ning's live stream and sent a special effects comment. Hello. Sang Ning, it's Carney. Do you remember me? Sang Ning was sifting through the sand when she caught sight of a shimmering barrage of comments that exploded like fireworks. Momentarily bewildered before recalling who Connie was. With a smile, she greeted, Hello, Connie, I remember you. Before she finished speaking, her hands, digging in the sand, suddenly brushed against something solid, and she couldn't help but laugh. Loya, get ready. The big crab is about to come out. As she spoke, she exerted force with her hands, unearthing a large blue crab boasting a formidable pair of pincers. Tim and Loya exclaimed in delight, What a huge crab! She jubilantly placed the crab into her basket and said to Sang Ning, Ning Ning, we need to find a few more. One isn't enough to eat. Ning Ning, stop looking for crabs and go pry some oysters off the rocks. I'm craving oysters. I want lobster. Ning Ning, find a big one. Am I the only one craving squid and octopus? The firm, plump texture is exhilarating, and it tastes so sweet. Comments surged forth in rapid succession, all adorned with special effects, completely overshadowing Connie's messages. The viewers sending these embellished comments had been early patrons of Sang Ning's livestream, and their previous malice had transformed into genuine admiration. Those who refrained from mischief had illuminated the presence of numerous unique girls, proving that even primitive beings could earn respect through their earnest approach to life. The audience's impression of Connie was profoundly etched. Had it been Anyun or Moe Cheng appearing today, they would not have engaged in sending special effect comments. With 3 years ahead still distant and no rush for elimination, it was only natural that Sang Ning's team would benefit from an increasing number of members. A team of 6 individuals bravely embarked on the construction of a house. Should the team continue to expand, the possibilities for Sang Ning and her companions would multiply. The exhilaration of creating something from nothing is truly remarkable. Even those who did not directly participate felt a sense of accomplishment akin to that of Sang Ning and her team, simply by observing. Thus, they eagerly anticipated the growth of Sang Ning's group. However, one candidate was decidedly unsuitable, Connie, who had been the first to decline when Yin issued the call for collaboration. Upon learning of Sang Ning's primitive identity, Connie did not conceal her disdain and malice. Therefore, let her continue to wallow in her negativity. She shall not be afforded the opportunity to glean any of Sang Ning's innovative cleaning methods. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning, the audience harbored their own thoughts, yet she had no desire to engage with Connie. She refused to stoop so low as to foster a friendly rapport with someone who harbored such animosity towards her. Thus, even without awareness of the audience's sentiments, she cheerfully stated, I can arrange for oysters. As for other matters, I cannot make promises. Whatever we can find shall suffice. What do you think? The audience responded affirmatively. Consequently, Sang Ning's gaze swept across the beach before settling on a particular spot. The eyes of Fei Mingluo, who had accompanied her on many coastal excursions, sparkled with recognition. Have you found something? Sang Ning inquired, nodding as she rose to approach the target location, anticipating yet another crab. Upon reaching her destination, she crouched down to sift through the sand. As she dug, a purple fiddler crab emerged. She picked it up for inspection. It was a female crab, rich with roe, weighing approximately 1.5 pounds. With a swift motion, Feynman Loya placed the basket right in front of her. Sang Ning continued, extracting crab after crab. She was left speechless, glancing at the sky and then back at Sang Ning, finally breaking the silence with, Ning Ning, are you sure you are not the favored daughter of the heavens? Sang Ning, never would she have imagined that such a phrase existed in this world. The favored daughter of the heavens, indeed, she was no favored daughter and possessed no such fortune. In truth, crabs were rather easy to find. Chapter 44. One can rely on beauty for sustenance. Should I teach you once more? There's no need. Feynman Loya decisively declined, a tinge of melancholy in her voice. Ning Ning, it's not that I'm being lazy. I remember everything you taught me and have searched using your methods. Unfortunately, it seems my luck has run dry. This was indeed a rather enigmatic matter. Despite the three of them acting in unison, the knowledge imparted to Manitai was identical to that given to Feynman Luya. Yet, for reasons unknown, Feynman Luya consistently came up empty-handed, while Manitai often returned with a bounty. Only Feynman Luya had never found a single crab. It was quite remarkable that even when attempting to pry open an oyster, she merely unearthed a multitude of empty shells. Perhaps you should just carry the basket. Very well. Feynman Luya was satisfied, and Sang Ning resumed her search for seafood. As she unearthed crab after crab, Feynman Luya quipped, "I feel as though you aim to wipe out the entire crab clan." Sang Ning, it does seem like a bit much. How many have we found in total? 13. Collecting 5 more would allow us each to have 3, which is just right. Feynman Luya had no objections, and Sang Ning continued her search. However, her fortunate streak came to an end. The crabs had vanished, but she managed to gather a few cat's eye snails, scallops, kelp, and mantis shrimp. Though not particularly large, they were not insignificant either. Feynman Luya cherished them dearly. Subsequently, Sang Ning began to rummage beneath the rocks, where octopuses and squids were abundant, and she fortuitously found a grouper. This planet's oceanic expanse is vast, and far from where Sang Ning and her companions were, the illustrious Master Lewis, known as the father of biological mechas, found himself cast upon the shore. Lewis possessed formidable survival skills, yet as he gazed at the diminutive crab in his palm, only slightly larger than his fingernail, he began to question his life choices. "Are you sure this creature is edible?" he inquired, his deep, captivating eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky, captivating the audience. A momentary lag occurred in the live stream, but soon, a torrent of comments flooded in. "The crab is definitely edible. But dear sir, you cannot consume that. It's far too small, barely enough to get stuck in your teeth." Take a page from Contestant Sang Ning in livestream 238 and search for larger crabs, not the descendants of crabs. Please, handsome, discard that tiny crab and learn from livestream 238 how to properly catch crabs. It's too late for that. Sang Ning has already completed her crab-catching endeavor and is now engaged in a contest with the oysters. "Oysters?" Lewis asked, confusion etched across his face. "What are they? Are they edible?" The audience promptly flooded the screen with affirmations, for they had previously been unaware that crabs were consumable. In the Kaz universe, no one partook of crabs. Had it not been for the audience's insistence, he would never have considered catching them. To his dismay, after much effort, he had only managed to capture a minuscule crab, having yet to encounter a single large one. Given this predicament, he decided it was time to pursue a different culinary target. "I shall visit Contestant 238's livestream to discover what oysters are," he resolved. Before the words had left his lips, he deftly navigated his wristband and entered Sang Ning's livestream. Upon arrival, he witnessed Sang Ning prying open an oyster, delicately extracting the tender white flesh and offering it to a girl beside her. After tasting, you mustn't indulge excessively. Consuming too many raw oysters is unwise. Just savor a bit, Sang Ning advised with a hint of resignation. Feynman Luya nodded vigorously, savoring the sweet, fresh oyster meat. Once she swallowed, she embraced Sang Ning's shoulders and smiled. "Rest assured, we are not as fragile as you might think." Sang Ning, feeling her agitation, candidly remarked, "To be honest, there's something I wish to express." Sensing the tension, Feynman Luya laughed awkwardly. "I was mistaken. It won't happen again." "Please, don't be upset." "I am not angry," Sang Ning replied calmly. "Your health is your own concern. Whether you fall ill is irrelevant to me. I merely hope you remember that in this uncivilized wasteland, caution is paramount." "I will heed your advice." Feynman Luya, with a gentle demeanor, spoke, while Sang Ning responded with a nonchalant sound, continuing to pry open the oysters. Upon his utterance, laughter erupted from his audience. "Not only that, you are guarding a veritable treasure trove of natural ingredients, yet remain oblivious to their potential. Every day, you feast on silverfish and drink coconut juice. Let's not even mention the times you've thrown up. We are on the verge of losing our meals just watching you." Lewis, upon hearing this, scoffed, retorting with irritation, "This is precisely why you all lack conscience. While I endure daily hardships, none of you have considered updating me on the situation. Come now, handsome, it is you who neglects to pay attention to the live broadcasts of the other contestants. What does it have to do with us? We are here to witness your misadventures," another voice chimed in. "Indeed, pointing fingers at us as external supporters is frankly misguided. You miscalculated from the start. Self-discipline is essential." Another added, "Self-discipline is elusive, Lewis replied as he ambled towards the rocks. Upon reflection, I realized that surviving alone may be untenable. I must seek a partner to look after me. Have some dignity. We are all here on this desolate star to survive. None of us holds a position of superiority. Why should those who team up with you be obligated to care for you? Shouldn't it be your responsibility to support your teammates? Let me tell you, handsome, this mindset of yours is problematic. No one will want to team up with you. On the contrary, I am certain that there are individuals willing to partner with someone like me. Lewis beamed with a radiant smile, caressing his face, exuding confidence as he declared, after all, besides my talent, I possess charm. I am a man who can entirely thrive on my looks. The audience was left in utter astonishment. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Who could have imagined that the illustrious father of biomechanical engineering harbors a seemingly trivial aspiration of relying on others for sustenance? Such a talented individual, preoccupied with the notion of living off the fruits of another's labor, leaves those devoid of his talents and striking appearance in a state of dismay. Chapter 45. A foreboding sense as the wind rose, it tousled Lewis's lustrous black hair, which shimmered like silk. With a handsome visage, even when his hair was blown askew, he exuded an effortless charm that spoke of a carefree spirit. Were it another individual, the sight might have been quite jarring. Yet, as Lewis swept his hair back with a nonchalant flick of his head, he not only avoided appearing greasy but also captivated his audience, who erupted in enthusiastic comments about the privileges afforded to a handsome man. Is it merely a matter of relying on others? They seemed to approve. Lewis remained attuned to the happenings in the live stream, and upon hearing their remarks, a radiant smile akin to the brilliance of the sun graced his face. Do you have any commendable candidates to suggest? To articulate such shameless words with such forthrightness is indeed a rare talent. The audience soon discerned that the father of biomechanical engineering, besides possessing remarkable skills and looks, also lacked any sense of shame. Surprisingly, this did not evoke disdain. There is a contestant, Ms. Amphia, located 135 kilometers away. You might consider teaming up with her to enjoy a life of ease. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewis dismissed the idea. Ms. Amphia will not suffice. Why not? The audience pondered. He replied, her location is simply too distant. If I were to walk 150 kilometers, my legs would nearly give out. Please suggest someone closer, preferably as near as possible. The audience was left in awe, genuinely impressed. Had it been another individual, they would undoubtedly have erupted in criticism. However, this is Lewis, the father of biomechanical engineering. Despite lacking avenues to garner support, he has finally come to the desolate star seeking survival. And what else can one do but cherish him? As a devoted admirer, one must adore him to the utmost. With such sentiments in mind, the audience eagerly set about finding suitable candidates for him to form a team. 5 minutes later, the audience's feedback arrived. There are nearby options, but none are female. They're all gentlemen. You know the adage, like repels like, and opposites attract. Your beauty is so striking that we fear you might struggle to find sustenance. And it could be perilous as well, for you may be met with hostility. It is primarily shameless to team up solely with men while contemplating the prospect of relying on others, unless the male's preferences align with his. Those with conventional orientations would undoubtedly find him unappealing. A beating would be a light consequence. The real concern lies in the risk of a group assault. What would happen if his face were marred? Setting aside other matters, Lewis's visage is genuinely delightful, uplifting one's spirits just by gazing upon it. Lewis was left speechless. So, I only have the option of teaming up with Lady Amphia? That is indeed correct. No, there is another option. Who? Lewis was disinclined to join a team composed entirely of men, believing firmly in the wisdom of the ancients that a mix of genders makes work less burdensome. Upon hearing there was another possibility, his interest was immediately piqued. The audience, unfazed, promptly revealed the answer. Participant 238, Sang Ning. The distance between you two on land is considerable, but traveling by sea will not take long. By the way, how are your swimming skills? Excellent. Lewis provided an affirmative answer, declaring that his swimming skills were exceptional and his endurance remarkable. He could swim continuously for 2 or 3 hours without any issue. At this juncture, he urged the audience to assist him in calculating the time required to swim from his location. Given the lack of precise coordinates, an accurate distance could not be computed. One could only estimate based on the holographic map of the desolate star. And my calculations suggest that it would take approximately 13 hours of uninterrupted swimming. This aligns closely with my own estimations, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arise. Should one encounter ferocious marine creatures, the timeline would inevitably extend. Lewis sighed. Resigned to his fate, he decided to let nature take its course. Swimming for 13 hours without respite seemed excessively exhausting, so he resolved to remain in his current position. With that, he began to pry at the oysters clinging stubbornly to the rocks. They were affixed too firmly and lacking suitable tools. It took him quite some time to dislodge a single oyster. However, this particular oyster was impressively large, and upon opening its shell, he discovered a substantial mass of tender, succulent meat within. Lewis swallowed hard, carefully mimicking Sang Ning's method of preparing the oyster meat before placing it in his mouth. The fresh, sweet flavor, accented by a hint of brininess, instantly filled his palate, awakening taste buds dulled by the previous consumption of coconut juice and silverfish. This was indeed a delightful experience. After savoring one oyster, he proceeded to the next. Thus, his audience watched as he pried open an oyster, consumed it, and continued this delightful cycle without pause. As he consumed the initial few oysters, the audience remained indifferent. However, witnessing his relentless determination to satiate his hunger with the shellfish, they grew restless, inundating the screen with messages urging him to cease. They cautioned that excessive consumption could be detrimental to his health, even reiterating the words of Sang Ning. Yet, Lewis was not one to heed advice. Brimming with confidence, he proclaimed, "Rest assured, my body is robust. A mere oyster poses no threat to my vigorous constitution." A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could it be that those who are most obstinate are destined to falter? Handsome man, I beseech you, do not continue eating. If something goes awry, you risk elimination, and we may never see you again. Do not be stubborn. Heed the warnings, lest you face the consequences. And for heaven's sake, stop consuming those oysters. The audience's fervent messages, replete with special effects, flooded the chat, yet Lewis, undeterred, persisted in his course. The viewers, at a loss, resorted to climbing the metaphorical wall to Sang Ning's live stream, imploring her to intervene. Could someone enlighten me on what is transpiring? You expect me to persuade the contestant without any context. To be honest, I am quite bewildered. This was indeed a valid point. Thus, the audience that had crossed over from Lewis's stream diligently began to inform Sang Ning of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the viewers in Sang Ning's room, snacking on seats, assumed the role of spectators, ready to witness the drama. Sang Ning and Fei Ming Luoya focused on the barrage of messages, and as they absorbed the information, their expressions gradually morphed into ones of perplexity. After the audience of Lewis finished their informative session, before Sang Ning could utter a word, Fei Ming Luoya, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Lewis is notoriously headstrong and defiant. What gives you the illusion that he would heed Sang Ning's words?" This was indeed a poignant observation. Sang Ning hurriedly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Exactly. I don't even know Lewis. Rest assured, he doesn't listen to you, so he surely won't listen to me." The audience of Lewis seemed momentarily taken aback, appearing to find her reasoning compelling. Meanwhile, Sang Ning's audience erupted in laughter. "Haha, this is too funny. Lewis's audience is so naive." Chapter 46, Exceptional Craftsmanship. From the audience of Lewis, I believe you may have overlooked something quite significant. What is it? Sang Ning is a competitor, and so is Lewis. Since they are both competitors, there exists a rivalry. Are you really suggesting that Sang Ning should persuade her opponent? Have you been struck by a meteor? As this comment surfaced, the audience from Lewis's stream fell silent, realizing the absurdity of their expectation. Indeed, how could one assist a rival? Unless, of course, they were teammates. Yet even teammates may resort to underhanded tactics due to rivalry. Their fragile alliance could easily capsize. In light of this, the persistent audience of Lewis began anew. "While your point is valid, we have yet to reach that stage. Ning, why not show a little kindness and persuade Lewis?" It truly was not a matter of Sang Ning's willingness to extend kindness. Rather, it was that Lewis simply would not listen. Nevertheless, the audience of Lewis remained obstinate, continuing to press the issue. The barrage of special effects streamed in one after another, each distinct from the last. Some extolled her virtues, others sought to appeal to her emotions, while a few were laced with threats. The audience member who issued a menacing comment was swiftly removed by the responsible party, and their account was subsequently banned. Truly a decisive action. Yet, regardless of the type of barrage, none affected Sang Ning in the slightest. However, the overwhelming visual effects greatly impeded her vision and obstructed her path. "Could you perhaps refrain from sending these?" she implored, halting her steps. "Your incessant display of special effects is causing the fireworks to explode before my eyes, which is profoundly disorienting. Please, we beg of you, persuade him." The audience of Lewis pleaded earnestly. He only follows your lead in indulging in oysters. We genuinely do not wish for him to encounter any issues. Just as Sang Ning prepared to respond, a colossal firework erupted from the live stream, bursting spectacularly before her. Following this, the notifications of the live streaming sprite chimed in. User Lewis is my husband. Donated a biological mech to contestant Sang Ning. User Lewis. My love. Donated a biological mech to contestant 238. User Lewis. Daddy loves you. Donated 10 biological mechs to contestant 238. User. The notifications poured in relentlessly, leaving Sang Ning utterly astonished, while Fei Mingluo was not in a much better position. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow. Lewis's audience is incredibly wealthy." Indeed, they were affluent. The rewards section of the livestream displayed items ranging in value from 1 yuan to a staggering 100,000. The most valuable asset is the Class A battleship, priced at 100,000. Essentially, a mere gesture of appreciation amounts to a loss of that sum. Following closely is the biological mech, valued at 80,000. Subsequently, there are spacecraft, starships, and individual battleships, with prices ranging from several thousand to mere coins. In just a few minutes, Sang Ning received an abundance of donations from Lewis's audience, whose singular aim was to persuade him to refrain from consuming raw oysters. Sang Ning expressed her willingness to assist, motivated by financial necessity, for who would not bend for wealth? Reflecting on this, she smiled and remarked, "Your devotion to Lewis is indeed profound. It must be genuine love. Heaven knows how elated we Lewis fans are about his participation in survival on the wasteland. So, Ning, could you lend a hand in persuading him? We implore you. We beseech you." Consequently, the barrage of requests flooded the screen. Sang Ning nodded. "I shall make an attempt, but I must forewarn you, I cannot guarantee success, so temper your expectations. We understand. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, we shall not hold you accountable." In response to the audience's assurances, Sang Ning remained non-committal. However, having committed, she proceeded directly to Lewis's live stream, only to discover him still indulging in raw oysters. Sang Ning sighed, realizing the plight of Lewis's fans. It is a classic case of the emperor's apathy, while the courtier frets. "Hello, Lewis. I am contestant number 238, Sang Ning." She sent out a special effects barrage to distinguish the identities of the contestants and the audience. In the live streaming room, the special effects barrage was categorized into two types, one designated for the audience featuring a firework effect, and the other for the contestants, which was a fox effect. Sang Ning was perplexed as to why the contestants' special effects were represented by a fox, yet the fox effect was astonishing. Its appearance instantly captivated Lewis's attention. He waved his hand to disperse the obstructing fox visuals and turned his gaze towards Sang Ning. "Hello, Sang Ning. What brings you here today?" "Your fans came to see you," she replied with a smile, recounting the events that had transpired. She then proceeded to enlighten him about the potential dangers of eating raw oysters. Noticing his earnest interest, she added, "Could you refrain from eating them?" "But I'm hungry." Lewis lamented, "Oysters are delicious. If I don't eat oysters, I have nothing else to consume." Sang Ning countered, "You could eat something else. There is an abundance of edible options in the sea. There's no need to fixate on oysters." "I don't know what else is edible. Please teach me," he implored, his enchanting eyes blinking innocently as he unabashedly cast flirtatious glances at Sang Ning. If someone else were to behave in such a manner, it might seem greasy and frivolous. But Lewis managed to appear playful and alluring, perfectly embodying the notion that beauty equates to justice. "Why don't you come and form a team with us?" Sang Ning was left in disbelief, seriously questioning whether she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. "Fei Mingluo? Is this truly the father of biological mechas? Are we certain he isn't an imposter?" The audience was aghast, realizing that their handsome hero's mind might have been struck by a meteorite. As the viewers from several live streaming rooms followed Sang Ning to join the excitement, they were left in a state of utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone could boldly present such an irrational demand. Truly, one would need to have experienced at least 30 years of cerebral thrombosis to utter such words. "I must decline," Sang Ning replied with a smile. "I do not know your whereabouts, nor can I abandon my teammates to search for you." After a brief pause, she added, "Your body belongs to you. I can teach you which marine creatures are edible and how to start a fire to cook food. But fetching you is simply impossible." Lewis, unfazed, maintained a pleasant demeanor as he inquired, "May I join you in your quest? Will I be welcomed?" Just as Sang Ning was about to refuse, she felt a peculiar sensation at her waist. Looking down, she saw Fei Mingluo poking her with her finger. The pressure was somewhat forceful, and as Sang Ning furrowed her brows, preparing to question her about the gesture, Fei Mingluo, noticing her gaze, immediately lifted her eyes. Then, she winked at Sang Ning and whispered, "Agree to him. His craftsmanship is exceptional. The creation of biological mechs differs significantly from that of conventional mechs. While there are many who can be deemed the fathers of mechs in the Noikaz universe, only Lewis holds the title of the father of biological mechs." Chapter 47. The Little Fanboy. Today, the market is divided into civilian and military versions of mechs. However, regardless of the type, they are all produced through assembly line methods. In contrast, biological mechs, due to their unique performance requirements, have exceedingly high standards for their components. Consequently, the parts for biological mechs cannot be produced on an assembly line and must instead be handcrafted. To create a biological mech, one must possess profound knowledge and a myriad of skills, otherwise, it remains unattainable. Now, an individual of exceptional talent, skilled in numerous crafts, intends to join forces with them. A refusal would be utterly foolish. Regardless of whether they may part ways in the future, it is prudent to first secure this expert's collaboration. This was precisely why Fei Mingluo persuaded Sang Ning to acquiesce. Sang Ning was genuinely unaware of Lewis's personal history. All she knew was that he was the father of biological mechs. However, this did not hinder her from echoing Fei Mingluo's sentiments. "Are you serious?" She gazed at Lewis, who seemed to sense her scrutiny. He stared intently into the camera. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a cosmos filled with stars and oceans, glimmering with delight. "I never jest," Lewis asserted gravely. "I am earnest in my desire to form a team with you. If you are unwilling, I shall have to come to you." Sang Ning replied, "Indeed. If you wish to team up, you must come to us. Our house is nearly finished. It would be impractical to abandon it and traverse great distances to seek you out. Only a fool would engage in such a losing venture." Setting aside the issue of distance, the location where they were constructing their home was abundant with mountains, seas, and fresh water, fulfilling their needs for agriculture, hunting, and foraging. There was no need to forsake an ideal stronghold for the sake of a single ally. "And a house?" Lewis exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Yes." Before Sang Ning had the chance to speak, Fei Mingluo, equally engrossed in the live stream, joyfully exclaimed, "Here is the design blueprint crafted by Sang Ning. A product of our collective efforts as 6 individuals. Allow me to share it with you." As she spoke, they arrived at their destination. Fei Mingluo transitioned the live stream's perspective to a wide-angle view. Then, Mu Tao and her companions, busily stacking stones and filling gaps with a yellow clay adhesive, entered Lewis's line of sight. Also within his view was the substantial stone house, which had already reached the halfway point of its construction. Whether it was aesthetically pleasing was another matter, yet its solidity was indisputable. As long as the foundation was well laid, it would withstand even the fiercest of typhoons. The bounty of vibrant, fresh seafood in the basket brought an uncontrollable smile to her face as she cheerfully remarked, "May I indulge in some grilled oysters? I yearn for spicy squid." Before Mo9 could finish her sentence, Mu Tao shouted at the top of her lungs. Sang Ning promptly declined, stating, "We cannot accommodate that request. Once we open that door, you will all wish to order dishes, and it will ultimately become a hassle for me. Therefore, I shall prepare what I deem fit. If you are dissatisfied, you may cook for yourselves." Only Luo Tianya craned his neck to inquire, "Are there any shrimp?" "A few mannish shrimp, but no lobsters, though there are crabs," Fei Mingluo replied as she emptied the seafood from the basket into a large wooden basin. Lacking iron wire, the wooden basin was bound with vine. It was functional, yet it would require replacement every few days. Otherwise, the basin would fall apart. At this moment, the gathering was on the verge of disbanding. As the seafood was poured in, the squid, octopus, and crabs began to scuttle about, causing the vines to shift. Everyone assumed their roles, diligently engaged in their tasks. Lewis, overlooked amidst the flurry of activity, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, especially as he gazed upon the partially constructed house, which deepened his sense of despair. As a fellow competitor, he had believed his survival skills were commendable, yet unbeknownst to him, other contestants had already formed teams and even erected their dwellings in secluded corners. Teaming up was imperative, surrounded by such capable allies. The likelihood of his dream of leisurely coasting through the competition while indulging in a life of ease significantly increased. Sang Ning, wait for me. I am setting off to join you now. A unique special effect message materialized before the crowd, causing Mu Tao and the others to ponder. Who is this person? You. Lewis. As soon as Mu Tao was about to speak disparagingly, Fei Mingluo swiftly interjected, Lewis is coming over to join our team. The group exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that among the countless competitors in the Cosmic Moika, the name Lewis was quite common. However, within the 5,000 contestants vying for survival in the Desolate Star, only one bore that name. This meant that the illustrious father of biological mechas was approaching to join their ranks. With this thought, Mu Tao and the others felt their breaths quicken. Master Lewis is coming to team up with us? Oh my goodness, what earth-shattering news! Their idol is actually coming to form a team with them. The sheer excitement is overwhelming. Observing the visibly ecstatic expressions of the group, Lewis suddenly understood. It turns out, his little fanboy is increasingly eager for the days of living off his talents after their collaboration. It's me. Do you welcome me? He asked with a smile. The three eagerly nodded, welcoming him with exuberance. Luo Tianya even displayed the qualities of a devoted fan, inquiring earnestly, Master, where are you? Do you need us to come and fetch you? Can you come to pick me up? Lewis's eyes lit up in excitement. I am at. Hold on. Sang Ning, who had been observing the live stream, quickly interjected, You must come on your own. They are busy building a house. Or else it will be difficult when the typhoon arrives. With that, she asked Lewis, Or do you wish to join them in a lifestyle of sleeping under the sky and resting upon the earth? He must have no desire for that. The thought of having Luo Tianya and the others come to fetch him was instantly dismissed, and Lewis, with utmost seriousness, declared, I will come on my own. You all wait for me. I'm setting off right now. Without waiting for further words, he abandoned the oysters and leapt directly into the sea. With a splash, Lewis emerged, flailing his limbs and called out, My dears, remember to guide me. Okay, handsome, swim boldly. We are watching you. You are heading in the right direction. We will inform you if you veer off course. Don't worry, we are keeping an eye on you. Chapter 48. Catching sea turtles as mounts. The audience's comments in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. With wide eyes, Sang Ning and the others stared in disbelief as he leaped into the sea. After a moment, observing Lewis slicing through the waves like a nimble fish, Sang Ning wiped her face and murmured, her perspective slightly altered. He intends to swim over, doesn't he? Indeed, Mo99 replied, her throat parched. The astonishment still evident in her gaze. If my memory serves me right, Lewis is quite far from us. Luo Tianya, engrossed in his research, responded without looking up. Traveling by land is indeed a lengthy endeavor, but crossing by sea is not so far. Intrigued, Sang Ning inquired, How far is not so far? Just a matter of 10 or more hours, came the reply. The casualness of just struck her as rather profound. Sang Ning felt as though the inhabitants of the interstellar age were no longer human. She wiped her face again. Swimming for over 10 hours continuously? Well, if not continuous, the time would extend considerably, Clyde interjected. Sang Ning, perhaps she does not belong here. She should be in space. What manner of beings are these? Endowed with strength in the hundreds of kilograms, casually swimming distances that would take 10 or more hours. As someone experiencing life for the first time. Why are those from the interstellar era so extraordinary? As an ordinary human, it seemed unwise to seek out such thrills. Feeling utterly disheartened, Sang Ning decided against making the seafood hot pot she had originally planned. Instead, she opted for simple blanching and steaming, accompanied by dipping sauces. She had indeed put thought into the sauces, preparing 3 distinct flavors. One with a classic touch of lemon juice, another spicy and sour blend featuring wild peppers, scallions, ginger, garlic, and a hint of tangy fruit juice. The juice of the sour fruit rivals that of aged vinegar, yet it possesses a delightful fruity aroma that enhances the experience, especially when paired with the spiciness of wild pepper, making it truly appetizing and refreshing. There is also a sweeter variant, perfect for dipping into fruit preserves. This particular dipping sauce, when combined with poached seafood, evokes a sense of culinary adventure, albeit with a hint of darkness, which, despite its unconventionality, is favored by Mu Tao and his companions. However, Sang Ning herself abstains. The audience seems to enjoy it as well. As the 6 gather around the stone table to indulge in a lavish seafood feast, the viewers partake in the experience, savoring the seafood in its unadulterated form, having undergone only a process to eliminate any fishy odor. Consuming it without sauce offers one sensation, while dipping it provides an entirely different experience, yet both have their admirers. And Yen, a virtual participant, finds that the act of eating only serves to amplify his cravings. He sighs, expressing a longing for the tangible pleasure of steaming seafood in reality. Virtual consumption satisfies sensory desires. Yet the absence of physical substance leads to a growing emptiness and insatiable appetite. Mo Ichung bites into a wild fruit, once delightfully tart and sweet, now resembling a waxy texture. He lets out a soft sigh, lamenting their distance from the ocean. I lie, with a shadow of gloom in his eyes. Observes Sang Ning's smiling demeanor, perplexed by her unwavering resilience. Since their initial awkward encounter, Sang Ning's spirit has blossomed, surpassing their own. Shall we seek her out to form a team? He proposes. Lewis has already approached her. I believe she would not refuse us. Connie feels a surge of excitement and instinctively responds. I think that's a splendid idea. Stop pondering, comes the retort. Do not regard indifference as a virtue. Sang Ning's acceptance of Lewis's past team does not imply her willingness to accept us. The others turn their gazes towards him simultaneously. Connie asked softly, why do you say that? Sang Ning possesses a sense of pride. She has never felt inferior for not having ingested gene modification fluid. A person who looks down upon oneself. He chuckled lightly, tinged with sarcasm, and remarked, I cannot speak for others. But I am certain that Sang Ning will not accept us. To be precise, she will not accept you. Yin bluntly interjected. So you're saying that as long as Carney doesn't go, Sang Ning will agree to our team proposal? What do you mean by that? Carney was instantly incensed, rising abruptly to glare at Yin. What do you mean I want to go? Have you forgotten we are teammates? Now that you realize Sang Ning holds more value than I do you wish to abandon me for her? Your words are excessive. Yin met her gaze. Responding calmly, I was merely making a comparison. I did not imply. No, you did. Carney had no intention of entertaining his defense, coldly retorting. Do not think I am oblivious. That is precisely what you were thinking. She began to voice her grievances. Life in the wasteland was arduous, particularly for someone like Carney, who has led a life of comfort. And Yan's words acted as a catalyst, igniting all her pent-up negative emotions. Thus, her feelings spiraled out of control. Eli attempted several times to interject and urge her to calm down, yet Connie could not rein in her temper. As her words became increasingly outrageous and her demeanor relentless, Anyan, who initially wished to avoid conflict, found himself irked. Consequently, the two began to argue. Their audience, bewildered, struggled to comprehend how the situation had escalated so dramatically. At that moment, concern rippled through the onlookers, who worried that the group might disband, flooding the chat with pleas for them to remain composed and cease the quarrel. However, their entreaties fell on deaf ears. Eventually, Connie stormed out of the group, prompting Eli, her childhood friend, to follow suit. In a matter of minutes, the quartet had splintered into two factions, with one group departing with their survival supplies. Left behind, Anyan and Moe Cheng silently watched their former companions leave before rising to depart as well. Thus, the earliest team formed in the harsh world of survival split apart that day. Unbeknownst to this turmoil, Sang Ning and the others were blissfully unaware. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they took a leisurely nap on a sun-warmed rock, awakening to resume their efforts on their shelter. Mu Tao lazily moved a stone closer and mused about the whereabouts of her idol. We can find out by taking a look, replied Mo Nai Nai, swiftly entering Lewis's live stream, only to exclaim in astonishment. What on earth? Mu Tao, who had leaned in to see what was happening, was left speechless. Clyde, drawn to the scene as well, trembled slightly, his expression one of sheer shock as he remarked, I never imagined my idol could be this incredible. This is absolutely astounding. With a resounding slap of his thigh, he exclaimed in excitement, how could my idol possibly conceive of capturing sea turtles as steeds? What a notion! While diligently applying yellow mud, Sang Ning expressed her astonishment, capturing sea turtles as mounts. Indeed, Mo Nai Nai replied dreamily, Lewis is truly dashing. I too wish for a sea turtle to carry me across the ocean. Chapter 49. Do not hope too much. Intrigued, Sang Ning promptly entered Lewis's live broadcast. There, she beheld Lewis riding a majestic sea turtle, bravely navigating the waves. Remarkably, his attire remained completely unblemished by seawater. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, realizing that Lewis's ability to solidify his mental energy into a barrier indicated a strength far beyond her initial expectations. His presence, whether beneficial or detrimental, remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she decided to let it be. After all, he had accepted the tips, and now he was here. At this pace, his efforts could indeed aid in seizing survival supplies, which would be advantageous. Enough watching. We must hasten to construct our shelter, she urged. Mo Nai Nai and the others echoed her sentiments, and the six of them resumed their diligent task of building. As evening approached, fatigue and hunger overtook the group, rendering them incapable of further work, particularly for Mu Tao and the others, who, after a full day of hauling stones and mixing yellow mud for adhesive, found their hands so weary they could scarcely lift them. Upon hearing Sang Ning mention preparing dinner, they immediately collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Unperturbed by their plight, Sang Ning busied herself with the evening meal. With a few remaining squid from the midday seafood, she skillfully stir-fried them with wild mountain pepper, wild scallions, and ginger. Having previously left some unfinished sea fish and rabbit, I simply marinated them and hung them on a tree to dry. I then prepared a fragrant pan-seared fish fillet and a stew of rabbit. By the time everything was ready, an hour and a half had passed. The ingredients were somewhat lacking, and there was little salt remaining, resulting in a rather bland flavor. Nevertheless, Mu Tao and the others seemed quite pleased with their meal. They were easy to please and had modest expectations regarding food. As long as it was cooked and not raw, they were content. They had truly grown weary of uncooked fare. However, Sang Ning was not satisfied and sighed as she ate, while gnawing on a rabbit's head. Fei Megluo turned to her and asked, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Sang Ning replied, shaking her head in confusion. "Why do you ask? We spent every day together. I could hardly keep any secrets from you." Fei Megluo pressed, "If there is nothing wrong, then why the sigh? It's making my rabbit taste less enjoyable." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she took another bite of the rabbit's head, yet her gaze remained fixed on Sang Ning. "Do you all not find these dishes rather unappetizing?" Sang Ning countered with a question. Instantly, Mu Tao and the others grew wary. What was the intent behind Sang Ning's query? Did she wish to hear them utter the words unpalatable, thereby justifying her decision to abandon cooking and revert to raw food? At this thought, a chill ran through the group. "You're overthinking it. I find these dishes quite delightful," Mu Tao asserted, eager to validate his claim. To demonstrate the truth of his words, he deliberately picked up a piece of rabbit meat and savored it with great enjoyment. "It truly is delicious." As he spoke, he gave Luo Tianya a gentle kick with his foot. In the absence of essential ingredients and seasonings, achieving such a result is quite impressive. After being kicked, Luo Tianya promptly intervened to reassure Sang Ning, hoping to dispel her reluctance to cook. "I believed our repeated efforts to clear our plates had already demonstrated your exceptional culinary skills." This was indeed the truth. Sang Ning acknowledged this with a sound. Yet I genuinely felt that the dishes were rather subpar. Eating them occasionally was tolerable, but consuming them daily was beginning to affect my appetite adversely. "I've made a decision." "What have you decided?" "I no longer wish to consume wild greens and fruits." Fei Mengluo's face fell, followed by Mu Tao and the others, all of whom solemnly expressed their unwillingness to eat raw food. Sang Ning, what just transpired to give them the impression that she did not wish to cook? Please, as long as you are willing to cook and spare us the agony of raw food, I would do anything. "I feel the same way." The group chimed in and interrupted. Sang Ning, who had attempted to interject several times, found herself at a loss. She could only patiently wait for them to finish before exclaiming in a mix of laughter and exasperation, "I never said I wouldn't cook." The group reacted with surprise, and Sang Ning nodded, clarifying, "You heard me correctly. I have never contemplated not cooking. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. One meal skipped leaves one anxious." Although the body may have changed, the soul remains rooted in the essence of Chinese heritage, and naturally, our appetites will align with that of our homeland. What I mean is, it is time for us to sun-dry some salt. "Sun-dry salt?" A few individuals who were not cooking spoke in unison. Sang Ning responded with a soft while Mu Tao, perplexed, remarked, "Have I really exhausted my supply of salt? I recall having quite a bit." Sang Ning's lips twitched slightly as she replied, "Your supply is hardly substantial. It barely amounts to half a pound. The fact that we have managed to stretch it this far is solely due to my frugality. If we do not commence salt drying soon, we will soon find ourselves without any salt." Upon hearing this, the others recognized the gravity of the situation. Although the current era has seen a blending of races, with only the primitive humans being genuinely pure, the remaining populace, due to mixed heritage, possesses impure genes. Yet, regardless of genetic purity, none can escape the necessity of salt. Without adequate salt intake, even the most optimized genes cannot sustain the body. Mu Tao decisively stated, "What do you need us to do? Just give us your orders. Though we may not know how to dry salt, we are obedient and will surely follow your guidance to complete the task at hand." His words prompted a chorus of assurances from the others, promising to execute their duties diligently. Sang Ning smiled and said, "Tomorrow, you shall continue constructing the houses. I will first scout for locations. Drying salt is not an immediate solution. Before that, we must rely on our survival supplies. Do you understand my meaning?" They comprehended her well, yet they feared the challenge ahead. Acquiring survival supplies may not be an easy feat. Clyde expressed his concerns, noting the scarcity of resources and the overwhelming number of competitors vying for them. If the resources are nearby, we could seize the opportunity by taking advantage of the proximity. However, if they are far away, by the time we exhaust ourselves to reach them, the supplies will have likely been completely depleted. Clyde has a point. I feel we should not harbor too much hope for the resource pack. Yet, Sang Ning believes there is still a glimmer of hope. After all, have you forgotten that Lewis is coming? She chuckled, for he is someone who can ride sea turtles in the ocean. When that day arrives, we might just be able to travel by sea. Indeed, how could we have overlooked Lewis? Mon and I clapped her hands and laughed, suggesting that we could hold onto some expectations. Chapter 50. Take care of yourself at Chew. Lewis let out an extraordinarily loud sneeze, rubbing his nose as he lamented, one thinks, then curses, and finally catches a cold. Someone must be thinking of me. Audience. So narcissistic, truly excessively so. Indeed, someone is thinking of you, and they have plans for you. What do you mean? Lewis was utterly bewildered. Could you clarify? The audience proceeded to enlighten him about the events unfolding with Sang Ning and the others, leaving Lewis in shock. They're already considering me for labor before I even arrive? What did you expect? This is not what I envisioned. He then asked the audience, could you help me devise a plan that allows me to enjoy life without any burdens? The audience responded, this is quite a tall order, but not entirely impossible. Feigning vulnerability, you, handsome man, are the very embodiment of a pure white lotus. Just a hint of weakness in your demeanor, coupled with glistening tears in your eyes, evokes that sentiment where men feel compassion and women are moved to tears. In such a scenario, even the most stoic heart would find it impossible to compel you to labor. Indeed, if one cannot embody the white lotus, one might as well take on the guise of green tea. Historical records indicate that individuals characterized by green tea traits also possess a quality that elicits sympathy. Lewis's audience, with utmost seriousness, offered him advice, while Sang Ning began to question her very existence as she read through the barrage of comments. Do green tea and white lotus truly evoke compassion? Has her understanding faltered, or have the people of this era redefined these concepts anew? With such perplexity, she turned to Mu Tao and the others, who appeared most content after their meal, and inquired, what do you perceive as the attributes of white lotus and green tea? What prompted this question? Mu Tao instantly perked up, straightening her posture and responding with fervor, if you wish to discuss this, I am most qualified. For these traits symbolize gentleness, kindness, and thoughtfulness. Mo9 Nai and the others nodded in agreement, while Fei Ming Luo Ye expressed her envy. I dream of possessing even one of these attributes, yet my nature is far too boisterous. I am neither a white lotus nor green tea in the slightest. As the conversation progressed, everyone shared their interpretations of these characteristics, and even the audience chimed in. Sang Ning, however, found herself utterly bewildered. When their discussion concluded, she lapsed into silence. The cultural disconnect was too profound. Not only had the official history severed its ties, but even the unofficial narratives had become fragmented. Misinterpretation of terms is commonplace. One must learn to adapt. It is imperative to remember that this is not her original world. Everything must be approached with a fresh perspective, devoid of past prejudices. In her native realm, a woman labeled as a white lotus or green tea would not be regarded favorably. Yet, in this new world, women adorned with such labels have become objects of admiration for men and envy for women. It is wise to speak less and listen more, as this minimizes mistakes. Thus, she resolved to remain silent whenever possible. On a night illuminated by the moonlight, with a gentle sea breeze and a temperate climate inducing drowsiness, a few individuals gathered to engage in light conversation before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, over 300 kilometers away, contestant number 11, Angus, and contestant number 1123, Luo Yin, were struggling to catch fish. The darkness had descended, and despite the bright daylight failing to yield any catches, the challenge was even greater under the dim night sky. Exhausted from their efforts, Luo Yin, frustrated at their lack of success, hurled the branch she had been using and exclaimed, I give up, we can't catch anything. Angus shared her sentiment, but recognized that without a catch, they would face hunger. Just a little more perseverance, unless you wish to continue starving. Luo Yin, we could eat wild fruits, Angus suggested. However, a look of horror crossed Angus's face at the mere mention of wild fruits. I refuse to eat wild fruits. I cannot bear the thought of an upset stomach. At this, Luo Yin's expression darkened. The mere mention of an upset stomach conjured an unpleasant odor in her mind. Could we please refrain from discussing that? She glared fiercely, expressing her disdain. You are utterly useless. First, you caused me food poisoning, and now you can't even catch a single fish. Had I known you were this incompetent, I would never have teamed up with you. Angus, feeling indignant, retorted. Then let us part ways. You seem to think I am eager to serve you. Have you forgotten that without me, you would have been eliminated long ago? I do not seek your gratitude, but your behavior is truly disheartening. Oh, when there is food, you call me brother and shower me with compliments. But now that there is none, you turn your back on me immediately. He scoffed, mocking her. Honestly, even a chameleon cannot change its colors as swiftly as you. Suddenly, an unusual sensation between his legs compelled Angus to act swiftly. He bent down and plunged his hand into the water, grasping firmly onto the fish that had been tugging at his leg hair. Amidst the splashing sounds, he pulled the fish out of the water. It was a sizable crucian carp, weighing over 2 pounds. Upon seeing its size, Angus raised an eyebrow at the tearful Luo Yin, saying, Just now, you called me useless, and I believe I need not share this fish with you. Our partnership is dissolved. You must fend for yourself. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he turned to leave the shore. What do you mean by that? Seeing he was serious, Luo Yin panicked. Wait for me. I haven't agreed to end our partnership. I do not care whether you agree or not. I am not a fool. Why should I protect you and endure your insults of being useless, Miss Luo Yin? Let me make it clear. I refuse to demean myself. With that, he hastened away. Do not leave. Wait for me. Luo Yin pursued from behind, yet Angus, moving at full speed, was simply too swift, disregarding her calls as he hurried away. The distance between them quickly widened. Additionally, the dense vegetation obscured her view. And in a matter of moments, Luo Yin completely lost sight of Angus. The night forest was perilous. Without Angus's protection, it wasn't long before she stumbled and fell, the impact causing her to cry out in pain. However, just as she managed to take a couple of steps, a piercing scream echoed from behind her. Notification. Contestant 1123. Luo Yin has sustained injuries and has withdrawn from the competition. Remaining contestants, please persevere and continue towards the finish line. Listening to the system announcement, the contestants positioned across the planet collectively sighed. Yet another participant had exited the competition, leaving them uncertain if there would be more withdrawals that day. Chapter 51. The bed frame. A new day heralded fresh beginnings. After a restful night, Sang Ning and her companions rose before dawn, with the light already brightening the horizon. The sea breeze carried a salty scent, devoid of freshness and somewhat unpleasant. Nonetheless, the group had grown accustomed to it. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Sang Ning prepared mashed yam and cooked a pot of wild vegetable soup alongside some eggs for breakfast. The eggs varied in size, apart from a few quail eggs. The rest were unfamiliar yet edible and quite palatable. One particular egg had pink egg whites while the yolk was transparent, offering a texture reminiscent of jelly rather than that of a typical egg. A total of 3 such peculiar eggs were found, all claimed by Sang Ning and her 2 companions. No one could provide an answer to this enigma, and the group simply shook their heads. Mu Tao furrowed her brow and asked, Is it difficult to eat? The flavor is somewhat mild, lacking the typical eggy taste, yet it is not unpleasant. Sang Ning provided an honest assessment, his expression relaxing. If you like it, you can go find more. I know where this egg was sourced. All right. You all continue building the house. I shall craft the furniture. Can you manage alone? Clyde inquired with concern. Sang Ning chuckled. There's a high probability I can. But rest assured, if I truly encounter difficulties, I will seek your assistance. Upon hearing these words, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them. After satisfying their hunger and taking a brief respite, they set to work. Consequently, after some deliberation, they decided to move directly. The absence of a house was not daunting. The weather was mild, and sleeping on the ground beneath the stars would not be uncomfortable. They merely needed to remain vigilant against wild beasts at night. Since they had no intention of returning to the cave, they naturally aimed to transport all useful items. Thus, the timber was readily available. After drying and cutting, this wood was now fit for use. While Mu Tao and the others busied themselves with construction, Sang Ning took to the stone slab with charcoal, sketching, and writing. Here we go again. Last time, she made stools and chairs, and even bamboo weaving. What will she create this time? From the dimensions and shapes she has drawn, it seems like she might be making a bed. The audience's excited comments streamed in as Sang Ning acknowledged, Indeed, today I plan to begin constructing a bed. Sleeping on the ground has truly been exhausting, leaving me with daily aches and pains. Ning Ning, Can you even make a bed? Not really. Sang Ning, filled with confidence, declared that she had only seen others construct a bed but had never attempted it herself. Today, she would give it a try. If she failed once, she would try twice, for time was plentiful. A keen spectator offered assistance, asking if she needed guidance. Sang Ning's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she replied, "Is it truly possible to build one without modern tools?" Upon hearing this, the spectator hesitated, realizing that Sang Ning and her companions had no resources at their disposal. The aspiration to create a comfortable and luxurious bed seemed futile. However, he had a suggestion. With a smile, he remarked, "There's no need to complicate things. Don't you have a pile of wooden planks? Just secure a couple of logs and lay the planks on top. It will make a simple bed. Admittedly, it may not match the comfort of a professional one, but it should suffice." Sang Ning chuckled, discerning that he lacked practical experience. "I shall ponder on it myself. If I truly cannot manage, I may resort to your method." Thus, during the following hours, Sang Ning diligently sketched a complete bed frame on the stone slab using charcoal. The audience began to feel increasingly uneasy. Compared to the earlier simplistic lines, this nearly finished sketch appeared quite intricate. Could Ning Ning truly succeed? It seems exceedingly difficult and complex. How can we assemble these individual pieces without any tools? Indeed, it is complex, the spectator admitted. But I believe assembly should not pose much of a problem. Did they not discover an exceptionally adhesive fern leaf? At worst, she could extract more sap to serve as an adhesive to bond these wooden pillars together. This notion lingered in Sang Ning's mind, as she prepared to resort to using fern leaves as glue should her experiment falter. With the sketch completed, she set to work. She retrieved the necessary pillars and boards, and without employing a single nail, constructed a bed frame using traditional mortise and tenon joints. Due to the inadequacy of her tools, the previously carved tenons and mortises were not entirely well executed. They were either mismatched in size or height, rendering them incompatible. Consequently, she often found herself recarving the tenons and mortises. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, aside from a brief interlude for lunch. Sang Ning devoted the remainder of her time to wrestling with the bed frame. Finally, as the sun began to set, she succeeded in assembling it. She gave the frame a vigorous shake. It felt sturdy and showed no signs of collapsing. Admittedly, it was rather unsightly, marked by the numerous alterations she had made. Additionally, lacking a planer or polishing tools, the surfaces of the pillars and boards remained rough, with splinters and wood shavings abundant. To ensure comfort, a mattress or bedding would be necessary, for otherwise, these splinters would prove bothersome. However, there was no rush to address these issues immediately. Once everything was completed, she could have Mu Tao and the others sand it down and apply a coat of varnish to resolve the matter. If that proved insufficient, a thick layer of fern leaves or hay could always be laid down as a remedy. I recall my father recounting that during their childhood, due to the scarcity of cotton, their homes were devoid of sufficient quilts. Summers were tolerable, yet winters proved to be excruciating. To combat the chill, after the autumn rice harvest, they would diligently dry and bundle the straw, utilizing it for bedding, feeding livestock, and kindling fires. Layering the soft and ample straw beneath a mattress rendered the cold more bearable, providing a semblance of comfort, save for the occasional rustling of the straw when one shifted during slumber. Consequently, Sang Ning resolved to emulate the practices of her father's youth. Unbeknownst to those around her, everyone was captivated by the sight of the bed frame, astonished by how merely a few openings could render the pillars and boards interconnected and remarkably sturdy. Chapter 52. The arrival of Louis. Will it truly remain intact? Monet, having circled the bed frame, was eager to test it. Sang Ning gestured for her to proceed, encouraging her to shake it and ascertain its stability. "Let me give it a try." No sooner had she spoken than she reached out to push the frame, applying moderate force, yet it remained immovable. Increasing her strength yielded no results either. It was only upon exerting nearly 70% of her strength that the frame finally began to sway. "Ning Ning, you can do it. Is this for real?" Before Sang Ning could respond, Fei Ming Luo and others approached with skepticism, eager to validate the claim themselves. After their examination, they turned to Sang Ning with curious expressions, inquiring how she had achieved such a feat. "Let me introduce you to the mortise and tenon joint technique." Sang Ning eloquently elucidated the concept of mortise and tenon joint structures and emphasized their significant role in the tapestry of Huaxia civilization. Upon concluding her exposition, Luo Tianyang murmured about the treasures of civilization that were lost during the Grand Migration from planet E72 by their ancestors. Indeed, many were lost, Sang Ning candidly remarked that the loss itself was not a source of shame. Rather, it is shameful that those lost treasures of civilization have not been sought after. The current elite have forgotten the origins of civilization, while those versed in the relevant fields undoubtedly recognize that planet E72 is the cradle of human civilization, where a portion of those lost treasures could still be found. Yet, the masses are oblivious to this origin, and they harbor disdain and contempt for the primitive inhabitants of E72. Sang Ning found herself perplexed by the thoughts of the contemporary elite. With their genes mixed and civilizations intertwined, they are rapidly losing their roots, yet they remain self-satisfied. Whether the common people are kept in the dark, she could not ascertain. However, she was certain that this situation primarily stemmed from the influences of the upper echelons. Such behavior from the elite could be motivated by a pursuit of power or profit. Though she dared not voice these thoughts, fearing the wrath of the masses, she was aware of the delicate balance she must maintain. Thus, she wisely shifted the conversation, mentioning that the fence remained unfinished, and once it was completed the following day, the bed would be nearly ready. This statement ignited joy among Mu Tao and the others. So, does that mean we will soon have a bed to sleep on? Monet exclaimed with excitement, while Sang Ning's lips twitched slightly. With only a single bed, it seemed that everyone would require one to sleep on. At least one more needed to be produced. 2 beds would hardly suffice. We, a party of 6, would need 6 beds in total. Clyde interjected, and Sang Ning scoffed lightly, remarking that such a large bed could easily accommodate 3 individuals. You seem to have forgotten me, a voice echoed from below the cliff. The group exclaimed, oh no, Lewis has arrived. They rushed toward the cliff's edge, and before they could reach him, Lewis had already climbed up, appearing right before them. Greetings, everyone. I'm here to mooch off you. No, wait, I mean I've come to join your team. He waved cheerfully, a broad smile on his face. Am I welcome? Absolutely welcome. Mu Tao was the first to dash forward, shaking his hand vigorously, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he exclaimed, Idol, you finally arrived. Indeed, I have, Lewis replied. Recalling the arduous journey he had undertaken, nearly moved to tears. Sniffling a bit, he looked somewhat aggrieved and said, I'm quite hungry. Is there anything to eat? In just a few exchanges, he was already asking for food. Was their idol reduced to begging? Sang Ning's attention was caught by the phrase mooching off, and despite Lewis' quick retraction, she was certain she had not misheard. After surveying Lewis' face, she smiled and said, your current condition doesn't allow for food. Let me prepare some yam soup for you to help restore your health. Lewis's eyes widened in surprise, casting a dubious glance at Sang Ning. Can you tell that I'm unwell? How extraordinary. All right, I'll take your advice. Upon meeting Sang Ning's discerning gaze, he blinked and smiled. Greetings, Sang Ning. I am Lewis. I look forward to your guidance. Sang Ning responded with a soft acknowledgement, asserting that guidance was unnecessary, as their relationship was one of mutual benefit. The implication was clear. Without effort, one would go hungry. Lewis understood but feigned ignorance, adopting an innocent demeanor and cheerfully proclaiming, Indeed, for I am unskilled in labor and know not the ways of sustenance. We are the same, Mu Tao interjected eagerly, whether intentionally or not. But fret not. Ning Ning will teach us. Look, we have already learned to build houses and gather food, as well as hunt. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, while Luo Tianya and the others struggled to contain their laughter at his bewildered expression. The audience, however, was far less restrained, erupting into uproarious laughter and mocking Lewis's apparent desire to live off others. They refrained from sending special effects in their comments. Thus Sang Ning, who was not paying close attention to the live stream, remained oblivious to the audience's jests. Conversely, Sang Ning's audience, upon witnessing the comments directed at Lewis, was nearly beside themselves. Did Lewis team up simply to live off others? Indeed, he is handsome, talented, and remarkably thick-skinned. We simply cannot resist him. So we must allow him to indulge, and we kindly ask for everyone's support for our handsome gentleman. Please, be gentle in your comments, dear viewers. A knowledgeable viewer, unable to contain their frustration, sent out a comment. We've all been deceived. Shameless contestants paired with shameless viewers, truly a perfect match. As he spoke, the audience elaborated on how Lewis' admirers encouraged him, teaching him the art of relying on the kindness of others. Mu Tao and their audience were taken aback, questioning the veracity of these claims. Lewis' admirers, sharing his brazen demeanor, did not shy away from the truth. Instead, they openly confessed, remarking that it was unavoidable. Given Lewis' charm and talent, they could not bear to see him suffer. The crowd was left speechless. It was indeed a display of shamelessness, yet strangely, it was difficult to harbor disdain for them due to their candidness. One could only wonder if Sang Ning would be angered upon discovering the truth, perhaps even casting Lewis out of their group. Contemplating this, the audience eagerly anticipated the confrontation between Sang Ning and Lewis once the truth was revealed. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning, who was oblivious to the audience's desire for drama, she busied herself preparing yam soup for Lewis. Meanwhile, Mo99 and others warmly welcomed Lewis. "Would you like to see our future home?" asked Fei Ming Luoya with a bright smile. "If you're interested, I could give you a proper tour." "We would love to," they chimed in, gazing intently at Lewis. He smiled faintly. "Yes, I am quite interested. Please, do show me around." Chapter 53. I sense you hold him in contempt during the tour. Lewis resembled a rustic bumpkin, marveling at everything he encountered, inquiring about each curiosity, eager to explore. As devoted fans, Mu Tao and the others enthusiastically provided answers, even offering him delightful wild fruits they deemed delectable. Consequently, Sang Ning, who was preparing the yam soup, found her ears incessantly bombarded with the commotion brought about by Lewis' presence. The yam soup is indeed authentic yam soup, aside from the distinctive taste of yam. It bears a subtle hint of saltiness, thus lacking any fragrant aroma. At last, the yam soup was ready. Sang Ning exclaimed, "Lewis, the yam soup is ready to be savored." With that, she ladled a bowl of the soup. Lewis, genuinely famished, could no longer indulge in further exploration. He swiftly made his way to Sang Ning's side. Before him now stood a bowl of the clear, unadorned yam soup. Gazing at the insipid concoction, Lewis paused for a moment before accepting it, saying, "Thank you, Ning Ning. You're welcome. Drink it while it's hot," she replied. "All right." Balancing the bowl, Lewis swiftly consumed the entire serving of yam soup, even scooping up the yam slices with his wooden spoon. His speed was remarkable. The transition from receiving the bowl to emptying it was seamless. Sang Ning hardly had time to react before she found herself staring at an empty bowl. "May I have another bowl?" Lewis inquired politely. Sang Ning lifted her gaze, her eyes still reflecting astonishment, and asked, "May I pose you a question?" "Go ahead." "Is your mouth not burning?" Sang Ning asked earnestly. "It's freshly made yam soup. While I did say to drink it hot, not like this. Are you sure your mouth isn't blistered?" Taken aback by such an unexpected question, Lewis paused for 2 seconds before chuckling. "I possess the genes of the ice wolf tribe. I fear neither heat nor cold." Sang Ning suddenly understood. No wonder. She pointed to the pot of yam soup and the spoon, saying, "It's all yours. Serve yourself." "Very well." Lewis expressed his gratitude with exuberance, and soon, everyone gathered to witness his swift and graceful consumption of an entire pot of yam soup. When he finished, not a single drop remained. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The remarkable aspect was that after ingesting such a copious amount of soup and 2 yams, his abdomen remained as flat as ever, devoid of any bulge, a truly astonishing sight. With a final gulp of soup, Lewis sighed contentedly, his expression radiating satisfaction as he remarked that he had finally enjoyed a warm and fulfilling meal. He then stifled a yawn, entirely oblivious to the concept of politeness, and stated, "I wish to sleep, but could you take me for a bath first?" "I shall escort you," Mu Tao volunteered eagerly, while Luo Tianya and Clyde enthusiastically expressed their desire to bathe as well. Thus, they decided to go together. Lewis readily agreed, and the 4 distinctively charming young men walked arm in arm. Their footsteps paused momentarily when Mu Tao feebly acknowledged his awareness, resembling someone fleeing from a ghost as he dashed out of Sang Ning's sight. Sang Ning scoffed and turned to leave, only to find Mo99 and Fei Ming Luoya gazing at her with expressions steeped in melancholy. Perplexed, she inquired, "What is the matter?" The intensity of their gazes, reminiscent of a desire to harm, left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. "How can you bear to let Lewis wash the dishes?" Mo99 accused. Sang Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Why shouldn't Lewis wash the dishes? He is the father of biological mechas." Fei Ming Luoya emphasized. "Those hands of his ought to be crafting mechas, not engaged in such menial tasks." Sang Ning sighed and sincerely stated, "If you are unwilling to have him wash the dishes, then you may do it for him. I have no objections. However, I must clarify in advance that I certainly will not be washing them, so do not expect me to, understood? No expectations from you." It was well known that Sang Ning despised washing dishes and cleaning up the mess, and neither Mo99 nor the others had ever considered asking her to do such tasks. "Sang Ning, let's be reasonable. I feel you are being quite hypocritical. They are all men. Why is it that Mu Tao and the others can wash up, while Lewis cannot? It seems you are looking down on him, leveraging the title of father of biological mecha as a means of disdain. Huh. The two were taken aback, and the audience was somewhat bewildered as well. What did washing dishes have to do with condescension? It seemed utterly unrelated. We do not look down on him. Sang Ning scoffed lightly, adopting an air of indifference as she replied, you can say whatever you wish, as long as it pleases you. Yet, I must remind you that for Lewis's own good, it is best for him to learn to work. It is not advisable to let him become a burden simply because of his father's esteemed reputation as the father of biological mecha. Surviving in the wasteland for 3 years. As long as he is not eliminated, he cannot create mecha here. Of course, if you are willing to do his work for him, allowing him to remain untouched by the troubles of life, that is acceptable, provided you can continue to assist him without complaint. At this point, she inquired, are you willing to help him tirelessly, day in and day out, regardless of the weather? Mo99, Fei Meng Luoya, and the audience in several live-streaming rooms all fell into contemplation. Are you willing? In a short span, there are no issues and a willingness prevails. However, when time stretches indefinitely, they themselves cannot ascertain whether they are willing or not. Upon reflection, I realize that I am probably unwilling. I find it indifferent. Yet I cannot endure a person who knows nothing but indulgence for 3 years, doing nothing each day. Even if that individual were Lewis, I would still be unable to bear it. I am willing, indeed, I am exceedingly willing, as long as Lewis smiles at me each day. The barrage of comments continues, yet it bears no relation to Sang Ning and the others. After thoughtfully considering her words, Mo99 and Fei Meng Luoya both sighed in unison. It is undeniable that you make a valid point. A team cannot remain intact indefinitely. Should fortune favor us to reach a midpoint, parting ways is inevitable. If we encourage Lewis to engage in more activities now, he will acquire essential survival skills. In the future, even if we separate, he will be equipped to thrive, which is the true way to support an idol. Mo99 expressed her perspective, and Fei Meng Luoya wholeheartedly concurred, stating, you are correct. I have made my decision. From this moment forth, I shall not assist Lewis in any tasks. I will teach him the importance of self-sufficiency. Sang Ning, her lips twitching in silence, discerned that both Mo99 and Fei Meng Luoya were rather toxic. Chapter 54. The struggle for survival packs. We should also wash up and retire for the night. Not wishing to prolong the topic, Sang Ning decisively shifted the conversation. After a long day of toil, it was imperative to cleanse oneself, lest the scent of sweat become unbearable. Monet and Faimanluo both took a moment to inhale the scents lingering on their bodies, nodding in agreement before stating, let us also wash up. Thus, the three of them proceeded to boil water, wash their hair, and cleanse themselves with a series of cheerful sounds. The following morning, the tranquility of their restful slumber was abruptly interrupted by an announcement. The notification declared that survival packs had been dropped, urging contestants to immediately set off towards the designated locations to seize the vital supplies. The system repeated this message 3 times, startling Sang Ning and the others into action as they hastily opened the positioning page to check the coordinates of the survival pack's drop site. Upon seeing the distance, silence enveloped the 7 of them. The drop site was a staggering 130 kilometers away. Yet, it was a survival pack, a treasure they were reluctant to abandon. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tao resolutely asserted, Ning Ning, you and Nai Nai stay here. We shall venture forth to claim the survival pack. We must take a chance. After all, what if we are fortunate enough to secure one? This sentiment resonated with both Mu Tao and Luo Tianya. Lewis was hesitant, finding the distance daunting, as such a long journey would surely result in sore legs. However, Clyde interjected, if you do not go, we shall not be able to procure the survival pack. He gazed earnestly at Lewis and continued, idle. Ning Ning can create many delectable dishes, but with the current scarcity of seasonings, her culinary talents cannot be fully realized. If you are willing to endure a diet of bland fare like yam soup for the foreseeable future, then you may choose to abstain from this endeavor. Hearing this, Lewis hesitated, turning to Sang Ning. With seasonings, can you truly prepare something delicious? Sang Ning nodded affirmatively. Lewis then inquired, could you make spicy lobster? Indeed, she replied. How about salt and pepper chicken? Sure. Roast duck? I would eat it. I've never made it, but I know the recipe. Whether I could succeed remains uncertain. What about golden branches and jade leaves? What is that? Sang Ning appeared bewildered, pondering if it was a dish name. Lewis elaborated on the concept of golden branches and jade leaves, and once he finished his explanation, Sang Ning remarked, somewhat exasperated, Isn't that just corn and vegetable salad? Why call it golden branches and jade leaves? Who are you trying to mock? Although Lewis and the others did not grasp the exact meaning of mock, they certainly sensed the disdain in Sang Ning's tone. Lewis inquired, "It seems that in Sang Ning's view, golden branches and jade leaves are not a desirable dish. I am aware that there exists a dish in human civilization known as Buddha jumps over the wall. Can you prepare that?" Sang Ning replied, "Do you wish to eat Buddha jumps over the wall?" "Indeed." Lewis nodded. Sang Ning sighed with resignation. "I can indeed make that, but it is quite complicated. Not only does it require numerous ingredients, but also a variety of accompaniments. To prepare an authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, one must invest a considerable amount of time in gathering the necessary ingredients and accompaniments. If you manage to acquire a complete set of kitchen supplies, including seasonings, perhaps we could attempt it. However, based on Sang Ning's assessment, it seems unlikely. In this planning phase, there is no limit to their cunning. One can scarcely imagine their next move." Sang Ning had little desire for anything else. She merely wished for a set of clean clothes, a complete outfit, both inside and out. Lewis and the others possessed self-cleaning, temperature-regulating protective suits. As long as they could overcome the psychological barrier, the garments wouldn't degrade or decay, and could last for a decade without issue. Consequently, their demand for clothing is minimal, while their craving for food is substantial. Upon learning that Sang Ning could prepare Buddha jumps over the wall, Lewis's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rose to his feet and declared his intention to partake in this culinary delight. It was truly astonishing to discover that there were still individuals capable of crafting such a dish. What a treasure Sang Ning must be. One must remember that during the great migration of humanity's ancestors, a wealth of historical knowledge was lost, including the gastronomic heritage of the Huaxia people, the legendary 8 culinary traditions, and countless regional delicacies that have vanished in this era. The mere mention of Buddha jumps over the wall was born out of a sense of longing, not a genuine expectation that Sang Ning would actually be able to prepare it. Yet, to Lewis's surprise, joy came unexpectedly. Thus, he resolved to embark on this journey for the sake of Buddha jumps over the wall. "Follow me," he urged. "We shall take the sea route rather than the land." This was indeed a wise choice. The maritime path would be significantly shorter, while the overland trek relied solely on their legs. Even at full speed, they would struggle to secure a survival pack. However, the sea route promised a reduction in distance by at least half, allowing for a glimmer of hope. Therefore, in pursuit of a survival pack, Lewis and his companions hastily set off. Sang Ning and Mo99 stood at the edge of the cliff, watching as the 5 men descended swiftly down the mountainside, eventually appearing on the rocky shore where a large sea turtle surfaced. Remarkably, the turtle had not departed. Perhaps it was best not to inquire further, as it might pertain to Lewis's abilities. Sang Ning suggested this, and after pondering, Mo99 agreed. They decided against questioning it further and set off on their journey. At this moment, Lewis and his companions were wading through the water alongside the sea turtles, venturing deeper into the ocean. Once they had traversed a sufficient distance, several of them adeptly leaped onto the back of a large sea turtle. The creature then propelled itself through the water, carrying Lewis and his friends away. "What work can we accomplish? The men have all departed. What can 2 remarkably weak women do? Can't you take a day off?" The barrage of comments caught the attention of both Sang Ning and Mo99. Sang Ning chuckled, for it was evident that their limited strength did not preclude them from contributing. After all, the bed remained unfinished. Upon hearing that they would be constructing a bed, the audience immediately became engaged. "So, do you plan to finish the bed today? It remains to be seen if I can complete it. After all, I am a novice at bed making." Sang Ning was accustomed to not overcommitting her words. Thus, if she succeeded, it would be commendable, and if she failed, the audience would have no grounds to mock her for boasting. "I'll assist you," Mo99 exclaimed eagerly. Sang Ning, "All right, you can help me sand down the rough edges of the bed frame." "No problem." However, after patting her stomach, Mo99 looked at her longingly and said, "Ning Ning, shouldn't we have a meal before we start working? We haven't had breakfast yet. Would baked sweet potatoes and boiled eggs suffice?" Chapter 55. The King Among Flowers. Mo99 wanted to decline, mainly because she had grown weary of it. No matter how delicious the food, one cannot bear to eat the same thing daily. However, she dared not voice this, as the options for ingredients were limited, and she was not the one cooking. For someone like her, who could extinguish a fire with just a glance, it was a blessing to have something to eat. What if her pickiness vexed Ning Ning? Thus, in the interest of ensuring Sang Ning's spirits remained high, she resolutely agreed. Consequently, The two enjoyed baked sweet potatoes and poached eggs for breakfast, accompanied by a serving of cold marinated purslane. Sang Ning savored her meal with satisfaction, while Mo99 maintained a stoic expression. Noticing her demeanor, Sang Ning chuckled. Is it not to your liking? Mo99, indulging in the cold purslane, found its robust flavor a stark contrast to the blandness of the poached eggs and baked sweet potatoes. The purslane was seasoned with oil and salt, with Sang Ning having sauteed wild peppers along with ginger and scallions and piping hot oil, releasing a fragrant and spicy aroma that made the dish quite delectable. She found herself enjoying it immensely. However, upon hearing Sang Ning's remark, her heart skipped a beat as she looked up, her face a mask of uncertainty. What do you mean? I never said it was unpalatable. I'm quite satisfied with my meal. Sang Ning, at a loss for words, replied, I meant no offense. You needn't worry about me being critical of your cooking. I genuinely find these daily meals rather unappetizing. Mo99 scrutinized her for a while, seemingly weighing the truth of her words. Sang Ning allowed her to observe in silence. Finally, Mo99 sighed in relief, her expression softening as she remarked, one must not think this way. Having something to eat in such a place is a blessing. Sang Ning, never mind, it seems our thoughts do not align. Let's eat, and then get to work. Mo99 nodded in agreement, and the two fell into a comfortable silence as they finished their breakfast before transitioning into their work mode. I miscalculated. I thought today was dedicated to crafting bedboards, only to discover it was actually about carving. What is being carved? It resembles some sort of animal, a simplistic representation of a flourishing peony. The tools at hand are rather unwieldy, making the carving process less than smooth, though functional, albeit at a slower pace. Nonetheless, it matters not, as there is no urgency. What does a flourishing peony represent? What kind of flower is it? An inquisitive spectator could not help but ask. Pausing momentarily in her work, Sang Ning replied, the flower in a flourishing peony is the peony itself, but alas, peonies are no longer found here. Peonies are flowers highly specific to certain regions. Under normal ecological conditions on water blue star, only the varieties from Luoyang and Hezi thrive. Cultivating peonies elsewhere requires not only experience, but also meticulous care. Otherwise, they perish in an instant. In an environment where mere survival is a challenge, nurturing them to flourish becomes an even greater feat currently. Water blue star has devolved into a planet with an exceedingly harsh ecological environment, leading to the extinction of peonies many years ago. Consequently, in the Moikaz universe, peonies have vanished. However, the public is only aware of their beauty, lacking a vivid impression of its essence. Upon learning that Sang Ning was carving a peony, the audience remained relatively composed. Yet Mo99 exclaimed with delight, Ning Ning, have you ever seen a peony? Indeed, she had witnessed the splendor of the peony festival, having encountered both common and rare varieties. Yet, such truths cannot be spoken aloud. She has seen the vivid illustrations of peonies. Her face radiated astonishment as she exclaimed, truly beautiful. The vibrant colors and resplendent appearance are all apt descriptors for the peony. The blossoms are large, and it is said to possess a delightful fragrance, earning it the esteemed title of King of Flowers. At this point, she glanced at the simple peony carving in her hand and sighed, lamenting the absence of suitable tools and dyes. Otherwise, it would be splendid to replicate the colorful depiction she had initially encountered. You can actually replicate it? Oh, I see. It's yet another fundamental survival skill of the E72 planet's inhabitants, isn't it? In other words, if you had the right tools and dyes, you could create a peony painting? Most likely not, but I could inquire with the person in charge. Thus, the person in charge was summoned. Upon learning of the audience's request, he felt a headache coming on, as he could not make such a decision. Please hold on. I will consult the chief director. All right, please hurry back. We await your good news. The anticipation grew intense. Ultimately, the wait extended to over half an hour. Regretfully, he announced, I am terribly sorry, everyone. The chief director has declined the suggestion to provide tools exclusively for Sang Ning. Fortunately, she had not informed Sang Ning in advance, sparing her from unnecessary disappointment. After a brief silence, the audience began to inquire about the specific circumstances. Why did the chief director refuse? Well, it isn't precisely that the chief director refused. To be more accurate, it was the planner who declined. The planner's exact words were that it is not feasible, as there are many contestants with special skills, and Sang Ning is not the only one. Once this information was conveyed, the audience fell silent, left with nothing more to say. Thus, words are futile. In the absence of the ability to establish rules, adhering to them is the appropriate course of action. Past experiences in the harsh survival of the desolate star have illustrated such instances. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that the current situation of Sang Ning does not warrant such extreme measures from them. For now, it shall remain as is. As for whether they will need to reach that extent in the future, it will depend on Sang Ning's performance. Chapter 56. No hope. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning and her companions, the audience harbored their own thoughts. She diligently labored while Mo99 focused intently on crafting the bed frame. Meanwhile, Lewis and the others found themselves on the back of the sea turtle. Accompanied by the vast ocean, surrounded by water in every direction, the scent of the sea permeated the air, evoking the unique, briny essence of the ocean. Once the initial novelty wore off, what remained was a sense of tedium. They had traversed only half the distance, and it felt painfully slow. Glancing at the coordinates, Mu Tao inquired of Lewis whether the sea turtle could accelerate its pace. Her question elicited astonishment from the group. "Didn't you sign up yourself?" Clyde queried. Lewis responded with a reluctant murmur, akin to a discontented spouse, lamenting about his overwhelming busyness and lack of time to participate in the harsh survival challenge. The only reason he found himself in this predicament was due to the collusion of his personal secretary and his father, who deceitfully enrolled him, leading to his selection. Implied in his words was the notion that, should Lewis firmly resolve against participating, he could still forego the event despite having successfully registered. Lewis understood this sentiment, letting out a sigh as he melancholically remarked, "Do you think I am unaware?" However, my father resorted to tears, tantrums, and threats, declaring that if I dared to decline, he would take his own life in front of me. At this point, he expressed a sense of helplessness, remarking, "Our ancestors said that those who grow old without dying are akin to thieves." I find this statement to be quite accurate. My father is particularly difficult to manage. I cannot best him and can only participate. "You could withdraw from the competition," suggested Luo Tianya, to which the audience erupted in outrage, bombarding the chat with messages urging him to remain silent. Withdraw? Where else would we find handsome men to admire? I am now seriously questioning whether Big Tooth is a true fan. He must be a clown sent by Lewis's enemies, offering nothing but foolish suggestions while avoiding the serious matters. Thankfully, he is not before my eyes. Otherwise, I would surely put an end to him. Big Tooth, silence yourself. If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe I won't take my starship and deal with you? Threatened one viewer. Luo Tianya was unperturbed by the threats. Yet he felt a twinge of curiosity. "Oh, you actually know which desolate planet we are on. Such landscapes, largely undeveloped, number in the tens of thousands within the Moikaz universe, if not millions. It would be impossible to discern them by scenery alone." Noticing that the barrage of comments in the live stream seemed to lag, Luo Tianya quickly grasped the situation. "Oh, you don't know? How unfortunate. If only you were aware of which planet we currently occupy, you could smuggle in some much-needed supplies for our survival." Upon uttering these words, the system of the live stream sounded an alert. Warning: Player XX is suspected of violating game rules. Given that this is Player XX's first offense, a verbal warning is hereby issued. Should there be a next time, a substantial penalty awaits you. Luo Tianya, confronted with the warning, wore a blank expression, while Lewis and the others fixed their intense gazes upon him. Faming Luo, the Big Tooth, you have gained fame. Mu Tao, having lived an unremarkable 82 years, suddenly achieved renown. Luo Tianya gave a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration as he remarked, "Big Tooth, you've done well, bringing glory to the Luo family." What has Big Tooth accomplished? Upon receiving the notification, Sang Ning and Mo99 rushed to the live broadcast room, just in time to hear Mu Tao's words. Unable to suppress their curiosity, they sent a barrage of comments asking a question. The special effect comments from contestants were particularly eye-catching and lasted a considerable time. Fei Mingluo smiled and recounted the events, and upon learning of Luo Tianya's actions, Sang Ning and Mo99 were left speechless. If one could seize opportunities, they would undoubtedly do so abundantly. However, the crux of the matter lay in the uncertain availability of those opportunities. Something is better than nothing. Louis comfortingly patted his shoulder and remarked, "As for whether we can seize it, that entirely depends on the contestant's prowess." He added confidently, "Rest assured, we will certainly secure it." His self-assuredness amused the audience. "Ha ha, my heavens, the handsome man truly has no memory whatsoever." Indeed, the handsome man exemplifies the typical behavior of forgetting pain once the wound has healed. He was previously warned not to be too stubborn. For those who are overly obstinate will eventually be proven wrong. Having faced defeat once, he dares to return today. Do you believe he will be humbled again? I believe so. The more confident he is, the harsher the blow to his pride will be. Lu Yi, feeling displeased, exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Do you hold me in contempt, or what?" The expressions of Lewis and his companions were somewhat dazed. At this moment, they finally came to the realization that their hopes of seizing additional supply packs were likely futile. If such a situation were to arise, their chances of obtaining anything would be utterly diminished. "I feel as though we are doomed," Mu Tao murmured, his gaze fixed on the coordinates. He pointed to the small green dot on the wristband screen, which was moving towards the red dot, and remarked, "Aside from us, 5 other competitors are already approaching the coordinates. These are the closest ones." Behind these 5, there were more than 10 competitors racing towards the location at an alarming speed. Lewis and his companions immediately lowered their heads to examine their wristbands, and upon doing so, their previously confident expressions darkened simultaneously. "We are not the closest." Fei Ming Luo calculated the distances to the supply pack, her demeanor turning grave. "At our current speed, we will likely be the 3rd or 4th group to arrive." Chapter 57. Dare to speak. Cut ties. Lewis glanced at the distance and said solemnly, "We still have time, Mo Fong." Mu Tao and the others were in a state of panic, fearing that they might not secure even a single survival pack. Observing Lewis's calm and collected demeanor, Fei Ming Luo became incensed, exclaiming, "Mo Fong, nonsense. With so few survival packs available, if we don't act swiftly, there will be nothing left for us." As Lewis prepared to respond, she retorted fiercely, "Do you still wish to enjoy a life of comfort? It is said that the survival packs contain a complete set of kitchen utensils and seasonings. I must inform you, we have run out of salt, and Ning Ning is already contemplating taking us to harvest some." "Out of salt?" Lewis raised an eyebrow, and several individuals nodded in agreement. At this moment, his expression suddenly turned serious. The lack of salt was indeed a grave matter. Although Sang Ning could produce salt, he was reluctant to engage in labor. He yearned for a life of indulgence, savoring delicious food and living leisurely. Reflecting on this, a fierce look crossed his face. He concentrated his mental energy, silently penetrating the mind of the sea turtle, utilizing the property of mental resonance to urge it to accelerate. An unfamiliar mental force invaded the turtle's consciousness, prompting an initial instinct to struggle against the intrusion. However, a sense of familiarity soon quelled its resistance, leading the turtle to negotiate with Lewis instead. Upon learning the turtle's demands, Lewis contemplated eliminating it to provide Sang Ning with a nourishing soup. Nevertheless, the necessity of the turtle's assistance in obtaining the survival package compelled him to suppress this thought and begrudgingly acquiesce to the turtle's demands. Thus, in the ensuing moments, Mu Tao and the others experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the ocean. The large, seemingly clumsy sea turtle suddenly accelerated, slicing through the water towards the drop-off point of the survival package, embodying the very essence of riding the waves. The speed was so overwhelming that the onrush of seawater and wind rendered them unable to open their eyes, while they struggled to maintain their balance and avoid being thrown into the sea. The experience was undeniably arduous, and the passage of time felt interminable. The turtle's sudden burst of speed caught Mu Tao and the others completely off guard, leaving behind a trail of startled screams across the surface of the water. The symptoms of motion sickness, be it from ships, mechs, or other equipment, manifest as severe nausea and disorientation. As for the sea turtle, one cannot ascertain whether it suffers from similar afflictions. Shortly, the truth shall unveil itself. Given the current speed of the great sea turtle, the time initially required has been significantly reduced, indicating their imminent arrival at the destination. Upon calculation, it becomes evident that they are now merely a dozen miles away from the survival package drop-off point. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they are poised to be the second group to arrive, following contestant 1792, Elliot. However, the spectators' words proved prophetic, as an unexpected event occurred. Under Lewis's command, the great sea turtle approached the vicinity of the survival package drop-off, only to break abruptly, resulting in everyone except Lewis tumbling into the sea. Caught off guard, they fell into the water in a disoriented manner, emerging as drenched and floundering figures, inadvertently gulping down copious amounts of seawater. Lewis had already dismounted from the great turtle and was floating on the surface when he spotted Mu Tao and the others surfacing from the waves. He urgently urged them, "Hurry, let us swim to the shore and seize the survival package." Before his words could fully resonate, he propelled himself through the water with the agility of a nimble fish, swiftly darting ahead. The others exchanged glances, resigned to their fate, and took off in pursuit of his retreating figure. What has prompted the seemingly indolent Lewis to exhibit such fervor? It is likely that they have been irritated by the salt. Warm-blooded, intelligent life cannot exist without it. However, Sang Ning and his companions find themselves on the verge of running out of salt. And the sun-drying method for salt is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Their only hope for obtaining salt rests upon the survival packs. That makes sense. I suspect that Lewis is still basking on the back of a sea turtle, not concerned with salt at all. As the audience engaged in their own discussions, Lewis and his companions finally arrived at the shallow waters. Upon seeing the shimmering silver sands within reach, they quickened their pace with a sense of joy. 2 minutes later, 5 individuals, drenched and with hair still dripping, stood upon the delicate yet scorching sands. "It's a bit hot underfoot," complained Famanluya, glancing at the coordinates to check their distance. To her surprise, she discovered that the remaining number of survival packs was displayed. At this drop point, a total of 9 survival packs had been released, and now the system showed there were still 9 remaining. Famanluya rubbed her eyes, suspecting she was seeing things, only to confirm that there were indeed 9 packs. Instantly, she was ensnared by conspiracy theories. It's rather odd. 9 survival packs were released, yet there are still 9 remaining. Clearly, some contestants have reached the vicinity of the survival packs. I have reasonable grounds to suspect that those who arrived early are planning to ambush us. She solemnly advised, "From this moment onward, we must remain utterly vigilant. Do you all understand? If they intend to ambush us, let them come boldly. I'll make sure they regret it," she declared with confidence. "Indeed, we have never been bested in a fight." "No, you've lost, kindergarten." Mu Tao snapped, turning sharply to glare at Clyde, her eyes conveying a clear intent to stab him. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. All right?" Clyde, with an expression of innocent bewilderment, replied, "I haven't said anything. Your reaction is just too exaggerated." As he spoke, he grabbed Mu Tao and started running forward, adding reassuringly, "Don't worry, I want to expose your dark past." Famanloya, like a ghost, leaned in closer and whispered, "What dark past?" "Clyde, tell me in secret. And I promise I want to reveal it was you who said it." Upon hearing this, Mu Tao shot her an incredulous look, retorting, "I suspect your brain has been struck by a meteor. I'm not deaf, you know. It's inappropriate for a young lady to be so gossip-prone, don't you think?" "Not a chance," Famanluoya replied with conviction. "Don't forget what I study. As a journalist, being attuned to gossip is advantageous, not detrimental. You can't suppress my passion for gossip just because you're one of the parties involved." With that, she pressed Clyde further. "So, what exactly did the Big Peach do in kindergarten that you still can't forget?" "Well, Clyde, if you dare to speak, we will sever ties." Just as she broached the topic, fearing he would unveil her dark history, Mu Tao interrupted him angrily and threatened him. Chapter 58. The Governor is Innocent Clyde. Clyde fell silent, and Famanluoya realized. He was afraid of severing their friendship and was unwilling to speak. Just as she was about to urge them on, Lewis's voice rang out, "What are you all doing? Pick up the pace. We're in a rush for the salt." Upon hearing this, the group immediately quickened their steps, following Lewis in a frantic dash. At that very moment, Sang Ning and Mo99 entered the live stream to assess the situation. To their astonishment, they saw 5 individuals lurking like thieves in the woods, peering through the gaps in the foliage. They then noticed survival packs scattered in various locations, along with 2 men engaged in a fierce struggle. Sang Ning and her companions were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? Unsure of how to express their confusion through the chat, they hesitated, particularly since Mu Tao and the others had concealed themselves, clearly attempting to evade the 2 combatants. If they were to send a message, the unique effects reserved for contestants would undoubtedly expose Mu Tao and her team as hiding spots. Fortunately, the audience in the live stream was remarkably perceptive. As if intuitively grasping Sang Ning's concerns, they began to recount the unfolding events. Messages flowed in one after another, as the viewers provided a thorough explanation. The 2 men engaged in the brawl were identified as contestant number 1792, Elliot, and contestant number 4763, Emmanuel. Their relationship was quite complicated. One could describe them as friends or brothers, yet they would invariably clash whenever they met. Conversely, if either faced adversity, the other would rush to assist, unless they were unaware of the situation. However, in public, they never acknowledged their friendship, and even if they found themselves in proximity, they would simply act as if the other were non-existent and depart without a word. Moreover, both individuals are military personnel. One holds the rank of a 7-star general in the garrison army, while the other is a 4-star general. They are also ranked among the top 10 mecha combat experts in the Star Network mecha fighting arena. It is said that their participation in the survival challenge on the Desolate Star is driven by a mission, though the specifics of this task remain shrouded in mystery. Numerous rumors have circulated, yet the audience perceives these tales as unfounded, including the notion that they were dispatched by the military for a mission, rather than fulfilling an assignment. The viewers are inclined to believe that these two might have stumbled into this situation or were coerced by family members to participate. Sang Ning wore a puzzled expression, questioning why no one speculated that they had voluntarily come to partake in this event. Such a notion seemed implausible. Mo99 asserted firmly that both individuals held significant positions within the garrison army and, due to their responsibilities, were stationed in different star regions. If memory serves, Elliot has not taken a vacation in 8 years, while Emmanuel's situation is even more staggering. He has not had a break for a full 15 years. As she spoke, she turned to Sang Ning and posed a question. If one were not lacking in wealth, but rather in leisure time, would you prefer to languish comfortably at home and revel in a leisurely vacation, or endure hardship in the Desolate Star Survival Challenge? Without hesitation, Sang Ning replied that it must be the vacation. Had the original owner possessed wealth, the environment of planet E72 would not have been so harsh, and she would not have signed up for the Desolate Star Survival Challenge, nor would she have suffered a fall that left her incapacitated. Consequently, she would not have found herself in this predicament. Mo99's lips twitched slightly. The issue was not one of personal poverty, but rather the impoverishment of their planet. A situation that inevitably affected its inhabitants, a burden borne by their ruling officials. The governor is innocent. Sang Ning does not wish to tarnish the governor's reputation. The memories she inherited from the original owner reveal that the governor is a dedicated leader who genuinely cares for the people. His fierce protective nature is commendable. However, due to the dire poverty of planet E72, the governor's ability to safeguard his constituents is severely limited. Over the years, only a handful of individuals have managed to escape from planet E72. Those who did bear the brunt of suffering and humiliation, swallowing their distress in silence until they could no longer endure it, only then revealing their hardships to their families. In response, the governor would rally his supporters, embarking on that dilapidated ship, which, despite its many patches and creaks, serves as a familial heirloom to provide assistance to his people. This year, the governor has reached the age of 365, having ascended to his position at the tender age of 30, inheriting the governance of E72, thus marking a remarkable 335 years in public service. The instances of him piloting the worn starship to support his constituents have occurred only 3 times. Each of these ventures has highlighted the struggle of the entire population of E72, who have been unable to afford nutritional sustenance, surviving instead on the meager offerings of the thorny vines and sandworms for 2 long years. The father of Sang Ning's current body experienced this hardship firsthand. These were the very tales that the original owner heard as bedtime stories in her youth. Therefore, the original owner understood the governor's integrity, and Sang Ning, having inherited both the memories and emotions of her predecessor, cannot tolerate any disparagement towards planet E72 or the governor. She gazes at Mo99 and reiterates that the poverty of planet E72 is not the fault of the governor. When he took office, E72 had already been impoverished for millennia. The environment is exceedingly harsh. E72 is shrouded in the turmoil of cosmic storms, making it exceedingly difficult to alter the current state of affairs. This world lacks any poverty alleviation policies, and the stark disparity between the affluent and the impoverished leaves Sang Ning astounded. All financial allocations are determined by planetary rankings, distributed in descending order, with the more prosperous planets scarcely in need of such funds, while those ranked lower are in dire need yet lack the qualifications to receive any assistance. Moreover, this policy has been in place for millennia, resulting in an ever-widening gap. The wealthy planets grow increasingly affluent, while the impoverished ones descend further into destitution, perpetuating a vicious cycle. This situation allows the inhabitants of E72, undaunted by toil or hardship, to begin environmental restoration. Once the desert is filled with thorny vines and all of them thrive, oases will emerge and soil will follow. With soil, a greater variety of crops can be cultivated, while thoughts of escaping poverty may be distant. Enhancing the living environment and increasing food supply is undoubtedly a positive development. However, these changes require patience, necessitating a wait of at least 2 more years. Sang Ning's thoughts raced chaotically, her expressions shifting dramatically, which amused Mo Nai Nai, who watched her intently. After a while, noticing Sang Ning's sigh, she playfully nudged her and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Out of the corner of her eye, Mo Nai Nai caught sight of the live broadcast and gasped in astonishment. "Louis and the others are about to take action." "Where? Let me see," Sang Ning exclaimed, immediately alert and focused on the live stream, for it pertained to their survival package. Chapter 59. Conditional. What was initially anticipated to be a spectacular contest of seizing opportunities took an unexpected turn, leaving everyone astonished. Almost as soon as Louis and his companions made a move, the two combatants, deeply engrossed in their fierce duel, instantly ceased their actions. Their piercing gazes fixated upon Mu Tao and his group. At that moment of locked eyes, a sense of dread gripped Mu Tao and his companions, compelling them to halt. A chill ran down their spines. The air was thick with hostility. Was it prudent to act in such a moment? Absolutely not. Confronted by seasoned warriors whose combat skills and physical prowess were both at the dual S level, they had no desire to end up in a dire state. Thus, the five of them collectively came to a standstill, engaging in an impromptu game of statues. Emmanuel and Elliot stood side by side, their intense stares directed at them, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. So, what is the current situation? Are these two formidable figures preparing to eliminate Louis and his group? Oh dear. My handsome warrior, why are you so ineffectual? You are a mental prowess adept. Why not strike? Standing there feigning death is hardly commendable. This is rather thrilling. I find myself wishing for a clash to ensue. Perhaps it's best if they do not engage. Mu Tao and his companions stand no chance against Elliot and Emmanuel. The audience began to murmur, with Mo Nai Nai expressing her confusion. Why are they all standing still? Sang Ning hesitated. It might be a case of if the enemy does not move, neither do we. But what if the enemy does move? If they do, then I shall remain unmoved. Sang Ning inadvertently responded, only to realize her response was amiss. She instinctively sought to clarify, but Mo Nai Nai shot her an exasperated glance. You hold a disdainful view of the Great Peach, but rest assured. For the sake of survival, they will certainly charge forth. Almost as soon as her words fell, Mu Tao smiled and waved her paw towards Emmanuel and the others. Hello. Good afternoon. It is truly a serendipity that we meet here. By the way, have you eaten? We haven't, but it matters not. We have fruit. Suddenly, a sharp jab to his waist caused him to gasp and turn. There, his gaze collided with the menacing eyes of Fei Mengluoya. Are you a fool? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Fei Mengluoya boldly mocked. Reflect on the nonsense you just uttered. Although she lowered her voice, it was in vain. The live stream captured her words flawlessly, and even Emmanuel and his companions, a few meters away, heard her clearly. The two exchanged glances. Confirming their assessment, they were dealing with a group of genuine amateurs. After scanning the five individuals before them, Emmanuel slightly squinted and exchanged another knowing look. With a smile, he remarked, "Here to snatch the supplies?" Emmanuel, a towering figure at 2 meters 3, possessed long limbs and a chiseled jawline, evoking the image of a stern headmaster at first glance. His formidable presence was intimidating, and though a smile is typically the best expression of goodwill, when Emmanuel smiled, Louis and the others did not perceive friendliness. Instead, they instinctively recoiled several steps back, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed. Yet, in all honesty, they had never undergone any such training. Upon realizing their actions, Mu Tao and the others wore expressions of frozen disbelief. Emmanuel's smile also faltered. Elliot, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, mocking them with his remarks. How many times have I told you not to laugh? Your mere presence is intimidating enough. Your laughter could frighten a young cub to tears and haunt even adults with nightmares. Silence. Emmanuel chastised, his face darkened with displeasure. Elliot, undeterred, waved to Louis and the others, assuring them, do not fear him. He is but a paper tiger, ultimately benevolent at heart. Come here, take 2 survival packs, he urged. What? The group was taken aback, with Fei Mengluo expressing bewilderment. Did you not engage in conflict to monopolize the survival packs? Why this sudden generosity allowing them to take 2? A scheme? It must be a scheme, they murmured. We merely indulged in a friendly sparring session, never intending to monopolize the packs, Emmanuel clarified, yet Louis and his companions remained skeptical. However, their disbelief was of little consequence. The pressing matter at hand was the survival packs. Are you truly allowing us to take 2? Fei Mingluo asked, pointing at the packs in disbelief. Indeed. Are we truly picking them up? The two hesitated, suspicion clouding their judgment. Under normal circumstances, they would have simply taken the packs without a word and departed. Therefore, the existence of the survival packs was of paramount importance to the contestants. Yet, in contrast, all contestants remained adversaries. Despite their current teamwork and seemingly amicable interactions, it was merely an illusion. When the moment of truth arrives, resorting to treachery to eliminate rivals for the sake of ultimate victory is not beyond the realm of possibility. The reason such a course of action has not yet been taken is that the timing is not yet ripe. However, Emmanuel and his companions are not mere temporary allies, nor do they share any camaraderie. Given the limited survival packs, their willingness to generously allow the others to take two feels akin to an opportunity falling from the heavens. Yet they hesitate to seize it. As the two remained unmoved, Emmanuel cleared his throat lightly and stated that they could take the packs, but with conditions. At this revelation, Mu Tao and the others felt a sense of relief. A purposeful generosity is far preferable to insincere gestures. At least they could weigh the pros and cons based on Emmanuel's words. With this in mind, Mu Tao inquired, "What are the conditions?" "Take us along," Emmanuel replied confidently. "What?" Mu Tao and his companions were taken aback, as were the audience, while Sang Ning and Mo99 exchanged bewildered glances. "Did we hear that correctly? You want us to take you with us?" Emmanuel boldly asserted. "After all, you already have 7 members. Adding the 2 of us wouldn't be excessive." Such a statement left everyone utterly bewildered. What does it mean that adding the 2 of you wouldn't make any difference? One must possess an extraordinary level of audacity to utter such words so nonchalantly. Emmanuel's gaze turned towards Louis, the strongest among them, who should, in some measure, have a say in this matter. Sensing their thoughts, Louis looked at the two with utmost seriousness and said, "You need not look to me. I am merely a dependent and cannot lead the team." The implication was clear. He had no authority, and they had misjudged him. "Then let us ask Sang Ning." Emmanuel glanced at the display on his bracelet and urged, "You'd better hurry. The others are arriving one after another. The sooner we make a decision, the more survival packs we can collect. Otherwise, chaos will await you." Chapter 60. Are you still alive? Although Mu Tao and the others were perplexed by Emmanuel's desire to join them, they were nonetheless impressed by his formidable strength. The presence of such powerful allies guaranteed a measure of safety. In that moment, Mu Tao exchanged glances with his companions, and they all nodded in agreement. "Let us do it. What are we waiting for? Quickly grab the survival packs and leave." At Emmanuel's command, they swiftly collected 4 survival packs and dashed away. At that very moment, I found myself at a loss for words. I, too, am unsure of what to say. It feels as though the narrative should not have unfolded this way, yet here we are, questioning the very essence of life. So, Ning Ning's team has gained 2 new reinforcements? Indeed, 2 laborers have voluntarily joined us. We now have salt gatherers, lumberjacks, and stoneworkers. Sang Ning stared at the barrage of comments in disbelief. This audience was remarkable, already assigning roles to the new teammates. Yet, her gaze fixed upon the large iron pot, and she remarked with a hint of melancholy, "So, my role is merely that of a cook, is it?" Mo99 burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You underestimate yourself far too much. With your adept skills in recruitment and woodworking, it is evident that you cannot simply be relegated to the role of a cook. Who would take you for a mere cook? That would be a grave misjudgment." Sang Ning was profoundly shocked. "Was it true that I held such a favorable position in your heart?" Mo99 felt a twinge of guilt, yet soon regained her composure and asserted, "To be honest, I initially thought little of you, but now I hold you in high esteem." Sang Ning, "Should I express my gratitude?" "There's no need," she replied. With a sigh, Mo99 continued, "Honestly, had it not been for teaming up with you all, I might have succumbed to the hardships and chosen to withdraw long ago. Ning Ning, your survival skills surpass ours. I trust that even without us, you could thrive on your own." Sang Ning pondered deeply, "Perhaps, but now that we've formed a team, discussing this seems futile. Are you not going to offer me any words of comfort?" "Not at all," Mo99 retorted with conviction. "This endeavor is far too tedious. My hands are already blistered." She extended her hand towards Sang Ning, revealing several large, translucent blisters that immediately captured her attention. "Those are quite sizable. Let me take care of them." As she spoke, Sang Ning retrieved a dagger and placed it over the fire. Mo99 gasped in astonishment. "Please don't tell me you intend to use the heated dagger to pop my blisters?" Sang Ning affirmed. "These blisters need to be treated. Rest assured. The effect of a dagger heated to high temperatures is nearly akin to sterilization. Once punctured, applying some herbs will prevent infection." "No, I refuse. The mere thought of being pricked by a dagger sent shivers down her spine. I'll handle it myself. Before she could finish speaking, she had already punctured several blisters. And an immediate, searing pain surged through her, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Sang Ning looked on, somewhat speechless. Was it truly that painful? With a pout, her tears began to flow freely. Sang Ning, resigned, sighed and handed her a bamboo tube filled with blueberry jam, along with a wooden spoon. Here, indulge in the jam you've been longing for. This was a feast for the senses. Blueberry jam was a rare delicacy, second only to honey. Normally, Sang Ning would not allow her to indulge too much, but now, suddenly presenting her with a whole tube, Mo99 was overwhelmed with joy, almost breathless with happiness. Clutching the bamboo tube as if it were a treasure, she incredulously asked, "Really, is this for me?" "Indeed, it is yours. But there is a condition. You must attend to your blisters." Gathering a few dandelions, Sang Ning smiled and explained. "Applying this externally can help prevent staphylococcus from infecting the wounds and promoting healing. Would you like to apply it?" "Yes, that will suffice." Thus, Sang Ning efficiently attended to the blisters she had ruptured. Mo99 eyed the green dandelion paste with disdain. "Can this really prevent infection?" "Absolutely," Sang Ning assured her with conviction. Mo99 responded with an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, Ning Ning. I can't help with sanding the bed frame anymore. Tomorrow will suffice." Before she could finish her sentence, Sang Ning handed her the basket. "But you cannot be idle. After finishing the blueberry jam, remember to go dig up some yam." With 2 more people added to their number, this also meant that there would be more ingredients to prepare. She was unavailable, so it fell to Monet to take her place. "All right, I shall go now." From the outset, it had been agreed that they would not indulge in idle pursuits. Thus, Monet accepted Sang Ning's instructions without a hint of reluctance or dissent, embracing the task with alacrity. As she watched Monet depart with her basket, Sang Ning sighed with relief. Her current teammates were quite agreeable, obedient, and industrious, devoid of any airs of entitlement or princess syndrome. They followed her directives impeccably, executing tasks to perfection. Very well. She hoped the 2 newcomers would be just as amenable. As for Louis, it was impossible to expect the luxury of an easy life without hard labor. One must toil to earn their sustenance. A battle of wills was inevitable. She wondered what the survival packs contained. In the time that followed, Sang Ning continued her work on the wooden bed while occasionally glancing at the live stream to track Mu Tao and the others. A total of 9 survival packs had been taken by Mu Tao and his group. Upon reaching the drop-off point, the 30 or so competitors exchanged glances. And it was Dominic, contestant number 4998, who first lunged for a survival pack. "Dare you, Dominic." The moment he moved, the others sprang into action as well. With 37 competitors in pursuit of merely 5 survival packs, each successful claim meant another would leave empty-handed. No one wished to be that unfortunate soul. Thus, a fierce struggle ensued among the contestants. In the end, the 5 most formidable contestants emerged victorious, yet one seized a survival pack, leaving the weaker players not only bereft of supplies but also heavily injured. Dominic was the first to act and consequently the first to be besieged, suffering the gravest wounds. As the contestants gradually departed, he remained at the scene, while the others trickled in. Among them was his old acquaintance, Grimetta, who, having already gleaned the situation from the live stream audience, approached him with a mocking tone. "My dear, are you still alive?" Dominic retorted with a scathing remark, "Get lost." Was he so foolish as to overlook Grimetta's schadenfreude? It was utterly tiresome. He couldn't fathom why he had whimsically chosen to sign up for the survival of the wasteland. Wasn't it far more delightful to dream among the 2 billion girls in the Dreamstar? With a deep sigh, Dominic suppressed his pain and attempted to rise. Grimetta reached out to assist him. However, Dominic rebuffed the gesture. With a sharp sound, pain shot through the back of Grimetta's hand as he widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you be so ungrateful?" Indeed, Dominic grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites, and with lightning speed, he pressed the exit button on his wristband. The system's announcement echoed, "Notice, contestant 4998, Dominic, has voluntarily exited the survival of the wasteland." The system announced 3 times, and the world fell into silence. Everyone was struck speechless by the news. Green Meta stared in astonishment at Dominic, who appeared to have completely let go, rising to his feet with arms outstretched, bellowing, "The child has gone mad." To be fair, Dominic is likely the most unfortunate contestant and the quickest to give up. Dominic has abandoned all sense of shame. He has discarded the pride and self-respect of his elite lineage. I believe he is destined for a life of disgrace, without explanation. Eventually, Green Meta regained his composure and swallowed hard, incredulously asking, "You actually withdrew?" "Yes, I have," Dominic replied. "What will I do now?" "What you do is of no concern to me," Dominic shot back, glaring at him before gesturing toward the southeast. "Here is a clear path for you. Hurry and pursue Bromfield. He has taken a survival pack. Teaming up with him might extend your chances." "That makes sense. I shall go then. If I encounter difficulties, will you stay with me?" Dominic countered with a question, and Green Meta immediately understood that this time he was genuinely leaving. "Remember to reward me," he added. "I'll hit you with a celestial board," Dominic retorted, fuming as he picked up a stone and hurled it at the retreating Green Meta. Though he missed, the sound of the stone hitting the ground reached Green Meta's ears. "Regardless, just remember to reward me." Before he could finish, Dominic was already far away. Dominic let out a huff, expressing his irritation. "I hope this unfortunate soul can endure a bit longer." Monana could not resist turning to ask Sang Ning. "Another contestant has been eliminated. Are you pleased or surprised?" "Not really pleased, but I must admit, it is indeed surprising." Sang Ning could hardly fathom that Dominic would so nonchalantly choose to withdraw from the competition without waiting to be eliminated. Such behavior lacks dignity. Nevertheless, Dominic remains unconcerned, his face radiating ease and contentment. Sang Ning found it perplexing. If he could exit so effortlessly, why did he sign up in the first place? Monana could not provide an answer, but it was of little consequence. "I'll just ask him." "Don't." Sang Ning instinctively tried to intervene, but it was too late. With remarkable speed, Monana had already sent a message. Dominic received it instantaneously and, upon seeing Monana's comment, chuckled lightly. One could only say this is the consequence of seeking momentary excitement. "Monana, clarify yourself." "Not a chance." Dominic scoffed, retorting, "Do you really think I would divulge my dark history? I suggest you wash up and get some sleep." Dreams encompass all. Monana, feeling frustrated, exited Dominic's live stream and complained to Sang Ning. "As if I were overly curious. I merely wished to witness the spectacle." Sang Ning responded honestly. "You claim not to want to know, yet you are eager to indulge. Such contradictions reveal your true nature." Monana sighed. "You just don't understand." "Indeed, I fail to comprehend." In any case, Sang Ning has yet to fathom what the people of this world desire. Where have they arrived? Suddenly, Sang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had no particular interest in gossip, and the reason for her disinterest was rather straightforward, aside from Mo99 and a few others. She was unfamiliar with the rest of the contestants. The desire to engage in idle chatter dwindled significantly when many bore names unknown to her. However, the return of Fei Ming Luoya and their companions piqued her curiosity immensely. It was still early. They had just ascended the back of the sea turtle. Sang Ning let out a soft acknowledgement, her expression tinged with disappointment. Mo99, seemingly exasperated, reassured her, "Don't worry, all 4 survival kits belong to us. It is merely a matter of time before they reach your hands." As she spoke, she affectionately tousled Sang Ning's fluffy hair, saying, "Be patient a little longer." "Do not touch my hair," Sang Ning retorted. Her hair, coarse and dry, was hardly presentable. Thus, the production of hair care products must be prioritized. She hoped the survival kits would prove more substantial, containing the items she desired. Otherwise, she would have to continue washing her hair with hibiscus leaves, which offered little assistance in maintaining her locks. The effects of dietary therapy were indeed remarkable, yet the ingredients beneficial for hair care were conspicuously absent. She murmured to herself, pondering the contents of the survival kits. Mo99, touching her face with a melancholy expression, lamented, "I long for a skin rejuvenating elixir. Perhaps it is merely psychological, but I feel as though my face has aged considerably. Only a skin rejuvenating elixir can soothe my wounded spirit." However, after a brief pause, she declared fiercely, "Based on my understanding of the canine planner and the chief director, it is impossible for the survival kits to contain a skin rejuvenating elixir." Sang Ning chose not to respond, neither daring nor wishing to engage with such a statement. At this moment, Monet's demeanor appeared somewhat unsettling, as she feared attracting unnecessary trouble. However, she felt discontent with her own silence and inquired of Sang Ning, "Ning, do you not have any interest at all in the beauty-enhancing skincare essence?" Sang Ning, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, "You seem to have forgotten that the beauty essence belongs to the realm of luxury products." Chapter 62, An Awkward Situation Now. It was Monet who found herself in an awkward predicament. She smiled sheepishly and said, "My apologies, Ning. I completely overlooked that detail. Not to worry. It's fine. With a newfound enthusiasm for food, Monet energetically gathered the meticulously carved wooden boards crafted by Sang Ning, stacking them together before carrying them into a makeshift shelter constructed of bamboo and fern leaves. She then took up a basket, slung it over her shoulder, and handed another to Sang Ning, her spirits soaring like a bird freshly released from its cage. Ning Ning, we can set off now. Sang Ning acknowledged with a simple and thus, the two descended the mountain, arriving at the seaside half an hour later. At this point, the tide had completely receded, leading them to a different stretch of coastline than the one they frequently visited. Sang Ning's attention was not drawn to the lively seafood dancing upon the sandy shore, but rather to a few towering coconut trees in the distance. These trees stood remarkably tall, adorned with an impressive yield of coconuts, each one clustered together like a string of jewels. She gazed at the coconuts, swallowing hard at the thought of indulging in coconut water. Coconuts are indeed a marvelous treasure, offering myriad benefits. The water is refreshing, the flesh can be simmered into soups, and coconut oil can be extracted from the meat, while tender coconuts can be transformed into coconut flakes, among other delights. In addition to its refreshing and thirst-quenching properties, coconut also possesses diuretic and anti-edema effects. Nana, do you wish to indulge in some coconut? With her gaze fixed intently on the crabs scuttling across the beach, contemplating which one to catch, Nana was momentarily taken aback before she realized the question posed to her. Instantly, her face lit up with delight. Coconut? Where can we find coconuts? There. Sang Ning pointed towards the coconut trees. Following her gesture, Nana fell silent as she observed the towering trees. After a brief pause, she remarked softly, "The trees are so tall, I would estimate they reach 20 to 30 meters at least." Indeed, Sang Ning nodded in agreement. "The trunks are quite smooth and difficult to climb. Do you wish to have some?" Nana inquired, swallowing hard. Regretfully, she added, "Unfortunately, they are too high." "Actually, I have a method for retrieving coconuts," Nana declared. Sang Ning turned to look at her, only to find her wearing a troubled expression, prompting her to ask, "Is there a problem?" "Yes," Nana confirmed, then addressed the live stream. "Director, the coconut trees are not protected species, are they?" "No." "Then I am at ease," Nana exclaimed joyfully, placing her backpack on the sand. Rubbing her hands together, she said with excitement, "Ning Ning, wait for me. I am going to get some coconuts." Before her words had fully settled, she dashed off like an arrow released from a bow. Her speed was astonishing as she quickly covered a considerable distance. Sang Ning blinked in surprise, realizing that not only did the people in this world possess remarkable strength, but their speed was equally impressive. Fortunately, she had a secret weapon. With a sharp crack, the towering coconut tree was abruptly kicked down by Monet. Sang Ning watched helplessly as the tree split in two and crashed to the ground, feeling a profound sense of resignation. To destroy a tree for a few coconuts is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It embodies the very essence of short-sightedness. "Ning Ning, come here." Monai's cheerful voice rang out, prompting Sang Ning to respond and dash over with her basket. "Here." Just as she reached Monai, a gigantic coconut was handed to her. "Thank you." Sang Ning accepted it, using her pocket knife to carve a small hole before offering it back to Monai. "Give it a taste." Without hesitation, Monai took the coconut and tilted it towards her mouth. After a sip of the refreshing coconut water, her eyes sparkled with delight. "How sweet and refreshing. I hereby declare coconut water my new favorite beverage." "Has honey lemon water been dethroned just like that?" Sang Ning asked, half amused. Monai nodded solemnly, asserting, "Coconut water is even tastier than honey lemon water. The latter is somewhat tangy, and blueberry jam has a bit of tartness as well. Then let's enjoy the coconut juice." Sang Ning poured herself a serving, and together they sat on the beach, relishing the sweet nectar of fresh coconuts. "Ning Ning, Nai, don't just indulge yourselves. Let us have a taste too." A dazzling golden comment flashed before them. Monai retorted, "Virtual food tasting only makes one hungrier. Why not simply order coconuts from the store instead of indulging in this nonsensical virtual tasting? Having already placed the order, I will indulge in a momentary taste." "Ning Ning, stop rambling and simply present the coconut, will you?" Just as Monai was about to speak, Sang Ning presented them with the smallest coconut. "Go ahead, savor it, and then let Nai have a drink." Monai assessed the size of the coconut and nodded in agreement. "This one is manageable. It's not too large." Indeed, aside from their swiftness and strength, the elite race possesses a considerable appetite. Among them, Sang Ning has the smallest appetite. To illustrate vividly, Sang Ning eats from a bowl, while Mo Nai Nai and Fei Mingluo require soup bowls for their meals. As for Mu Tao and the others, they need ocean-sized bowls, often requiring 2 to feel satisfied. Frequently, Sang Ning feels as though she is feeding not humans, but some exotic creatures. After consuming a large and a small coconut, Mo Nai Nai let out a resounding burp, exclaiming, "I feel quite stuffed." She patted her belly and stood up, extending her hand towards Sang Ning. "Ning Ning, let us stretch our legs." Sang Ning nodded in agreement, and they set off to forage for seafood as a form of exercise. A great sea turtle rode the waves, with Mu Tao and the others huddled together on its back, their gazes fixed on the survival packs positioned at the center. The size of these packs is somewhat unexpected. They can't hold much. A sense of unease washed over me. There were 4 survival packs. Clyde and Luo Tianya each snatched one, leaving the remaining 2 to Emmanuel and his companions. Having personally seized a survival pack and sprinted into the sea with it, Clyde harbored doubts about its contents. The survival packs contain a significant amount, conservatively estimated to weigh over 300 pounds. How much? Feynman Loya turned to him, disbelief etched on her face. "Are you saying these survival packs weigh over 300 pounds? Clyde nodded. "The red-labeled pack I seized weighs that much. I'm uncertain about the remaining 3. Chapter 63. Poisoned. Feynman Loya cast an inquiring glance towards Emmanuel and the others who had also claimed survival packs. "Emmanuel, how about yours?" Emmanuel replied. "The blue-labeled one is lighter, only a little over 100 pounds. "As for me," said Luo Tianya, "the yellow-labeled pack weighs around 20 pounds. All eyes then fell upon Elliot, who, with a stoic expression, stated, "Over 200 pounds. Mu Tao regarded the several survival packs with a perplexed gaze. What on earth were they filled with? Why was there such a disparity in weight? No one could provide an answer to that question. Suddenly, Lewis interjected. "Let's just open them and find out." Feynman Luaya rolled her eyes, intuitively aware that the survival packs undoubtedly employed spatial folding technology. Otherwise, such a small bag could not possibly contain several hundred pounds of items. "If you want to burst it open, go ahead. You'll be delighted when everything floats away into the sea." Caught off guard by her retort, Lewis rubbed his nose. "I was merely suggesting." "That was rather foolish of you," Emmanuel remarked, directing a gaze at him. "Next time, think before you speak." Lewis, feeling the sting of mockery, was undeniably ridiculed. Should he retaliate? Perhaps not. Engaging in a war of words seemed futile, especially since his aim had always been to benefit from others. One should recline when possible. Sit when reclining is not an option, and stand only when sitting is unfeasible. Engaging in futile verbal disputes is a waste of breath and saliva. Rather than exchanging barbs with Emmanuel, one might as well indulge in the serene pleasure of closing one's eyes. With this thought, he uttered a soft exclamation and shut his eyes, adopting an attitude of indifference as if to say, "Speak as you will, I shall not acknowledge your existence." Emmanuel, agitated, felt a sudden urge to retaliate. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Mu Tao, separated from him by a slender Fei Mingluo, who was intently observing the survival pack with a grave expression. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "Mu Tao, what captures your attention?" Without lifting her gaze, Mu Tao replied, "I have an unsettling premonition." "What kind of premonition?" The audience. The gravity of this realization struck them, and silence enveloped the group. Indeed, the mere suggestion of such a possibility was disconcerting. The atmosphere, once filled with joy, was now overshadowed by doubt. The more they contemplated, the more they feared that the schemers could orchestrate something truly sinister. Their desire to converse waned, leaving them in a state of quietude. To recount the events leading up to this moment, half an hour prior, Sang Ning, having gathered enough crabs, was about to pry open an oyster when she noticed a vast expanse resembling seaweed at the edge of the rocky outcrop. Though distant, she had a faint inkling that it was either laver or kelp. Upon noticing this, Mo Nai Nai inquired about her destination, and Sang Ning shared her thoughts. After assessing the distance, Mo Nai Nai resolutely decided to accompany her, assuring her that she would protect Sang Ning should any danger arise. Sang Ning accepted this offer, and upon reaching their destination, she discovered that it was indeed a field of kelp. It was yet another batch of exceptionally fine kelp, with thick, succulent leaves, broad in shape, displaying a rich palette of deep brown or olive green hues. Elated at the find, Sang Ning instructed Mo Nai Nai on how to select the kelp, and soon began to joyfully gather it. Observing her enthusiasm, Mo Nai Nai joined in, but after only a few minutes, a sudden exclamation echoed from a distance. "Who is that?" Sang Ning immediately rose and turned towards the source of the sound, yet saw nothing. Is someone there? The kelp was slick with mucus, slippery and damp to the touch, a sensation that Mo99, who had never eaten or collected kelp before, found quite repulsive. She felt no desire to continue, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing that Sang Ning might become upset and withhold her meals. There is no one, Mo99 said. There is someone, Sang Ning asserted confidently. I cannot have misheard. That sound was undoubtedly human. If they were in the mountains, she might have attributed the noise to a giant salamander. But here by the sea, that possibility could be dismissed outright. Are there competitors nearby? Mo99 asked, bewildered. Surely not. She then queried the audience in the live stream. Are there any competitors around here? Sang Ning gestured towards the rocks and made a motion indicating a flanking maneuver. Mo99 understood and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them, now in accord, abandoned their kelp gathering and cautiously approached the direction from which the sound had emanated. Suddenly, a faint splash broke the silence, followed by an urgent call. Oh my gosh, Nai, hurry over. A competitor has been bitten and has fallen into the sea. A special effects barrage appeared before the two individuals, Sang Ning and Mo99. Without uttering a word, they understood the urgency of saving a life. With no time to conceal their presence, they leapt down the rocky shore and hastened toward the shallow waters. Soon, they spotted a figure face down in the sea. It was a woman, her graceful form adorned with a cascade of dark hair resembling seaweed, floating eerily on the water's surface. Mo99, momentarily dazed, instinctively took several strides forward, bending down to scoop the woman into her arms and bring her to shore. The pallor of the woman's face was alarming. As Mo99 set her down, she pushed aside the woman's hair, revealing the face of Shi Qinjun. Her complexion was faintly bluish, and her lips darkened. She had been poisoned. Mo99 turned to Sang Ning. Ning, can we save her? No, we cannot, Sang Ning replied, shaking her head. She had neither golden nor silver needles at her disposal, nor any medicinal herbs. All she could do was check for a pulse. However, the state of Shi Qinjun's face was unmistakable. Anyone with eyes could see she was poisoned. Their only option was to summon the medical robot. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Mo99 decisively grasped Shi Qinjun's hand and pressed the call button. The person in charge of Shi Qinjun promptly responded, please assist Shi Qinjun on site. The medical robot will arrive shortly. How soon is shortly? Sang Ning asked anxiously, her concern deepening as she noted the severity of Shi Qinjun's condition. Chapter 64. A self-inflicted predicament. Do not worry. The comprehensive antidote has been injected, and antibodies are present within the body to sustain you until the medical robot arrives, the supervisor gently reassured. It then struck him that Sang Ning had received the antidote just before their departure, prompting a moment of silence as he and Mo99 awaited the arrival of the medical robot. The robot arrived promptly, within a mere 5 minutes. Though it was no larger than a palm, its diminutive form belied a remarkable potency. Sang Ning, still grappling with the unfolding events, watched in astonishment as the medical robot descended and extended its appendage towards Shi Qinjun. The procedure commenced with a swift puncture, blood extraction, testing, and analysis, all completed in the span of a minute. Subsequently, the small medical robot opened its compartment, revealing a miniature metallic box. This box possessed an intriguing quality. It began to expand almost instantaneously upon retrieval, transforming into a standard-sized container. The robot then unveiled the box, which housed an array of neatly arranged tubular vials. It extracted one labeled 3, and, with Mo99's cooperative force, pried open Shi Qinjun's mouth, allowing the robot to administer the contents of the vial directly. All done, chirped the little robot. You may depart now. I shall handle the remainder. Oh, this is reporting. Contestant 1623, Shi Qinjun, has withdrawn from the survival challenge on the desolate star due to health reasons. Remaining contestants, please continue your efforts. The system's broadcast echoed through the live stream, cutting Mo99's words short. Hasn't the poisoning been resolved? Mo99 wondered, perplexed as to why one would still choose to withdraw from the competition. Perhaps it's due to feeling unwell. Sang Ning reflected on her own past experiences with poisoning, recalling the truly unpleasant sensations that accompanied it. Mo99 empathized, acknowledging the discomfort that follows such an ordeal. Sang Ning looked at her. Have you ever been poisoned? In the universe of Mo99, it is rare for any intelligent life to escape such an affliction unscathed. With a twitch of her lips, Mo99 remarked, do you think the plethora of antidotes exist for no reason? They are all designed to prevent the populace from succumbing to poisoning. Her tone carried a hint of resignation. Sang Ning recalled the myriad antidotes and comprehensive detoxifiers in embarks, as well as the causes of poisoning among the intelligent beings of this world. She couldn't help but chuckle wryly. So, it's best not to seek out thrills, then. Life is far too mundane. Nana smiled. In a nation of peace and a universe of harmony, while minor frictions between races exist, there are no significant conflicts. The insectoid species has been eradicated under the premise of protecting other species, leaving intelligent life to seek its own excitement. Unfortunately, in doing so, they often find themselves afflicted by poison. Thankfully, the situation has improved. The pursuit of thrill-seeking among intelligent beings is not as prevalent as it once was. In the past, medical centers across various planets operated around the clock, treating an influx of poisoning cases. Initially, the variety of antidotes was limited, developed in response to the demands of those afflicted. My father has been poisoned a total of 78 times, with 73 different toxins being encountered by others, making them relatively easy to neutralize. There are 5 newly identified toxins that had not been present prior to my father's poisoning. Notably, antidotes numbered 978, 1367, and 2011 have emerged as a result. Sang Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "To have been poisoned 78 times is indeed an impressive record. Are you not astonished?" Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Nai inquired with a smile. Sang Ning, still in shock, murmured, "Your father's frequency of poisoning is quite alarming. What profession does he engage in that renders him so susceptible?" "He is a retired veteran," Nai elucidated. "His count is not particularly high. An old comrade of his, my uncle, has been poisoned 132 times. However, there is no need for sympathy, as it is largely self-inflicted." Meanwhile, Kai Shao, observing his beloved daughter's live stream, wore a countenance as dark as a pot's bottom. He indignantly remarked, "This is hardly a warm-hearted little cotton-padded jacket. It is, in fact, a treacherous, wind-blown rag. Am I to have no dignity? To declare in front of all the intelligent beings in the universe that my poisoning is self-inflicted, where is my honor?" Infuriated, Kai Shao rose with a scowl, preparing to depart. "Stop!" A melodious voice suddenly rang out, causing him to freeze momentarily. He quickly shifted from a frown to a smile, leaning towards the woman seated on the sofa, arms crossed. "Madam, I am here. What is your command?" Wei Rong regarded him with a knowing smile, asking, "Where are you off to?" I wish to take a walk." In truth, he harbored a desire to confront the unscrupulous individual responsible for the tattered and drafty cotton jacket. It was one thing to deceive his father, mother, and elder brother, but to do so in front of the entire universe of sentient beings was utterly intolerable. Was he certain he was merely going out for a stroll and not to seek retribution? Wei Rong gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, while Kai Xiao's expression twitched, his heart fluttering with trepidation, though he maintained a facade of innocence, as if to say, "How could you possibly accuse me?" He asserted, "I am not that kind of person. The fact that I have refrained from laying a finger on her despite her numerous transgressions over the years is evidence enough." As he spoke, he raised his hand in a solemn gesture of oath. "Madam, trust me, I genuinely only wish to take a stroll and soothe my tender heart, which has been wounded by that unscrupulous jacket." Anticipating that his wife might still harbor doubts, he added, "Moreover, she is currently on a desolate star, surrounded by the vast emptiness of the meticulous universe. Even if I wished to seek her out for accountability, I would not know where to begin." There was merit to his argument, yet Wei Rong firmly asserted, "I can still discern from your words that you do wish to confront her." Kai Shao sighed in resignation, knowing he could not hide the truth from his wife. "However, my dear, I merely entertain the thought. I have no intention of taking action. Strictly speaking, my musings do not constitute a crime." And indeed, they did not. Wei Rong acknowledged, "You are correct. According to the law, your thoughts do not constitute an offense. However, in my eyes, such thoughts are indeed criminal. Do you accept this?" Reluctant to acquiesce, yet mindful of his wife's temperament, Kai Shao heaved a sigh. "I accept, my lady. Please allow me a moment to procure the means of punishment." Agreed. Beside her stood the Mo brothers, namely Mo Zhaoyong, the elder brother of Mo Nai, and Mo Xinglan. Both wore expressions of gleeful mischief, and the palpable aura of delight surrounding them was utterly impossible for Kai Shao to ignore. Chapter 65, Unpacking. These two troublesome sons were even more vexing than a threadbare, heartless little cotton-padded jacket. Mo Kaishao yearned to chastise these bothersome offspring. However, his wife was glaring at him with a watchful eye. Reluctantly, he decided to keep a mental note of their misdeeds, planning to settle the score only after he had endured the punishment himself. 2 hours later, anguished cries echoed through the Mo family's gravity chamber, a cacophony of despair. The stalwart Mo father, with his seasoned vigor, faced off against his 2 sons, reducing them to a state of utter disarray. As their wails filled the air, Mo mother, upon witnessing her sons' battered faces, so bruised that even she, their own mother, struggled to recognize them, silently sipped her tea to quell her shock. Unbeknownst to Mo Nai, she remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous exchange between her father and brothers. At that moment, she was at the streamside with Sang Ning, both intent on fetching water. They had brought along bamboo tubes and a wooden bucket. The bucket was already filled, and now they crouched by the stream, pouring water into the bamboo tubes. As they toiled, she expressed her growing impatience to Sang Ning, lamenting the daily hassle of fetching water. It is indeed a hassle. While the water is good, it flows downward, Sang Ning sighed. The terrain is unsuitable. Unless we have a pump, there is no way to draw water from the lower ground to the mountaintop. This was undeniably a predicament. Mo Nai furrowed her brow, poised to suggest that Sang Ning construct a larger wooden barrel when a sudden thought struck her. Inspired by a passage she had read in ancient texts, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ning, we could create a water wheel. A water wheel? Sang Ning's movements came to a halt, and Mo Nai murmured, I recall a practice in human history where windmills were utilized to draw water for irrigation. What do you think about constructing a windmill? Sang Ning replied, it's an intriguing idea, yet its feasibility is non-existent. It simply cannot be done. Why can't it be done? The audience found this perplexing, for windmill irrigation held significant importance in human history. Ancient civilizations relied heavily upon it. How could it be deemed impractical now? Can you build a windmill? Sang Ning retorted sharply. Mo Nai's mouth twitched slightly, and she replied helplessly, if I could construct a windmill, I would be earning money at the Huaxia Historical Folk Museum. As she spoke, she glanced at Sang Ning. Upon noticing her gaze, Sang Ning met her eyes. And in that moment, she distinctly perceived the spark of hope within Mo Nai's eyes. With a tone of resignation, she said, you expect me to do it? You can, can't you? Mo Nai looked at her with an expression of unwavering belief in her capabilities, yet regrettably, Sang Ning disappointed her. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I believe you can. Truly cannot. Upon hearing this, Mo Nai fell silent, and Sang Ning paid her no mind, instead covering the bamboo tube filled with water and proceeding to fill another. With a sigh, Mo Nai lamented weakly, then we shall have to fetch water daily. Today is a special circumstance. Let Mu Tao and the others handle the water-fetching duties in the future. That sounds reasonable. Ning's unfinished words were abruptly cut off when she witnessed Sang Ning capture the bird. She stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how it had been accomplished. A moment of silence enveloped the live stream, only to be shattered by an eruption of excitement. Wow, Ning's speed is incredible. I didn't even see what happened. And she already caught the bird, exclaimed a viewer who had transitioned from another contestant stream. Wait, wasn't it said that Sang Ning is a primitive human? This defies logic. How can a primitive human possess such swiftness? Another viewer chimed in, the person above is quite presumptuous. Who told you primitive humans are inferior? I can't speak for others, but our Ning is anything but lacking. Newcomers were skeptical, yet the audience in Sang Ning's stream did not press them to believe. Instead, they engaged in their own conversations. Sang Ning weighed the exquisitely beautiful bird in her hands and inquired, is this a protected species? No, Mo Nai replied, somewhat dazed. The authorities didn't say anything, so it's probably similar to wild chickens or ducks. That puts my mind at ease, Sang Ning responded with a smile, tearing off a vine to securely bind the plump bird. What if it weren't? She pondered, falling silent for a couple of seconds before decisively stating, clear broth for soup. Mo Nai, feeling a mix of emotions, gazed up at the lush canopy above and mused, I hope there are seasonings. Why is it so challenging to enjoy a well-cooked, flavorful meal? Let us go. Stop pretending to be profound, Sang Ning urged as she noticed Mo Nai standing still. Understood, she replied. With a swift gait, Monet carried a wooden bucket filled to the brim with water, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Sang Ning's mouth. The 2 wooden buckets were neither too large nor too small, and without the aid of iron wires, they were bound together using a viscous sap extracted from ferns, further secured with sturdy vines. While the construction was indeed robust, The weight was considerable, especially once filled with water. Yet, Monet moved with remarkable agility, her strength leaving Sang Ning envious. Upon returning to the summit, the two placed the buckets and bamboo tubes down and began to sort through the kelp. As new teammates, Emmanuel and Elliot displayed a commendable sense of camaraderie, devoid of the brashness characteristic of their previous encounters. They introduced themselves to Sang Ning and her companions with a gentle demeanor before presenting their survival packs. "This is our team gift. Please take a look." Mu Tao, resembling a playful husky, snatched the survival pack from Luo Tianya and placed it eagerly before Sang Ning. 4 survival packs in total quickened Sang Ning's heartbeat. She wiped her clammy palms on her trousers and proposed, "Shall we open them?" "Absolutely," they exclaimed in unison. Sang Ning warmly invited them, and Mu Tao and the others readily agreed. One by one, the 4 survival packs were unveiled, and the group feigned nonchalance while eagerly extracting their contents. "What is this?" Monet queried, pulling out an oddly shaped metallic object. Sang Ning turned to glance at it, recognizing nothing. Emmanuel, however, was familiar with it, his lips twitching as he remarked, "This is a Zerg decomposer." Chapter 66. The Insectoid Decomposer. The Insectoid Decomposer, as its name suggests, is an apparatus designed for the disintegration of insectoid materials. However, as the onlookers beheld the diminutive device produced by Monet, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. It was too small. Was this contraption intended for the disassembly of larvae? Mu Tao wore an expression of disdain, while Emmanuel shook his head, asserting that this device was obsolete. "An artifact from a millennium ago," gasped the crowd in astonishment. Emmanuel confirmed, "Indeed, this is the first generation of the insectoid decomposer. During its manufacturing process, the producers erroneously miscalculated its dimensions, resulting in a miniature version that was subsequently discarded. The so-called garbage decomposer is merely a derivative of this failed product." Thamonluo scrutinized the insectoid decomposer for a considerable time before inquiring, "So, can this device be utilized as a garbage decomposer?" "Certainly," came the reply. "Fortunately." The second item was devoid of error, a brand new iron pot. Sang Ning exclaimed joyfully, "Now we possess 2 pots. We shall no longer have to wait to prepare our meals." The audience in the live stream was equally exhilarated by the appearance of the pot. "Oh my, we finally have a second pot. Next time Ning Ning cooks, we won't have to wait." Seasonings. I hope they reveal some quickly so we can savor Sang Ning's culinary skills. With that comment, it seems we might be onto something here. So let us continue unboxing. The viewers were filled with anticipation for the unboxing, and Sang Ning and the others were equally eager. However, after the thrilling reveal of clothing and seasonings, the remaining items left a chill in their hearts. What exactly are all these? Surrounded by an array of peculiar and strangely textured objects, Monet felt overwhelmed and tugged at her hair. "This is a component analyzer," Emmanuel explained, picking up an object resembling a handle. "It is said that this device records 40% of the biological entities in the Moikaz universe." He introduced each item, though not all were familiar to him. Subsequently, a group gathered to examine the unknown artifacts. Some could be studied, while others remained inscrutable. Eventually, Sang Ning and the others decided to seek assistance from the person in charge. They were advised to keep everything safe, as surprising discoveries awaited them. Only Sang Ning wore ordinary attire, as her clothing had shown signs of wear from ascending and descending the mountain. The others were uninterested in witnessing Sang Ning perform a hula dance, thus her outfit went unchallenged. "Today, I will prepare a delightful meal for you all." Previously, the lack of seasonings had constrained her culinary skills, but now, with the availability of spices, it was inevitable that she would showcase her talents. "Really?" Upon hearing Sang Ning's intention to impress, everyone displayed expressions of eager anticipation. "Indeed," Sang Ning nodded, and Mu Tao and the others immediately brightened with joy. "We will assist you." "Very well." Thus, Sang Ning promptly assigned tasks, and everyone was busily directed by her. With the addition of Emmanuel and Elliot, the construction speed surged as Mu Tao and the others continued their work. Louis adamantly refused to engage in menial labor, preferring instead to assist Sang Ning alongside the 2 women, Monet and Fei Meng Luoya. He steadfastly declined to join Mu Tao and her group. Not only that, he was unwilling to even lift a finger. Once the packing was complete, he promptly reclined on a flat boulder. It was only after Sang Ning threatened him, stating that those who did not work had no right to eat, that he begrudgingly chose to lend a hand. Did he still desire to partake in the meat? "Oh," Louis responded slowly, yet his hands moved with increased urgency. Sang Ning shook his head and approached Fei Ming Luoya with a bundle of goji leaves, instructing her to wash them. Good. The collective effort of everyone resulted in a sumptuous feast being served 40 minutes later. The presence of spices offered an unparalleled gustatory delight, especially for Sang Ning and his companions, who had been rationing salt and were deprived of cooked food in the wilderness. This dinner felt nothing short of a grand banquet. Conch, in truth, possesses a rather strong odor, and if not handled properly, can be quite unpalatable. Mu Tao and her companions had nearly developed a psychological aversion to conch and were initially reluctant to eat it. However, when Emmanuel and Elliot devoured one conch after another, savoring each bite with evident delight, they could no longer remain still. And then, there was no further development. To their astonishment, the conch was indeed delectable. After consuming a conch, Mu Tao could hardly believe it. Why? Why had the previous ones tasted so fishy? Eating them raw must have been the culprit. Luo Tianya couldn't help but retort, and Mu Tao pondered this, finding it quite reasonable. This delicacy was truly delightful. The stir-fried bird meat received unanimous acclaim, as its texture was notably more tender than that of wild chicken or duck. With an ample array of seasonings at hand, Sang Ning opted for a vigorous stir-fry. The dish was succulent and piquant, particularly appetizing. Within mere moments of being served, it was devoured by several diners. Following this were dishes such as stewed sea cucumber with egg, poached shrimp, spicy crab, and cold kelp salad, while goji leaves were transformed into a delightful soup by Sang Ning, all of which were quite well received. The staple was roasted yam. Upon peeling the charred skin, the soft and glutinous flesh exuded a subtle fragrance. This dinner left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Sang Ning felt fortunate for not holding back, preparing an abundance of ingredients, lest there be insufficient food. Initially, it was thought that Mu Tao and her companions had hearty appetites, yet it turned out that the three newcomers, including Emmanuel, possessed an even more exaggerated capacity for consumption. Even Louis, with his strikingly handsome visage, outpaced Mu Tao and her group in voracity. With bellies full, Fei Ming Luo let out an unrefined belch, while Mo Nai Nai, with a contented expression, caressed her stomach, declaring that this meal was the most satisfying and pleasurable she had experienced since arriving on this planet. The presence of seasonings made life feel so much more blissful. With a wistful sigh, Luo Tianya lamented that after indulging in such rich flavors, the prospect of returning to meager fare seemed utterly disheartening. Chapter 67. Unaccustomed to sharing a bed, Sang Ning suddenly remarked, "Salt still needs to be sun-dried." The crowd fell into a contemplative silence as they recalled the 5 pounds of salt extracted from their survival pack. After a moment, Fei Mingluo remarked, "Is 5 pounds insufficient? It will suffice for the short term." The others instantly understood. Sang Ning added, "Moreover, preserved items such as pickled vegetables, salted fish, and cured meats are heavily reliant on salt." Pickled vegetables? Emmanuel's eyes brightened with excitement. Is it the same pickled vegetable used in the historical dish of pickled fish? Sang Ning was taken aback. But there are no pickled vegetables available now? None, came the unanimous response. She sighed, pondering, what about the cured meats and salted fish? The group shook their heads, rendering her speechless. Indeed, pickled vegetables could be used for preparing pickled fish, as well as a variety of other dishes. What are pickled vegetables made from? Napa cabbage, mustard greens, radish tops, and various other ingredients can be utilized. Exchanging knowing glances, Emmanuel decisively proclaimed, "Then we shall make salt. You will take charge of selecting the location, while we will handle the construction. Once you have made your choice, we will take turns assisting you with the salt-making process." In other words, Sang Ning would lead, and they would follow. Sang Ning nodded in agreement and, under the radiant moonlight and flickering firelight, began assembling the bed. As they gazed upon the 2-meter-long bed, everyone was filled with joy. What did having a bed signify? It meant they would no longer have to sleep on the ground or in the trees. Though it may be humble, it was sturdy. Mu Tao pushed the wooden bed gently, causing a slight wobble. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Ning Ning, you are quite impressive. With merely 30% of my strength, this bed exhibits only a minimal shake, which attests to its sturdiness and quality. There is no need to worry about it collapsing when we sleep at night." He then turned to Sang Ning, inquiring if he could have the bed for himself. Before Sang Ning could respond, Mo Nai Nai and Fei Ming Luoya protested. "Why should you have it? It's obvious that this bed is meant for the 3 of us girls." Mo Nai Nai added, "Just because we are girls, does that mean we can claim this bed for ourselves? Don't speak as if we haven't contributed." She extended her hand to show them. "I sanded down the splinters on this bed, and my hands are blistered from the effort. I have my share of contributions. Fei Ming Luo Ye chimed in, noticing Mu Tao's speechlessness, and snorted, moreover, if we are discussing contributions, Ning Ning's is the greatest. She crafted the bed, so the right of ownership lies with her. How could I be monopolizing it? I am merely negotiating, do you understand? Well, all right. Observing their endless bickering, Sang Ning spoke up helplessly. Having one bed can lead to having a second. Let's be patient. Soon enough, we will all have beds. Furthermore, with additional tools and hands, the construction of the second bed will proceed even faster. There is truly no need to quarrel over a single bed. Just give it to me. Louis elegantly reclined onto the bed, her enchanting eyes fluttering towards Sang Ning as she playfully implored, "Is that all right, Sister Ning Ning?" "Speak normally," Sang Ning retorted, rubbing her arms where goosebumps had emerged. "You expect me to sleep alone? I am not accustomed to sharing a bed." With unwavering conviction, Luo Tianya interjected, "How shameless of you, idol. Such a vast bed for just one person. Does your conscience not ache?" Silence. Luo Tianya erupted, vehemently interrupting him. "I will not change my name or my surname. I am Luo Tianya. What nonsense is this little girl moniker? Do not bestow upon me frivolous nicknames." Determined, he concluded that a man with such a loose tongue was unworthy of being his idol. What if he was the father of biological mechas? He remained a spoiled scion, lacking any intention of enlisting. The utility of biological mechas paled in comparison to that of conventional mechas for him. After all, the popular mechas available on the market could be flaunted in the city, whereas biological mechas were military supplies, their production was limited. With only a handful reserved for high-ranking generals and marshals, impossible to procure. Thus, he decided to cease his admiration. A person who carelessly assigned him such an atrocious nickname did not merit his heartfelt devotion. "Louis, I solemnly declare that from this moment forth, I am no longer your fan. I shall be your detractor." With that, Luo Tianya furiously uttered his final words and stormed away. Louis was left in a state of bewilderment, and Clyde, observing the scene, inquired, "What are you going to do, Big Tooth?" "Taking a shower," he declared. "Remember to bring your toiletries." "All right." Observing the grand bed that was once the center of contention but now lay neglected, Monet sighed softly, remarking that men are indeed capricious beings. Lian Yu commented, "These men leave me utterly speechless." "Then say nothing," came the retort. "That makes sense." Water was boiling in the pot, hot and cold merging to suffice the needs of the three young women. Half an hour later, the trio had tidied themselves up, with Sang Ning donning the protective suit they had unpacked. The quality of the suit was leagues ahead of her original attire, a stark contrast reminiscent of silk compared to coarse linen. There were 5 suits in total, and after Sang Ning put one on, 4 remained. As none were needed at present, they were set aside for future use in case anyone's suit encountered issues. With her new attire, Sang Ning no longer worried about donning a grass skirt and enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. At dawn, she awoke. Upon opening her eyes, a sound akin to a saw cutting through wood jolted her senses, compelling her to glance in its direction. There, about 2 meters away, lay Luo Tianya sprawled on the ground, his feet resting on Louis's chest. The source of the raucous noise was none other than Louis, snoring audibly. Chapter 68. The so-called right of naming Sang Ning. To her astonishment, Louis indeed snored, and rather loudly at that, shattering the image of the handsome man. She needed to find cotton and linen urgently. After completing her morning routine, Sang Ning seized the opportunity while everyone else lay in slumber, taking her basket to the stream nestled in the mountains. This time, she chose a different path, one that had yet to be explored, where treasures were abundant and mushrooms flourished. She stumbled upon several clusters of delicious chicken of the woods mushrooms, which are exquisite whether used in a hearty stew or a flavorful sauce. Delighted by her discovery, Sang Ning entered a state of eager foraging. With no intention of drying the mushrooms, she refrained from being overly ambitious, collecting only enough for a single meal. "Why not gather them all? There are still plenty left." One commented, "Seeing these mushrooms has reignited my desire to forage in the wild. Anyone interested in joining?" Another chimed in, "It's true. The distinction between consuming mushrooms harvested by oneself and those purchased from a store leading to poisoning is significant. I would rather risk store-bought mushrooms than endanger myself through my own foraging," another quipped. So, the last poisoning incident that took over the forum was a result of following Sang Ning's lead in mushroom foraging? Someone speculated, "Is your family still clinging to ancient tales?" "It's utterly tedious," another retorted. "Look, it seems Sang Ning has discovered something extraordinary again." Upon this remark, All eyes turned to Sang Ning, who stood before an unusual plant. It was a specimen with broad leaves, its green stem and leaves contrasting with the vibrant red fruit it bore. "What is this?" someone asked. "I'm not sure." "Wait a moment. Let me consult my plant encyclopedia," came the response. "There's no need to search further. This plant is not recorded in the botanical compendium," came the remark from above. "I looked it up, and indeed, there is no record," another voice confirmed. "Excellent. Sang Ning has discovered a new species. Is this a new item?" Sang Ning inquired, to which the audience responded affirmatively, stating that any plant not documented in the compendium must be a new species. Consequently, the audience erupted in congratulations for Sang Ning's discovery, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Why is discovering a new species worthy of congratulations? She pondered aloud. Just as the person in charge made an appearance. With a direct voice message, he explained, "The emergence of new species enriches the botanical compendium of the Moikaz universe. Once verified as a new species, the discoverer not only receives rewards from the Plant Research Center, but also holds the privilege of naming it." Sang Ning expressed her realization. "So I can name this plant?" "No," he chuckled lightly. "The naming rights mean this new species could be referred to as the Sang Ning tree or the Sang Ning vine, for instance." He then inquired if she felt surprised or taken aback. She candidly replied, "Not really." With a frown, she added, "So, if a mushroom turns out to be a new species, would it then be called Sang Ning mushroom?" "Precisely," he affirmed. Sang Ning contemplated for a moment and asked if the Plant Research Center would come to verify the new species on site. "Yes, but it won't be immediate. Confirming a new species is a lengthy process," he explained. Sang Ning acknowledged this with a simple "oh" and declared, "Let us wait for the confirmation then." Before her statement could fully resonate, she reached out and plucked all the fruit from the plant resembling a banana tree. This is quite an extraordinary tree, resembling a banana tree that has strayed from its path with an apple tree, resulting in a fruit that bears the appearance of an apple. Indeed, this plant is identical to a banana tree, yet its fruits are not bananas, but rather the vibrant red Fuji apples, familiar to Sang Ning. As for whether it is truly an apple, one must take a bite to ascertain. With a crisp crunch, the juice burst forth, and the refreshing, sweet and sour flavor caused her to furrow her brows. Indeed, it is unmistakably an apple. This world has taken a fantastical turn. While munching on the apple, Sang Ning departed, internally voicing her exasperation. The audience, witnessing her consume the apple, erupted in chaos. "Oh no, she's eating a new species. What if she gets poisoned?" Just like Shi Qinjun, she should withdraw from the competition. "Ning Ning, why do you have to be so reckless? With so many foods available, why choose a new species? Ning Ning, stop eating. Be careful not to get poisoned." A flurry of sensational comments flooded the screen, leading Sang Ning to exclaim in disbelief, "This is not a new species. I know it well." The audience was bewildered, and the head of the Plant Research Center, having abruptly severed communication, inquired of Sang Ning, "You claim this is not a new species?" With a nod, she showcased the half-eaten apple to both the audience and the director, stating, "This is an apple, a fruit with a delightful sweet and sour taste." The audience responded with disbelief. "No, no, no, apples do not look like this." Consequently, they began fervently sharing images, and Sang Ning, upon seeing the spiky durians, was left astounded. "You call durians apples? Durians? No, this is indeed an apple. I have made an error. The fruit in my possession is indeed an apple, while what you refer to as an apple is, in truth, a durian, its odor reminiscent of biochemical weapons. Those who relish it adore it, while those who detest it can hardly bear its scent." The audience fell silent once more. Indeed, in the Moikaz universe, the fruit purportedly known as durian is a subject of intense controversy. Enthusiasts crave it daily, while detractors become irritable at the mere whiff of its aroma. Its stench is so potent that inhaling it can evoke feelings of despair. Yet, for aficionados, the scent is a delight. Now, Sang Ning reveals to them that the fruit they have long referred to as an apple is, astonishingly, not an apple at all, but rather a durian. This revelation is a significant deviation. The Plant Research Center faces considerable embarrassment, and humanity, the intelligent species, must also bear the brunt of this revelation. It was humanity that classified this fruit as an apple, a nomenclature they brought with them during their Great Migration. The news is so shocking that, even without the audience intending to escalate the matter, the revelation that an apple is not an apple but a durian spread across the universe at lightning speed. Subsequently, Fervent discussions erupted across various sectors of the Star Network and the central text forums regarding the true identity of the fruit, particularly within the text forums. A veritable skyscraper of dialogue emerged. Typically, a thread initiated by a poster would see responses multiplying at a staggering rate, with one thread amassing over 200 million replies. The question of whether it is an apple or a durian incited unprecedented debate in the Moikaz universe, leaving the Plant Research Center in disarray. Chapter 69. 3 years unfinished in one district. Zhou Chun, a student of the Department of Botany at the Central Star Comprehensive University, is under the tutelage of Professor Huang Huiyun, who serves at the Botanical Research Center. As a favored pupil of Professor Huang, Zhou Chun was invited to join the center as an intern assistant even before his graduation, engaging in research on the moonlight tree. Despite not having completed his studies, Zhou Chun's innate talent in plant genetics has made him the darling of the group. When the debate over whether durian or apple is superior ignited widespread discussion among the audience, Zhou Chun found himself utterly bewildered. Observing the apple in Sang Ning's hand, now reduced to a mere core, and glancing at the durian that had long been dubbed an apple, he fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards his professor's office. "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" a colleague inquired, half curious and half concerned upon witnessing his brisk pace and serious demeanor. "Professor Huang is not in the office. He is in laboratory number 2. Adabuchi promptly informed Zhou Chun upon hearing he was searching for Professor Huang. Laboratory number 2 was quite a distance away. Zhou Chun was currently in Area A while the laboratory resided in Area C. If pressed for time, the staff at the Botanical Research Center would utilize the light sensation conveyor belt, but today, Zhou Chun, overwhelmed by the debate of apple versus durian, completely forgot about this convenience. Instead, he opted for the long route, sprinting with remarkable speed, as if propelled by the very winds themselves. Consequently, the staff of the Botanical Research Center witnessed a yellow blur whirling past them like a tornado. The staff member, was that just a person running by? Indeed, it must have been a human. Plants, as we know, have yet to develop the ability to roam freely with roots still intact. However, do not lose heart. With continued effort, perhaps the marvel of plants sprouting legs and traversing the world may yet manifest in our hands. Who knows, they might have been in a hurry. Yet, it hardly seems urgent. If it were truly pressing, one could simply utilize the light transmission belt instead of foolishly running. I suspect the young individual is merely exercising. There are designated areas for physical training. Perhaps the youth prefers the thrill of less conventional spaces. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. Goodness, he is quite the fool, unaware of the light transmission belt's convenience, opting for Route 11, running himself to exhaustion without any clear purpose. Fortunately, it is not too late to realize this. Thus, for the remainder of the journey, Zhou Chun chose the light transmission belt. 5 minutes later, he found himself at the entrance of laboratory number 2. However, the light display on the laboratory door glowed red, indicating that the experiment was at a critical juncture, prohibiting any interruptions or disturbances. Zhou Chun had no choice but to wait. He squatted by the door, patiently resembling a guardian as he awaited the emergence of his teachers from the laboratory, while simultaneously re-entering Sang Ning's live stream. Ning Ning, did our human ancestors truly consume monkey brains? Were they delectable? What was the taste like? Historical records on this matter are scarce, but it is said to be a genuine delicacy. Really? I wonder how I could try it. I observe the situation. If you wish to venture into mining and indulge in complimentary nutritional beverages, feel free, for no one will deter you. To my astonishment, I have just discovered that monkeys have been designated as protected animals. They have long enjoyed such protection, residing in the Central Wildlife Park, where their existence surpasses that of intelligent beings. It is undoubtedly true that their lives are considerably more pleasant than those of Ning Ning and her kind. Other comparisons are difficult to articulate. Ning Ning, do enlighten us. Do the ancestors of humanity not boast 8 major culinary traditions along with a plethora of local delicacies? It is said that bear paws are also consumable. Ning Ning, have you ever tasted bear paws? To the individual above, are you truly uninformed? The only living beings on Ning Ning's planet, apart from humans, are sandworms and thorny vines. Bears simply do not exist there, making it evident that Ning Ning could never have sampled bear paws. Why do the audience's comments seem so peculiar? Indeed, the culinary culture of humanity is resplendent and illustrious. Excluding the dietary habits of other races, merely amongst the Huaxia people, there exists a rich tapestry of 8 major cuisines and countless local specialties. I once came across a record detailing how, around the turn of the millennium, a foreign friend was captivated by Huaxia's culinary delights upon arrival, vowing to sample every dish within 3 years. Yet, after this period, he had not even managed to experience the cuisine of a single province. In the Moikaz universe, intelligent beings lack the concept of provinces. Sang Ning elucidated that the area of a province in ancient Huaxia was akin to the size of a district on the planets currently inhabited. Today, there are no provinces or cities, nor nations. Instead, there are planets, which are categorized into residential, industrial, agricultural, aquaculture, and tourism planets, among others. Regardless of the type of planet, they are uniformly managed by districts. Larger planets possess more districts. For instance, the central planet, due to its vast expanse, is divided into 68 districts. Conversely, the smallest planet contains merely 12 districts. The areas of these districts are relatively similar, thus allowing the audience to form an intuitive understanding of the provinces. Consequently, the spectators were left in awe. 3 years to exhaust a single district. How much cuisine does that entail? Oh, how I envy our ancestors for the abundance of delicacies available to them. Heaven knows that my greatest passion is food. Yet, the natural cuisine available today is rather disappointing. There has been little innovation over the years, and the offerings are merely a repetition of renowned dishes and signature meals. As for the flavors, they are a mixed bag, some delightful, others quite unpalatable. Sang Ning grew intrigued. To what extent could food be delicious? To what degree could it be distasteful? This world offers natural food, but it comes at a high price. Given Sang Ning's current status, she could not afford it. In Chapter 70, I Am Not Ali, the audience elaborated to Sang Ning about the extremes of deliciousness and the depths of tastelessness in food. Their praise was adorned with extravagant and hyperbolic adjectives, while their critiques were strikingly incisive. Were this a personal matter, one might suffer from psychological shadows, leading to depression or despondency. Just as Sang Ning was about to speak, the system's sprite suddenly announced a withdrawal notification. Contestant number 2343 has withdrawn. Does anyone know why contestant number 2343 has chosen to withdraw? I am aware that Dubois, known as number 2343, was bitten by an unknown creature on the vast prairie, marking him as the first sentient being in the wilderness survival narrative, endowed with extensive survival expertise. Indeed, after being examined by a medical robot, it was revealed that he had been afflicted by a novel toxin, a first of its kind throughout history, with no existing antidote capable of completely neutralizing the poison within him. Thus, he could only rely on a universal antidote to endure the ordeal. Ning Ning, please be cautious and avoid being bitten by random creatures. Dubois was exceedingly unfortunate. Given his prowess, he ought not to have withdrawn from the competition, yet he succumbed to the poison and met a tragic fate. Yes, Ning Ning. Exercise caution and steer clear of unfamiliar beings to avoid potential bites. All the spectators earnestly advised Sang Ning to remain vigilant, to which she acknowledged with a grateful nod, expressing her appreciation for their concern. Amidst the light-hearted banter, they reached the summit. The two combatants, moving with a ferocity akin to a howling tempest, produced a sound upon striking that rivaled the crack of a sonic boom. Sang Ning had previously been aware of their formidable combat prowess, yet witnessing it live was an entirely different experience. While the sparring appeared captivating through the lens of a live stream, in person, it left her heart profoundly unsettled. Emmanuel and his comrades were not only elite humans, but also seasoned soldiers with substantial combat experience. In the present context, they were allies, thus posing minimal danger. Rather, their exceptional martial skills provided Sang Ning with an overwhelming sense of security. However, as the survival stage reaches its culmination, all competitors will inevitably disband in pursuit of ultimate victory, and the nature of their rivalry precludes any possibility of peaceful coexistence. In such circumstances, Sang Ning truly lacks the confidence to surpass Emmanuel and his companions. Her path to triumph remains a formidable journey ahead. Good morning, Ning Ning. As Sang Ning emerged from the woods, Emmanuel's potent and outwardly expressive mental aura detected her presence. The two did not hastily cease their activities. Rather, they waited until Sang Ning had fully stepped into view before pausing to greet her. Good morning, Sang Ning smiled, her gaze drawn to the basket she carried. Emmanuel's attention fell upon its contents, noting the generous harvest. Yet, he pondered why it comprised solely of grass, mushrooms, and tubers, devoid of any meat. Not bad, she replied. I'll help you carry it, Elliot offered, extending his hand. Sang Ning passed the basket to him, prompting Emmanuel to take the large pack off her back, which was equally brimming with goods. After a moment of restraint, he finally spoke. If you plan to rise early tomorrow, do not venture into the mountains alone. Oliver and I will accompany you. Please call me Elliot. Thank you. I do not go by Oliver, Elliot corrected him earnestly, his disdain for the name evident. Emmanuel dismissed his concern nonchalantly, replying, It matters not. As long as I know who you are, it suffices. Besides, a name is merely a designation. Oh, by your logic. I suppose calling you little man would also be acceptable, Elliot retorted, adapting readily to the jest. Emmanuel shot him a piercing glance, and Elliot, with a slight smile, replied, You said it yourself. A name is merely a designation, as long as I recognize you. Emmanuel, Sang Ning quietly distanced herself from the two individuals, finally grasping why the audience characterized their relationship as one of love and rivalry. If one were to assert they shared a close bond, they were either embroiled in a quarrel or exchanging sharp retorts. Conversely, if one claimed they were at odds, they were inseparable. Sang Ning felt that women were hardly as challenging as these two. In order to avoid becoming collateral damage, it was prudent for her to maintain her distance. Consequently, as she stepped back, she found herself before a water barrel, only to discover it was empty. Standing there, she recalled seeing it filled with water when she had departed. Yet now both barrels were devoid of liquid. Turning around, her gaze fell upon the two bickering as they approached, and after a brief pause, she spoke up. You two should cease your squabbling. There is an urgent matter that requires your attention. An urgent matter? Both turned their eyes towards her, and Sang Ning smiled. We have no fresh water for breakfast, and I need you to fetch some from the creek where you bathed last night. I trust you remember the terrain? Elliot. Emmanuel. They exchanged knowing glances, and Emmanuel chuckled. Why must it be us? If you're not inclined, you can opt to build a house instead. Sang Ning replied with a smile. No one works for free. I am rather democratic in my approach, and the choice lies with you. Emmanuel's gaze shifted to Mu Tao and the others, sprawled in slumber, and he raised an eyebrow. They haven't awakened yet. They will soon enough, Sang Ning remarked, moving closer to rouse them one by one, leaving Emmanuel and Elliot with nothing further to say. Let us go fetch water. Bring the bamboo tubes along and fill them all up, instructed Sang Ning, pointing to the clusters of bamboo tubes hanging from the tree. Emmanuel picked up the bucket, while Elliot, visibly displeased, approached the tree and removed the bamboo tubes above. There were quite a few tubes, too many for him to carry with both hands. So he draped several strings around his neck and strode swiftly into the woods. Emmanuel immediately followed suit. The sight of the two generals left the onlookers in awe. Particularly, Elliot bore an uncanny resemblance to a bald figure from human history, adorned with a string of oversized beads around his neck. The primary distinction between the two lay in the fact that the historical figure not only possessed a bald head and large beads, but also a prominent belly. In contrast, Elliot had hair, lacked beads, carried several bamboo tubes, and had no protruding belly. Mu Tao and the others were thoroughly awakened, feeling invigorated and reflecting on how refreshing a good sleep could be. Just as they finished speaking, another sound reminiscent of a sawing noise echoed. Chapter 71. My love has died. Everyone's gaze turned to Lewis, who had rolled over and continued to snore soundly. No matter how handsome a man may be, if he sleeps in a disheveled state, with hair resembling a bird's nest, eyes crusted with sleep, and mouth agape producing a series of grating snores, his beauty diminishes significantly. It also fostered a sense of disillusionment. The world fell into silence, and everyone remained mute. After a moment, Lewis's female fans erupted in excitement. Lewis's actions shattered my illusions about him. I was reminded of a renowned song from the medieval period, which now perfectly encapsulates my sentiment. What song, you ask? It is the Nocturne by Chopin, a tribute to my lost love, resonating like the night breeze. The sound of my heartbreak is hauntingly beautiful. My love has perished, and my heart lies in utter ruin. I wonder, does this not evoke a vivid imagery? To which the crowd responds, indeed, it is quite evocative. Yet, Sang Ning cannot comprehend why they did not realize that they had long been aware of his sleeping visage. It has been nearly half a month since the survival of the Wild Star. It is inconceivable that Lewis could have gone without slumber for such an extended period. This suggests that his female admirers must have witnessed his sleeping form before, and now, lamenting the demise of love seems rather belated. The audience responds, they have seen it. Yet he had not been in a deep sleep before. Even the slightest sound would rouse him from slumber. Sang Ning discerned the crux of the issue, and Mu Tao, too, grasped it. Mu Tao could not help but exclaim, "It appears we can indeed be individuals of unwavering trust." Luo Tianya regarded himself as a man of his word. He had firmly declared his intent to abandon Louis and turn against him without hesitation. With a cold demeanor, he mockingly stated, "You are mistaken. It is not that we are trustworthy, but rather that when true danger approaches, we can stand in the forefront to avert catastrophe." Wild creatures possess an acute sensitivity to peril, and Louis's overall prowess ranks among the finest in the Moikaz universe. Moreover, as the father of biological mecha, he commands a formidable biological mecha of his own. However, in the desolate realm of survival, mechs are prohibited, hence it is certain that Louis is devoid of such machinery. Nevertheless, his prowess is formidable enough to compel even the fiercest of wild creatures to retreat. As for the weakest among them, the primitive human, Sang Ning, she would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt of danger. With his gaze fixed upon Sang Ning, Luo Tianya spoke with gravity. Sang Ning's lips twitched slightly. She stood there perfectly well, wondering why she was being used as a comparison. With a sigh, she suggested, "Go awaken Louis. Who will call him?" "I can only say that Louis possesses a truly grand heart." Mo99 couldn't resist a sarcastic remark, swiftly making her way to Louis, exclaiming, "Old Lou, wake up. Use this." "All right." Mo99 readily accepted the task, while Clyde, hiding his prowess and reputation, assisted by handing her a branch, wore a confident smirk as if everything was within his control. Meanwhile, Mo99 began prodding Louis with the branch, repeatedly calling for him to awaken. This prodding persisted for 3 minutes, until the slumbering Louis, under the incessant disturbance of the branch, finally stirred, sitting up with bleary eyes. "Is it too much to ask for a bit of peace? Why must you all take such delight in my unrest?" He grumbled, his complaints relentless, akin to the lamentations of Xiang Lin's sister, causing Sang Ning and the others considerable irritation. Luo Tianya, his patience wearing thin, retorted, "Are you a pig? How can you sleep so soundly? Everyone else is awake, and yet here you lie and slumber. If you must sleep, at least do so quietly. Your snoring is intolerable." It was merely a snore. Louis, having fully awakened, found himself at a loss for words, incredulously questioning, "What's snoring? Who snores? How could a handsome man possibly snore? This is absurd. You are slandering me. My sleeping posture is impeccable. I never snore and do not toss and turn. I remain as I was when I fell asleep." He spoke with great indignation, asserting that jealousy was the root of their accusations. "Indeed," Luo Tianya nodded coolly, "we are indeed envious of you, particularly of the 2 prominent crusts at the corners of your eyes." Louis's expression darkened, utterly disbelieving. Yet, feeling something amiss, he surreptitiously touched the corners of his eyes, only to encounter an unfamiliar substance. His face transformed as dramatically as in a Sichuan opera performance. Sang Ning and the others watched him, eager to hear what he might say next. However, to their surprise, he quickly rubbed his face with both hands and, as if nothing had happened, walked over to a pile of stones, lifted a large rock, and declared, "It's getting late. Let us start building a house." Before his words could fully settle, he had already moved on with the boulder in hand. Sang Ning and the others were left speechless, as were the onlookers. Would you like to know the secret to motivate someone who is determined to live off others to take the initiative? It's quite simple. Just inform him that there is something unsightly at the corners of his eyes. It seems our handsome friend is rather concerned about his image. Indeed, he is quite the meticulous young man. Young man? If I recall correctly, Louis is nearly a century old this year. In an era where the average lifespan is 368 years, reaching 100 means he has barely traversed a third of life. Calling him a young man is hardly erroneous. Sang Ning inadvertently glanced at the barrage and swallowed hard. The vitality of people in this era was astonishing and somewhat terrifying. What was her lifespan? No, it seemed that this average life expectancy pertained to elite humans. If memory serves, the highest record for primitive humans was 200 years. Taking the E72 planet as an example, most individuals began to age rapidly after reaching the age of 120, transitioning from aging to death in as little as 3 months, or extending to 6 months at most. Sang Ning was unsure whether primitive humans on other planets enjoyed longer lives, as the original owner of her memories had not provided any insights on this matter. Nevertheless, this lifespan was quite substantial for Sang Ning. One must learn to be content, having previously lived only a few decades. Now being able to live over 100 years was, by all accounts, a gain for her, which was sufficient. due to the extension of her lifespan. Sang Ning felt quite cheerful and said to Mu Tao and the others, "You all continue with your tasks. I shall prepare breakfast. There is still time to freshen up before we eat." She wished to wash up now. Mu Tao and the others were accustomed to hard work, yet they were not used to starting without washing up first. Currently, there was no water. Look towards the 3 o'clock direction. A dazzling array of colorful barrage effects burst forth, overwhelming duo senses. Chapter 72. Alas, it is not a dating show. Before her was a small, orange and white fur ball, about the size of Sang Ning's palm, spherical in shape. Its tiny hands and feet were virtually invisible, and its large, bright eyes, along with its pink little nose and mouth, were entirely obscured by fur, as if it had no mouth or nose at all, though, in truth, it did. Unfazed by strangers, it was quite affectionate. Emmanuel took out the fluffy little creature and handed it to Sang Ning, who was instantly captivated as the tiny being reached out with its minuscule, nearly invisible hand and let out a soft chirp. Its big, glistening eyes gazed up at her, melting her heart with its adorable presence. Sang Ning, filled with delight, accepted the creature, while Emmanuel simply said, "Eat." The audience was taken aback, exclaiming at the sheer cuteness of such a delightful little being seeking food. Truly, Emmanuel had an eye for charm. It was hardly enough to fill a gap between teeth. Sang Ning, with a mix of emotions, placed the little fluff on her head, and the creature instinctively nestled there, transforming into a whimsical orange and white cap. Its large eyes squinted in contentment, and though it lacked a tail, one could imagine it swaying with the same ease as a cat would. Nonetheless, it was evident to everyone that this little fluff ball was thoroughly pleased to be perched atop Sang Ning's head. Emmanuel calmly remarked, "With care, it will grow." Then he proposed, "How about this? I will prepare other meats for you, and you let me take care of this little fluff." Emmanuel's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he agreed. "All right." Sang Ning, satisfied, waved her hand and declared, "You all go build the house. I will prepare the meal." Understood. With adhesive supplies depleted, Mu Tao set off to gather strong, sticky fern leaves, while Luo Tianya and Emmanuel went to dig for soil. Meanwhile, Louis and the others were laboriously moving stones and adjusting the framework. The wild chicken was slaughtered, and hot water was used to scald its feathers, a task suited for Fei Megluo. Meanwhile, Mo99 and Sang Ning busied themselves washing mushrooms and other ingredients. The fresh mushrooms proved challenging for Mo99 to clean, as they were still coated in dirt and roots, with their delicate caps easily torn if not handled with care. Sang Ning delicately employed a leaf adorned with fine barbs to gather the mushrooms, ensuring a gentle touch that spared the delicate flesh of the fungi, albeit requiring a certain finesse. As she meticulously brushed one mushroom after another, Mo99 watched with envy. "Ning Ning, it appears to be quite effortless." Upon hearing this, Sang Ning offered her a mushroom along with a leaf, encouraging her to give it a try. "All right," Mo99 replied, brimming with confidence, convinced that she could master the task. However, the disparity between her aspirations and the harshness of reality soon became apparent. Struggling to regulate her strength, she inadvertently snapped the stem before she could even put the leaf to proper use, leaving her with only the leaf. Yet, the leaf proved difficult to maneuver. After much effort, she finally grasped the technique, only to find that the cap remained unclean. To her dismay, the leaf also tore. After several attempts that left her drenched in sweat, Mo99, having failed to clean even a single mushroom, conceded defeat. "I can't manage this. I shall return to roasting yam." "You may go," Sang Ning replied, having savored roasted and boiled yams for quite some time. Mo99 had acquired the skills to prepare them herself. She departed with the washed yams, skillfully burying several in the fire and placing the remainder in a pot to boil. By the time her yams were ready, Sang Ning had thoroughly cleaned all the mushrooms, and the ingredients were meticulously prepared. The wild chicken, plucked by Fei Luoya, had been carved into pieces by Sang Ning. A generous portion of chicken fat was set aside, destined to be rendered into chicken oil. With 2 pots at her disposal, Sang Ning used one to concoct a wild chicken stew with mushrooms, while the remaining mushrooms were sautéed in the fragrant chicken oil. As the mushrooms glistened with a delicate sheen, the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the pot nearby prompted Monet to swallow hard and implore, "Ning Ning, may I have a taste?" "I want some too," chimed in Fei Luo, her eagerness palpable. With a smile, Sang Ning deftly picked a mushroom with her chopsticks, offering them a taste. The fresh mushrooms required little embellishment. A mere hint of minced ginger and a sprinkle of salt sufficed. Whether in a soup or simply stir-fried, The exquisite flavor of the mushrooms naturally emerged. It's absolutely delectable, even better than before. We can eat once the chicken is ready, Sang Ning remarked. Unfazed by their eager gazes, she carefully placed the wooden tray laden with mushrooms on the stone table. Meanwhile, the enticing aroma of the stewed chicken and mushrooms intensified, causing Mu Tao and the others to lose focus on their tasks, frequently glancing towards her direction, eagerly anticipating her call to dine. Their longing was palpable. After what felt like an eternity, at last, Sang Ning announced, "Dinner is served," prompting 6 men to surge towards her like untamed wild horses. Emmanuel, tall and athletic, skidded to a halt in front of the table, his eyes fixed intently on the wooden basin filled with the chicken and mushroom soup. A look of rapture crossing his face. Louis, renowned for his lackadaisical work ethic yet sharp sense of smell, wasted no time. He swiftly seized a wooden bowl and, with a flick of his wrist, filled it generously with a spoonful of chicken, mushrooms, and broth from the basin. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the large spoon in his hand, eagerly awaiting their turn to serve themselves. To their surprise, Louis presented a bowl brimming with wild chicken mushroom soup to Sang Ning. "Ning Ning, you've worked hard. You should eat first." Sang Ning hesitated. "Thank you." She extended her hand to accept the offering. Monai and the others thought, "This guy is quite clever. None of us anticipated letting Ning Ning eat first. As we usually partake together, what need is there for sentiment?" Emotions merely influence our Ning Ning as she deftly orchestrates several men to her will. I take great pleasure in watching them work. I too relish watching them toil. Yet my desire lies in savoring a bowl of that aromatic wild chicken mushroom soup. The fragrance is so enticing it almost drives me to distraction. "Ning Ning, please serve us a bowl as well, so we might virtually indulge ourselves." This was a special effects comment. Sang Ning paused. "Are you certain?" Chapter 73. Feigning illness. The virtual eating feature of the live streaming room is a most wondrous capability. Back in her original world, Sang Ning enjoyed watching eating broadcasts and often fantasized about how delightful it would be if she could virtually partake in them. Little did she expect that her past imaginings would manifest in this realm. This remarkable virtual eating function allows one to relish a variety of foods from every corner of the universe without ever leaving home. Whether cold, hot, sweet, salty, spicy, or raw, the sensations mirror the experience of actual consumption. However, virtual eating possesses a crucial drawback. It satisfies only the sensory experience, not the physical one. When not hungry, virtual eating serves merely as an embellishment. However, once one succumbs to the virtual indulgence of hunger, it becomes perilous. The craving intensifies, leading to an insatiable desire that gnaws at the very core of one's being. Sang Ning was uncertain how many viewers in the live stream were genuinely famished, and how many sought the virtual feast merely for sensory gratification. Yet, in deference to the audience's wishes, she resolved to acquiesce. Thus, Sang Ning reached out to procure a ladle to serve the viewers the wild chicken stew with mushrooms, but Mo99, quicker than her, seized the ladle first. "You eat, Ning Ning. I shall serve the audience," she proclaimed. Before her words had fully settled, she had already ladled a bowl of chicken soup into a wooden vessel. This was authentic chicken soup, devoid of any substance apart from the broth itself, not a trace of wild chicken meat or mushrooms to be found. Not even a chicken foot or head. It was a genuine representation of chicken soup. The entire bowl, aside from the surface glistening with oil and its overly translucent appearance, seemed rather unremarkable, were it not for the viewers witnessing Mo99 ladle the soup directly from the wooden basin. They might have mistaken it for a bowl of clear water with merely a few drops of oil. Gazing at this insipid bowl of chicken broth, the audience's sentiments were beyond description. Some, adhering to the notion that broth alone suffices in the absence of meat and mushrooms, took a sip and became enraptured by the soup, which seemed to encapsulate the essence of nature's delicacies. One sip followed another, and they found themselves unable to cease. Others, incensed by Mo99's perceived stinginess, felt their spirits rise, yet the exquisite chicken broth could not soothe their wounded hearts. Consequently, a barrage of critical comments flooded the screen, all denouncing Mo99 for her lack of humanity and consideration. However, Monet was utterly indifferent. Despite the considerable size of a single chicken, the number of diners far exceeded it, and among them were several gluttons. The mere fact that the audience could savor a taste of chicken soup was already a concession from their rations. As for desiring meat, well, there wouldn't even be a crack left for that. Not only did she remain unfazed, but she also fired back at the audience, bombarding them with a barrage of retorts. When you suggested she was inhumane, she boldly asserted that she was never a pure human. When you pointed out that her behavior was unwise and might incite hatred or even violence, she coldly invoked the laws regarding personal injury. Her eloquence was remarkable. She engaged in verbal duels without losing ground, compelling the audience to beg for mercy, pleading through the comments that they were scared. The Mo family watched with hearty laughter, with Mo's eldest brother Riley commenting on their fortune to be on a desolate planet. Had they been on the Central Star, she might have truly faced retribution. Mo's second brother reassured everyone, stating, "Rest assured, no one is foolish enough to provoke her, even on the Central Star. They would face arrest, at best, a fine or detention, at worst, sent to an energy star for mining. Only a fool would jeopardize their future over a petty verbal squabble." Mo's mother remarked coolly, "You all may jest, but there might indeed be such fools." This piqued the interest of the Mo family, their gazes intensely directed at their matriarch. Regardless of how advanced society becomes, how developed technology is, or how prosperous the economy may be, the curiosity of sentient beings remains unquenched, often leading them to set aside their affairs for mere gossip. At that moment, the Mo family embodied such a state of intrigue. Unbeknownst to all, Monet Nai, satiated and content, took the initiative to clean her dishes without needing any reminders from Sang Ning. She then joined Fei Ming Luoya in the collective effort of building houses. Louis, however, felt reluctant to participate, especially after the arrival of Monet Nai and Fei Ming Luoya. He feared that openly expressing his desire to sleep would likely result in a beating, not to mention the threat of Sang Ning depriving him of food. In a moment of desperation, a cunning idea struck him. He would feign illness. Oh dear! He clasped his stomach, crouching in apparent agony while emitting pitiful groans, drawing the attention of those nearby. "What's wrong?" Mu Tao was the first to approach. Startled to see his pale complexion and sweating forehead, she immediately reached out to check his temperature. "Goodness, why is your forehead so cold?" I'm fine, just," huff huff. Louis feigned a pained expression, his voice weak and intermittent. "I just have a bit of a stomachache. I need to rest." Emmanuel, frowning, spoke with a tone that suggested he was preparing for a confrontation rather than offering concern. Louis merely nodded, while his audience grew increasingly worried. "If you're feeling unwell, you should rest. Why are you suddenly experiencing a stomachache? Were you unwell from the diarrhea earlier?" Sang Ning scrutinized his face intently and, upon hearing the murmurs, knelt in front of him with a smile. "Does your stomach truly hurt that much?" As soon as those words were spoken, Louis felt a surge of wariness within him. He must have been quite convincing in his act. So why did Sang Ning inquire so? Had she sensed something amiss? His heart fluttered anxiously like a small kitten, yet he maintained a calm exterior, merely acknowledging her with a slight nod, though he was indeed in considerable pain. What does that mean? Can one discern his feigned illness by merely glancing at his hand? Louis's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? Can it truly be discerned?" "I cannot guarantee that it can be definitively seen." Sang Ning smiled, and upon hearing her voice, Louis felt a wave of relief wash over him as he promptly extended his right hand to her. Sang Ning accepted it, expertly placing her fingers at his pulse point. Her movements so practiced they suggested she had performed this countless times before, with a pulse of 4 beats per breath and 5 breaths per minute. If this pulse were to be considered abnormal, then there would be no such thing as a normal pulse in this world. Switch hands. The diagnosis from the pulse reading was consistent, and Sang Ning felt a sense of disbelief. Chapter 74. The indubitable pulse of death. She regarded Louis with a grave expression. "Your condition is quite serious." "What?" Louis was taken aback, echoing her words like a parrot. "Quite serious?" Mu Tao and the others immediately cast sympathetic glances in his direction, thinking that if Sang Ning's words held truth, yet another competitor would be eliminated from the contest. They, in turn, would soon have one less rival to contend with. To be frank, they felt a tinge of delight. Sang Ning continued earnestly. "Our ancestors possessed a discipline known as traditional Chinese medicine. You are aware of this, are you not?" The group nodded, fully cognizant of its significance. The historical records mention traditional Chinese medicine, and there exists a revered text called the Compendium of Materia Medica. Though this sacred tome has long been lost, leaving no trace of its wisdom to be found, traditional Chinese medicine, revered for its enchanting mystique, has left behind only fragments of its wisdom. Yet, in this present age, the specifics of its teachings remain largely unknown. The common perception of traditional Chinese medicine is merely that it possesses the capacity to heal ailments, though the methods remain shrouded in mystery. When Sang Ning mentioned traditional Chinese medicine, the ears of everyone present perked up in curiosity. Lewis, feeling a twinge of apprehension, murmured in acknowledgement, having heard of it before. Despite his discomfort, he feigned a groan, reluctant to abandon his charade of illness. Sang Ning scoffed inwardly, determined to address his pretense. Today, she would ensure he received proper treatment, or she would reverse her name as a jest. I shall refrain from elaborating on the profound intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine, but I will succinctly state that it can discern one's health status through the assessment of their pulse, identifying the presence and location of ailments. Based on my recent examination, I can assert with certainty that your pulse is weak, fluctuating between presence and absence, a condition known as the boiling cauldron pulse, typically resulting from the ingestion of toxins that disrupt the body's electrolyte balance. In simpler terms, you are indeed poisoned, and the prognosis is grave. The crowd gasped. Lewis, bewildered, protested, poisoned? As he spoke, he reached to examine his wristband. Sang Ning, you claim I am poisoned. You are not, Lewis insisted. I consumed the same food as all of you. It stands to reason that if you are unharmed, I cannot be afflicted. Yet you are experiencing abdominal pain. Enough with your denial. Poisoning is a serious matter. Cease your stubbornness. Monet and the others were also concerned for Lewis's safety. Even Lewis's supervisor, unable to remain composed, inquired whether he truly needed a medical robot. He reassured Lewis that requesting a medical robot did not imply withdrawal from the competition. As long as he could endure the pain following the poisoning, he would be able to continue competing once the robot treated him. Lewis, feeling numb and expressionless, replied, I appreciate your concern, but I do not require a medical robot. I am truly not poisoned. It is Sang Ning's diagnosis that is flawed. My diagnosis is accurate. Sang Ning, displeased, retorted, You are indeed not poisoned. I was merely deceiving you. Your pulse is as normal as it could possibly be. What do you mean? Now it was Monet and the others who felt uncomfortable, as all eyes were fixed on Sang Ning. With a scoff and a cold smile, she declared, Lewis is not poisoned. He is merely feigning stomach pain. To be frank, with his pulse, he is robust enough to single-handedly fell a bull. Everyone turned to Lewis, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from the crowd, looking at the sky and the ground, refusing to meet their eyes. It was so glaringly obvious that if Monet and the others failed to see it, they would truly be foolish. Anger surged among the crowd. Even his audience perceived a lack of integrity in his character. If you do not wish to work, you can simply say so. Why feign illness? Mu Tao's face flushed with anger as she scolded. I once regarded you as an idol. How utterly disappointing you are. We do not need a teammate like you. We can tolerate a teammate who is unwilling to work, but we cannot abide one who deceives us to avoid labor. Even Clyde, who is usually known for his good temper, lost his composure, let alone the inherently irritable Monet and others. In an instant, Lewis became the target of collective ire. This outcome was entirely unexpected for him. He merely sought a moment of respite after toiling all morning moving stones, feeling quite fatigued. He had not anticipated that Sang Ning would see through his ruse of feigning a stomachache. Listening to the chorus of reproaches directed at him, he understood that he had indeed incurred the wrath of many. Rather than attempting to defend himself, he chose to wait until their admonishments subsided before sincerely apologizing. I am sorry I was wrong. I neglected the fact that we are now a team and overlooked the bond we share as teammates. He was interrupted by Mu Tao, who remarked, We haven't even established that bond yet. Considering how little time we've spent together, speaking of camaraderie feels rather insincere. When I heard from Sang Ning that you were poisoned, our concern for you was genuine, and you truly owe us an apology for disregarding our sincerity. Lewis bowed once more in contrition. I apologize. I do not seek your forgiveness this time, but please do not expel me from the team. I vow that I will no longer be lazy and only think of enjoyment without contributing. The group turned to Sang Ning, who rolled her eyes and said, What are you looking at me for? I won't make the decision unilaterally regarding Lewis's fate. Let's hold a meeting. Let the majority rule. Those in favor of him staying, raise your hands. Those against, do not. Before she could finish, hands shot up in unison, including Lewis's own. The only one who did not raise a hand was Sang Ning. She looked puzzled at Mu Tao, saying, You seemed quite upset just now. I thought you would prefer to have one less team member. I was indeed upset, but I never intended to dismiss Lewis, Mu Tao replied earnestly. His craftsmanship is exceptional. Don't you still need several beds, as well as tables, chairs, and cabinets? Let him work. If he does poorly, we can simply withhold food. Lewis, fine. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. For the sake of the steaming meal prepared by Sang Ning, he endured. Moreover, manual labor was his forte. So assisting Sang Ning in making furniture seemed quite agreeable. I am more than willing to help Sang Ning with the handiwork. The audience could not help but murmur in admiration. Indeed, Louis was a loyal companion, adaptable and resourceful. Sang Ning turned to Mo Nai Nai and the others, asking once more, "Are you certain you wish to keep Louis?" "Absolutely, he can work," Mo Nai Nai replied candidly. While Fei Ming, Luoya, and the others nodded in agreement, tears welled up in Louis's eyes, realizing that he was merely a tool for labor. Chapter 75. The end and the beginning. The tool Louis, having incurred the wrath of the crowd, had become entirely submissive, diligently attending to his tasks. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, who had been waiting in the live broadcast room, finally witnessed the door of laboratory number 2 swing open. The first to emerge was his direct professor, Professor Huang. Upon seeing him, Zhou Chun immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Professor, we made a mistake with the apple." "What?" With a mind clouded by thoughts of newly discovered species genes, Professor Huang emerged from the laboratory, his expression perplexed. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by we made a mistake with the apple?" The crowd gazed at him in confusion as Zhou Qinyang succinctly recounted the series of events. Upon realizing that their understanding of an apple was flawed, mistaking it for a creature known as a durian, the professor and everyone present experienced a moment of astonishment. "Is this accurate?" the professor inquired anxiously. Zhou shook his head, indicating that certainty had not yet been attained, but that Sang Ning hailed from planet E72. "What of planet E72? A senior brother could not help but interject. "Aside from its poverty, there seems to be little else of note. What significance does Sang Ning's origin hold?" "Who is Sang Ning?" another queried. "That name sounds feminine. Is she your girlfriend?" The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere shifted, and curiosity about his romantic life surged among the crowd. Zhou Qinyang felt exasperated and hopeless. "Teachers, esteemed seniors, your focus has strayed. We are discussing our misunderstanding regarding apples," he sighed. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that E72 was once humanity's mother planet, water blue star, and Sang Ning had grown up immersed in human history. The inhabitants of E72 possessed a wealth of lost cultures and technologies, including traditional Chinese medicine. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Professor Huang pressed on. "What did you say?" "Sang Ning practices ancient medicine. It is traditional Chinese medicine," Zhou clarified. "She can take pulses, is knowledgeable about various plants, and understands the anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties of plants like dandelions, among others." Zhou Chun is a devoted viewer of the Survival on the Wasteland series. Since he can remember, this event, held every 4 years, has served as his spiritual sustenance. He delights in watching contestants struggle to survive on the desolate wasteland, stripped of modern conveniences, and is captivated by the extraordinary and unseen flora that thrives in such an environment. His decision to pursue a major in botany is largely influenced by his fascination with the peculiar plants showcased in the series. He harbors an aspiration to traverse every wasteland in the Moikaz universe after completing his studies, collecting and documenting species that remain unrecorded in botanical compendiums. With the commencement of this season's Survival on the Wasteland, he possesses 2 objectives: to witness the contestants' trials and tribulations in survival, and to observe through their lenses for any potential new species. Indeed, new specimens have been discovered, challenging previously held beliefs. The individual making this revelation is Sang Ning, who hails from the human home planet, Aqua Blue, and is a direct descendant of the pioneering Sang family. It is hard to believe that the Sang family lacks ancient texts or similar artifacts, which only adds to the significance of his findings. Professor Huang and the others are taken aback. It is astonishing to learn that ancient medical knowledge, nearly lost to time, still exists in this world. However, as they are not specialists in medicine, their interest in ancient healing practices is limited. Their primary concern now is to ascertain the true nature of the apple. Is it possible to engage directly with Sang Ning? Indeed. Zhou Chen nods and gestures towards Sang Ning's live stream, indicating that by entering her broadcast and sending special effect comments, they can communicate with her. "You all carry on with your tasks. Xiao Zhou and I will head to the office." Then, an elderly man and a young boy entered Sang Ning's live streaming room. At that moment, Sang Ning was busy constructing a bed alongside Louis. Having already crafted a bed, he was quite adept at creating a second one. Sang Ning was not particularly an effective teacher and lacked the ability to instruct students. Yet Louis possessed the qualities that every educator cherishes: Not only was he quick to comprehend, but he also excelled at drawing inferences from one concept to another. Moreover, his craftsmanship was extraordinary. He truly relished working with his hands. This was also the reason he initially hesitated to pursue conventional mechas and instead dedicated himself to the intricacies of biological mechas. The materials and components used in biological mechas were distinct from all other mecha models available, rendering it impossible to find a model that aligned with his ideal vision. Conventional mechas were produced on assembly lines, with existing equipment capable solely of manufacturing the parts required for standard mechas. The components for biological mechas could not be manufactured unless the production lines were modified, which was an impractical endeavor. Mechas were designed for mass production, with all models categorized into military and civilian versions. Military mechas were manufactured by state-owned defense enterprises, while civilian models were produced by several large conglomerates in the high-precision industry. Neither defense enterprises nor private high-precision industries would undertake the modification of production lines for products that could not achieve mass production. The crux of the matter was that the manufacturing of a single mecha required a multitude of component types, meaning that even if these industries were willing to adapt a production line for his biological mecha, it would be futile. Such a modification would necessitate changes to several lines, resulting in a guaranteed financial loss, an endeavor that no sensible individual would pursue. Hence, the only viable option remained manual crafting. Crafting mechs by hand is no trivial endeavor. While larger components are relatively manageable, the intricacies of the finer parts can be quite troublesome. Yet, Lewis finds no inconvenience in this. Rather, he relishes the process. Upon the successful completion of his first biological mech, which took him 5 years of meticulous refinement, an indescribable sense of fulfillment enveloped him, filling him with joy and happiness. Subsequently, he constructed a second, a third, and even a seventh biological mech, completely falling in love with the art of craftsmanship. The distinction between woodworking and the creation of mechs is considerable, yet it matters not. Lewis harbors a keen interest in all forms of manual labor. This passion has led him to acquire the skill of making mortises and tenons in wood. Initially, his lack of proficiency resulted in a sluggish pace, and he struggled to achieve a perfect fit between the mortise and tenon. After a series of 4 or 5 errors, he finally succeeded in achieving a flawless connection, and his speed improved significantly. Witnessing this progress, Sang Ning couldn't help but reflect on the fact that, in this world, some individuals begin where others conclude. For instance, her journey culminates at the point where Lewis's begins. Chapter 76. Natural mutation. Lewis's fans observe him as if he has been rejuvenated, his face glowing with a vibrant light as he diligently works with wood, rendering them speechless. While it is indeed a joyous occasion that the handsome man is no longer preoccupied with seeking an easy life and aspires to rise, dear, could you at least lift your head to acknowledge your mother? Upstairs, did you not previously claim to be Lewis's wife? How has it transformed into mother in just a few days? I can understand. With a husband like Lewis, it's challenging to lead. But being a son is an entirely different matter. That's manageable. Male fans are left bewildered. How is being a son any easier to manage? According to this reasoning, could I perhaps be Lewis's father? A splendid idea. It is thus decided that from this day forth, I shall be Lewis's father. Why should I allow someone else to claim my son? Lewis is undeniably my own child. The screen was flooded with comments proclaiming Lewis as their own offspring, leaving his biological parents in silent contemplation. Their son had participated in a survival game, leading to an array of claims regarding parentage, a matter that surely bewildered them. Nevertheless, they thought it best to let the audience revel in their fantasies, for after all, it was merely fiction. Unbeknownst to his parents' sentiments, Lewis had become engrossed in woodworking, tirelessly transitioning from one piece of wood to another, seamlessly shifting from planks to posts, with no material he deemed unworthy of his craft. Observing this, Sang Ning entrusted him with the task of carving wood while she took the finished pieces to assemble them. Suddenly, a dazzling special effect comment appeared. I do not understand why you refer to durians as apples, nor why you have continued this for so long. Yet, apples do not resemble this at all. They are neither spiky nor of such a large size. With that, Sang Ning approached the shed, bending down to retrieve an apple from the basket, one that she had picked earlier in the morning but had yet to taste. This, she declared, is an apple. However, she expressed her confusion, stating, "Yet this apple is not entirely authentic. The tree from which I picked the apples is a banana tree. It should bear bananas, not apples. Yet, strangely, it produced apples instead." So the tree from which you harvested apples is a different species from the fruit it bears? Sang Ning nodded, her thoughts in disarray, while the audience's imagination soared. Thus, it appears that the banana tree has strayed and given birth to apple offspring. It is conceivable that the apple may have strayed from its natural path with the banana. However, due to the apple's robust genetics, the progeny inherited its lineage. Why does no one consider the possibility of mutation? Plants are not sentient beings. They are far removed from primitive organisms, lacking the intricate web of conflicts and emotions. Let us simplify our thoughts. It might merely be a case of pure mutation. Sang Ning found amusement in the fact that the intellectual beings of this world can entertain ideas that rival those of humanity in her own realm. Their imagination knows no bounds. At that moment, Professor Huang, representing the Plant Research Center, sent forth a query via a special effects barrage. Could you please elucidate the specific appearances of the apple and durian trees? With a smile, Sang Ning responded affirmatively. She elaborated, the apple tree is a deciduous tree, classified among the angiosperms. The durian, on the other hand, belongs to the Malvaceae family, a giant tropical evergreen tree. After detailing the characteristics of both fruit trees, she added, apples and durians are entirely distinct species. Beyond this, I must assert that your understanding of apples is undoubtedly flawed. Alas, after listening to Ning Ning's enlightening discourse, I sense a paradigm shift is imminent within the plant kingdom. I now harbor a dreadful suspicion. Have we erred with merely one species of plant? Might there be countless others misidentified beyond our awareness? Even if we have made mistakes, it is of little consequence. It does not fundamentally alter anything. Incorrect. While the misidentification of one or two species may have negligible impact, either we accept our errors or make amendments should the number of erroneous plants become excessive. It would disrupt the entire botanical realm. The shimmering special effects barrage from the Plant Research Center once again dominates the screen. Thank you, Miss Sang Ning, for your correction. We shall verify and rectify the confusion regarding the identities of the apple and the durian immediately. If indeed there has been an error, we shall reward Miss Sang Ning handsomely. Miss Sang Ning replied that it was unnecessary, while Monet and others, who also noticed the special effects barrage entering the live broadcast, inquired about apples while working. Ning Ning, have you ever seen an apple tree? Naturally, she had, in her native world. Apple trees were not the rare and highly protected species one might imagine. As a common fruit, the apple is considered an economical fruit tree, cultivated in numerous provinces. She had not only seen them but had also gone apple picking in an orchard. However, she could not express this, so she replied, I have watched a video about the harvest of fruit farmers, which featured apples in one episode, and I have also seen photographs of apple trees. One viewer could not contain themselves and sent a message, have you seen durians too? Sang Ning acknowledged, noting that she had encountered them around the same time as apples. Strange, I've also seen bananas, pears, strawberries, and more. Professor Huang, who had been preparing to log off, suddenly brightened and sent a special effects barrage. Is it the lychee from the poem about the beauty riding in the dust, unknown to all? Sang Ning responded, confused, no, I clearly mentioned pears, not lychees. Why would the Plant Research Center interpret it as lychees? It is pears, not lychees. However, I have seen lychees as well. Curiously, she then asked, are there no lychees? To her astonishment, Professor Huang expressed his sorrow, stating, yes, but the lychee has undergone mutations. It now appears like this. As he spoke, he uploaded several images and a video. Upon opening them, Sang Ning was nearly taken aback. The mutations were indeed alarming. Had the images and videos not labeled the tree species in their respective numbers, she would never have recognized this as a lychee tree in reality. As for the lychees, there were none to be found. Instead, the tree was laden with small, unripe fruits, each no larger than a newborn's fingernail. Even when they grew, they merely reached the size of 2 tiny fingernails. Once the shell was removed, there was hardly any flesh, only a single seed remained. Sang Ning furrowed her brow, pondering whether this lychee tree had mutated naturally or through genetic manipulation. Natural mutation, Professor Huang responded without hesitation, sending a message through his mind input device. Initially, the lychee tree was normal, but over time, it evolved, undergoing generations of mutations to become what it is today. Chapter 77, I say, you act. Sang Ning immediately understood, implying that no recent generations had tasted lychee. It has been over 1,000 years. No one knows what lychee originally looked like or how it tasted. It was rather tragic that in this advanced interstellar age, even lychee was unattainable. Sang Ning felt a twinge of sadness. She adored lychees. Had she ever searched extensively? Perhaps there were still places where unmutated liches existed. Sang Ning proposed earnestly, leaving the audience speechless, while Professor Huang sighed. Having searched thoroughly, no results have emerged thus far. It seems there is truly no solution. Professor Huang has gone to verify the true identities of the apple and the durian. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the audience in the live stream, Sang Ning returned to her work. With the addition of seasonings, the variety of seafood dishes expanded. Steaming, boiling, and grilling became viable options. However, the absence of white rice was a disappointment, as relying on yam as a staple daily had grown tiresome. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, or corn would suffice as alternatives. While Mu Tao and the others enjoyed their meals with great relish, Sang Ning found her food lacking in flavor. As she savored the char-grilled conch, Fei Mangloya noticed her demeanor and inquired, "Ning Ning, what's the matter? Are you lacking in appetite?" Sang Ning replied with a slight nod. "I long for rice." "The rice made from grains?" Clyde asked. Sang Ning's eyes lit up at once. "Yes, precisely that. Sleep well tonight, and in your dreams. There will be everything, including rice. You can indulge in it however you wish." Was this meant to be comforting? It certainly felt like an invitation to violence. It's confirmed. The Great Peach is destined to be alone. Even if it's not destined, with his emotional intelligence, it would be a farce for him to find a partner. His emotional intelligence is indeed low. It would be better for him to remain silent. Actually, it's not too bad. The Great Peach has this straightforward personality, quite blunt. The exceedingly blunt Mu Tao was about to speak again, but upon noticing Sang Ning's dismal expression, Bu Luo Tianya swiftly offered her a piece of boiled octopus, urging her to take a bite. Mu Tao's reaction was one of profound dissatisfaction. "If you must feed me, at least dip the food in some sauce before shoving it into my mouth. To present it to me in such a bland manner, without any consideration for my tastes, is quite thoughtless." Luo Tianya found his irritation amusing, remarking that someone like him was hardly worth the concern, for he simply did not merit it. He then turned to Sang Ning, stating, "Is it not merely rice? Fear not. Once we have constructed our home and settled in, we shall venture forth to seek wild rice and rami, those essentials you require. What do you think?" Before Sang Ning could respond, Clyde interjected, "I know where to find wild rice." The surprise struck her so abruptly that she was momentarily rendered speechless. "There's wild rice?" she stammered. "Indeed, a substantial expanse," Clyde affirmed. Sang Ning sprang to her feet, inquiring, "Where? How far from here?" "Over 100 kilometers, Clyde replied. "At your pace, it would likely take you a day and night to reach." Such an assessment underestimated her capabilities, though her skills were not on par with theirs. It was a fact that martial practitioners were not typically so slow. "I am quite swift," she asserted earnestly. However, no one believed her. Emmanuel eagerly volunteered, "Let me go. At full speed, I can run at approximately 80 kilometers per hour." The implication was clear. A distance of over 100 kilometers would be a mere few hours for him, but an arduous journey for Sang Ning. 80 kilometers per hour? Sang Ning gasped. Goodness, that speed was comparable to the automobiles of her original world. Indeed, it is time for a change. Monet furrowed her brow. A look of deep concern etched upon her face. "Surely, we cannot be expected to shell them by hand, can we? That would be excessive." Sang Ning chuckled, suggesting, "The threshing process is simple. We could construct a threshing machine." All eyes turned towards Louis, who was immersed in his meal. Sensing the intense gazes of those around him, he lifted his head. "Old Louis, can you build a threshing machine?" he was asked. "I am an armorer," Louis asserted emphatically. Famengluo nodded in understanding, noticing the smile playing on his lips, and pressed further. "So, can you, or can you not build a threshing machine?" Louis, agitated, replied, "I have already stated that I am an armorer. I can only forge mechs. What on earth is a threshing machine? This is the first time I have even heard of it. If I could construct one, that would indeed be a cause for concern." Luo Xianya scoffed. "Just admit you can't do it instead of rambling on." The audience had their own comments to make. As a barrage of special effects and comments flooded in, "You speak as if you could indeed build one. Why not do some research and see if there are any records of a threshing machine? If there are no records, who can say if Sang Ning's notion of a threshing machine is even real?" "I cannot," Sang Ning clarified. "I am not omnipotent. I know of threshing machines, have seen pictures of them, and am familiar with their construction and operational principles. However, to expect me to create one on the spot is simply beyond my capabilities." Everyone was left in stunned silence, and Louis, in disbelief, remarked, "It was you who suggested building a threshing machine." "Indeed." Sang Ning nodded. "I said, you shall endeavor. If once you fail, try again, And if twice, thrice, or countless times, learn from your failures, and success will surely follow. Lewis, inwardly vexed, realized that Sang Ning had set her sights on him, intending to utilize him as a mere tool. His gaze fell upon the stone table adorned with a plethora of sumptuous dishes, and he sighed internally, donning a pitifully forced smile as he replied, "You are absolutely right. If one attempt fails, there will be many more. Surely one will succeed, and once we achieve success, it means we shall have ample rice to eat. A most fortunate outcome." "Very well," Emmanuel nodded and addressed Sang Ning. "I shall depart after a hearty meal." Sang Ning acknowledged with a sound of agreement, when suddenly, Elliot spoke up with a hint of melancholy. "You all seem to have overlooked a crucial matter." "What matter?" "We have not inquired about the precise location of the wild rice." Chapter 78. Utterly unsightly, the group turned their attention to Clyde, who promptly provided the location of the wild rice with alacrity, utilizing the live stream's positioning feature to ascertain the coordinates. Consequently, after satisfying his hunger, Emmanuel departed with unwavering determination towards the specified coordinates. Observing his retreating figure, Elliot remained silent for a considerable time before questioning Sang Ning. Ning. "Aside from staple foods that fill one's belly, is there anything else that can satiate hunger and endure it?" Sang Ning, engaged in assembling a bed frame, paused momentarily and replied, "Did you not feel full? I am aware of your substantial appetites, hence I prepared more than enough." It was Emmanuel who struggled with hunger, as his metabolism was swift. "Indeed, my metabolism is quite rapid," Clyde interjected. Monet let out a dismissive sound, referring to a group of gluttons. Mu Tao retorted, "As if you are not one of them. If you possess the capability, try matching Ning Ning's appetite before casting aspersions upon us." As for Monet, she truly lacked the ability, primarily because Sang Ning consumed an alarmingly meager amount. Aside from a few diminutive races characterized by their petite frames and naturally low appetites, it could be stated that the offspring of many intelligent races within the Moika universe eat far more than she does. With an appetite akin to Sang Ning's, she would surely starve. Confronted with this reality, Monet opted for silence to avoid further confrontation with Mu Tao. Sang Ning disregarded their banter and, with a furrowed brow, hesitated to ask, "Have you ever undergone an examination to determine if your rapid hunger is merely a physiological trait rather than a sign of illness?" "I am not ill," Elliot replied. "It is simply a matter of having a fast metabolism." "That simplifies things," Sang Ning smiled, stating, "When hungry, one should eat." "That sounds splendid." Mu Tao was the first to respond, then leaned in to inquire, Ning, "What snacks and treats do you plan to prepare?" Sang Ning, unwilling to provide a definitive answer, left Mu Tao and the others with no choice but to return to their tasks. Sang Ning and Lewis were equally industrious, one assembling a bed frame while the other diligently carved wooden panels adorned with grotesque and abstract designs that were nearly unrecognizable. Sang Ning often found herself grateful for the bed she had constructed earlier. Otherwise, the sight of such garish and glaringly unattractive carvings before bedtime would surely dampen her spirits and consequently disrupt her sleep. "This is exceedingly unsightly," she spoke candidly, and Lewis responded with a thoughtful hum, suggesting that once he became more adept, he would refine his work to eliminate its unsightliness. "Then do your best," she encouraged. Indeed, a skilled craftsman could transform an utterly hideous flawed piece into a magnificent work of art. However, considering Lewis's current lack of proficiency, achieving such mastery would require considerable time. His natural talent certainly played a role. Otherwise, one with lesser aptitude might toil for a lifetime without improvement. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Sang Ning held an unwavering confidence in Lewis. Oblivious to her perception of him, Lewis scrutinized his creation in silence, ultimately acknowledging its profound lack of beauty, so much so that it was difficult for him to bear. With a resigned sigh, he set aside the grotesquely carved board and picked up another piece to continue crafting slots and other features. There was no rush to perfect the carving. He could always return to it once the primary tasks were completed. For now, his immediate priority was constructing a bed. He was tired of sleeping on the hard, unyielding ground. Everyone was diligently engaged in their work, with not a soul idling. The onlookers were thoroughly captivated. There was an indescribable sensation in the air. Despite the busyness and only occasional exchanges of words, the atmosphere among them felt remarkably harmonious. There was no bickering or mischief. All were laboring for the sake of their homes and furniture, highlighting the significance of a stable household. Nina had even learned to weave, and Sang Ning found herself wishing to acquire the skill as well. Mo99 was busy cutting vines to weave baskets, primarily due to a shortage. With Sang Ning preoccupied with furniture making, Mo99 felt capable enough to experiment on her own, although it was quite unfamiliar to her, and she frequently forgot the steps. She sought Sang Ning's guidance whenever she faced difficulties. Under Sang Ning's patient tutelage, she gradually made progress. At this moment, Emmanuel had arrived at his destination. Before his eyes lay a field of golden splendor, filled with a plant reminiscent of rice, characterized by its robust and towering stalks, crowned with majestic ears. These ears, burdened by gravity, bent low, and as the wind swept through, waves of gold began to undulate. Yet, this was not rice, if memory served him correctly. Rice did not appear in such a manner. Emmanuel furrowed his brow as he grasped one of these rice-like plants, observing it intently for a while before deciding to pluck its ear. He then peeled away a few grains, removing the outer husk to reveal kernels the size of sunflower seeds, not white, but rather a pale hue tinged with yellow. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled the plant's distinctive fragrance, which enveloped him. He tossed one into his mouth, biting down, and the plant's aroma filled his mouth. However, Emmanuel's brow tightened, and he spat out the contents. The audience reacted with curiosity, wondering, what's wrong? Isn't this rice? It seems to be growing quite well, similar to that cultivated on agricultural planets. Why does Emmanuel appear so disdainful? Perhaps he doesn't like rice? Why not just ask him? Thus, the barrage of comments commenced. Emmanuel, do you dislike rice? No, I enjoy rice very much. Emmanuel refuted the audience's assumption. This left them puzzled. If he did not detest it, why the grimace? Upon questioning, Emmanuel suddenly sighed. This is not rice. Despite its striking resemblance and the presence of ears, the texture was distinctly different. The sensation upon biting was indescribable and far less palatable than that of true rice. Have you ever tasted raw rice grains? In my youthful ignorance, driven by curiosity, I once consumed uncooked rice. The crowd suddenly comprehended, realizing the source of my peculiar behavior. At that moment, a shimmering barrage of comments appeared. Emmanuel, have you considered that this is wild rice, not the genetically optimized and carefully cultivated variety? It is entirely reasonable to differentiate between pure wild grains and those that have been genetically modified. Emmanuel pondered for a few moments and found the argument compelling. This revelation brightened Emmanuel's eyes. Yam is not difficult to enjoy. For Emmanuel and his companions, who had recently joined, yam was a delightful novelty, still far from tiresome. However, accustomed as they were to staple foods and nutrient solutions, yam never quite satiated their hunger. It was evident that even after feeling full, hunger would return swiftly, whereas rice and nutrient solutions provided more enduring sustenance. Chapter 79. Then let us spar. This is not rice, it is wheat. A radiant smile spread across Sang Ning's face upon tasting a raw wheat grain. The quality of the wheat was exceptional. We could certainly change our staple food. Sang Ning had never encountered wild wheat, having only seen cultivated varieties. Thus, she felt unqualified to comment on wild grains. The heavy ears of wheat, plump grains, and the distinctive fragrance of the raw grains were enticing. When ground into flour, they could be transformed into delightful dishes. Sang Ning swallowed hard, contemplating the merits of such a staple. Observing Sang Ning consume raw wheat, Fei Ming Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How superior could it be? Was it truly more delectable than yam or rice? As these words were uttered, all eyes turned fervently towards Sang Ning, and the audience in several live-streaming rooms brimmed with anticipation. How to articulate this matter? The essence of taste does not solely rely on the ingredients, which are fairly similar. Rather, it is a matter of personal palate and the culinary expertise of the cook. At this juncture, Sang Ning expressed her bewilderment, remarking that the expressions on their faces suggested a rather superficial understanding of wheat. To say their understanding was lacking would be an understatement. In truth, no one recognized wheat, mistaking it instead for merely a substitute or variant of rice. Yet, this was genuine wheat, characterized by its robust stalks, heavy ears, and plump grains, surpassing even the quality of the artificially cultivated wheat from her original world. Wheat, Emmanuel mused, furrowing his brow. There is no record of wheat in the botanical compendium. Instead, it is classified as a derivative of rice. In other words, the Plant Research Center has misidentified wheat as a variant of rice. Emmanuel was correct. The world was familiar only with rice and remained oblivious to wheat. Elliot interjected, stating that while there are numerous derivatives of rice, the only variety consumed in the marketplace is the authentic rice itself, with no agricultural star cultivating other derivative varieties. He then turned to Sang Ning and inquired, "Is wheat delicious? How is it prepared? Is it steamed like rice with added water?" Sang Ning revealed a subtle smile upon hearing the question. The myriad ways to consume wheat are truly astonishing. The flour derived from wheat can give rise to countless varieties of culinary creations. To elaborate on this would require several hours, so I shall refrain from doing so. You will comprehend it once the dishes are prepared. Lewis swallowed hard, inquiring if wheat could be part of their dinner. Unfortunately, it cannot. Sang Ning handed him a wheat ear, saying, "Well then, Lewis, the prospect of savoring hundreds of varieties of pasta hinges upon your ability to construct a thresher." Lewis felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He accepted the wheat ear, his face contorted in dismay. "But I've never even seen a thresher," he lamented. It seemed rather presumptuous to expect him to create something he had never laid eyes upon. "I have seen one. I can sketch it out and explain the principles of its operation to you." "Very well, for the sake of our appetites, let us give it a try." Thus, for dinner, Sang Ning hastily prepared a modest meal to satisfy their hunger, while Mu Tao and the others assembled the second bed. As Sang Ning and Lewis meticulously examined the drawings she had created, engaged in a detailed discussion, Mu Tao and the others were embroiled in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the ownership of the bed. After Lewis and Sang Ning faced repeated failures, they finally managed to gather several essential components. Meanwhile, the ownership of the bed was ultimately resolved through their game. The solid wood bed, measuring 2.5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, could comfortably accommodate 3 women, but for men, it would be a tight fit for 2. And 3 would require them to huddle together closely. In the end, the bed was allocated to both Emmanuel and Elliot. These two harbored mutual disdain, yet also cared for each other. At their best, they were like true brothers, but at their worst, they wished for each other's demise. Others' training either involved individual practice, or if they practiced together, they would hold back and exercise restraint. These two were different. Sang Ning had witnessed their sparring sessions, which were characterized by attacks on vulnerable areas with no reservations and all-out efforts. Emmanuel and Elliot were averse to sharing a bed. "Elliot, you should sleep on the floor as you did yesterday," Emmanuel suggested. "Impossible," Emmanuel retorted. "I emerged victorious, so I should have the bed while you sleep on the floor." Elliot scoffed, his face etched with mockery. "It's not as if I didn't win," he retorted. He said in exasperation, "Either I sleep on the bed and you sleep on the floor, or we can have a fight, and the winner gets the bed." "Then let's fight," Emmanuel declared decisively. Mu Tao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly interjected, "Don't fight. You can actually sleep together. This bed is quite large and can accommodate both of you." "You don't understand," Emmanuel said, pushing him aside and heading towards another direction on the mountaintop. Elliot immediately followed. Monet and the others excitedly trailed behind to watch the spectacle. Mu Tao tried to dissuade them for a long time, but was unable to stop them. When he saw the two of them collide without a word and then attack each other mercilessly, he was beside himself with frustration. Helpless, he thought. "My rebellious children are beyond my control. I need to find someone who can manage them. Keep a watchful eye on them, lest their tempers ignite." Mu Tao exclaimed to Morna and the others before scurrying to stand beside Sang, who was engrossed in a discussion with Lewis about the dimensions of the threshing machine. "Sang, Iman and Ali have come to blows. You must intervene at once and pacify them." "Let them contend," Sang replied, her gaze fixed on the measurements Lewis had amended. "Are you certain this configuration is viable? I fear the power may be insufficient to drive the central shaft." "Have no fear, it shall be more than adequate," Lewis asserted confidently. "Say for yourself, we are all paragons of strength. Bearing a central shaft is a mere trifle, though it may prove somewhat laborious and taxing. Since Aman and Ali are so replete with energy that they must resort to fisticuffs to expend their surplus, tasking them with bearing the central shaft is most fitting." "Sang, are you truly going to disregard this?" Mu Tao persisted, still hoping to persuade Sang to intervene. "Begin," Lewis said, reaching for his tools. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "The firelight is too dim. Should we work through the night, we must devise a lamp, or our speed and efficiency will be greatly compromised." Sang paused, then said, "That falls to you. I am not adept at crafting lamps, and more crucially, do we possess the necessary equipment?" "Indeed," Lewis replied, casting a somewhat ambiguous glance at the trove of equipment they had unearthed. "Among them are several items that could be fashioned into a lamp." "Then fashion a lamp," Sang declared decisively. "I shall procure some timber in the meantime." Lewis assented with a hum, and the two of them launched into their respective tasks. Emmanuel and Elliot are still engaged in their match, while their live stream audience is fervently cheering. Monet and her companions are thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, as are their viewers. The only exception is the trio of Sang Ning, Louis, and the ever-present Mu Tao, whose audience watches them with keen interest. Ever since I rooted myself in Sang Ning's live stream, I have not only acquired knowledge but also witnessed the long-lost craftsmanship of woodworking and weaving that has faded from human history. I can now proudly tell my mother that her child has become well-versed in various subjects, dispelling her daily lamentations about my idleness and lack of ambition. I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of the threshing machine. Perhaps it may fail. Failure is inconsequential. No one's success is achieved without struggle. Only the chosen ones attain immediate success. While Louis undoubtedly fits this description, Sang Ning does not. Her persona does not align with that of a fated champion. And I can accept her setbacks. That is not the case upstairs. When has Sang Ning ever had a persona? If memory serves me right, you all initially wished for her demise. How malicious. As this comment appears, a significant portion of the audience in Sang Ning's live stream becomes incensed. Let us not dredge up the past. Can you all behave like decent individuals? Not likely. You dared to speak then, so why fear my words now? Let me remind you, you owe Sang Ning an apology. Do you not realize that? Sang Ning was unaware before. What if she feels hurt now that we apologize? It seems as though, by refraining from offering her an apology now, you believe that she will not be hurt once she learns of it later. This is merely an act of cowardice on your part, an unwillingness to acknowledge your wrongs. Why concoct such elaborate justifications to excuse yourselves? The audience, feeling the weight of these words, found them strikingly incisive, leaving them quite flushed. Some struggled with their conscience and sent messages suggesting, why don't we just apologize? One voice countered, if you wish to apologize, then you may do so, I shall not. Sang Ning is, after all, a primitive being. While we did utter some harsh words in the past, acknowledging that we were indeed wrong, the greater fault lies with society itself. It is this very society that has divided intelligent life into two categories, the primitive and the elite. An apology from us would not rectify our misdeeds. Rather, it would only serve to place Sang Ning on a pyre, subjecting her to moral coercion. Another voice interjected, how is that moral coercion? The response was swift, how can it not be? Are we to insist that Sang Ning must accept our apology? Must she forgive us? What is the fundamental purpose of an apology? Is it to atone for our previous malice, or to inflict further sorrow upon Sang Ning? She was previously unaware of these matters. It is she who now bears the discomfort, not us. Our intention is merely to seek psychological solace, to delude ourselves into believing that a mere apology can erase our past cruelty. Is that realistic? No, it is not. So what then? Is the true purpose of an apology? A lengthy stream of messages followed, their number indeed substantial, yet the audience remained engaged and attentive throughout. Once, there were spectators who cursed for Sang Ning to meet her demise swiftly. Some pondered the ultimate purpose of their desire for an apology, others dismissed it with indifference. And still others believed that Sang Ning, being akin to primitive humanity, was unworthy of their contrition. Prejudice and discrimination have persisted through the ages. And in an environment where such biases become the norm, it is entirely natural for sentient beings to harbor such thoughts. Humanity is an intricate entity, with a spectrum of emotions and desires. Various intelligent life forms, though differing in form from humans, exhibit comparable levels of intelligence and emotional depth, rendering them equally complex. Some engage in reflection, while others cling stubbornly to their beliefs. Consequently, the audience within Sang Ning's livestream became divided into three factions, embroiled in their own disputes. Shortly thereafter, some individuals, having nothing better to occupy their time, relayed the events to the Central Star Network forum. Subsequently, magnificent edifices rose from the ground. Following that, intelligent beings, disinterested in the survival on the desolate planet, developed an interest in Sang Ning through the forum discourse, ultimately entering her livestream to scrutinize her various performances since her participation in the survival endeavor. Such individuals were numerous, and as a result, Sang Ning found herself trending on the Star Network. Regardless of whether it is the second world, the holographic segment, or the textual realm, phenomena such as Sang Ning weaves. Sang Ning corrects that an apple is not an apple but a durian. Sang Ning's team becomes the largest faction in the survival game on the wasteland. Sang Ning leads a construction project, crafting exquisite handmade wooden furniture to showcase the allure of lost woodworking skills. And Sang Ning possesses knowledge of ancient traditional Chinese medicine, and the uses of medicinal plants have emerged in both the textual and holographic segments of the second world. Whether through dynamic videos or written posts, towering edifices of content have risen. The comments are diverse, yet the majority are favorable, with sentiments such as how can Sang Ning, a primitive human, possess such extensive knowledge? She is remarkably erudite, being predominant. Consequently, Sang Ning achieved unexpected fame, surpassing even her own anticipations. Previously, her audience was confined to viewers of the Wasteland survival game. Now, her reach has expanded to encompass all intellectual beings across various star domains and galaxies. Subsequently, a multitude of sentient beings flocked to Sang Ning's livestream, and due to her identity as a primitive human, her stream garnered considerable attention. Later, upon teaming up with Mu Tao and others, the increasing number of participants further elevated the popularity of her livestream. Nonetheless, the cumulative interest paled in comparison to the unprecedented influx of viewers on that particular day. The production team was caught off guard, unable to add additional channels in time, resulting in the overwhelming surge of traffic causing Sang Ning's livestream to crash. The stream vanished, and the audience within it was collectively disconnected. At that moment, Manager Luo was anxiously urging the technicians to expedite their efforts. Chapter 81. Heaven and Hell. The technician, though outwardly composed, was inwardly vexed, urging, "Please refrain from incessantly nagging me. I am already at work. I believe we could expedite the process further." Director Luo continued to press. The technician scoffed, engrossed in his tasks, retorting, "Do you think this is akin to sipping nutrient solutions? Just pop the lid and pour it down your throat? This requires skill." Concerned that further admonitions would ensue, the technician warned, "Do not persist in your nagging. If you do, beware of my potential strike." Director Luo was tempted to challenge him to go on strike, but considering the technician's temperament, he opted for silence, anxiously observing him toil away. The more he watched, the more perplexed he became, with questions multiplying in his mind. Suddenly, he heard the technician declare, "It's done." "Really? Is it?" "Indeed." The technician produced a lollipop, savoring it with satisfaction, and proclaimed, "As always, I am exceptional. I have opened 20 channels for Sang Ning's live stream at once." Director Luo's face lit up with joy. "So many?" "Indeed," the technician replied with an air of a prophet. "In my estimation, Sang Ning possesses the potential for explosive popularity. After today, she will attract even more viewers, achieving a leap forward." Director Luo responded with an intrigued, "Oh, what if 1 billion viewers flood in all at once? More channels?" "That cannot be done," the technician grimaced. "If such a multitude were to surge in, Sang Ning's livestream would need to reopen its ports. This is no longer a matter of merely adding channels, but rather a limitation of port capacity. The existing port's maximum capacity is limited. Do you understand my point?" "Understood." Manager Luo spoke with conviction, expressing gratitude and promising a meal as a token of appreciation. The technician's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Let's go to Chunmantang." "Very well." The influx of traffic generated by Sang Ning's recent popularity would undoubtedly earn him a substantial bonus, allowing him to treat the technician to Chunmantang not just once, but several times. "You carry on. I'll check on Sang Ning's livestream situation," he stated. "Go ahead." The technician waved him off, and Manager Luo ambled away. At that moment, Sang Ning's livestream had returned to normalcy. A multitude of viewers flooded in, observing a half-constructed stone house standing solitary on the grand platform atop the mountain. Wooden beams and bamboo served as supports, while a canopy composed of large fern leaves and slender grasses formed the roof. The shelter was neatly arranged, with 3 sides adorned with leaves and grasses, leaving only one side unbound. The ground was cluttered with items, yet it appeared orderly and well-organized. However, the focal point lay in the 2 large beds positioned within the shelter. New viewer. Are these the beds crafted by Sang Ning? Old viewer. Newcomers, I see. New viewer. Indeed, we are all new here. The old viewers chuckled, realizing why Sang Ning's live stream had suddenly crashed. Such an influx of people could hardly go unnoticed. Thus, the seasoned viewers took it upon themselves to enlighten the newcomers about the wonders of Sang Ning's live stream. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning, the live stream had collapsed and a sudden influx of viewers had descended upon the room. She and Lewis were diligently engaged in the construction of a thresher. However, as novices in this domain, despite their awareness of the thresher's appearance and its underlying principles, the endeavor proved to be quite challenging. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit. After 3 days of labor and over 10 revisions, they finally completed a lightweight thresher crafted from wood and metal components. The hands of Sang Ning and Lewis were marred with numerous wounds, some of which were too grievous to behold. The tools at their disposal were inadequate, often resulting in lacerations on the backs of their hands and fingers. Nonetheless, these were merely superficial injuries and not of grave concern. Gazing upon the compact and efficient thresher, Lewis felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The construction of the thresher was not particularly arduous, especially when compared to the complexities of creating a mech. It comprised 4 primary components: the frame, drum, core axle, and foot pedal. Initially, Lewis, relying on his mechanical intuition, attempted to design it for electric power. However, with the absence of an electrical source on the barren star, he reluctantly reverted to Sang Ning's design, opting for a hand crank. Upon testing, he discovered that the hand crank was rather cumbersome, leading him to replace it with a foot pedal, resulting in the thresher they had now. "Ollie, step on the pedal and let's test the effectiveness," he urged. "All right." Elliot, with great enthusiasm, placed his feet on the pedal and began to pump it, causing the installed threshing core shaft to spin rapidly. Meanwhile, Suning, who had long been prepared, promptly tossed a handful of wheat ears into the opening of the drum. A slight sensation of resistance emerged, prompting Elliot to raise an eyebrow and apply a little more force with his feet, dispelling the resistance. One by one, grains of wheat shot out from the outlet, landing on the large fern leaves spread out before the threshing machine. Witnessing this scene, everyone erupted in cheers. "Haha, we succeeded. After 2 days, we've finally done it." Lewis laughed heartily, hands on his hips. "I told you. A person as capable as I am could never fail to operate a threshing machine. You are the best," Mu Tao exclaimed, squatting in front of the leaves, eagerly grabbing a handful of wheat grains, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Finally, Suning could cook again. For the past 2 days, the thought of cooking had eluded Suning, let alone making beds and furniture. All his thoughts and energy had been devoted to the threshing machine. Unfortunately, they had to fend for themselves when it came to meals. The food they managed to prepare was, to put it mildly, far from delectable. It was merely cooked. The past couple of days had been a culinary ordeal. If they had to continue subsisting solely on raw food, any cooked dish would have been a delight. However, having savored Suning's culinary skills, returning to their own concoctions was an experience that defied description. Now, they were finally liberated from this mutual torment. "Ning Ning, can we eat fresh food today?" "Not yet." Suning shook his head. The crowd gasped in dismay, and Emmanuel's expression darkened. "But the threshing machine has been completed, hasn't it? Why is it still inedible?" "At present, only the grains have been separated, yet the husks remain intact." She crushed a kernel of wheat, peeling away its outer shell, and presented the grains to the onlookers, stating that they needed to be processed in this manner before grinding them into flour for consumption. Naturally, it is possible to cook the wheat directly without removing the husks, but it would be rather unpalatable, and I doubt you would enjoy it. To be candid, there is a sentiment I wish to express. What does it mean to descend from paradise to despair? This exemplifies that notion. Just a moment ago, they were elated at the prospect of new sustenance, only for Sang Ning to swiftly dispel their joy, revealing it to be a mere illusion. Chapter 82. All are genuine experiences. Lewis, in a state of utter despondency, lamented, "So, after the thresher, I must also collaborate with you to create a husker and a flour mill?" The husker is indeed essential. We can utilize a stone mill for grinding. Stone milling boasts a rich history, and its construction is simpler than that of wooden machinery. One merely needs to select 2 appropriately textured stones, polish them, carve out a groove, and create a hole for the handle, and it is complete. As for the husker, I am at a loss. Sang Ning spoke candidly. She had only encountered threshers and wind machines, relics of the past, carefully preserved by her grandfather in their ancestral storeroom, not to be discarded or burned like firewood. Thus, while she had seen such machines, her hometown possessed no traditional husker. A true rarity she had never laid eyes upon, rendering her utterly incapable in this regard. Let Lewis take charge. He is mechanically inclined, and with the foundation laid by the thresher, he should be able to devise a husker with some consideration. Indeed, the principles of knowledge intertwine seamlessly. Whether it is antiquated instruments or modern machinery, they fundamentally represent a form of tool. No matter how times change or how technology advances, the pertinent theories and knowledge remain interconnected. For outsiders, operating a shelling machine may pose considerable challenges, yet for a professional like Lewis, it is but a trivial task. "Louis, hurry up. The thresher has taken an entire day, but I believe half a day will suffice for the sheller. Once you have it functioning, we can process the wheat, and then Ning Ning can prepare some new dishes for all of us. Are you not tempted?" Lewis indeed feels a pang of hunger. He has lost track of what he has been eating these past few days. He had initially thought that once the thresher was operational, he would be liberated from his culinary miseries, only to discover his naivety. After the thresher comes the sheller, and following that, there is still the stone mill. He is now gravely concerned that once the sheller and stone mill are operational, Sang Ning might request him to continue crafting other traditional tools. However, those are matters for another day. His current task is to complete the sheller. He ponders the construction of the sheller, feeling somewhat dejected, yet he has conditions. What conditions? Sang Ning and the others chorused. Louis turned to Sang Ning and declared, "Today, you shall cook." At this point, he felt a strong urge to weep as he lamented. "I truly cannot bear to eat the meals prepared by Yazi and the others any longer. They are simply dreadful." Luo Tianya was visibly displeased, and he retorted, "What do you mean by that? We toiled diligently to construct our dwelling, laboring daily to transport hundreds of hefty stones, mixing yellow clay, crushing leaves to extract juice for adhesive, all to erect our home. Do you think we are idling away our time? What if the food is unpalatable? Such fare is the fruit of our labor. Instead of expressing gratitude for preventing your hunger, you disdain our culinary efforts. You, who lack appreciation, are not worthy of deep friendship." Mu Tao whispered, "Yet it is truly unappetizing. I, too, find it distasteful, not just Louis." Luo Tianya, with an exasperated glare at Mu Tao, retorted, "I am aware that my cooking is subpar, and it is within my right to criticize it. However, you may also voice your discontent, but Louis is exempt from such disparagement." Louis, perplexed, felt a wave of shock. "Why am I not allowed to criticize? This is blatant favoritism." Luo Tianya smirked mischievously. "So what if I do show favoritism? If you have the guts, then strike me." Transitioning from a fan to a staunch critic, he was serious. Louis, feeling his fists clench, was poised to confront Luo Tianya when Sang Ning unexpectedly interjected, "Deal." "What deal?" Louis instinctively responded, his eyes suddenly brightening. "May I place an order? Go ahead and share your wish. I shall fulfill what I can, while the rest shall be left to fate." The notion of fate meant that they would eat whatever she prepared. Louis quickly grasped the implication. "Excellent. I desire charcoal grilled oysters. Is that feasible?" "Absolutely. That request is quite reasonable and can be accommodated." "Very well, you go ahead. We shall certainly work diligently." In order to liberate ourselves from the unpalatable dishes concocted by Luo Tianya and his companions, the group obediently and charmingly bid farewell to Sang Ning as she descended the mountain, a scene reminiscent of employees saluting their superior. It was as if they were on the verge of exclaiming, "Sister Ning, travel safely. We hope to see you again." Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in laughter. The atmosphere among these contestants post-teaming was genuinely delightful. While others plotted against one another for survival, they had successfully identified their roles and personas under Sang Ning's guidance. "Oh, has the convoluted and melodramatic love reality show Next Door commenced once more? I am the planner from the neighboring show mentioned upstairs, and I solemnly declare that my upbringing was entirely normal. I am, in fact, a mentally sound individual with a conventional worldview." As soon as this comment was posted, the live chat fell silent. The gift givers ceased their contributions, and the barrage of messages came to an abrupt halt. The entire live stream felt as if it had frozen. This silence endured for approximately half a minute until a viewer finally posted a comment. "Are you the planner from Next Door? What brings you to our Ning Ning's live stream? I assure you, it is impossible. Our Ning Ning follows a technical approach, steering clear of petty squabbles and absurd romantic entanglements for the sake of attention. Give it up, planner. You are the planner, and your entire family are planners. What's with the dog in your title? It only serves to make you seem less canine than you truly are. In my eyes, you are the most dog-like of all." The planner from Next Door revealed a subtle smile and sent out a comment. Chapter 83. A flourishing white lotus in times of prosperity. If you wish to understand the world, I recommend perusing the Night Whispers section of the Central Star Network. The audience exclaimed, "Is it truly that wild?" Inquisitively, Sang Ning asked, "What peculiar events transpire there?" The live streaming wristband allows one to access a botanical encyclopedia, enter the live streams of other contestants, engage with one's own audience, and even pinpoint locations. However, it lacks additional functionalities. Consequently, Sang Ning was unable to utilize the wristband to indulge in the gossip of Night Whispers, yet her curiosity was insatiable, prompting her to seek answers within the live stream. The revelations from Night Whispers were abundant, and consuming too much of this gossip left her in a state of intellectual indigestion. The stories were indeed foul to the extreme. They not only shattered one's worldview, but obliterated the very essence of one's being. The tales were so grotesque that they rendered one unable to piece together a coherent understanding of reality. As she began to question her own existence, Sang Ning incredulously remarked, "Are these stories for real? Indeed, they cannot be more authentic." Ning Ning, the second story you just heard involved a drama that unfolded right on my planet, causing quite a stir. The entire planet was aware of it, a viewer responded. The second tale mentioned by this viewer was a melodramatic family saga. It depicted a grand household composed entirely of elite hybrid intellectual beings, where the genetic lineage varied from a mere 2 mixtures to a staggering 7. Given the extended lifespans of these elite humans, the age spectrum within this family ranged from over 300 years to merely 17 or 18. In this context, for generations living under one roof was not remarkable. Indeed, it was not uncommon to find 6, 7, or even 8 generations coexisting. The family is remarkably affluent, truly embodying the essence of a wealthy dynasty. Each generation possesses its own enterprises, resulting in an exceptionally harmonious relationship among its members, devoid of the infighting typically seen in other aristocratic families. Who wouldn't envy such a household? While it is unclear whether others share Sang Ning's admiration, she certainly feels envious. However, this idyllic situation was short-lived, as it was ultimately marred by the emergence of a so-called lotus flower of extraordinary beauty. It is crucial to emphasize that this lotus flower is not a female, but rather a male figure. This enchanting individual rather fortuitously became entwined with one of the male heirs of this illustrious family, who happens to be 135 years old and is a married man with children. Notably, this lotus flower did not enter the family as a mistress, but rather as a cherished friend and junior to the gentleman. His wife welcomed him warmly, and the children adored him, while the entire family held this lotus flower in high regard. The reason for the ensuing turmoil is quite simple. The allure of this lotus flower was overwhelming. Not only did the gentleman fall head over heels for him, but his entire family, irrespective of age or gender, also became enamored, advocating for breaking free from societal norms to pursue true love. In this moment, the lotus flower adopted a melodramatic persona, claiming, "I am not here to disrupt your lives. I wish to become a part of them. Please do not let me be the source of your discord. That is the last thing I desire. Why must you compel me to choose? I understand that I am a bad boy, yet I must confess that I wish to be greedy and seek the affection of you all." Subsequently, the once harmonious family members became rivals in love, plunging their relationships into chaos, ultimately leading to a state of disarray. Thus, the illustrious first aristocracy of this planet vanished without a trace. Its members faced various fates. Some met their demise, others were injured, while a few were sentenced to the energy planet for mining. The renowned White Lotus of Prosperity simply faded away. Sang Ning was perplexed by the immense allure possessed by sentient beings, capable of captivating both genders and all ages. After all, not everyone has a fondness for the renminbi. This scandal was indeed bizarre, yet several others were equally intriguing. The audience remarked that such tales were abundant in the whispers of the night. Sang Ning couldn't help but exclaim that urban dwellers truly knew how to revel in such stories. Logically speaking, these scandals bore resemblance to some she had previously encountered, akin to the narrative where everyone adored the White Lotus of Prosperity, reminiscent of a strategic gameplay scenario. Was it confirmed that the White Lotus had genuinely vanished? Not captured or deceased. Indeed, it was confirmed that it had disappeared, leading to the ruin of a prominent aristocratic family, which generated a profound impact. However, despite extensive investigations, nothing substantial was uncovered. The central authorities sensed something amiss and requested the mainframe to assess the potential threat posed by the White Lotus, resulting in a hazard rating of SSSS, followed by the issuance of a universal warrant. Yet, the individual remained elusive. The warrant still hangs in the balance. A picture suddenly appeared before Sang Ning, expressing gratitude for the diversity of written languages in this world, including the multilingual warrant, which featured Chinese characters prominently. Sang Ning read from beginning to end, once again validating her inner thoughts. This magnificent White Lotus of the prosperous era must undoubtedly be a tasker, come to undertake a mission. It is not surprising that she could possess another soul, as the emergence of system taskers in this world is quite conceivable. With a sigh, Sang Ning reflected on her fortunate soul possession, grateful that E72's original self hailed from Water Blue Star. Moreover, it was reassuring that not all of her statements were fabrications. During the time when the original self's parents were still alive, She indeed grew up listening to tales of human history and studying ancient human texts. These facts are verifiable, as the original self's home did possess a compendium of materia medica and other ancient tomes of traditional Chinese medicine. The library, too, held such volumes, until a colossal, world-altering cosmic dust storm struck, claiming the lives of the original self's parents and countless friends and relatives. The library was buried under the tempest, and so was the original self's home. Once the dust storm subsided, the fortunate original self, having narrowly escaped disaster, was taken by adults to another place to begin anew, alongside numerous children who had also lost their families. Consequently, Sang Ning felt little apprehension about revealing her true identity. After all, she had evidence to support her claims, not to mention the formidable protective presence of her governing gentleman and a host of elders. What did she have to fear? Chapter 84. Hand-peeling wheat. Upon Sang Ning's appearance at the seaside, the audience inquired, "Ning Ning, aren't you going to pry open some oysters?" With an effortless sweep of her hair from her cheek behind her ear, Sang Ning calmly replied, "I intend to, but first, I wish to see if there are any abalone." Previously, she had discovered abalone near the rocks where she found kelp, though they were too small to bother with. This time, Sang Ning hoped to find larger specimens. "This is feasible, Ning Ning. Strive to gather as much as you can." Sang Ning chuckled, expressing her desire to collect more, though it was not within her power to decide. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they arrived at the rocky outcrop. Sang Ning removed her shoes and socks, taking a basket into the sea, meticulously turning over stones in search of abalone. "Ning Ning, there's an octopus at 3 o'clock. Ning Ning, about 30 centimeters behind you, there's a large crab. Hurry and catch it. Ning Ning, beneath that rock to your left, about the length of your arm, there lies a splendid purple scallop. Do not let it slip away." As the abalone remained elusive, a barrage of enthusiastic messages flooded the screen, each one directing Sang Ning towards various marine treasures she should not overlook. With such bountiful offerings at her disposal, it was inconceivable to decline. Abalone, alongside the large crab and scallops, were indeed exquisite finds. Furthermore, due to the uninhabited nature of the barren star, the environment remained untainted, ensuring that all edible species on this planet boasted exceptional quality. Thanks to the audience's guidance, Sang Ning swiftly amassed a considerable haul of seafood. After tearing a lively octopus from her wrist and tossing it into the basket partially submerged in seawater resting on the rocks, she inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing has been spotted yet. Continue searching for abalone, and we will notify you once something is found." "Understood." Continuing her search, she turned over 5 consecutive stones to no avail. However, upon reaching the 6th stone, a large abalone came into view. "Wow, this abalone is enormous. Could it weigh a pound?" Sang Ning mused, weighing it in her hands, only to find it fell short, estimating it to be around 8 or 9 taels. The audience stared in astonishment, wondering how this was accomplished. "Can your hands still measure?" One curious viewer sent a message, forgetting to add special effects. With her head down, Sang Ning did not see it and exclaimed in delight, "I've found another one. This one is smaller, about 6 taels." For the next while, Sang Ning rummaged through the area as if she had destroyed an abalone nest, collecting a total of 37 plump abalones. The sight of these succulent creatures made the audience salivate, prompting a flurry of messages asking how she intended to prepare them. While prying open oysters on the rocks, she caught a glimpse of the floating messages and replied without looking up, "Steamed or braised would be fine." "How about a braised dish?" one viewer inquired. "Sure, but unfortunately, there's no pork available." The thought of pork led Sang Ning to contemplate venturing into the mountains one day in hopes of encountering some edible wildlife. "Wow, why didn't I think of such a good method? Wait for me, I'll order abalones and learn along." Another viewer commented, "I feel like abalones aren't that tasty. They're too bland." Someone else chimed in, "I prefer the spicy crab that Ning Ning makes. It's flavorful." Taste is indeed a personal preference, and everyone has varying likes and dislikes regarding flavors and ingredients, which is why some find certain foods delicious while others do not. Consequently, the viewers in the live stream began to engage in their own discussions. This time, she changed her path up the mountain, taking a detour, and upon reaching the summit, she passed through an untouched area of ferns. Indeed, this section was entirely filled with ferns. The resplendent ferns, irrespective of their dimensions, shared a common attribute: exquisite beauty. Their vibrant hues rivaled the meticulously crafted and esteemed gardens, captivating observers and eliciting feelings of elation. However, It was not these ferns that commanded Sang Ning's attention. Rather, her focus was drawn to a selection of familiar-looking plants nestled within the adjacent thicket of wild grasses. Crimson fruits and verdant foliage unmistakably indicated the presence of chili peppers. Without succumbing to impulsive excitement, Sang Ning ventured into the grassy expanse and harvested the vibrant chili peppers. Several plants yielded a bountiful harvest, each laden with a profusion of peppers. After collecting the yield from each plant, she had amassed approximately 3 pounds of chili peppers. Numerous nascent peppers still adorned the branches, which she opted to leave undisturbed, allowing them to mature before a subsequent harvest. Following the chili pepper gathering, she employed her dagger to unearth a cluster of ginger, yielding approximately half a pound. The audience was perplexed. How did Sang Ning manage to locate these items amidst such dense vegetation? Mo99 spotted her and, with a radiant smile, dashed towards Sang Ning, her bare feet padding against the ground. Ning Ning, I have delightful news to share. Take a guess. Upon witnessing Mo99's exuberance, Sang Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Did Lewis manage to construct the hulling machine? Mo99 paused. Lewis is indeed capable, and he has conceived a plan and produced diagrams. However, he is currently modifying his tools due to their inadequacy. But that's not it. Sang Ning let out a sound of curiosity, poised to inquire about the good news, when Mo99 eagerly declared, Ning Ning. A portion of the wheat grains has been hulled. Sang Ning, puzzled, questioned how they managed to do so without a hulling machine. We did it by hand, she replied. Sang Ning was taken aback. Mo99, beaming with satisfaction, continued, we worked together and managed to hull quite a bit, several pounds, in fact. They were truly dedicated for the sake of their meal. Mo99's audience couldn't help but comment, their barrage of special effects comments flowing in. After you left, aside from Lewis researching how to create a hulling machine, everyone else, including Nai, focused on finding ways to shell the grains, ultimately opting for hand hulling. Sang Ning was at a loss for words. Is it really necessary? She asked. Absolutely, Mo99 replied earnestly. We are truly tired of yam. We are eagerly looking to change our staple food. With that, she cheerfully asked Sang Ning, is it possible to make it? Of course, Sang Ning laughed. It can be ground into flour. Chapter 85. A bit dismal life with flour is beautiful, even if they are still working with hulled wheat. It does not dampen Sang Ning's good spirits. Upon arriving at the base, the first thing she did was inspect the wheat that Mo99 and the others had hulled by hand. These individuals were genuinely capable. She had merely stepped away for a brief time, at most 2 hours, and they had patiently hulled over 5 pounds of wheat. The plump grains lay on large fern leaves, the vibrant green of the leaves contrasting starkly with the white grains tinged with a hint of yellow. It was a sight that brought comfort. Is this sufficient? Mo99 inquired, her expression suggesting that it might not be enough, and they could procure more. It is enough, Sang Ning replied with satisfaction, then began to search for stones. Mo99 followed closely, observing as she selected 2 flat stones from a pile of large rocks intended for construction. Stones that appeared as though they had been meticulously cut. Are you planning to make a stone mill? She asked. Sang Ning responded with a slight gasp. Can it be made as a single piece? Indeed. Sang Ning beamed with delight and promptly set down the stones to approach him, asking, how long will it take to complete it? I need it for the flour. It can be accomplished in 3 hours. Are you so confident? Have you forgotten who I am? The title of father of biological mecha is not merely a fanciful label. If I can create biological mechas, then crafting these antiquated tools, which have long been relegated to the annals of history, is exceedingly simple. At this juncture, he sighed, the primary tools and materials are incomplete, otherwise. I could complete such a straightforward task in no more than half an hour. As it stands, 3 hours is the utmost limit. That is sufficient. 2 wild chickens and 2 rabbits, one of each being quite plump, albeit their demise was rather tragic. Both chickens are headless, and the rabbits are bloodied, their heads crushed. Sang Ning gazed at the wild chickens and rabbits she was holding and pondered. How did you catch them? Where do you think I caught them? They were struck by this tree. After tossing the dead wood to the ground, she pointed to the hole above. The rabbits and wild chickens had made their homes inside. The noise from the falling dead would startle them, causing them to flee from their burrow, resulting in the state you see before you. Amused, Sang Ning remarked on the excellence of the firewood. Indeed, she concurred. Subsequently, Feynman Loya inquired whether further preparations were in order, offering her assistance with skinning rabbits and plucking fowl. Then, by all means, proceed, Sang Ning responded. As you wish, Feynman Loya replied. setting about heating water in preparation for scalding the poultry. Rabbits, requiring only skinning and evisceration, demanded no such preamble. A blade would suffice. Observing Feynman Laya's almost butcher-like proficiency in disemboweling rabbits and removing their pelts, Emonini, with a show of reluctance but genuine initiative, retrieved wild garlic and wolfberry leaves from the shed, proceeding to wash and chop them. The remaining ginger was placed in a well-ventilated area to desiccate naturally. Sang Ning addressed the seafood, emptying octopi and crabs into a large wooden basin. Still alive, they scattered upon being released from the basket, though the basin's height proved a sufficient barrier. Covering the top with a large leaf, Sang Ning turned her attention to cleaning the abalone. The task of cleansing abalone was rather laborious. Though the cache had yielded several pounds of salt, Sang Ning hesitated to expend it wantonly, as the salt had yet to be properly dried. Consequently, in lieu of a saline solution, she opted to soak the abalone in fresh water for a quarter of an hour before proceeding with the cleaning. Abalone possess viscera that must be excised, in addition to a dark, viscous membrane that requires removal. The small brushes employed for scrubbing the membrane were derived from a plant with soft, resilient bristles that resisted breakage. Willow branches having been superseded, these all-natural, downy brushes now served as both toothbrushes and general-purpose scrubbers. They proved quite effective and convenient in use. Cooking may appear straightforward, yet the preparatory work can be quite laborious. With over 30 abalone to clean, even the swiftest hands require more than 10 minutes to finish the task. By the time the abalones are ready, Lewis has already commenced his work. Amidst the clinking and clattering, a peculiar object gradually takes shape under his deft hands. Observing this, Sang Ning examines the plucked wild chicken, realizing that the meat is somewhat tough. She then carries the chicken to the stone table, chopping it into pieces before setting it beside the pot, intending to prepare the chicken first. Compared to domesticated chickens, wildfowl inherently possess a tougher texture, making them less prone to cooking quickly. This particular wild chicken, having lived for more than a year, is even tougher and more fibrous. To achieve tender, flavorful meat that easily separates from the bone, a longer cooking time is essential. It is fortuitous that she can begin stewing it while preparing flatbreads. The cooking utensils are rather rudimentary, aside from a large iron pot and a similarly sized pan, as well as various seasonings. There is little else. The spatula used for stir-frying and the brush for cleaning the pots were crafted by Sang Ning herself. The wooden spatula, having previously shed wood shavings due to the lack of a sander, has now ceased to do so. After blanching the wild chicken, she adds scallions, ginger, and wine to eliminate the gamey scent. Although she lacks wine, there exists a wild fruit in the forest with a potent alcoholic aroma, known scientifically as the dream fruit. It is said that consuming this fruit can plunge one into delightful illusions from which they are reluctant to awaken. Sang Ning has tried it. It had no effect on her, but the wine-like scent is undeniably strong. After experimenting, she discovered that it effectively masks the odor and enhances the flavor. And now she employs it as her secret weapon for both odor elimination and seasoning. Once the chicken has been blanched and rinsed in cold water, she sets it aside. Sang Ning then takes the brush made from fuzzy plants to clean the pot thoroughly. As she prepares to heat the oil, she inquires, "What flavor should we use for the wild chicken stew with mushrooms?" "Spicy." In unison, Monet remarked that spicy dishes complement rice, while clear broth, aside from its freshness, does not pair well with it. Sang Ning, already quite capable of eating, would consume even more if it were served with rice. However, she preferred spicy food over the exquisite wild chicken stewed with mushrooms. Thus, she decided to prepare a spicy dish. Heating oil in the pan, she added small chili peppers, wild garlic, and ginger slices to release their fragrance. Next, she incorporated the pre-blanched wild chicken pieces and stir-fried them together, followed by the addition of a dream fruit for a brief stir. Water was then added, and the lid was placed on the pot, bringing it to a boil over high heat before reducing it to a simmer. It was crucial to add ample water. It was better to err on the side of excess than to risk the pot drying out. After all, they would need some for the iron pancakes. And the broth would not go to waste as it would be absorbed by the pancakes. Chapter 86. Strong initiative. Lewis's speed exceeded Sang Ning's expectations. With a clear plan and a burst of fervent activity, he completed the machine that combines shelling and grinding an hour ahead of his original estimate of 3 hours. After an initial hiccup where the machine jammed, he swiftly disassembled it for adjustments, which took 10 minutes, and succeeded on his second attempt. The resulting flour was of decent quality, not overly fine, with a slight coarseness that did not hinder its edibility. The flour was not pure white, but bore a hint of yellow, with a rich wheat aroma. The memory metal was depleted, and he found himself unable to create even a single additional component without it, unless he resorted to commandeering the memory metal intended for the pot lid, which was absolutely out of the question. While the lid might seem of little importance, certain dishes truly required its use. Thus, after she declined Lewis's proposal, she inquired, "Does this mean we will no longer have the ability to create other machines in the future?" Lewis felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Realizing that he had indeed guessed correctly, she had truly reduced him to a mere tool for crafting machinery. At that moment, he found himself torn between relief at the loss of the memory metal and a sense of melancholy over the fact that he could not fulfill his duties as a craftsman due to the absence of the coveted metal lid. He contemplated the possibility of finding memory metal in the next supply drop. However, there was no need to wait until then. Elliot, who had drawn near to observe the machine and flour, made a startling remark. "During the last drop, 9 survival packs were released, and we only took 4, leaving 5 behind. It's quite possible that one of them contains memory metal." Implicit in his suggestion was the idea that they could seize the memory metal from other competitors' packs. Sang Ning and the others thought it was a commendable idea, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that those 5 survival packs had already been claimed. Moreover, the competitors who had taken them were now positioned at a considerable distance, and if they truly wished to acquire the packs, they would need to pursue those individuals, the success of which remained uncertain. After all, people were mobile and would not simply remain stationary while they attempted to catch up. Thus, it seemed prudent to abandon the notion. Reflecting on this, Sang Ning remarked, "Let's address this another time. You all continue your work. I will mix the flour and prepare the pancakes." Very well. The audience, too, was filled with curiosity regarding the aroma of the pancakes. Time passed in this thick atmosphere of anticipation, and soon the enticing scent of wild chicken wafted through the air, eliciting uncontrollable salivation and causing stomachs to rumble. Sang Ning carefully lined the edge of the pot with a ring of pancakes before covering it once more with the lid. Swiftly, she transferred the well-reduced seafood medley from another pot into a serving bowl, sauteed some goji leaves, and then whipped up a wild chicken egg with wild onions. Before announcing that the meal was ready, the charcoal-grilled oysters were the handiwork of Mo Nai Nai and Fei Meng Luoya, with the seasoning crafted by Sang Ning herself, resulting in a delightful flavor that was both savory and slightly spicy, pleasantly stimulating the appetite. The seafood medley and the wild chicken stew with mushrooms were devoured in no time, and the new staple, the pancakes, received unanimous acclaim. The rich aroma of the pancakes absorbed the essence of the chicken broth, creating a perfect harmony of flavors that compelled one to indulge bite after bite. They were even more delectable than yam and provided a greater sense of satiety. Sang Ning could not resist consuming 2 pancakes herself. Lewis and his companions, meanwhile, were indulging to the point of exclaiming in delight, overwhelmed by the heat of the food. "Is it too late to plant wheat now? To be honest, I have developed a profound interest and appetite for it. It's too late. Rather than pondering over wheat cultivation to satisfy our cravings, it might be wiser to venture into the natural zone and see if we can discover some wild wheat. By the way, I am the head of the Loquat Mall. Our procurement team has already been instructed to search for wild wheat, and the relevant agricultural partners have accepted our order for wheat acquisition. For those wishing to purchase flour, you can now place your orders at Loquat Mall." Wow, I can't believe we have a mall manager among us. Truly a business-savvy individual. No wonder Loquat Mall is flourishing everywhere. I'm going to place an order. I will too. Countless spectators rushed to place orders, and the Loquat Mall reaped substantial profits from this audacious maneuver. Furthermore, the fervor surrounding Loquat Mall's bold strategy surged dramatically. The reason for this explosive interest is quite straightforward. Certain planets inhabited by viewers remain unserved by Loquat Mall, leading frustrated customers to seek out their local mall's official website to voice grievances about the lack of service, lamenting that with money in hand, they are left wanting. Presently, the mall has opened pre-orders for flour and dispatched personnel to source wheat, in addition to collaborating with major agricultural producers from the farming planet. For years, the staple food in the Moe Kazi universe has predominantly been rice, but now a novel alternative as a staple is emerging, heralding promising market prospects. Those with insight recognize the potential for profit through this new staple. What is apparent to the average person cannot escape the attention of merchants. Thus, a fervor for purchasing and cultivating has commenced. The Plant Research Center has also begun investigating wild wheat. Previously, they had mistakenly identified apples and durians. and now they are erroneously categorizing wild wheat as a derivative of rice. This error must be rectified to avoid misinforming the public about plant knowledge, a responsibility the Plant Research Center must uphold. Consequently, wheat rapidly swept across the meticulously universe in a remarkably short span of time. Orders for flour surged across various malls, with a continuous influx of requests pouring in, vividly illustrating the collective effect of this phenomenon. Sang Ning, in a state of bewilderment, remarked, "The Loquat Mall is remarkably proactive." The head of the Loquat marketplace vigilantly monitored the live broadcast, and upon hearing a sound, promptly sent out a comment. "We are serious about making money. Thanks to Ning, our marketplace has seized the opportunity in the grain business. A small token of appreciation. Please accept." Almost immediately after this comment appeared, 10 biomechanical machines rewarded the stream. In Chapter 87, titled All Are Singleton Dogs, Sang Ning smiled graciously at the generous gesture. The person in charge replied that there was no need for formality. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Sang Ning relished such reciprocity. Understanding that the business landscape of the Kaz universe was already equipped with a comprehensive and mature system, where even seasoned merchants risked being left with nothing. As an original human from a destitute planet, she had no illusions about venturing into the business realm. At this moment, Mo99 and Fei Meng Luo had already completed their morning routines and were playfully rolling on the expansive 2-meter-wide bed, free to frolic as they pleased. Upon seeing Sang Ning lift the wrought-tin curtain and enter, Mo99 immediately sat up cross-legged on the bed, beckoning Sang Ning to come closer. Ning, come here." Sang Ning acknowledged with a sound, and just as she settled down, Mo99 embraced her neck and inquired, "What are we doing tomorrow?" "You all continue your work. I will seek a suitable location for salt drying." "Are we starting the salt drying process?" "That makes sense. Let us sleep. An early night ensures we can rise early for another day of toil." Thus, the three nestled close together, exhausted from the day's labors, and within seconds, they succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Sang Ning finished preparing breakfast and consumed a bowl of noodle dumplings before setting off with her backpack, under the watchful guidance of Emmanuel and the others. As she arrived at the seaside, the sun emerged, and the audience gradually joined in. Ning always rose early, a fact I had failed to notice as she seldom indulged in sloth. In the absence of any comforts, one must strive for survival. Today was yet another day dedicated to this endeavor. I meander through life, indulging in sustenance, yet I cannot shake the impression that Ning's complexion has improved. I have noticed this too, and I find myself perplexed. How is it that despite her daily toil under the sun and wind, resembling a whirlwind with scarcely a moment's respite, her skin appears to flourish, and even her hair seems less coarse? I attribute this transformation to the hibiscus leaves. Ever since I learned from Ning to wash my hair with them, I have observed a notable enhancement in my own hair's condition. Hair. What you have atop your head is not human, is it? Ah, I am not human. I belong to the plush, sentient race renowned for our coarse hair akin to steel needles. Upon the utterance of this remark, the audience instantly recognized the origin of this individual, as their reputation is exceedingly well known. Hair that can be launched as a projectile. Fortunately, this is merely a live stream. Had it been in reality, the crowd would likely be scattering in terror. This race is formidable, with a temperament that oscillates unpredictably. One moment they may appear cheerful and content, and the next, they could be engulfed in sorrow or rage. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that their hair reacts to emotional fluctuations, resulting in growth or shedding, and even the slightest touch can be painful. Contemplating the peculiarities of this race, the audience wisely opted to redirect the conversation. Ning, how much longer do you intend to walk?" The special effects barrage appeared, and Sang Ning sighed. "I am uncertain. This maritime area has yet to reveal any tidal flats." "Tidal flats? What do they look like? Please describe them in detail, and we shall assist you in the search," the audience eagerly proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Ning elaborated on the characteristics of the tidal flats and added that locations featuring volcanic rocks near the sea would also suffice. The audience was taken aback. Can volcanic rocks even be related to salt? Nevertheless, they resolved to assist, provided they could locate either the tidal flats or areas with volcanic rocks in accordance with Sang Ning's specifications. Thus, the viewers began to traverse various live streams, searching for suitable locales based on the competitor's position. Sang Ning herself was also on a quest, but the coastline she currently traversed was more suited for tourism than for salt production. As time passed, she walked several dozen miles along the shoreline, discovering a cluster of rocks and collecting a metallic arm along with a bundle of small spheres. These small spheres were quite charming, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, adorned in pastel hues with delightful patterns. The material was peculiar. After examining it for an extended period, Sang Ning could not ascertain its nature. She resolved to seek the audience's assistance. "What is this? Is it of any use?" The audience was left speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at the small sphere in her hand. An unprecedented awkwardness enveloped them. Even those typically thick-skinned felt a twinge of embarrassment. Only Sang Ning maintained a serene expression, her face reflecting innocence. Sang Ning, perplexed, inquired, "Are you also unaware of this?" A silence ensued, devoid of even a single comment. Just as Sang Ning was about to relinquish hope, a message finally materialized. "Ning Ning, this item is called a joy pill. Do you know what it signifies?" Sang Ning was at a loss. The original owner's memories did not encompass such a concept. However, this did not hinder Sang Ning from concocting her own interpretation. She hesitated, pondering, is it something that enhances one's mood? Is it food? The audience, exasperated, felt a surge of frustration, for this item was certainly not meant for consumption. This is a playful indulgence between lovers. Have you ever been in a relationship? If so, you should understand. Regrettably, Sang Ning had never experienced romance. Both the original her in her native world and the original owner in this realm were solitary figures. The former was preoccupied with her career and financial pursuits, lacking the time or inclination for love, while the latter tirelessly labored alongside friends and elders for survival, similarly devoid of romantic opportunities. Nonetheless, she grasped the audience's implication. This object was, in essence, a playful trinket of intimacy. Upon this realization, Sang Ning's expression shifted dramatically, filled with a mixture of conflict and disdain. She tossed the small orb aside and rushed to the seaside to wash her hands vigorously. Frustrated, she pondered why she had picked up such an item. The audience erupted in laughter, reassuring her that there was no cause for concern. This joy pill was unopened and unused, hence clean. Sang Ning paused her frantic hand-washing, bemused, and remarked, "I cannot comprehend why such things exist here. It is plausible that a commercial spacecraft, en route through the desolate planet you inhabit, encountered cosmic turbulence and jettisoned a portion of its cargo to alleviate the vessel's burden. Consequently, these items were scattered onto this planet and discovered by you." With a sigh, Sang Ning lamented with a touch of melancholy, "I would have preferred to salvage a few more mechanical arms." The audience was amused, musing that such an abundance of mechanical arms was unlikely. Nevertheless, observing Sang Ning's countenance creased with dismay, the audience offered solace. "Having examined it, your mechanical arm is identified as the Q1038 model. This particular model is typically employed in the assembly of tool construction robots. The components for this type of robot are not sold individually. Instead, they are packaged as a complete set of robot parts. You might consider trying your luck, as you might stumble upon all the components of a robot. Perhaps you could explore the vicinity, Ning Ning." Subsequently, the audience collectively urged Sang Ning to search extensively. Sang Ning thoughtfully contemplated the feasibility and deemed it worthwhile. "I shall explore the area. How fares your search for the beach and volcanic rock?" she inquired. Upon this query, the audience fell silent once more, eventually admitting their failure to locate them. They requested additional time, assuring her that they would undoubtedly succeed this time. Sang Ning acknowledged with an "oh," encouraging them to persevere as she continued her stroll along the beach. After half an hour, she discovered a metal leg, a considerably heavy one, twice the weight of the arm. Fortune smiled upon her as she stumbled upon a leg. She felt a sense of satisfaction, even if she could not assemble a complete robot. Possessing a leg and an arm would suffice for Lewis to disassemble parts for other creations. She beamed with delight while the audience looked on in confusion, wondering if she was indeed the chosen one. To be candid, they had merely encouraged her to take a chance, never truly expecting her to find anything. The force of cosmic turbulence is immense. Otherwise, commercial spacecraft would not resort to offloading cargo to lighten their load and escape the chaos. In such scenarios, the discarded cargo is immediately scattered by the tumult of space. No matter how securely packaged, it cannot withstand the impact of cosmic currents. Only a fraction of the items affected by the turbulence will find their way into planetary interiors, while the majority will become space debris, drifting aimlessly in the vast cosmos until collected by professional waste gatherers. With such luck, Sang Ning could indeed pursue a career as a cosmic waste collector. Ning Ning, I now think it matters not if you do not reach your destination. You could become a cosmic waste collector, they mused. Sang Ning fell silent. The memories left by the original owner did indeed include the profession of cosmic waste collector, a lucrative yet perilous occupation. The dangers of the universe are manifold: celestial beasts, meteor storms, stellar explosions, and black and white holes abound. Interestingly, space pirates are absent, largely due to the peculiar policies in this region. The wealthy thrive, while the impoverished struggle to survive. The affluent do not need to resort to piracy, and the destitute lack the means to rob passing merchant vessels. Due to financial constraints, I am unable to afford a spacecraft, and similarly, I lack the means to procure weaponry. Even the genetic modification serum eludes my grasp. I find myself in a precarious position, neither here nor there, rendering any form of risk-taking unnecessary. After all, it is preferable to be better off than some while falling short of others. Should I dare to pursue a life of piracy among the stars, capture would inevitably lead me to toil in the mines of the energy planet. Even those engaged in the profession of refuse collection have banded together, requiring the services of a security team. Both the spacecraft and the security personnel are far beyond my financial reach. With a sigh, I remarked, I would indeed like to, but I lack the capital to do so. Turning earnestly to the audience, I added, if there are any professionals in waste collection among you, I would appreciate your consideration for employment after I complete my survival stint on the desolate planet. I assure you, I will work diligently. Among the audience, a refuse collector floated in the vastness of space, utilizing mechanical arms for the task. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, a group of men gathered to watch the live broadcast, finding amusement in the unfolding scene. Andrew, adorned with a cluster of vibrant green heart-shaped leaves atop his head, chuckled at my earnest demeanor. Boss, have you thought about hiring little Ning Ning? Ming Weibo, with his long legs propped up on the table, barely glanced up as he replied, no way. I'm barely managing to support this troublesome bunch, let alone hire Sang Ning. With her slender arms and legs, she'd have to be supported by our ancestors. I'd have to be out of my mind, struck by a meteor, to even consider hiring her. The group chuckled softly, acknowledging the absurdity of the notion. While it's unlikely she'd be supported by our ancestors, we could certainly employ her as a chef. Her culinary skills are exceptional, especially when it comes to seafood stew, which I absolutely adore. I relish the flatbread she prepares. I merely lament that we are not currently within the interior. Otherwise, procuring some flour to create flatbread would be exceptionally gratifying. The entire cosmos is consuming novel staple foods, while we alone are diligently imbibing nutrient solutions. A pitiable existence indeed. At present, obsolescence is certainly not imminent, and we rather possess the demeanor of being entrenched on a desolate planet. Reflecting upon this, he declared that he would venture to the Castle space station in 2 days to ascertain if flour is available for purchase, and if so, replenish a batch of supplies. This is indeed a viable proposition. What endeavor is Sanguine currently undertaking? Christopher, whose gaze was directed at the live broadcast, observed Sanguine seated with a slender tree branch, which she was whittling with a dagger, and was utterly perplexed. The assembled multitude turned their attention in the same direction, only to discover that they were equally unable to comprehend. Other viewers, similarly baffled, could not resist inquiring as to her activities. I am famished. After traversing several hours and laboriously carrying a leg weighing in excess of 100 pounds for such a considerable distance, Sanguine was exceedingly hungry. I intend to prepare luncheon and partake of a proper repast. I wonder if Nana and the others have consumed their midday meal. Sanguine, after entering Nana's live broadcast and casting a fleeting glance, withdrew with a wry smile. Their repast was indeed a lively affair. The audience felt a shared sense of excitement, as if the lively atmosphere might erupt into chaos. Isn't it just a ruckus? Everyone seems eager to fight, they mused. Forget about them. Didn't you mention being hungry? Hurry and prepare something to eat, came a voice. Sang Ning acknowledged with a soft sound, continuing to whittle the wooden sticks. The audience was puzzled and inquired about her actions. Asking questions out of ignorance is not a source of shame. However, Sang Ning was not an adept teacher. After explaining what spear fishing entailed, the audience still struggled to visualize her description. It wasn't until Sang Ning had finished crafting the wooden stick and, shedding her shoes and socks, rolled up her trousers to wade into the sea that they began to grasp her intent. Standing quietly in the water with the sharpened end of the stick, She waited for 5 or 6 minutes before suddenly thrusting it into the sea with precision and force. She had caught something. Before the audience could fully comprehend the situation, Sang Ning lifted the stick, revealing a sizable fish impaled upon it. The fish, a grouper, was still alive, thrashing its tail vigorously. With a sense of triumph, Sang Ning made her way back to shore, but suddenly felt a peculiar sensation on her leg. Looking down, she discovered a sizable octopus clinging to her. Raising an eyebrow, she did not hasten to remove it. Instead, she continued to wade through the water toward the shore. The grouper on her stick continued to thrash, though its movements began to weaken. This is incredible. A sharpened stick can actually catch a grouper. Now I'm tempted to give it a try myself. I seriously suspect that Ning Ning possesses magic. I didn't even notice any fish in the water. How did she know they were there? Perhaps, maybe it's what I've seen? The wooden stick prods the grouper, and apart from expressing 666, I find myself at a loss for words. At this moment, Sang Ning had already reached the shore. The octopus, devoid of seawater, attempted to flee from her calf without her intervention, yet she managed to seize it. Now that we are on land, do not leave. Stay and fill my stomach, will you? Can you spare me a little? A voice, as faint as a whisper, suddenly resonated, startling Sang Ning into a shiver. Who is it? The audience was left in sheer astonishment. Where on earth did this fellow come from? Goodness, contestant number 17 is simply elusive. Even the wide-angle view failed to capture him. Had he silently approached and eliminated Sang Ning, we would have remained oblivious to the occurrence. A cold sweat broke out on Sang Ning as she observed a man slowly emerging from behind an unfamiliar towering tree, her instincts urging her to retreat cautiously. This individual appeared rather perilous. His hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest, while his face, swollen and obscured, was barely recognizable. His tattered protective suit looked akin to a ragged cloth. What experiences must this contestant have endured to present himself in such a state? In all honesty, even the sharp-eyed man would feel inferior in comparison to his current appearance. This look was extraordinarily striking, so much so that it evoked a sense of trepidation. Having been bitten by some unknown creature, contestant number 17, Yu Zhihan, staggered towards Sang Ning, while she retreated in response to his approach. Seeing this, he helplessly chose a coconut tree to lean against and sat down, weakly saying, "Rest assured, my current condition poses no threat to you." Indeed, it was apparent that he could barely stand, and no matter how great his strength, it was rendered ineffective. Furthermore, she was not a defenseless person lacking the ability to protect herself. Considering this, Sang Ning paused, feeling somewhat conflicted as she suggested, "I believe it would be wise for you to relocate." Pointing to the large coconuts above, she added, "Coconuts can fall and cause serious harm in your current state. You might not withstand one." No sooner had she spoken than a coconut thudded to the ground beside Yu Zhihan, leaving everyone in disbelief, staring at the fallen coconut in silence. What was this? A case of ironic fate? Yu Zhihan raised his gaze towards Sang Ning, who awkwardly chuckled and said, "I am innocent. This has nothing to do with me. I did mention not to sit beneath the coconut tree. You should really change your position." In her original world, there had been incidents of people being killed by falling coconuts. The coconut tree stood tall, and a single coconut was quite heavy. Even an object as small as an egg could shatter a car window when dropped from a great height, so it was hardly surprising that a coconut could be lethal. It was common knowledge not to seek shelter under trees during thunderstorms, nor to rest against coconut trees by the sea. Truly, I cannot move any further, Yu Zhihan thought, attempting to distance himself from the coconut tree, but his legs felt weak and his hands lacked strength. Thus, he turned to Sang Ning for assistance. "Could you help me, please?" Sang Ning raised an eyebrow, questioning how she could trust that he was not feigning sincerity. Implicitly, she expressed her reluctance to assist. Before Yu Zhihan could utter a word, his audience had already voiced their discontent. What harm is there in lending a hand? We are all competitors. It is not yet a matter of life and death. There is truly no need for such an unsightly display. Sang Ning, please help our Hanin. He has been bitten by an unknown creature and is likely poisoned. Rest assured, he poses no threat to you. Just because he poses no threat means I must assist? What do you take Ning Ning for? Do you presume that only your Hanin has an audience? Ning Ning has her own admirers, and a son too. Starry Lantern, come forth quickly. Your father is being morally coerced by Hanin's audience. Subsequently, Sang Ning's audience split into two factions. One faction rushed to engage in a quarrel with Yu Zhihan's audience, while the other called for Starry Lantern to stand up for Sang Ning. Starry Lantern, to be candid, had a rather coarse expletive on the tip of his tongue. Nevertheless, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Just wait. I shall confront those who are morally coercing our Ning Ning. As soon as the comment was posted, Starry Lantern dashed into Yu Jahan's live stream, embarking on a captivating solo battle of wits against the multitude. Sang Ning, however, remained oblivious to the commotion. Her full attention was captivated by the survival gear that Yu Jahan had produced. His survival gear was quite extraordinary. It was a needle. In today's world, aside from impoverished planets like the one where she originated, such a simple item as a sewing needle was nearly impossible to find elsewhere. It was not sold in markets, nor was it manufactured by any companies. Only those from impoverished planets, hindered by poverty and inadequate transportation, often find themselves in a cycle of patching and mending, unable to procure durable, lightweight, and comfortable protective clothing that can regulate temperature. What can they do? They resort to purchasing fabric in bulk, as it is more economical, and can enlist the help of passing merchant ships to transport it, merely paying a nominal fee for the service. This is the reality on the E72 planet, where fabric is stockpiled. Buying clothes is out of the question. They are too expensive, necessitating self-production. In Chapter 90 of 7017K, titled Let's Try to Bleed a Little, small workshops emerged on the impoverished planet, producing handheld sewing machines, embroidery needles, scissors, and other essential tools, items scarcely found in slightly more affluent regions. Sang Ning now felt utterly powerless even to complain. She asked Yu Jahan, "Are you truly willing to give me your survival gear?" Yu Jahan, in a state of resignation, replied, "This is of no use to me anyway." In truth, it was somewhat useful. Observing his attire, Sang Ning earnestly suggested, "I believe you should mend your clothing." It was in tatters, exposing his skin, and if not repaired soon, he would be left entirely bare. Yu Jahan's attitude was one of defeat. He weakly exclaimed, "I'm nearly starving, and I lack the strength to sew, let alone walk." As he spoke, he gazed longingly at Sang Ning's fish and octopus, pleading, "Can't you spare me just a little?" "Indeed," Sang Ning affirmed decisively, "but not for free. You must part with some of your embroidery needles." She also desired to weave fabric, recognizing the utility of the needles in critical moments. "You can have them all," he conceded. Yu Jahan exhibited an unmistakable disdain for the embroidery needle, while Sang Ning welcomed it with open arms. "Just wait," she declared, scampering over to retrieve the coconut that had fallen at his feet. With a deft motion, she used a dagger to pry it open and presented it to him. "Have a sip of coconut water first." "Thank you," Yu Jahan replied, extending his hand to accept the coconut. He was genuinely fatigued, his grip trembling as he carefully brought the coconut to his lips for a taste. The juice was refreshingly sweet and fragrant, a stark contrast to the sour and bitter coconut he had previously encountered, leading him to suspect that his earlier drink might have been a mere imitation. As the delightful coconut water flowed into his stomach, Yu Jahan felt a resurgence of vitality. He eagerly gulped down several mouthfuls, the slurping sounds audible to the audience in the live stream. The refreshing taste of the coconut water quenched his thirst and invigorated him. "I'm alive again." Yu Jahan, filled with curiosity, pondered aloud, "Does the coconut contain flesh as well?" With a head full of questions, he earnestly inquired how to extract it. "I'll help you open it," Sang Ning offered, taking the empty coconut shell from his hands and employing a laser dagger to slice it open. The laser dagger, part of their survival kit, had been deemed too small and cumbersome by Lewis and others, who dismissed it as impractical. However, Sang Ning found it useful, thus claiming it as her own. This time, she had brought it along. While the dagger was suitable for opening coconuts, it was ill-suited for cutting them open to retrieve the flesh. The laser dagger, however, had no such limitations and sliced through with ease, effortlessly tackling the task of cutting open a coconut. He handed one half of the coconut to him, while Sang Ning, holding a coconut in one hand and a dagger in the other, skillfully scooped out the coconut meat and exchanged it with Yu Jahan. "Enjoy," he said. Gratefully acknowledging the gesture, Yu Jahan began to devour the food ravenously. After cleaning the fish and octopus in the sea, he returned to the shore and rinsed them in fresh water from a bamboo tube, preparing to grill them. The audience for Yu Jahan erupted in excitement. "At last, our brother Jahan has evaded elimination as the first contestant on the brink of starvation. What a joyous occasion. Thanks to the wonderful Sang Ning, she is truly exceptional. You spectators of Yu Jahan, what peculiar creatures you are. It was you who morally condemned Sang Ning. Yet now you affectionately call her baby. Can you not maintain a shred of dignity? We roam the world without shame. We embrace our lack of it. The supporters of Yu Zhihan stood unrepentant, while Sang Ning's audience fell silent, conceding defeat. Just when they thought their lack of shame had reached its peak, they discovered that there were even bolder souls among them. In terms of audacity, they had lost. At this moment, having consumed the coconut water and finished the flesh, Yu Zhihan felt rejuvenated. He sat still for a few minutes before cautiously standing up, his legs regaining strength. A radiant smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Goodness, I don't have to withdraw. This is such a relief." He then ambled over to Sang Ning and inquired, "Sang Ning, do you need assistance? Do you know how to grill octopus?" Sang Ning handed him the thoroughly cleaned octopus skewered on slender twigs. "You can give it a try," she replied, indicating her lack of experience. "However, it matters not. You shall roast while I instruct you." "Very well." Yu Zhihan took the octopus to roast, and Sang Ning guided him on when to turn it and how long to cook it before adding seasonings. Yu Zhihan listened intently and executed the instructions thoroughly. The fish was quite sizable, weighing over a pound, and the octopus was also substantial, resembling around half a pound. Achieving the perfect roast would not be an instantaneous affair. It required time. Embracing the principle of idleness being unproductive, Sang Ning engaged him in casual conversation. "What bit you? You look utterly transformed." We are aware that he was bitten by a transparent creature. Indeed, it was an unknown creature resembling a beautiful crystalline object that bit him. Had it not drained Yu Zhihan's blood, we would not have noticed the line that appeared on his body. Sang Ning, a transparent unknown creature? Yu Zhihan responded innocently. "I have no idea. I did not even see what bit me. By the time I realized I had been bitten, that thing had swiftly darted into the underbrush to escape." Sang Ning uttered a thoughtful sound. "Would you mind if I took your pulse?" "Take my pulse." Yu Zhihan, unfamiliar with Sang Ning's knowledge of traditional medicine, was curious. "I wish to assess your physical condition," Sang Ning stated succinctly. Yu Zhihan replied, "Oh, all right. How do I take my pulse?" "Simply give me your hand." "Any hand will do." "Indeed." Consequently, he quickly extended his left hand to Sang Ning, indicating that there might still be some issues. "How do you know?" Yu Zhihan gazed at her with wide eyes, as if encountering an otherworldly being. Sang Ning sighed, explaining that she could deduce his condition through his pulse. Lacking silver needles and herbs, she urged him to trust her, suggesting she could draw some blood as a test. "Draw blood?" Yu Zhihan seemed almost dazed, startled by Sang Ning's words. "Yes, just a little blood," she affirmed, inquiring if he was willing to proceed. It seemed an opportune moment for the embroidery needle to witness some bloodshed. Although she had no silver needles, the embroidery needle would suffice in this instance, after all. The type of needle mattered not, but rather the presence of a finger to perform the task. Her gaze fell upon his slender, pale fingers as she retrieved the embroidery needle from the case he had given her, preparing to extract one. In an instant, Yu Zhihan leaped up as if he had seen a ghost, fleeing in terror while clutching the octopus. "I won't allow you to draw blood. Don't even think about it." Goodness, why is Sang Ning so frighteningly primitive, suggesting bloodletting at the drop of a hat? He thought, quickening his pace to distance himself from her. Genuinely worried that one day he might cease to exist, not from being poisoned by an unknown creature, but rather from Sang Ning's antics. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. With this in mind, he dashed away, shouting, "Consider this octopus my payment for survival. Until we meet again. No, rather, until we never meet again." Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished into the depths of the forest. The audience pondered, "Is there not a hint of fear within you? Why would one even contemplate drawing blood from Yu Zhihan?" The audience was utterly perplexed, while Sang Ning spoke with conviction, asserting that there were no suitable medicinal herbs at hand. His condition was not severe. The antibodies within him had nearly neutralized the toxicity, leaving only remnants. A bloodletting could expedite the expulsion of these residual toxins, alleviating his discomfort that felt akin to being scorched by fire. One audacious comment appeared. "How do you perform this bloodletting? From a major artery?" Upon reading this, Sang Ning felt a wave of dismay wash over her. With a stern expression, she replied, "Bloodletting from a major artery can be fatal. I do not wish to be a murderer or break the law." Traditional Chinese medicine has long employed methods of bloodletting to dispel stagnation and toxins. It does not entail the drastic measure of making a deep incision, as one might presume. Rather, it involves the use of silver needles, gold needles, or three-edged needles to puncture specific acupuncture points or minor veins on the surface, allowing a small quantity of blood to be released. She elaborated on the technique of bloodletting, leaving the audience both bewildered and confused. It is undeniably true that issues with major arteries can be deadly. However, with the advancements in modern medicine, as long as one does not suffer from a congenital genetic disorder, many ailments can be effectively treated at home using portable medical devices, often within mere minutes. Consequently, there have been no recent incidents of fatal complications arising from major artery issues. While they understood what surface veins were, they were utterly unfamiliar with concepts such as acupuncture points, silver needles, gold needles, three-edged needles, and the notions of deficiency not being receptive to supplementation or warming nourishment. Zhou Lin, a medical student at the Central Comprehensive College, was drinking water when Sang Ning began her science communication. After hearing Sang Ning's explanation, she felt utterly unwell. Ning, are you certain that what you're saying is true? Bloodletting can detoxify and dispel blood stasis? Heavens, I'm beginning to think that our lost ancient medicine is akin to magic. I am deeply shaken and beginning to question the meaning of life. Who exactly said that planet E72 is impoverished? Sang Ning knows so many lost things. This is all invaluable wealth. I feel she is incredibly affluent. No, Ning is truly poor. Our planet E72 is also genuinely impoverished. And everyone living on planet E72 is penniless, including myself, who came to work on Dreamstar. We are equally poor. We understand many things, but it's all futile. There's no way to monetize it, nor can we develop our hometown. When mere survival is difficult, those lost civilizations and technologies naturally cannot be promoted. This was a special effect comment. Sang Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of water upon seeing it, but though she didn't spray water, she was still choked. In between speaking, she spared a moment to brush a layer of olive oil onto the grouper. The audience was utterly impressed by her composed demeanor. They also recalled the Shi Qinjun incident and inquired, Ning, since you know ancient medicine, why didn't you perform bloodletting on Shi Qinjun to detoxify her when you encountered her last time? What a perfect test subject. It's such a pity to have let her go. It feels so regrettable now. Are you all unwell? When I was poisoned, none of you thought to sympathize with me. Instead, you regret that I didn't become a test subject? I harbor grave doubts regarding the state of your faculties, as if they have been utterly shattered by a meteor shower. Is this truly the esteemed Master Qinjun? Pray, if I were not the genuine article, would you then be the authentic one? With a retort, Master Qinjun addressed the matter, subsequently advising Sang Ning, do not experiment on sentient beings without their consent. Such actions are unlawful. Should you be apprehended, the consequences could range from imprisonment to being sentenced to 20 years of labor in energy mining on another planet. Sang Ning found it difficult to dismiss his words. With a blend of amusement and exasperation, she replied, I had no intention of conducting experiments on living humans. Firstly, I lack the necessary medication. Secondly, I possess no medical instruments. And most importantly, I do not hold a medical license. A few drops of blood may pose no significant issue, and treating minor ailments with herbs is equally manageable, but I shall not venture beyond that. Desiring to divert the conversation from this topic, Sang Ning proceeded to sprinkle seasoning over the golden brown fish while inquiring of her audience. Have you managed to locate the place I requested? We have found it, although we cannot ascertain if it meets your criteria. I have also discovered a location not far from where you currently are. Should you be interested, you may visit after your meal. I located some volcanic rock, but I did not find a beach. The terrain surrounding the volcanic rock appears promising. I believe it has potential. Upon hearing this, Sang Ning was delighted. You truly found it? Indeed, we did, but whether it meets your requirements remains uncertain. Once you have dined, you shall see for yourself. There is no reason for us to fabricate such matters. That made sense. Sang Ning nodded. I shall take a look after I finish eating. 2 hours later. Guided by the audience, Sang Ning explored 2 locations and finalized the site for salt evaporation. It was not a tidal flat, but rather a stretch of volcanic rock by the seaside. This expanse of volcanic stone, facing the ocean, contained variously shaped, polished rock basins suitable for salt collection. After surveying the area, Sang Ning revealed a relieved smile, eliciting laughter from the audience. Can this volcanic rock be used for salt evaporation? Seeing Ning's relaxed smile, it must be possible. Does this imply that Ning and her group would not lack salt before elimination? Not so fast. Sang Ning sighed. The ancient method of salt evaporation was no trivial task. On the contrary, it was a monumental endeavor. The seawater would soak the land, extracting salt from the soil to create brine, which would then be poured into the salt pans carved into the volcanic rock. The process required continuous irrigation of the salt pans, needing at least 10 applications of water daily, followed by the sun's scorching rays to evaporate the moisture, leaving only salt behind. The salt produced using ancient methods on volcanic rock is characterized by its snowy whiteness, cotton-like fineness, and consistently pure salinity. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The significant point is that the salt obtained through this method is edible without further processing. Classified as old salt, possessing properties that cool heat, dispel fire, and serve as a disinfectant. In Sang Ning's native world, there exists an ancient site renowned for its volcanic rock salt evaporation, recognized as an intangible cultural heritage. Having once visited and apprenticed alongside local salt workers, she noted that the volcanic rock salt production method was marginally less strenuous compared to the beach salt farming technique. Furthermore, the salt derived from this process required no secondary refinement, yielding edible salt of commendable quality directly. The only drawbacks were the considerable time investment and manpower required. The entire sequence of operations invariably spanned several months. At this juncture, she remarked with a smile that, fortunately, their extant salt reserves would likely suffice until the initial batch was ready. The audience, brimming with anticipation, was eager for her to commence the salt production immediately. By my reckoning, today is an auspicious day for salt production. Ning Ning, perhaps you should initiate the process without delay, as promptness is advisable. Let's get started. We can offer our verbal encouragement. The barrage of comments persisted, but the person in charge, Luo, found the audience's expectations unrealistic, bordering on fantasy. Upon his entrance, the audience collectively urged him to leave, expressing their aversion to his presence. However, realizing the impracticality of their request, he engaged them in a direct confrontation. Fortunately, the hour was not excessively late. Luo Tianyao, in disbelief, inquired if Ning Ning had indeed discovered a suitable salt production site. Indeed, her audience played a pivotal role, with a multitude of individuals scouring various live broadcast channels to pinpoint an appropriate location. Therefore, its discovery is not unexpected, while not entirely surprising. The scale of this undertaking was undeniably immense, given the disparate locations of each contestant, some distant and others nearby. The task of identifying suitable salt production sites based on the surrounding terrain necessitated connecting the coordinates of all contestants. In essence, it required constructing a holographic representation of the planet's internal environment using the holographic architecture system. Subsequently, the distances from each location to where Sang Ning is situated are estimated based on the hologram. Finally, adhering to the principle of prioritizing proximity over distance, the most suitable and nearest location is selected for Sang Ning to visit. Accomplishing this task requires a collective effort, as it is beyond the capacity of a single individual. Any error in the process would render the construction of the hologram impossible. It is undeniable that Sang Ning's audience holds genuine affection for her. Realizing this, Philomena cannot help but exclaim how fortunate Sang Ning is to have such considerate viewers. With that, she inquires of her own audience, "When will you all treat me this well? You must be dreaming. What skills do you possess? You are incapable of anything, yet you expect us to be wholeheartedly devoted to you. Be grateful that we haven't abandoned you. That is the ultimate expression of our affection." Philomena retorts, "You are being excessive. I possess numerous skills. At the very least, my eating speed is unparalleled. You cannot deny that." Her audience, upon hearing this, expressed their disgust and flooded the screen with disparaging comments, asserting that it was nothing to be proud of. Philomena remained undeterred, confidently believing that her rapid eating was an advantage and that her audience should love her wholeheartedly for it. Her audacity was so immense that her audience could no longer tolerate her and collectively ignored her. The question hung in the air, prompting silence from everyone. All eyes turned to Luoxianya, who, sensing their gazes, scoffed and questioned, "What? Do you find my cooking unpalatable? Then, by all means, take over. It's not as if I'm obligated to cook." Mu Tao cleared her throat and suggested, "Perhaps I could cook?" "Absolutely not." The crowd recoiled in horror and declined. For if Big Fong's cooking was unpalatable, Big Peach's was downright lethal. A simple stir-fry of leafy greens was enough to make their vision swim. Entrusting him with the cooking would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. "I shall undertake the task," Lewis declared, loath to further torment his stomach. "My life is yet dedicated to serving as a tool for Sang, and until that purpose is fulfilled, I must needs remain among the living. Who among us does not wish to preserve their existence?" Emmanuel volunteered, equally unwilling to succumb to Big Peach's culinary toxins. I shall assist you in this endeavor. Thus, the evening meal fell to Louis and Emmanuel. Louis possessed a remarkable dexterity, and cooking being but another manifestation of this skill. All were confident in his ability to surpass the culinary ineptitude of Big Peach and Big Fong. However, none had accounted for Louis's penchant for unconventional innovation. With their midday tasks complete, Monaine and Philomena, observing the diligent labor of the men, both in the kitchen and at the carpentry, felt compelled to contribute. And so, they divided their efforts, one venturing into the forest to gather ingredients, the other descending to the shore to reap the bounty of the sea. The bamboo rats, of which Big Peach and company had stewed the greater part at noon, remained two yet unsacrificed. Of the stewed portion, each had tasted a mere morsel before abandoning the remainder, a lamentable waste. A single lobster, weighing upwards of 2 pounds, had been unceremoniously cast into a pot by Big Fong and boiled. A crucial step in preparing a large lobster is purging it of its blood. However, having never encountered a lobster of this magnitude before, their experience being limited to mantis shrimp, which do not require this process, Dayazi inadvertently omitted this step. Consequently, the cooked lobster meat tasted less than desirable and was ultimately wasted. Nevertheless, the focus shifted to the abundance of seafood remaining from lunch. Dinner consisted of the leftover live seafood, accompanied by 2 bamboo rats, mushrooms, dandelion greens, wolfberries, and wild eggs. With all the ingredients prepared, Louis, wielding a spatula with the air of a seasoned chef, declared his intention to showcase his culinary skills, promising a meal that would leave everyone craving more. Before his words had even faded, he deftly poured oil into the pot, maintaining a steady hand but adding an excessive amount. Monet and the others watching felt the quantity was a bit much, suggesting he remove some. However, he insisted that the amount was perfect. Yielding to the cook in charge, they refrained from further questioning and awaited the meal. Subsequently, the first dish, stir-fried bamboo rat, transformed into deep-fried bamboo rat. Upon serving, the bamboo rat meat appeared to be swimming in oil. Tasting a piece, one found it overwhelmingly greasy and bitter. Elliot, his face contorted, set down his chopsticks and gulped down a large portion of cool water from a bamboo tube. Then, with a look of horror, he questioned Louis, who was eagerly awaiting feedback about the mysterious ingredient that caused the bitterness. The combination of bitterness and greasiness rendered it inedible for any discerning palate. Is it really that bad? Emmanuel habitually took a contrary stance, surely indicating a flaw in your palate. I shall give it a try. Louis adamantly denied any faults in his stir-fried bamboo rat, firmly believing that Elliot was envious of his talent and thus slandering him. Upon hearing Emmanuel's words, he promptly urged, "Yes, Emmanuel, do taste it." Emmanuel made a sound of acknowledgement, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece of the bamboo rat meat, chewing it a few times. Then, there was nothing further. With an impassive expression, Emmanuel set down his chopsticks and walked to the edge of the woods, where he expelled the bamboo rat meat from his mouth. The onlookers, who had been following his every move, fell into silence. Louis took a bite of his own concoction and found it indeed unpalatable, not merely unpleasant, but even more so than the dishes prepared by Dayazi. He chuckled awkwardly, attributing the unsatisfactory outcome to his inexperience in cooking. But please trust me, he continued, I now possess the experience, and I assure you such a situation shall not recur. The crowd appeared somewhat unconvinced, exchanging glances. Fimaloya cautiously inquired, Louis, are you certain you can manage? I am indeed, Louis declared emphatically, his expression brimming with confidence. He proceeded to wash the pots and pans, then embarked on preparing a seafood medley. He poured oil into the pan, sizzling scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili, followed by the addition of scallops and octopus, disregarding any particular order. Both tender and tougher ingredients were simmered together. This was hardly a significant issue with seafood. There are delicate and robust methods of preparation alike. Whether poached or steamed, or stir-fried to a fragrant and spicy finish, all were viable options. Louis's approach had its minor flaws, yet there were no significant issues. However, this relief was abruptly halted as Louis continued to add seasoning to the dish. When he reached for the bamboo container filled with salt, Clyde, in utter despair, exclaimed, You've already added salt. Why are you adding more? Are you trying to drown them in salt? Does he intend to monopolize this seafood medley? Louis, taken aback, responded, Did I add salt? That can't be right. I distinctly remember adding sugar. Sugar? Nonsense, it was salt. It was salt. Indeed, they had heard Sang Ning mention that granulated sugar was an excellent enhancer of flavor, so they had not protested. However, They were unprepared for Louis to pour a copious amount of sugar into the pot, leaving Monet and the others in stunned silence. A creeping sense of despair enveloping their hearts. Words were rendered unnecessary. After enduring a torturous lunch, they were not anticipating a better dinner. The reality was as grim as expected. Louis's concoction was astonishingly peculiar. Visually appealing, it was the kind of dish one might willingly pay to eat. Yet, upon tasting it, the singular thought that arose was, what on earth is this? Even the flour paste he prepared had a flavor that defied description, utterly incomprehensible. While they could afford to waste the lunch, dinner was a different matter. Wasting it would mean facing hunger. Thus, everyone consumed the meal as if it were poison, resigned to their fate as they picked at their plates. After finishing, they sat on the ground, battling the urge to vomit, and began to question their existence. What had emboldened them to ingest food that was more terrifying than poison? The night was truly enchanting, yet their stomachs were staging a rebellion. Mo9 was the first to succumb, rushing aside to heave violently, followed by Fei Ming, Luo Ye, and the others. As she reached the summit, Sang Ning was startled by the incessant sounds of retching. A wave of concern washed over her. Could something have gone awry? With this thought in mind, she sprinted towards the source of the commotion. As she approached, a peculiar odor wafted through the air, emanating from the vomit. Taking a cautious sniff, her anxiety eased, and she was reluctant to draw nearer. Instead, she redirected her steps towards the shed, inquiring, "Can you tell me what transpired?" Mo9, struggling to contain her nausea, clutched her chest in distress, exclaiming, "It's unbearable." Despite having expelled everything consumed, she was still plagued by acrid bile, both bitter and sour. Furthermore, the taste lingering in her mouth felt strange, rendering her hesitant to speak for fear of triggering another bout of vomiting. However, it was too late. When one is unwell and alone in their retching, it is often possible to suppress the feeling of nausea after expelling the contents of the stomach. A mere rinse and some bland food could suffice to alleviate the discomfort. Yet, when surrounded by others in a similar state, the task of staving off nausea becomes an arduous challenge. Not only do those who initially felt fine find themselves succumbing to the collective sensation of queasiness, but they also unwittingly join the ranks of the retching. It is akin to riding in a vehicle. Should one individual succumb to nausea, those in proximity within the same confined space are likely to be affected similarly. This is precisely the predicament faced by Monet and her companions. As soon as one person begins to retch, the others follow suit as if in a competitive bout. Consequently, the previously subsided sounds of vomiting resurface anew. Sang Ning, exasperated by the situation, swiftly took action, slicing 8 thin pieces of ginger in accordance with the number of individuals present, and also retrieved 8 wild green tangerines. She suggested they first try the ginger slices. If the nausea persisted, they could resort to the tangerines. She handed the ginger slices to them, indicating they should hold them in their mouths. Without hesitation, Monet and her companions accepted the slices, desperate for relief from their discomfort. They would gladly consume the ginger raw if it meant alleviating their nausea. The wild ginger was potent. Its sharp aroma assaulted their senses even before it touched their tongues. Once held in their mouths, the overwhelming flavor enveloped their taste buds, a sensation so intense it felt as though it might reach the very top of their heads. It was a formidable stimulus, exceptionally so. Yet, it was precisely this overwhelming sensation that subdued the queasiness rising from their stomachs. After holding the ginger for nearly half a minute, the urge to vomit was thoroughly quelled. In that moment, Monet and her companions felt as though they had been revived. "Feeling better?" Sang Ning inquired, observing their visibly relaxed expressions. The others nodded in agreement, still hesitant to speak for fear of provoking another bout. They were genuinely apprehensive. The potency of Louis's concoction was remarkable, even more so than that of Diaz. "Sip some water and rinse your mouths," she suggested. Sang Ning busily brought over their dedicated bamboo cups, each filled with pre-boiled and cooled water, complete with lids to prevent any contamination. Today's incident left me at a loss for words. Upon reflection, I realized this event could be turned into a trending topic, aptly titled Shock. A stunningly handsome man causes 7 individuals to vomit incessantly. Is this a moral discourse or a manifestation of humanity's decline? Stay tuned for the unfolding drama. What do you think of this title? To be frank, I have already succumbed to nausea. My mother mistakenly believes I am pregnant and is overjoyed, nearly rushing to buy fireworks to celebrate. But the truth is, I am male and lack such capabilities. Ha ha. The person above is trying to make me laugh to the point of inheriting my terminal number. Your mother is truly adorable. let us not digress. I am curious as to why ginger has the ability to quell nausea. Why does vomiting seem to be contagious? To be candid, I too have vomited. Earlier, I had a spicy fish dish for lunch, and the contents of my stomach were rather pungent, causing others in the household to join in the retching. Consequently, I was subjected to a thorough scolding from both genders. In the lively chat room of several individuals, the audience engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Mo99 and the others finally felt at ease to converse. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Mu Tao, still shaken, remarked that from now on, whenever I eat the meals prepared by Lewis, I shall feel like a mere insect. Henceforth, it is imperative to prohibit Lewis from cooking. Elliot, in a state of utter despair, lamented that he had once endured the battlefield's scarcity of supplies, resorting to consuming insects alongside his fellow soldiers, yet now found his illustrious reputation tarnished by Lewis's culinary misadventures, resulting in substantial losses. Emmanuel cast a sidelong glance at him and coolly remarked, "You have no reputation to speak of. The one with true renown is I, if I may say so." Utter nonsense. You shameless old rogue. Speaking of reputation, do you even realize that your officers are contemplating how to fashion a sack to put over your head, debating the most aesthetically pleasing color for it online? I refuse to listen to your drivel. The two soon resumed their playful bickering, a dynamic familiar to Sang Ning and the others, who recognized that their relationship was one of love and rivalry. As long as no one was grievously harmed, they allowed the two to continue their antics. Sang Ning, however, chose to focus on Lewis, inquiring, "How did you manage to cook?" Her curiosity was genuine. It seemed improbable that someone with Lewis's skills would produce food so unpalatable that it induced vomiting. Yet, he had not spared anyone from this culinary catastrophe, himself included. Such a remarkable talent was indeed rare. Lewis felt aggrieved, eager to explain that he had merely followed her instructions, but was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of Monet and others, who seized the opportunity to recount the events in vivid detail. Sang Ning, nearly at a loss for words, observed their animated discussion and found herself at a loss for a response. Ultimately, she could only sigh and declare, "You ought to refrain from cooking in the future. Someone of your stature is ill-suited for such humble endeavors. The biomechanical suit is undoubtedly his ultimate destination, while carpentry can be considered a secondary refuge. However, the culinary arts, for the greater good, it is best to refrain from such endeavors." With his unique approach, few can withstand his prowess. His skills and imaginative concepts surpass even those of a master of dark cuisine. In Chapter 95, from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is difficult. Lewis also recognizes his unsuitability for cooking, primarily because his hands seem to have a mind of their own, overflowing with whimsical ideas. It is not just Mo99 and the others who cannot bear it. He himself finds it challenging as well. Thus, when Sang Ning made her suggestion, he readily acquiesced. In the evening, the group gathered for casual conversation and inquired whether she had found a suitable salt flat for salt production. Mo99, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Does this mean we can start drying salt tomorrow?" "Exactly," Sang Ning affirmed, turning to Lewis and asking, "Can you create a plow?" "A hoe would suffice as well," Lewis replied, his expression one of bewilderment, mirrored by Emmanuel and the others. "What is a plow? What is a hoe?" Lewis felt at a loss. If he were to craft such items, he needed to first understand their purpose and appearance. "Coming right up," Sang Ning said as she gathered a stone slab and charcoal to commence her work. A crowd gathered, eagerly observing, and when they saw her sketches, Clyde was taken aback. "These two items are actually called a plow and a hoe?" Sang Ning confirmed, and the audience, filled with curiosity, began to request Lewis and the others to step aside, eager to glimpse the true forms of the plow and hoe. In several live streaming rooms, viewers collectively unleashed a barrage of spectacular special effects, creating a truly stunning spectacle. Except for Sang Ning, all others found their eyes overwhelmed. To escape further discomfort, they vacated their positions. Subsequently, the audience beheld a plow and a hoe. Viewers, oh viewers, this was indeed a revelation beyond imagination. The two unknown iron artifacts, which had been treasured in the Central Museum and hailed as national treasures, turned out to be a plow and a hoe. Instantly, the audience erupted in a frenzy, tagging the Central Museum in their excitement. When the museum remained unresponsive, they flocked to the museum's official website to leave messages, informing the staff that one of the iron objects was a plow and the other a hoe. The website was inundated with traffic, and the administrator, designated as Brain Number 12, quickly recognized the anomaly and extracted the pertinent information based on the viewer's messages. Soon after, a strikingly handsome young man appeared in the curator's office. His gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion, and his voice was equally frigid, lacking any inflection, resembling a wholly mechanical tone. He stated, "Item 2098 and Item 3765 are called a plow and a hoe, respectively. For further details, please visit the survival live stream on the wasteland and consult the contestant named Sang Ning. She can provide the answers." The curator, taken aback for a moment, finally exclaimed with delight, "I must see this." "Indeed," replied brain number 12, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. "I believe it is time to hire a technician specifically to manage and maintain the museum's official website. I am the mastermind, burdened with numerous responsibilities, including the management of the official website. Honestly, even the most ruthless among you would not be as severe." He coldly admonished, "Remember, you must find a technical expert. Should a situation like today arise again, I shall not be so benevolent." The curator, with a forced smile, remarked, "Isn't this simply a case of expenses exceeding income?" "You know, I am unaware, nor do I wish to be informed," retorted the mastermind. Enraged, he continued, "All I know is that at my tender age, I am shouldering responsibilities beyond my capacity. I must inform you that I am merely 3 years old, not subjected to the servitude you impose upon your masterminds. It is imperative to secure a technical expert. If not, brace yourselves for my strike." This is indeed a conundrum. I truly wonder whether applying for a mastermind was a wise decision or not. It has become increasingly challenging, devoid of the innocence and gullibility of my early days. Rather, it was a time of simplicity. An ancient proverb states, "It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality." This holds profound wisdom. The mastermind was satisfied, yet had conditions. "Ensure that I approve the candidates before any decisions are made. Do not take it upon yourselves to recruit an intelligent being I do not favor." The curator nodded, assuring, "We will gladly invite technical personnel. This matter is trivial. Rest assured, we will not consider anyone you dislike." The mastermind, pleased, cheerfully declared, "Then I shall take my leave. You two should return to your duties." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from the room. The curator, in a state of bemusement, remarked on the childlike nature of the character. Pondering how Amachi conceived the mainframe's personality, an adult facade paired with a youthful spirit, he mused that a youthful appearance would have sufficed, as it would have lessened the stark contrast and dissonance. As he entered the survival livestream room on the desolate planet, he began searching for Sang Ning's broadcast. 1 minute later, he found himself within the stream. At that moment, Sang Ning was enlightening the audience about the significance of the plow and hoe, emphasizing the weight these two implements have held throughout human history. As the curator joined, Sang Ning was nearing the conclusion of her discourse. "The hoe," she explained, "is a product of postmodernity, whereas the plow has been a crucial agricultural tool since ancient times. The plow evolved from a primitive double-edged triangular stone tool, progressing through various forms such as the turning plow, rotary tiller, five-tine plow, and the liberation plow, with a history dating back approximately 15,000 years. The hoe's history is considerably shorter, indicating that these two tools did not originate from the same era." The audience suddenly grasped the profundity of the plow's historical significance, realizing why it deserved a place in the Central Museum and why it was revered as a national treasure. "Ning Ning, there is a beautiful container in the museum, but its label is unknown. Could you perhaps discern what it is?" Images were shared by the audience, and fortuitously, Sang Ning recognized all 3 items. However, she did not directly reveal to the audience what the 3 items were. Instead, she furrowed her brows and pretended to ponder for a moment before breaking into a relieved smile, stating that she had indeed encountered these 3 objects in ancient texts. The eyes of everyone present lit up in unison, and it was not only the brightness in the curator's eyes that was evident. His ears perked up as well. Pointing to the first item, Sang Ning smiled and said, "This is a starlit cup, primarily used for drinking. It can hold wine, tea, or any beverage." She continued, "This is an enameled mug. As for the last one, it is a convenience for nighttime use in indoor spaces lacking a bathroom." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Mo99, with a horrified expression, pointed at the third image and exclaimed, "A convenience for nighttime use? Is it what I think it is?" "Indeed," Sang Ning nodded. "In other words, it is a urinal. EW." Almost as soon as her words left her lips, Mo99 and her companions dashed outside in a frenzy. followed by a chorus of retching sounds. It was not just them. Those who had purchased the urinal, mistakenly believing it to be a fruit bowl or a water jug, began to vomit profusely as well. On that day, across the myriad planets inhabited by intelligent life in the Moikaz universe, people were seen regurgitating everywhere. Simultaneously, a post titled "What you thought was a fruit bowl is not a fruit bowl. What you thought was a water jug is not a water jug." But a urinal rapidly ignited the entire star network's second world, resonating through the various holographic and textual sectors. The urinal collected by the Central Museum possessed a uniquely exquisite design, rendering it worthy of being considered an art piece. There were no issues with its authenticity. However, Monet and her companions held a different perspective, as did the audience. Unaware of the true purpose of the object, they utilized it as a fruit bowl and a water jug. Once enlightened, however, feigning ignorance became increasingly challenging. The more they contemplated the fact that this item, originally intended to fulfill physiological needs, was repurposed for holding fruits and beverages, the more they were overtaken by a wave of nausea. It was better not to think about it, yet the very thought intensified their discomfort. Sang Ning, at a loss for words, wished to assert that it wasn't such a significant issue, yet she sensed that Monet and her peers were unlikely to absorb her words. Thus, she refrained from wasting her breath on futile efforts. Let them express their disdain. With time, they would grow accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the merchants and manufacturers who had marketed urinals as fruit bowls and water jugs faced a deluge of returns. Initially bewildered by the influx of return requests, they presumed a defect in their products. Upon discovering the truth, tears streamed down their faces. This situation was utterly unforeseen, so sudden that it left them reeling. Without a moment to react, by the time they gathered their wits, the return wave had already commenced. The production costs were substantial, and the selling price was quite favorable. The surge in returns signified one thing: they would not profit from this venture but rather incur losses. Should they seek out the scapegoat, Sang Ning? There was no justification for that. After all, she had merely engaged in a simple educational endeavor. If they were to direct blame and seek trouble with her, it was irrelevant whether they were justified. In an era of omnipresent surveillance, where eyes were everywhere, if one wished to engage in wrongdoing, so be it, provided they could bear the consequences of their actions. For the sake of such a trivial matter, risking everything was hardly worthwhile. Better to consider it a stroke of bad luck. However, the inability to act does not preclude them from harboring disdain for Sang Ning in their hearts. Truly, the extent to which these merchants have sunk is unprecedented and utterly lamentable. How unfortunate it would be without the overarching surveillance. Unbeknownst to Sang Ning, the merchants were driven to madness as she sneezed repeatedly, startling Mo Nai Nai and the others. All eyes were cast upon her in terror, and Fei Meng Luoya, filled with concern, remarked, "Ning Ning, you are unwell." "I am not," Sang Ning replied resolutely, taking her own pulse with utmost confidence. "Rest assured, I am strong enough to fell a bull." "You could not," Luo Tianya retorted, resembling a nitpicker as he scrutinized her slender arms. "With such a petite frame, you could never strike down a bull. After all, you are but a primitive human." This was stated with no hint of discrimination. Sang Ning's lips twitched slightly as she turned to Mu Tao and said, "Now I understand why you and De Ye have become such steadfast friends." A sense of foreboding arose in Luo Tianya's heart, yet Mu Tao, blissfully unaware, giggled innocently. "It is because we resonate with one another. Our temperaments are alike." "No, the fundamental reason you two have formed an unbreakable bond lies in your equally low emotional intelligence." In that moment, a vibrant barrage of comments emerged, accompanied by a formidable black cartoon battleship. Though the vessel was dark-hued, it exuded an extraordinary charm, dominating the entire screen of the live broadcast for a full minute before vanishing. The warship represents the pinnacle of rewards, the highest echelon of gratuity. The monetary value required to bestow such a gift is a staggering 1 million star coins. What can 1 million star coins procure? It is sufficient to purchase outright a small 6-person starship manufactured by a prestigious starship conglomerate. To lavish such a sum as a reward undoubtedly signifies a player of immense wealth and a penchant for extravagant expenditure. The audience in the live stream, however, erupted in excitement. The devoted curator of the museum remarked, "Greetings, Sang Ning. I hope it is not too presumptuous of me to inquire about the origins of the materials concerning the plow and hoe. Since you are familiar with items such as the night pot and starry cup, might you assist our museum in identifying these artifacts?" Sang Ning sighed, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. She responded with a smile. "First, I must express my gratitude to the esteemed curator for your generous reward. However, I must inform you that I may not recognize all the images you have provided, and I appreciate your kindness. The curator replied, no need for concern. The knowledge you imparted regarding the plow and hoe is worth every bit of this reward. We should be the ones expressing our thanks to you for guiding our research endeavors. As for the items in the images, please take your time to examine them. If you recognize any, I would be grateful for your insights. If not, do not feel obliged. Young lady, please do not carry any psychological burden. Sang Ning, feeling unencumbered, calmly stated, very well, please allow me a moment to review these images. As she spoke, she opened and perused the images one by one. There were quite a few. Some familiar, others utterly unknown. Everyone held their breath, waiting with bated anticipation, the elderly curator especially, scarcely daring to breathe as he waited. These artifacts had resided in the Central Museum for many, many years. The greatest aspiration of all the retired curators and staff during their lifetimes was to ascertain the provenance and documentation of these items. Yet, they passed away without achieving this goal. Consequently, deciphering the origins of these artifacts and affixing accurate labels to them became an obsession for all the personnel at the Central Museum. The lacunae in human civilization were too profound, rendering the retrieval of precise information exceedingly difficult. Having endured countless disappointments, the elderly curator felt capable of withstanding yet another. However, instead of disappointing him, Sang Ning bestowed upon him a momentous surprise. Out of 100 or so exhibits of unknown designation and origin, Sang Ning unlocked half, not only revealing the names of half the exhibits, but also elaborating on their origins and historical significance. The audience listened in stunned silence, while the curator frantically took notes and offered generous gratuities. By the time Sang Ning had completed her exposition, more than 2 hours had elapsed. Her throat parched. She seized her bamboo flask and began to guzzle water. The elderly curator, moved to tears of elation, gifted her 5 battleships in succession, exclaiming, profound gratitude to young friend Sang Ning for the enlightening exposition. Should there be a significant breakthrough in human history, you shall be greatly rewarded. In the live broadcast, someone could not suppress their curiosity and inquired, Ning, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? I have discovered that planet E72 is truly a treasure trove. I strongly recommend that history departments of major universities organize excursions to E72, as it may well serve to complete the fragmented narrative of human civilization, allowing us to reconstruct the former glory of humanity. Sang Ning chuckled lightly. E72 boasts a library, albeit with only a handful of books, many of which are severely damaged and incomplete, yet they are still books, ancient texts painstakingly preserved by the inhabitants of E72. Beyond literature, there are also numerous artifacts left behind during humanity's Great Migration. Though these items are few, Sang Ning had no intention of disclosing this information just yet. First, she would entice them to come. The potential for excavation on E72 is vast, as many items are not broken but rather buried beneath layers of sand due to dust storms. If one were to truly delve into the earth, a great many discoveries could be made. After all, when humanity initially migrated, no one anticipated that E72 would evolve into its current state. Consequently, while many belongings were taken during the migration, far more remained on the mother planet. For those seeking to trace their roots and fill in the gaps of human history, a journey to E72 is bound to yield fruitful results. Once discoveries are made, the desire for further knowledge will only intensify. However, the harsh environment of E72 makes long-term archaeological research challenging for the pampered scholars and professors. Thus, enhancing the living conditions becomes imperative. With improved surroundings, the potential for greater discoveries increases, allowing E72 to elevate its planetary status based on cultural contributions, which in turn would lead to increased financial support. Even a slight increase would be a tremendous boon for the governor of planet E72 and all its inhabitants. As for whether it can come to fruition or if events will unfold as she envisions, Sang Ning remains uncertain. At present, she finds herself powerless, with the sole option of serving as a catalyst, gently steering matters in the desired direction, while being unable to do anything more. The rest must be entrusted to the passage of time. Amidst the audience's fervent tagging of various university history departments, Sang Ning, though not fully aware, can almost surmise their intent. She refrains from elaborating further, instead bidding the audience a polite farewell. The crowd, still reluctant to part, murmurs, "Are we not continuing this discussion? Ning, it's still early. How about we delve into a brief enlightening session? No, Sang Ning resolutely declines, stifling a yawn. I am weary and have much to attend to tomorrow. Let us save the enlightening discussion for next time. With her words concluding the matter, the audience has no choice but to acquiesce, resulting in a flood of good-night messages across the screen. No one sends special effects comments, allowing Sang Ning to retire for her evening routine with peace of mind. As her consciousness drifts into a sweet slumber, a vague sense of having forgotten something lingers in her mind. The following morning, Sang Ning is jolted awake by a piercing cry. She sits up abruptly, her mind still foggy, and instinctively utters, "What the?" The unfinished thought abruptly halts as she witnesses Fei Mingluo extracting a needle from Mo99's back. Suddenly, she remembers what she had forgotten. She left the needle box carelessly discarded on her bed. Sang Ning felt a twinge of guilt, while Fei Mingluo gazed curiously at the needle she had extracted from Mo99's flesh, stained with a hint of blood. How peculiar, she mused. I distinctly remember putting the needle case away. How could one have slipped through the cracks and pierced your skin? Mo99, on the verge of tears, lamented pitifully. It's not your fault. I simply forgot to secure the needle. Sang Ning and Fei Mingluo turned their attention to her in unison, inquiring, "What do you need the needle for?" "It's nothing," Mo99 insisted. "Really, it's nothing." Mu Tao, now reassured, interjected, "So, am I free to leave?" Yes, go ahead. We will call for you if anything arises." Following their encouragement, Mo99 revealed in a near whisper the purpose of her needle. Upon finishing her explanation, her cheeks flushed as she admitted, "However, it seems I have overestimated my skills. I've realized I cannot sew at all." Sang Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, a look of mild exasperation on her face. "If it were anything else, I could assist you, but this is far too personal for me to help. Perhaps I could teach you to sew tonight?" "Never mind, I'll leave it be. Whatever happens, happens. After all, I have clothes outside." Faced with the choice between mending and surrendering, Mo99 opted for the latter. Fei Mingluo, unperturbed, calmly remarked, "Indeed, it is unnecessary. You shouldn't have attempted to sew last night. Not only did you fail, but you also ended up injuring yourself. It seems you are merely inviting trouble." Mo99 sighed. "I never anticipated my hand-drawing skills would be so lacking." Sang Ning stretched lazily as she descended from the bed, saying, "Once the house is set and the salt is dried, let us venture out and see if we can find some cotton." "Cotton?" In unison, their eyes brimmed with curiosity. Sang Ning responded with a nonchalant only to realize something amiss afterward. "You are unaware of cotton?" "We are aware. We know that cotton can be fashioned into textiles. What intrigues us is why you would choose to create something with cotton." "I do not," Sang Ning replied earnestly. "But I do know that cotton can be woven into fabric and made into quilts. With cotton, when the temperature drops, we can snuggle into warm bedding, rather than sleeping on leaves that we must replace every few days." At this point, she smiled, adding, "I am not afraid. The few of us can experiment together. Perhaps we will discover how to weave fabric and create cotton quilts." Chapter 98. The family of four's perspective. Ma Nai Nai and Fei Mingluo pondered whether they should reveal to Ning Ning that dreams are beautiful, yet reality can be starkly harsh. Exchanging glances, they decided against it. Embracing dreams is a splendid endeavor. Let Ning Ning bask in her aspirations for now. When they eventually find cotton, introducing her to the harshness of reality may be beneficial. Neither of them held high expectations. Perhaps Lewis and the others could offer some support. Until the day of reckoning arrives, everything remains uncertain. With this thought in mind, they nodded in agreement. Thus, Sang Ning contentedly went to freshen up. Ma Nai Nai and Fei Mingluo followed suit, the three women each equipped with a bamboo tube, forming a line by the edge of the grove to brush their teeth and wash up, creating a scene of striking harmony, provided one did not focus on their appearances. Their survival kit had not yielded any oral hygiene products, so they were still resorting to charcoal and plant ash. Each brushing session resembles a calamity. The discomfort in my mouth is indescribable, for the taste of wood ash and charcoal is truly unpleasant. Moreover, it tends to leave a dark ring around my lips. Yet, I must endure this discomfort, eagerly anticipating the swift completion of my house and the salt field, for without them, I cannot find the time to gather materials to create cleaning supplies. A new day begins with a simple yet bountiful breakfast. Today, I have chosen to prepare ramen. The absence of broth is inconsequential, as the noodles boiled in shrimp oil and water possess a delightful flavor, coupled with mushrooms and goji leaves. The dish is a feast for the senses, leaving everyone satiated. After yesterday's experience, this bowl of noodles feels like a heavenly indulgence, eliciting a satisfied burp from Mu Tao, who finished every drop of the soup. The portion was ample, and despite feeling a bit overfull, he relished every bite, as did Louis and the others. Apart from myself, every individual present indulged to their heart's content. Observing their successive burps, I urged them to rise and stretch, akin to a hawk herding its chicks. Overindulgence calls for movement. Standing and walking aids digestion. Not I declared, unwilling to part with my fullness. I would rather endure the discomfort than face the emptiness of an unfilled stomach. Luo Tianya stubbornly remained seated on the stone bench, refusing to budge, as did Louis and the others. I grew indifferent to their plight and coolly remarked, "Was the noodle dish enjoyable?" "Delicious," they replied in unison. "Congratulations. For tomorrow you shall not have any." "What?" they exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom the reality. "Why will we not have any tomorrow?" "Because we have run out of flour." Sang Ning smiled, indicating that only a few pounds of flour remained. "However, yesterday you consumed nearly 2 pounds of it, and today, the remaining flour has been kneaded into dough and crafted into noodles for your enjoyment. The wooden barrel that once held the flour is now completely empty. There will be no cooking today," Sang Ning stated calmly. "Ollie, Nai Nai, and Luoya, come with me to sun the salt." The three responded in agreement. Luo Tianya objected, asserting, "Ollie should stay. I will accompany you." "Elliot, why must I be the one left behind?" he inquired. "You possess greater strength, making it easier for you to move stones. We cannot expect Nai Nai and Luoya to remain," Luo Tianya reasoned convincingly. Yet, Elliot found this rationale rather absurd, retorting, "What I meant was, why don't you stay instead? I find Louis quite disagreeable." Upon hearing this, Louis lifted his gaze, casting a glance in Elliot's direction. Luo Tianya, unwilling to back down, met his gaze defiantly. Sang Ning sensed the brewing tension and prepared to interject, but Louis interjected first, stating, "How fortunate. For I find you quite intolerable as well." With a nonchalant acknowledgement, Luo Tianya turned to Elliot, saying, "You see, when the two of us are together, conflict ensues." Elliot was tempted to respond that their quarrel was of no concern to him, but he thought better of it. After all, they were merely children, and extending a bit of care wouldn't hurt. Consider it a good deed for the day. "Very well, you shall join Ning Ning and the others." Thus, Elliot and Luo Tianya switched roles. The former remained to construct the house, while the latter followed Sang Ning and her two companions to sun the salt. Just before their departure, Louis rushed into the shed, rummaging about until he produced a hoe and a small wooden plow, which he handed over. "Here it is, wrought overnight. I trust it will suffice. Should it not, you must find your own solution, for I am at my wit's end." His tone was even, yet Same's astonishment was palpable. She accepted the proffered plow and hoe, testing their keenness and then their sturdiness, and found herself quite discomposed. "You fashioned these in a single night? When did you find the time? Why were we unaware?" "More precisely," Mu Tao interjected, "the three of you ladies were unaware. We were all complicit. Louis arose after you slumbered and toiled through the night." "Louis, you are remarkable," Sange lauded, bestowing upon him a hearty compliment and pledging, "When we have crystallized the salt, I shall prepare for you a repast of salt-baked delicacies." Louis's eyes ignited with fervor. He extended his hand to Sange, inquiring, "Is it a pact, then?" "It is a pact." Sange clasped his hand in agreement, then hoisted her basket and beckoned Emonina and the others to depart. With the stalwart presence of Luo Tianya, there was no need for Sange and her companions to trouble themselves with the hoe and plow. He gallantly seized one in each hand and strode forth. The quartet departed amidst laughter and banter. The onlookers in Louis's broadcast, beholding their receding figures, were seized by an inexplicable mirth. It evokes the image of a mother leading her 3 young offspring on a family outing. "Oh, which of them is the mother? Is it Ning Ning?" "Assuredly, it is she. Sange appears the most steadfast and dependable. Emonina and the others are not so. They seem like immature, adolescent females, fond of play and indulgence, and lacking in composure." The issue at hand is that Sang Ning is the youngest member of the 9-person group. While Emmanuel is nearly 160 years old, Elliot is 140, and Louis, followed by Nai Nai at 65. Sang Ning, being merely 24, is indeed the youngest. It seems rather excessive to assign the role of a mother to someone so youthful. An older sister would be more fitting. Yet, there is a spirited debate among the viewers in Louis's livestream regarding whether Sang Ning embodies the role of a mother or an older sister. The argument escalates passionately. while Sang Ning's audience revels in the spectacle and quickly inundates her with animated comments. Sang Ning, however, finds herself bemused by the triviality of it all. She has no desire to be perceived as a mother, and she equally rejects the notion of being an older sister. Nevertheless, she understands that reasoning with Lewis's audience is futile. Thus, her strategy is to act as though the matter is inconsequential, engaging in casual conversation with her own viewers as they stroll along. As the four of them descended from the mountain, they found the tide receding, revealing a plethora of seafood on the beach. A gentle sea breeze wafted through the air, carrying the briny scent of the ocean. The sight of the seafood ignited excitement among the audience before Sang Ning and her companions could fully react. "Look at that enormous crab. Ning Ning, hurry and grab it for lunch," one viewer exclaimed. "I spotted a silvery, elongated marine creature that looks quite appealing. I wonder if it's edible," another chimed in. Sang Ning, too, noticed the bounty, realizing that there was a chance to catch crabs, lobsters, scallops, and octopuses along the shore, and with a stroke of luck, even grouper could be found. The ribbonfish, in particular, is a rare find while beachcombing. Yet, here one was, stranded in a shallow tide pool. To leave it would be a waste. However, without ice to keep it fresh, the current weather would spoil it before noon unless prepared immediately. Speaking of eating, she mused. "Would you all fancy ribbonfish sashimi? Ribbonfish sashimi? What's that?" Mon and I and the others exchanged glances, then unanimously agreed to try it, not caring what it was, as long as it was edible. Hold on a moment. With that, Sang Ning dashed to the tide pool and retrieved the listless ribbonfish. It was quite large, weighing over a pound, its silvery body shimmering under the sunlight as she lifted it from the water. Good heavens, that thing is actually a fish. To the users above, are you perhaps residents of those famous tourist ocean planets? Indeed, we have an abundance of seafood and oceans of various colors. Can your planet compare to ours? In the same sea area, we've recorded up to 7 different colors of seawater. When the sea lotuses bloom, the beauty is beyond words. Really? When do the sea lotuses bloom? I'm planning a trip. You're welcome to come. The sea lotuses will be in bloom next month. I'll show you around, and you can stay at my place. I live alone. Count me in. Staying at your place is optional, but it's no fun exploring alone. I'd like to find some like-minded people to travel with. While Sang Ning busied herself slicing the ribbonfish for sashimi, the viewers in the live stream began discussing travel plans. As they were poised to deliberate on the post-meetup activities, Sang Ning savored the ribbonfish sashimi, complemented by a dipping sauce concocted from wild garlic bulbs peeled by emgeniously. Finely minced ginger courtesy of Philomoya, and bird's eye chilies, all harmoniously blended with soy sauce and vinegar. Ribbonfish can indeed be consumed as sashimi, boasting a palatable flavor. Contingent upon its freshness, ideally just hauled from the sea. Ribbonfish are rather delicate creatures, succumbing rapidly upon removal from their marine habitat. Consequently, fishermen promptly ice the fish upon capture. Ice-preserved ribbonfish are ill-suited for sashimi due to their pronounced fishy odor. However, freshly caught ribbonfish possess a subtle aroma that can be effectively masked by the robust flavors of the dipping sauce, leaving only the tender freshness of the fish. This, coupled with the savory sauce, culminates in an exquisite delicacy that is simply delectable. "This ribbonfish is incredibly tender," exclaimed a delighted emgeniously after savoring a slice. "One can't simply stumble upon them," Sang Ning remarked, swallowing her portion of ribbonfish. Ribbonfish must be caught offshore, dwelling at depths of 60 to 100 meters. Discovering them in shallow waters is a matter of exceptional fortune. Upon learning that ribbonfish necessitate a sea voyage, Luo Tianya's initial thought was unperturbed, given Lewis's aquatic prowess. After all, he is capable of riding a sea turtle, making the task of finding a sea turtle to transport them to catch ribbonfish a trivial matter. However, as a detractor of Lewis, he was loath to afford him such an opportunity. Therefore, he dismissed the idea. While ribbonfish were desirable, granting Lewis a chance to showcase his abilities was out of the question. Monet and the others fell silent, focusing intently on the ribbonfish. Although it appeared substantial, once sliced into sashimi, the four of them found it insufficient. Within 5 minutes, only the head, tail, and a single bone remained. Luo Tianya, unwilling to waste the sauce, seized the moment while Sang Ning was distracted and poured it directly into his mouth, swallowing it down with a few hearty gulps. Sang Ning's lips twitched slightly. "Is it salty?" "A bit, but tolerable," he replied with a smile. "Consider it a supplement of salt." Sang Ning had no further comments and began to tidy up, signaling for them to leave. Not far away, Several large crabs were burrowing in the sand, eager to settle in. Fei Ming Luya seemed rooted to the spot, her gaze fixated on the crabs as she inquired of Sang Ning. Ning Ning, are we really not going to collect those crabs? The work is important. If we gather them and do not consume them promptly, the crabs will perish, and dead crabs lack flavor and texture. There's no necessity for that. The sea offers a plethora of edibles. The volcanic rock area is abundant with Buddha's hand snails, and other seafood is plentiful as well. We truly do not lack for sustenance. The implication was clear. There was no need to linger over those few pitiful crabs. Her eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. And the audience found it amusing. My dear, broaden your perspective. A person who navigates the ocean should not be overly attached to a few crabs. Even if we miss this batch, countless others await your kindness. There is no need for such sentimentality. Indeed, take a leaf out of Sang Ning's book. Observe her unflappable demeanor. I feel that even if a colossal blue whale were to appear before her, she would remain as composed as ever. Even the composed Sang Ning, who remained unperturbed by stranded whales, would find herself either thrilled or terrified by the sight of a living blue whale in the ocean. Alas, since her arrival in this world, she had yet to encounter even a dolphin, let alone a whale. She mused over the possibility of dolphins existing here as she quickened her pace, prompting Luo Tianya and the others to follow suit. However, as they continued, they noticed something amiss. Why was Sang Ning's speed increasing? Was it due to her long legs? No, she was the shortest of the four. Even the petite Mo90 stood at 1.75 meters, while Feynman Luya exceeded 1.80 meters. Luo Tianya was 1.93 meters tall. Yet Sang Ning was shy of even 1.70 meters. Yet, this individual, lacking even 1.70 meters in height, was moving her legs at an astonishing rate. So fast, in fact, that they initially kept up with ease, only to find themselves struggling to maintain her pace. How could she walk so swiftly, trailing behind Sang Ning? Feynman Luya stared at her legs, utterly perplexed. They didn't appear particularly long. Mo90 frowned. Could it be because she's running? Are you blind? Is that running? She's clearly walking. Coming, coming. The others responded in unison, rushing towards her. Upon reaching her, Mo90 could no longer contain her curiosity. Ning Ning, why are you walking so fast? Sang Ning's eyes widened in surprise. Am I walking fast? Are you sure it's not that you're walking too slowly? The trio rolled their eyes at her, and Sang Ning lowered her gaze to her legs and feet. After a brief moment of silence, she decisively declared, "It must be that you all are walking too slowly. I am merely maintaining a normal pace." With that, she turned and continued onward. Forget about it. Let us pick up the pace. She would not disclose that it was due to her cultivation method. It seemed she had just advanced, and her strength had likely escalated a level, though she still could not surpass Mo99 and the others. Nonetheless, she felt content. This unexpected improvement was a delightful surprise. One must learn to be satisfied and find joy in life. As time passed, the four trudged along, the sun growing increasingly scorching. Mo99 incessantly complained of the heat, and their water supply was nearly depleted, a situation mirrored by Luo Tianya and Fei Meng Luoya. Seeing that they were about to finish their water, she helplessly interjected, "Don't drink it all. I've checked the vicinity of the volcanic rock, and there's no fresh water available." The implication was clear. Once it was gone, it would be gone for good. Luo Tianya was about to argue that running out of water was not an option, but Sang Ning interjected, "If you're thirsty, drink coconut water. Save the fresh water for emergencies." She pointed to the coconuts hanging high on the trees and smiled. "Who among you will go and fetch a few? It's too high. I can't climb up. Let us just cut the trees down," Luo Tianya replied, and with a running start, he charged towards the coconut tree. He kicked it forcefully, and with a cracking sound, the tall tree broke. It was not a clean break, so he delivered another kick, and this time the coconut tree toppled completely, its top crashing down. "We can now gather the coconuts." Mo99 cheered as she dashed towards the fallen tree, with Sang Ning and the others hastily following suit. The four individuals collaborated harmoniously to harvest all the large coconuts from the tree, leaving behind the smaller ones, which were unpalatable and yielded scant flesh. Ultimately, each of them carried a coconut, while Luo Tianya trailed behind with a string of coconuts in tow. After an hour and a half, they reached their destination. Expanses of volcanic rock unfolded before their eyes, prompting the onlookers to exclaim in astonishment. Luo Tianya and his companions wore expressions of disbelief as they turned to Sang Ning, asking, "Please tell us that all these volcanic rocks are not meant for salt production?" "Not to such an exaggerated extent," Sang Ning replied with a smile. With just a handful of us, a few salt ponds will suffice for our needs. Salt can be harvested in batches. Once the first batch is ready, it can be collected, and the second batch can commence. The average person's daily salt intake is below 6 grams, which accumulates to a negligible amount over a year. Considering there are 9 of us, if we estimate 10 pounds per person, 90 pounds will be ample. Adding in the salt needed for preservation, preparing around 300 pounds should be sufficient. With 2 salt ponds continuously producing, we can easily achieve this quantity. Therefore, there is no need for an excessive number of salt ponds, for will suffice. Upon learning that only 4 salt ponds were necessary, Luo Tianya and his companions exhaled in relief, as did the audience. Thank goodness. I initially thought we were required to transform the entire expanse of volcanic rock into salt ponds, one spectator remarked. In fact, that could work. Although some contestants have been eliminated or have voluntarily withdrawn, there are still several thousand participants remaining. The salt requirements for a few individuals are minimal, but for thousands, it becomes substantial. To be on the safe side, I believe we should produce a greater quantity of salt. Indeed, we must remain vigilant against potential salt theft. This concern, upon first hearing, seems rather amusing, yet upon deeper contemplation, it indeed holds the potential to materialize. The individual upstairs, with a touch of confidence, should dismiss the notion of possibility. Trust me, once Sang Ning and her companions successfully harvest the salt, there will undoubtedly be competitors attempting to pilfer it. The discussion veered off course here, and soon the screen was flooded with comments urging Sang Ning and her team to produce as much salt as possible, emphasizing that they should not skimp on their efforts. While excessive production might invite theft, insufficient yields would lead to complications. After careful consideration, Sang Ning and her companions deemed this reasoning sound, and after much deliberation, resolved to add 2 additional salt pools, bringing the total to 6. With the quantity established, Sang Ning proceeded to allocate tasks. As the sole male among the 4, endowed with remarkable strength, Luo Tianya readily accepted the responsibility of carving salt pools from the volcanic rock. Meanwhile, Sang Ning and her 2 female companions busied themselves with excavating beach sand for drying. The sun was relentless that day, and the sand they extracted would dry within 2 hours under the fierce sea breeze. This was also contingent upon their meticulous spreading technique. Given the substantial quantity of beach sand required, the 3 worked diligently, their clothes and hands caked in mud. Luo Tianya's chiseling of the volcanic rock resonated with a sharp clattering sound, as fragments of stone flew from his efforts, scattering at his feet. After a full afternoon of labor, the salt pools were finally carved out, leaving a heap of volcanic rock debris in their wake. Upon completing the final pool, Luo Tianya, drenched in sweat, realized he could not yet rest. It was essential to refine the salt pools further by clearing away the small rock fragments and debris left from his chiseling. Meanwhile, Sang Ning and her companions continued their toil under the sun. From the 6 salt pools, they ultimately reaped over 50 pounds of salt. Gazing at the pristine white salt within the basket, Luo Tianya and his companions remained silent for an extended period, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of existential doubt. They could hardly believe how effortlessly this had come to fruition. It felt almost dreamlike. Yet, it had not been without its challenges. Sang Ning interjected, pointing out that they had endured quite a grueling few days, with their time consumed entirely by meals and rest at night, while the daylight hours were spent in relentless toil. This was indeed true, yet the toil was ultimately rewarding. As they approached the completion of the house, Luo Tianya expressed his reluctance to depart. Why not try a bit more at once? We wouldn't want to have to return for another round once these are gone, he suggested. Sang Ning had no objections, though he noted the difficulty of preservation. Salt cannot endure moisture. For now, the weather is dry, but what if it rains later? Let's first inquire if Lewis can manage it. Upon entering Lewis's live stream, Sang Ning was pleasantly surprised to discover that their house was nearing completion. With the roofing phase underway, examining the framework of the stone house, she observed that Elliot and the others intended to construct a triangular or tower-like roof. Due to the angle of the camera in the live stream, the specifics were somewhat obscured, but it was evident that a flat roof was not in their plans. Lewis appeared to be conscripted into labor, standing on the ground and lifting stone blocks to hand them up. The height obscured the view of what was above, but she could make out a pair of large feet dangling naturally and hands reaching for the stones. Before Lewis stood a remarkable special barrage belonging to the contestants, momentarily leaving him in disbelief as he pondered, has it truly succeeded so swiftly? Wasn't the process of salt drying supposed to be intricate? Indeed, it is complex. Over the past 4 days, 5 distinct procedures have kept Sang Ning and the others tirelessly occupied. They have been diligently engaged in tasks such as creating brine pools from mud and stones, irrigating with seawater, raking sand, cutting vines, and weaving baskets. All in a whirlwind of activity. Ignoring the audience's actions, Lewis was filled with joy as he mused. Does this mean we shall no longer suffer from a salt shortage? Indeed, we shall not. However, if we proceed with this, your pot lid may not withstand it, Sang Ning replied, momentarily taken aback. Do you require memory metal? Indeed, he affirmed. After a brief contemplation, she stated, you may commandeer the pot lid, but do remember to reserve some memory metal for me. In the absence of a metal lid, a wooden one can suffice. My father mentioned that during his childhood in the countryside, they utilized wooden lids. It's merely a piece of wood. The most it would require is some time and timber, which is manageable. Lewis, what size of seal barrel do we need? Sang Ning pondered for a moment before inquiring. Is it possible to construct a sealed barrel capable of holding over 100 pounds? That is unfeasible, Lewis replied, dousing her enthusiasm with cold reality. Given the quantity of memory metal available, plus other materials, the maximum capacity for a sealed barrel would be 50 pounds. Anything larger is impossible due to insufficient materials. 50 pounds is sufficient, she conceded. However, this implies we need not dry a second batch of salt. Yet, Sang Ning was reluctant to make unilateral decisions. She turned to Luo Tianya and the others, asking, shall we proceed with the drying? Can the wooden barrel accommodate it? It is indeed feasible, yet I remain uncertain whether it will become damp during inclement weather. Let us dry it first. The trio exclaimed in unison. If necessary, they could always barter with salt to exchange for items with other competitors. In light of the unanimous agreement among 3 of the 4, Sang Ning had no choice but to acquiesce. The spacious stone cottage, measuring over 12 meters in length and 13 meters in width, was partitioned into 3 rooms, a hall, and a kitchen by Emmanuel and his comrades. The bathroom was situated outdoors rather than within the confines of the dwelling. The cottage was sufficiently large, and during its initial design, windows were intentionally incorporated. Lacking glass, Lewis and his companions ingeniously utilized a highly adhesive sap from ferns to create a glass-like substitute for the windows. The results were commendable. Apart from the tactile sensation differing from that of glass, the transparency and illumination provided were indistinguishable from that of traditional windows. Concerned about visibility from the outside, they could simply lower the vines used as makeshift curtains when it was time to sleep. During the day, they could be retracted to allow for ventilation. One must commend Lewis for his remarkable craftsmanship. He merely inquired about the purpose of the several openings left in the stone cottage. And after Sang Ning briefly explained the existence and construction of old wooden window frames, he adeptly fashioned them himself. He successfully installed the wooden frames, granting the residents the liberty to open and close their windows at will. After a separation of 9 days, they reunited to inspect the house both inside and out. While Lewis and his companions busied themselves examining and sampling the salt contained within a basket woven from vines, filled to the brim with pristine white salt. Both parties were filled with excitement. For Sang Ning and his companions, the thrill stemmed from the fact that they no longer had to sleep in a makeshift shelter, free from the worry of rain. The excitement among Lewis and his companions stemmed from the realization that they no longer needed to worry about the scarcity of salt. Quick, let us secure this salt in barrels. We cannot allow it to become damp, Lewis exclaimed as he hurriedly retrieved the makeshift sealable barrel he had crafted. It was an exceedingly unattractive vessel, composed of various materials at hand. Despite all being metallic, the colors diverged significantly, giving the barrel an appearance akin to that of a patchwork quilt, one side a hue, the other a contrasting shade, which was quite jarring to the eye. However, Lewis and his companions had grown accustomed to its unconventional appearance. The mere fact that they had managed to create a sealable barrel from limited resources was a remarkable feat. Aesthetics were of no concern. Practicality was the paramount consideration. Thus, Elliot and the others did not bemoan the barrel's lack of beauty. Instead, they collaborated to carefully transfer the salt from the 2 wicker baskets into it. The observers watched in astonishment. Isn't this a bit overly meticulous? I feel as though these individuals treat their salt more gently than they would their partners. Nonsense about partners. They are all single. One responded. Yet what you say holds merit. Their scrupulousness is rather unsettling, as if they regard the salt as fragile. You know nothing, Lewis retorted, inadvertently glancing at the barrage of comments. When you live in comfort, free from the worries of sustenance, it is easy to underestimate the significance of salt to sentient beings. Acquiring a modest amount of salt is no trivial matter for us. In your marketplace, placing an order is a swift endeavor. Not only can 100 pounds of salt be delivered, but even 1,000 pounds can be promptly dispatched by the diligent courier, ensuring delivery and receipt within an hour and a half, with some orders completed in as little as 40 minutes. Our situation is distinct. For the sake of such a trivial amount of salt, Sang Ning and the others endured a full 9 days by the seaside. Chapter 102. Chili Oil 9 Days. My friends, do you truly comprehend the significance of 9 days? It is ample time for a toddler just learning to walk to gain their footing. This analogy, though somewhat unconventional, effectively rendered the audience speechless. Noticing the audience had ceased their barrage of comments, Lewis turned his attention away from the live stream and, alongside Elliot and the others, proceeded to pack 50 pounds of salt into airtight containers, securing the lids. As for the remaining salt, gazing at the 2 remaining wicker baskets filled with salt, Emmanuel placed his hands on his hips, his expression one of exasperation. We cannot leave this salt exposed. It will become damp. But we have nothing to store it in. Imhotep lamented, stroking her chin in contemplation. What if we wrapped it in leaves and tied it up? However, the freshly picked leaves have but 2 fates. Either they will naturally decompose or become dry and brittle, rendering them an unsuitable choice for wrapping salt. Clyde shook his head, and Lewis's eyes sparkled with inspiration. What about using bamboo tubes? But bamboo also contains moisture, Emmanuel countered, dismissing the suggestion. After a moment's thought, he proposed, why not craft a few wooden tubes? The kind with lids. Lewis pondered for a few moments, contemplating the possibility of trying something new. What was he considering? After viewing the house, Sang Ning and the others emerged just in time to overhear Lewis's remark and couldn't resist inquiring. Lewis succinctly recounted the events, to which Sang Ning nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed worth exploring. Very well, I shall take care of it tomorrow, he declared. Sang Ning acknowledged with a sound, poised to inquire if they had dined yet, when Mutao cheerfully interjected, how do you find the house we constructed? Excellent. Sang Ning responded with a thumbs up, showering praise upon the group, whose faces lit up with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Just when they were basking in their well-deserved compliments, Sang Ning suddenly posed a question. Have you noticed that the overall color of the house seems rather dull? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Upon inspecting the house, they indeed recognized the issue. However, the stone's inherent shade left them with little recourse. Had they been in a bustling and vibrant urban area, they could have readily procured professional materials for both interior and exterior renovations, tailoring the aesthetics to their desires, with a plethora of styles to select from. If renovations seemed too tedious, they could have opted for a holographic renovation mode, effortlessly switching to various design styles with a mere click. Whether one fancied a cosmic starry theme, natural landscapes, rolling waves, or a symphony of birds and blossoms, there existed no style too outlandish for architects to realize. Yet, they found themselves on a desolate planet, bereft of any amenities, where even the most unsightly of houses could only remain unattractive. We must bear with it. At least we have a roof over our heads. Elliot spoke calmly, while Sang Ning smiled, unwilling to endure any longer. We can suitably renovate the house. Renovate. Several individuals suddenly widened their eyes, gazing at Sang Ning with incredulity, unable to fathom how she intended to refurbish a dwelling without any materials. Indeed, Sang Ning glanced at the sky, noting that it was late. We shall attend to it tomorrow. Nature offers a plethora of natural materials for renovation. It merely depends on whether one knows of them and can utilize them. Very well. Let us proceed. A more comfortable living space will certainly benefit them. Feeling hungry, one inquired, can we prepare something to eat? After their formal discussions, they took turns cooking, yet each dish seemed increasingly unfortunate. Those who were not afflicted with diarrhea were suffering from stomach pains, and they all looked longingly at Sang Ning, pleading for sustenance. During the days of salt drying, Sang Ning had learned of their great achievements through the audience and responded with a simple acknowledgement, preparing them a dish of mixed noodles. To avoid wasting flour, they laid a type of serrated dry leaf at the bottom of the bowl. Once dried, these leaves retained a certain toughness, making them difficult to break. However, they had one drawback. They needed to be laid flat and could not be folded, as doing so would cause them to shatter into fragments. Fortunately, the wooden bowl was sufficiently large. The leaves were spread atop the flour, and another layer fit perfectly on top. The accompaniments consisted of goji leaves and wild cucumbers. The skin bore small thorns, but they were harmless, short and blunt. They were quite juicy and flavorful, with the only downside being the numerous seeds within. Fortunately, the cucumber seeds were tender, aside from slightly affecting the texture. They posed no further issues. The noodles possessed a delightful chewiness, while the diced chicken and matsutake mushroom sauce offered a savory, spicy, and appetizing flavor profile. Complemented by the slightly astringent wolfberry leaves and refreshing cucumber, each mouthful was an absolute indulgence. My palate, having endured the torment of culinary disasters, felt revitalized with the first bite of the mixed noodles, as every taste bud on my tongue reveled in the flavors. Similarly, my stomach, long subjected to the throes of starvation and gastronomic atrocities, was finally satiated. Everyone was engrossed in their meal, helping themselves to noodles, dolloping sauce from the basin, and mixing it to their liking. Those with a penchant for spice liberally added the diced chicken and matsutake mushroom sauce, and for an extra kick, a drizzle of chili oil. As they had prepared in abundance, they preserved the excess by sun-drying it. While making the mixed noodles, Sang Ning also prepared chili oil. Lewis and the others took charge of grinding the chili flakes, ingeniously employing a flour mill. The resulting chili flakes were of satisfactory quality, though their laziness led them to neglect sorting the chilies. Consequently, bird's eye chili, yellow lantern chili, and wild mountain pepper were ground together, resulting in a chili oil that lacked the vibrant red hue and aesthetic appeal. Nevertheless, it was exceedingly spicy. The heat stemmed from the bird's eye chili and yellow lantern chili, the latter being a slender, wild variety, no longer than Sang Ning's finger, and boasting a higher concentration of capsaicin than bird's eye chili. If bird's eye chili were considered moderately spicy, this wild yellow lantern chili would be classified as intensely spicy. Emmanuel, a veritable chili fiend, possessed an extraordinary tolerance for spice. While others would gasp for air after a spoonful of chili oil and another of the diced chicken and matsutake mushroom sauce, he required 3 spoonfuls to achieve the desired level of piquancy. As he continued to add more, Sang Ning couldn't help but caution, take it easy. Consuming excessively spicy food may lead to bodily protests. Emmanuel reassured, it's all right, I can handle the spice. However, the following day, the spice took its toll on him, manifesting in a painful nose, acne on his forehead, flushed eyes, and a parched mouth. Sang Ning took his pulse and lamented, I warned you yesterday to take it easy. Now you are suffering the consequences. The Huanggong pepper is indeed fiery. Moreover, the inhabitants of this world were not accustomed to consuming chili peppers. The spiciest food they previously indulged in was a type of leafy vegetable used as a seasoning, while chili peppers were regarded as a stimulating biochemical substance. It was Sang Ning who introduced the consumption of chili peppers, but previously, they had only tasted wild mountain peppers. The heat from those peppers can be likened to the beauty pepper from Sang Ning's original world, as they have not undergone any optimization and are purely wild varieties. Later, they discovered the millet pepper, an unrefined original variety that possesses a slightly higher heat level than wild mountain peppers but remains within reasonable limits. Eventually, they combined it into chili powder, only to find that the capsaicin of the Huanggong pepper was overwhelmingly potent, and Emmanuel, lacking restraint, faced the repercussions of his indulgence. Before Emmanuel could voice his thoughts, Elliot, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, I think it's good for him to experience a bit of hardship. Emmanuel, feeling the urge to retaliate, clenched his fists and shot back at Elliot. Are you looking for a fight, or what? I do not bully the ill. Experiencing internal heat is not a significant concern for Sang Ning. However, for individuals like Elliot, it is akin to an ailment. Despite their banter, genuine concern persists. Elliot, in a manner that eschews taking advantage of the infirm, inquired of Sang Ning whether she could remedy his Ning Ning. Indeed, I can. A collective astonishment reverberated through the group. Are we also susceptible to internal heat? Affirmative, given your predilection for consuming chili peppers. The onset of internal heat is merely a matter of time. No predicament. Although the purpose behind Sang Ning's request for limestone, tongue oil fruit, and shells remained nebulous, they acquiesced without reservation, trusting in her intentions. Very well, Sang Ning acknowledged. Allocate yourselves to either the seaside or the forest. I shall depart forthwith. With that, she hoisted her backpack in preparation for departure. Bear it in mind. The group echoed in unison. Excellent. I am off. Do expedite your tasks. Emo Nanai and the others observed. She departs with such insouciance, exhibiting not a trace of concern regarding our potential insubordination. Do you desire to venture into the forest or towards the sea? Mu Tao queried, directing her inquiry towards Emmanuel and the others. Following deliberation, they segregated into 4 groups. Mo Nanai and Faimund Loya, the 2 female members, would embark on a coastal expedition to gather seafood and collect shells. Emmanuel, Elliot, and Clyde would undertake the task of felling rosewood trees. Lewis, disinclined towards both mountainous and maritime pursuits, opted to collect limestone alongside Mu Tao, who possessed knowledge of its whereabouts. With their teams assembled, the 8 individuals dispersed to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Sang Ning, with seasoned familiarity, arrived at a mulberry tree and commenced the harvesting of its leaves. Upon encountering the familiar mulberry tree, the audience, after a brief moment of astonishment, began to converse among themselves. Is mulberry leaves truly a medicinal herb? Can someone with a medical background elucidate this? The pharmacological representation is unclear. Within the medical knowledge we have acquired, there is no record of mulberry leaves. Moreover, none of the commonly available medications or targeted therapies include mulberry leaves as an ingredient. Does this imply that Ning Ning has a different purpose for harvesting mulberry leaves? It is uncertain, but I do know one thing. Rather than speculating aimlessly, it would be more prudent to directly inquire with Sang Ning. This reasoning resonated with them. Consequently, Sang Ning was inundated with a barrage of special comments, all questioning her motives for gathering mulberry leaves, whether they constitute a medicinal herb, and what specific benefits they offer. Next time, when you send special comments, please refrain from flooding the screen. One comment suffices, as too many can be visually overwhelming. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of comments, Sang Ning, after a brief admonition, clarified. Mulberry leaves are indeed a traditional Chinese medicinal herb, characterized by their cold nature and sweet, bitter flavor. They possess the ability to disperse wind heat, clear the lungs, and soothe the throat, as well as brighten the eyes and cleanse the liver. Furthermore, mulberry leaves can be applied externally or ingested internally to treat symptoms of wind heat colds and dry cough due to long heat. They are rich in compounds such as rutin and quercetin, which are beneficial for lowering blood sugar, blood lipids, and cholesterol. This enlightening exposition left the audience in a state of astonishment, their gaze upon the mulberry leaves transformed entirely. Pharmacology and biomedical fields have witnessed graduates and non-graduates alike, akin to explorers uncovering a new world, diligently document the knowledge imparted by Sang Ning. They are preparing to consult their mentors or embark on independent research to ascertain whether mulberry leaves possess the significant medicinal properties she claims. The delay in their verification stems from the concern that if they leave now, they might miss the remaining herbal materials. In an era where human civilization is profoundly lacking, the realm of traditional Chinese medicine remains a vast void in medical history. While pharmacology incorporates certain plant extracts as components of medicinal formulations, it has yet to achieve a systematic approach. Should Sang Ning's theories regarding these herbal materials be validated following her educational efforts, it would mark a significant milestone in the annals of Moika's pharmaceutical history. Thus, these medical professionals are reluctant to depart. They have all firmly rooted themselves in Sang Ning's live stream, even curbing their penchant for exploring other streams. Once the mulberry leaves are harvested, Sang Ning continues her purposeful journey, encountering various herbs along the way, such as mint, forsythia, and raw rehmannia. If she fails to identify them, it is of little consequence. However, should she recognize them, she certainly will not err in her acknowledgement. With each herb she harvests, viewers inquire about the identity and uses of the materials. Sang Ning does not intend to withhold information. She educates when asked and refrains when not. Yet thus far, there have been no instances of viewers failing to inquire after her harvests. However, as the questions persist, the audience begins to sense something amiss. Without even glancing up, Sang Ning elucidated. In traditional Chinese medicine, the concept of internal heat is categorized into different types based on the 5 vital organs: liver fire, heart fire, lung fire, kidney fire, and stomach fire. Consequently, the symptoms vary depending on the affected area. For a straightforward illustration, consider Emmanuel's condition, which is a quintessential case of excessive liver fire. In contrast, manifestations of stomach fire include bleeding gums and halitosis. After elucidating the various manifestations of internal heat, Sang Ning calmly stated, given the diverse presentations of internal heat, the required medicinal ingredients also differ. Targeted medication is essential for achieving the desired therapeutic effect. Indiscriminate use of remedies not only fails to cure the ailment, but may also lead to adverse sequelae. The audience listened in stunned silence, utterly speechless. After a moment, a medical student couldn't resist posting a comment expressing the complexity of the subject. Indeed intricate. It seems that ancient medicine within human civilization is a form of wondrous sorcery. I must confess, I've developed a profound interest in ancient medicine. I wonder if it's still feasible for me to embark on self-study of traditional Chinese medicine at this juncture. It is indeed feasible. A protracted existence lies in exploration and discovery. I endorse your pursuit of knowledge. However, I have a question. Self-study presupposes the availability of relevant learning materials from which to acquire knowledge. But in Moika's civilization, traditional Chinese medicine is virtually uncharted territory. How do you intend to self-study without any textbooks? Where will you obtain the necessary knowledge base? This is indeed a significant quandary. Someone suggested that Sang Ning create textbooks and register a patent copyright. Upon noticing the special effect comment, Sang Ning paused momentarily, then sighed. It's not viable. I'm merely a dabbler myself, unqualified to produce textbooks and register exclusive editions. The audience holds a divergent perspective, esteemed as the foremost authority in traditional Chinese medicine. They believe that Sang Ning is eminently qualified to undertake the task. Sang Ning demurred with a smile, expressing that they overestimated her capabilities and that the proposition was simply untenable. Her forte, after all, lay not in medicine per se, but rather in pharmacology. The sheer magnitude of Chinese medicinal materials is staggering. The pharmacopoeia of Chinese civilization encompasses not only the widely recognized compendium of materia medica, but also the traditional medicines of Tibetan, Miao, and other ethnic minorities. The aggregate number of medicinal materials exceeds 12,000, rendering their complete recognition a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Chinese medicinal materials are subject to considerable constraints, with variations in provenance affecting their medicinal properties. Processing is also a highly specialized skill. Compiling a comprehensive textbook would be an undertaking of immense proportions, and accomplishing it single-handedly would be exceptionally arduous, exceeding her purview. In all candor, rather than relying on her to produce a textbook, it would be more efficacious to urge the Historical Research Center to conduct on-site archaeological expeditions to Planet E72. As the cradle of humankind, Planet E72 conceals a wealth of invaluable artifacts beneath its sands, including lost Chinese medicinal materials and medical texts. The discovery of even a single item would constitute a treasure trove, far surpassing the contributions of a dilettante like herself. While viewers outside the relevant fields remained indifferent, finding Sang Ning's statements reasonable, those within the pertinent industries were galvanized, perceiving the potential of the endeavor. One such individual was a professor specializing in human history, who could not resist posting a comment. Friend Sang Ning, are you certain that Planet E72 holds invaluable records of lost human civilization? Sang Ning acknowledged with a sound. I am certain, but whether we can find it, and if we do, whether it will be severely damaged or merely weathered beneath the yellow sands, I cannot guarantee. The journey to Planet E72 may yield no rewards. However, abstaining from the endeavor ensures a complete lack of gain. The decision to embark on this venture lies beyond my influence and must be evaluated by the relevant professionals. Pondering this, the professor fell into deep contemplation. Noticing his silence, Sang Ning chose not to speak further, instead continuing her trek deeper into the forest with her basket in hand. After approximately half an hour, the professor sent a message indicating his intention to apply for an archaeological project on Planet E72 and promised to return with good news once the application was approved. Should the excavation yield fruitful discoveries, he would express his gratitude in the livestream. Yet, gratitude was of little concern to Sang Ning. Her primary interest lay in whether the archaeological efforts could stimulate the economic development of Planet E72. She did not aspire for an immediate leap into prosperity, but rather a step above the current state. However, it remains too early to speculate. The very possibility of the project being approved is uncertain. Is it widely known that Planet E72 is humanity's home world and the cradle of civilization? Perhaps not. Despite the years that have passed, countless professionals have clamored for the study of human civilization, echoing the call to piece together its fragmented history, yet no one has taken tangible action. This phenomenon itself is abnormal. Nevertheless, Sang Ning finds herself powerless to alter it. In her native world, she is merely one among the countless ordinary beings. And this reality is even more mundane. To speak of the ordinary is to elevate it. If we were to truly regard the stratifications of this world, she would belong to the lowest echelons of the impoverished. She is also one of the members of society with the least voice. In such circumstances, what can she do? Nothing at all. Therefore, it is perhaps best not to worry. She exerts her utmost effort to act and to effect change, accomplishing what she can while accepting fate. At the very least, the fact that certain individuals are willing to advance the project to the E72 planet under her influence marks a commendable beginning. Whether the professor has departed remains unknown to Sang Ning, but it is an undeniable truth that this professor has not engaged in the barrage of comments. Sang Ning remains undeterred, busily foraging for medicinal herbs, addressing the incessant inquiries of her audience, who seem to embody 10 different questions, engrossed in her efforts. As time ticks away, her basket fills, yet she still lacks a few essential herbs. Standing still, she discerns the direction through the arrangement of the flora and the orientation of the leaves, and decisively heads towards the 3 o'clock position. Supervisor Luo feels the need to assert his presence. Thus, he sends a message declaring, "Dear viewers, rest assured, there are security robots accompanying each contestant. However, in most circumstances, these robots do not intervene unless in life-threatening situations." Implicitly, he reassures the audience that their concern for the contestant's safety is both acknowledged and acted upon. The audience responds, "So, does that mean the situation involving Master Chun and the others last time was not considered life-threatening?"